the reborn Jiang Xiao obtained the richest system. As long as someone generates any consumption on him, they can get cash back and prop treasure chests. Chapter 1, Licking Dog Sold. Righteous Fathers. This is the Brain Depository. Handong, Jingzhou, Tudo Netflix Media Company. Inside the operation area, several anchor operations were gathered around whispering, and while talking, they were also looking at a man not far away from them from time to time and discussing something. Have you heard? Jiang Xiao was put up for sale online by Chen Xiaoye. A girl wearing braces was sharing her first-hand news to her surrounding co-workers. Seriously, Chen Xiaoye's popularity just came up and she's not being an anchor to become a human trafficker instead? That's right, that Jiang Xiao is handsome, but also every day to Chen Xiaoye hush. Chen Xiaoye, how to sell him? Braces girl laughed and said, what is to hang to the second-hand platform to sell. Besides handsome, what use? A poor man, said the braces girl, took out her cell phone to call out a page. When a crowd of melon masses saw the message on the cell phone were shocked. A second-hand platform, transfer ambiguous object, age 21, very humble, obedient, people handsome, enjoy daily red packets, milk tea, take away, holiday gifts, tired of it, 200 out. There were a few handsome photos of Jiang Xiao on the page in addition to the basic message. I go, this is too miserable, it's a pity. Jiang Xiao is still a little handsome guy that you like to spend 200 to buy go. Anyway, he is worth $200, not far away. Jiang Xiao smiled helplessly as he listened to his co-workers' growing discussion. The Jiang Xiao in front of him was a reborn guest, reborn from the year 2023 to 2013 when he had just interned in his senior year. Chen Xiaoye was Jiang Xiao's college classmate, and in his previous life, Jiang Xiao started pursuing Chen Xiaoye from the very beginning of his sophomore year. While Chen Xiaoye always maintained an ambiguous attitude, Jiang Xiao sends gifts. Chen Xiaoye does not refuse. Jiang Xiao wants to determine a romantic relationship with Chen Xiaoye. Chen Xiaoye also did not agree, only said that they also want to test Jiang Xiao. The end of the junior high school, Chen Xiaoye came to the Potato Media to do network anchor. Jiang Xiao also came here to do a monthly salary of less than 2,000 small operation, in order to be close to Chen Xiaoye a little. Unfortunately, the good times are not long. Not long after coming to the company, Chen Xiaoye and the company's boss on the good, and then in order to get rid of Jiang Xiao, Chen Xiaoye Jiang Xiao hanging in the second-hand platform sold. In his previous life, Jiang Xiao could not understand why he did not pass Chen Xiaoye's test, but Jiang Xiao, a man of two lives, understands that he is not just a licking dog that is okay to move himself. For a girl like Chen Xiaoye, what matters is not sincerity, but money. Taking a cardboard box, Jiang Xiao packed the personal belongings on the desk. Chen Xiaoye do things is very absolute. In order to avoid Jiang Xiao to bring their own influence, Chen Xiaoye and personnel director played a greeting directly dismissed Jiang Xiao, because it is still in the internship. Jiang Xiao only got $1,000 of salary. Jiang Xiao is also lazy to theorize what, after all, their own small arm twisted but the capitalist's thigh. Back in 2013, it was the era when the Netflix economy started. Jiang Xiao in his previous life has been engaged in this area of work, although only an ordinary practitioner, but for the future direction is still very clear. And Jiang Xiao found that the world seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. For example, in the previous life, 13 years was the first year of 4G, and in this life, 4G has been running for a year and the tariffs are very low. In the previous life in 2013, one of the short video giants, Slow Paw, had only just raised its head, while in this life, Slow Paw had gotten a large amount of investment in advance and had already begun to run. The parent company of another short video giant, Douyin, Bike Company, surprisingly doesn't exist at all. WeChat red envelopes, which appeared only a year later, have now become popular among young people. The changes in the main body of the world are not big, and the subtle changes are big. These changes Jiang Xiao still need to slowly digest, but what Jiang Xiao can be sure of is that relying on foresight he can realize the first financial freedom. The worst degree of Jiang Xiao think they go to jump social rock can become a netizen. When their own hero. Ding! The richest system is binding. Binding successful. System introduction, any carbon-based creature that generates consumption, associated consumption, or gifting behavior for the host. The host will receive money back or a reward treasure chest. Malicious gifting behavior will not touch the system cashback function. Current system level 0. Current system level 0. Cashback amount accumulates up to 500 million Chinese yuan. System will be upgraded. Current reward multiplier 1 to 100 times. The reward multiplier will float according to the positive or negative value of the consumer's emotional value. The rest of the functions, to be explored. The rest of the functions, to be explored. Tip, the system cashback amount is safe, legal, after tax, and environmentally friendly, so please rest assured that the host can use it. For a moment Jiang Shao was stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. This thing called a system was not unfamiliar to those who often read internet articles. Just as Jiang Shao was able to accept being reborn, there was nothing unacceptable about adding another system. Moreover, this system seemed to be a splash of riches. As long as someone produces consumption, associated consumption, gifting behavior on their own will be able to get a reasonable and legitimate income. Of course, the kind of money they give to others and then ask others to give to their own behavior does not count. That will be judged as a malicious gift. In an instant, Jiang Shao felt that he was going to take off. Ding! Netizen Xiaomena generated a consumption of 200 yuan. Emotional value 50. Cashback multiplier 50 times. Cashback amount 10,000 yuan. Ding! At 13:49 on July 20th, 13, account 1234 of Blue Sky Investment Company, Ltd. Remitted to your tail number 931 account of his bank. Income amount of 10,000 yuan. Balance of 11,111 yuan. The first ding was a prompt from the system to Jiang Shao. The second ding was a cell phone prompt from Jiang Zhao's bank to Jiang Shao. This money has really arrived. Looking at the balance in his cell phone, Jiang Shao frowned slightly. Although having money is a good thing, it seems that no one has generated consumption for himself. And this little Mina is not someone that Jiang Shao knows, did not charge the wrong phone bill, also did not remit the wrong amount. Then in the end, which link has a problem? Just when Jiang Shao felt puzzled, suddenly Jiang Shao thought of something. Open the Idle Donkey second-hand platform on the phone. Jiang Shao clicked into the Chen Xiaoye's homepage. Sure enough, in Chen Xiaoye's goods Jiang Shao has been sold. In an instant, Jiang Shao understood. He was defined as a commodity. Someone bought him and then generated a related consumption, and finally received a cash rebate. An instant logical closed loop. Jiang Shao let out a bitter smile. This Idle Donkey platform or when Chen Xiaoye in order to wool gathering called Jiang Shao download. In order to help Chen Xiaoye wool gathering, Jiang Shao also busy several all-nighters begged a lot of people. Just at this time, a fat woman came over. Jiang Shao, go quickly when things are packed. After all, everyone still has to work that. Speaking person is Potato Net Red Media Company's personnel director Lu Xiaohong. People treat ordinary employees as very harsh, but for the leadership and some can make money anchor indeed very fawning. Full of a snob. This does not see Jiang Shao half a day does not leave the company. Lu Xiaohong to oust people. Got it sister Lu. I'm waiting for the car to pick me up. Jiang Shao smiled and didn't say anything. After having the richest system, Jiang Shao felt that he should open up the pattern. There is no need to be angry with this kind of small person. Lu Xiaohong heard the words of Jiang Shao said in a mocking tone. Now the young people a little bit of suffering cannot eat. Jiang Shao not I say you. Taxi how expensive You do not know how to be thrifty at this level, how to chase girls How can you give you happiness with this look? Chapter 2 Fixing Snobs. In the personnel director Lu Xiaohong is still chattering when Jiang Zhao's phone rang. Long before Jiang Shao packed up his things he had called an online car to come using the luxury car experience vouchers handed out by the Woo hailing software. And after glancing at the number it was true that the driver had arrived. Okay, I'll be right downstairs. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao didn't intend to pay attention to Lu Xiaohong anymore. Holding the box, he was ready to go downstairs. Some people's temperament is bitchy. Jiang Zhao's ignoring is seen as weakness by Lu Xiaohong. Lu Xiaohong is not ready to let go of this opportunity to step down on Jiang Shao. Trampling on other people's dignity, this kind of thing, Lu Xiaohong most like to do. It just so happens that I'm going out. Jiang Shao, if you call a car, take me for a while. After finishing her sentence, Lu Xiaohong didn't give Jiang Shao a chance to retort and walked straight down the stairs. This Lu Xiaohong usually liked to take advantage of small advantages. Jiang Shao joined more than half a month Lu Xiaohong not less called Jiang Shao by milk tea, by snacks and also the name of good relations between colleagues. Looking at Lu Xiaohong, Jiang Shao sneered. Since she is so willing to take advantage, then a moment to call her a big face. The Tudo Netflix media company is located in the Torch Building in the Bright District of Beijing State, and there are many similar Netflix economy companies throughout the building. Some people say that 2016 is the first year of live broadcasting, the first year of the net red economy. In fact, in the beginning of 12 years live broadcasting on the industry has been in the PC end of the power. In 13 years the computer live broadcast has been a quite profitable industry. And a lot of capital has begun to run in this industry. Invest in a company to recruit some female anchors, as long as a little bit of some resources to control the cost. This era to engage in live broadcasting company is to take the sack to make money. The whole Torch Building is the most lack of handsome men and women. And for these handsome men and women basically do not like the luxury car. Beautiful women like is the owner of the luxury car. Handsome man is really like the luxury car. Of course, individual handsome man may also like the owner of the luxury car. This does not stop in front of the building of a Rolls-Royce Phantom attracted a lot of people's attention. A lot of people also took a cell phone around the car in the selfie. Lu Xiaohong was also slightly stunned. She did recognize the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The father of the owner of her family company had one, but she didn't sit in it because she wasn't qualified. Just when Lu Xiaohong still wants to hit Jiang Shao with the Rolls-Royce in front of her, she suddenly hears Jiang Shao on the phone. "I'm downstairs. Rolls-Royce? Yes, I see you." In Lu Xiaohong's astonished gaze, a driver wearing white gloves came down from the Rolls-Royce. The driver walked quickly in front of Jiang Shao and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm glad to be of service to you. Thank you, let's go." The scene in front of her made Lu Xiaohong feel bad about the whole person. How could Jiang Shao afford to sit in a Rolls-Royce? Could it be that this car is his? And also how this driver's fan is like a butler. In an instant Lu Xiaohong felt like her CPU was going to burn. Her 256 memory processor obviously couldn't handle such a complicated situation in front of her. Could it be that it's a magnate who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers? If that's the case, I'll have offended him to death for Chen Xiaoye. No, I have to hurry back and find a patch. Lu Xiaohong was a true villain. A true villain would always choose the most favorable way to deal with a problem for himself. Although Chen Xiaoye is the girlfriend of Lu Xiaohong's boss, but in Lu Xiaohong's cognition, offending the boss will at most lose his job. If he offends this kind of luxurious young man who rides in and out of Rolls-Royce, then it's an endless trouble. People casually a little means can torture her to death. At this moment, Lu Xiaohong was realistic. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You can afford to accompany such an expensive car if it is damaged? Jiang Shao hadn't taken 2 steps before Lu Xiaohong had rushed to the front of the Rolls-Royce. The group of people taking pictures were directly blown away by her. Some people wanted to theorize, but no one dared to speak after recognizing Lu Xiaohong, the famous shrew of Torch Mansion. In Torch Mansion, Lu Xiaohong is also notorious. Nimbly opening the car door, Lu Xiaohong said fawningly, "Jiang Shao, quickly get on the car." Looking at Lu Xiaohong in front of him, Jiang Shao laughed and said, "Sister Lu, I still like the unruly look you just had." Lu Xiaohong's face skin is very thick, simply do not think, see what you say. I'm not also playing the workers, after all, the upper side and the face of the boss. Jiang Shao nodded. Hit workers well, specializing in difficult to hit workers. No longer say anything. Jiang Shao on the car. Saw Jiang Shao on the car after Lu Xiaohong is also ready to go to the door. In Lu Xiaohong, half of the body has been into the car when Jiang Shao frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaohong was planning to get into the car and Jiang Shao to continue communicating about feelings. At the very least, she wanted to feel out Jiang Zhao's bottom line, the depths. If it was possible, Lu Xiaohong was not prepared to give up this opportunity to climb up the ladder. Pointing to the open space outside, Jiang Shao said with a contemptuous look, "Go out. What class you are to sit in a car with me?" In an instant Lu Xiaohong's big fat white face turns red. Jiang Shao speaks loudly. Lu Xiaohong can already hear the sneers of the surrounding melon-eating crowd. Lu Xiaohong was kicked out of the car. The whole person lost face. But Lu Xiaohong has das and dare not charge at the departure of the Jiang Shao hair. Who knows if there are people around who know Jiang Shao? In case of snitching, how to do? Pointing to the people around, Lu Xiaohong angrily shouted, "What to look at? You can talk to the rich people who drive Rolls-Royce in this life? It's all a bunch of players who can't eat 2 dishes in their lifetime." The power of a shrew's cursing is still great. Surrounded by a group of young people in their 20s. In terms of cursing, naturally not a 40-year-old woman's rival. Just at this time a little girl in the crowd said weakly, "Sister Lu, I saw this Rolls-Royce before to pick up several times. This seems to be woo-woo taxi activity. $1 to sit in the limousine. 10 kilometers for free." Silence all around. Soon was a burst of laughter. Lu Xiaohong licked half a day as a result of people are called woo-woo taxi. The guys think Lu Xiaohong this joke is enough for everyone to laugh for half a year. After hearing the words of the little girl, Lu Xiaohong flabbergasted for a moment, and then his eyes a black gas fainted in the past. The Jiang Shao, who fixed Lu Xiaohong, did not know that Lu Xiaohong was finally fainted in the past. Packing Lu Xiaohong is just a matter of hand. For Jiang Shao the most important thing right now is to get money. Now the Rolls-Royce is just a platform activity of wool. Jiang Shao wants to try to use the fastest time to buy one. After returning to the rented house, Jiang Shao looked at the hut in front of him with a sense of familiarity. In his previous life, Jiang Shao had lived here for 3 years, and although the area here was not large, the price was cheap, and it was a good transition for Jiang Shao, who had just worked in his previous life. After taking a shower, Jiang Shao was just about to order a takeaway when a message came on his cell phone. Jiang Shao, are you in trouble with you? Not that I'm saying you. You're a big man who can't let a little bit of you go. Chapter 3, White Lotus? This is an ATM. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Yu, a sneer flashed across the corner of Jiang Zhao's mouth. Zhang Yu was Chen Xiaoye's best friend, and the two had been inseparable since childhood. In order to pursue Chen Xiaoye, Zhang Xiao didn't spare any effort to please Zhang Yu. It could be said that Zhang Xiao usually spent a large portion of the money he earned from his part-time job on Chen Xiaoye, and the rest was basically used to curry favor with Zhang Yu. If Chen Xiaoye is the queen of the sea, then Zhang Yu is the full white lotus flower. These two are also a perfect match. The classic trick of these two is that Chen Xiaoye will often be indifferent to Zhang Xiao, and then Zhang Yu will act as a good old man. And this is the time for Zhang Xiao to spend money. And when Chen Xiaoye returns to her attitude depends entirely on how much money Zhang Xiao has spent. Then Zhang Yu will also pretend to be generous to Zhang Xiao to prepare some gifts to Chen Xiaoye, get his Zhang Xiao more pay. The result was that Zhang Xiao's money Chen Xiaoye and Zhang Yu split the bill 37%, and Zhang Yu's money was returned as it was. The two of these two match more than Master Huang. That is simply seamless. The previous life of Zhang Xiao was not aware of these, and even until Chen Xiaoye gave himself to the idle donkey on the sale thought Chen Xiaoye is simply too tired of their own annoying. Later or Chen Xiaoye in addition to a fish cannot stand the stimulus in the campus forum exposed Chen Xiaoye. If not that brother's righteousness estimate Zhang Xiao will not wake up so early. Looking at Zhang Yu's message, Zhang Xiao knows that this is not at all prepared to let go of their own They are so miserable Zhang Yu still intends to drain their last bit of value. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Xiao took a plan and picked up his cell phone to send a message. Jiang Xiao, Xiaoyu, help me. I really don't know what to do. Yu has already ignored me. What am I going to do without Yu? I don't want to live anymore. Looking at the message he sent over, Jiang Xiao shivered. How did he say such disgusting words before? 2 minutes later, Zhang Yu sent a message. Zhang Yu, you cheer up a little bit. Don't look like you have no talent. Yu is the most disliked man who has no talent. This way, the old vegetable restaurant. You come over at 6 o'clock. I will help you out. Familiar recipe, familiar routine. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Yu, Zhang Xiao knew that this white lotus had taken the bait. Looking at the time there were still 3 hours until 6 o'clock. Zhang Xiao felt he had to prepare. The old vegetable restaurant was a long-established restaurant in Beijing state that had been open for over 20 years. This restaurant is extremely retro. There is no electronic menu, no POS machine, and even the cash register doesn't even have a computer. But because the chef used to be a national banquet master, the business of this restaurant is very hot and the price is very expensive. Obviously this time, Zhang Yu was ready to die in order to rip off Zhang Xiao. At 6 o'clock, Zhang Xiao dressed in a newly bought Armani casual wear, wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch, carrying 2 Apple 5S shopping bags to the old restaurant. It is said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Zhang Xiao was not ugly. Nearly 1 meter 8 is not too short. Changed a new suit after the whole person temperament is not the same. This is not even the door of the welcoming lady or more than look at the Zhang Xiao a few eyes. If it is not the foreman in, this lady is ready to come up to the phone number. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Xiao saw Zhang Yu. Sorry, I'm not late. Zhang Xiao panted and said. Zhang Yu and Zhang Xiao are also college classmates. Looks very ordinary people are very thin. Cheekbones are very high. If makeup can barely be considered a more standardized girl. Previously, Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Xiao with the attitude of enthusiasm but eyes full of contempt. But this time Zhang Yu's eyes changed. Armani, Vacheron Constantin. These are the standard equipment of the tycoon especially when you see the cell phone shopping bag in the hands of Zhang Xiao. The original time and space to September in China to go on sale Apple 5S and this time and space has been in June ahead of the market. The standard 16 gigabytes need 288 yuan. The sales situation is very hot, but for Zhang Yu 288 yuan price is she cannot accept. This time about Zhang Xiao when Zhang Yu also fantasized about Zhang Xiao will not take out a waste 5s to please themselves. But think about it Zhang Yu feel unrealistic. The Zhang Xiao she knew even if he could afford to buy an Apple 5S, he would have to save up 2 months of money without eating or drinking. Ideal is very boneheaded. But Zhang Yu didn't expect Zhang Xiao to give her a surprise. No, I just arrived too. Look at you. A head full of sweat. Let me help you wipe it off. Zhang Yu finished getting up and took a tissue to help Zhang Xiao wipe the sweat on his forehead also inadvertently leaked out a piece of Snow White. This kind of small tactics, Zhang Yu tried time and time again. Zhang Xiao frankly accepted the service of Zhang Yu, and then sat opposite Zhang Yu's cell phone shopping bag in a conspicuous position. That's not too good, mainly because there are too many people in line to buy this phone. Luckily grabbed 2 128 gigabytes. Xiao Yu see, a silver one a gold one. Which one you like to stay which one the remaining one to help me give to you. After saying that, Zhang Xiao handed the shopping bag to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu received the heavy shopping bag with a happy face, resisting the urge to open the phone. Zhang Yu handed the menu to Zhang Xiao. Why are you buying such expensive things? I'm here to help you out and not to ask for gifts. quickly look at what to eat. Zhang Yu chided Jiang Shao in a delicate voice, but her eyes never left the two cell phones. Jiang Shao took the menu and ordered 5 or 6 dishes, most of which were Zhang Yu's favorites, and a few of which were the old restaurant's town crafts, and the prices were naturally wickedly expensive. In an instant, Zhang Yu was a bit unsettled. This Jiang Shao and Armani and Vacheron Constantine also bought 2 Apple 5s. Now ordering food also do not care about the price. This table of dishes Zhang Yu estimated that no $3,000 to come down. Jiang Shao, this is a fortune, right? When a table of dishes on all, Zhang Yu said with a difficult face, you point so many dishes we cannot finish. Jiang Shao heart-cold snort face but very warmly said, nothing. This meal is nothing. You eat more. Zhang Yu, of course, is just a bit of fake politeness. Before she finished speaking, she has already taken her cell phone to take photos of a table of food and sent them to her friends. A table of more than 3,000 meals was enough to show off. The overall atmosphere was still very harmonious. Jiang Shao had been complaining about how much he loved Chen Xiaoye, while Zhang Yu kept comforting Jiang Shao, but the words were full of PUA. Jiang Shao, you actually have to understand Yu. I know something about Yu and Kong Yong. Kong Yong is Yu's first love. And you know about Yu's family situation where her parents are divorced. She has never experienced the warmth of a family at all. I remember that winter. Kong Yong cooked a bowl of porridge for her at Yu's house. Yu said that was the first time she felt at home. After a pause, Zhang Yu added, actually, I am very upset for you, but you have to understand her. After all, it's not easy for her either. Just take this as a test for you as well. Zhang Yu seemed to be speaking very emotionally and even shed 2 tears. At this moment, Jiang Shao was trying to laugh. The boss of his company, Kong Yong, had grown up living abroad, cooking a fart of kanjia. Although he wanted to laugh, but Jiang Shao still had a serious face. I understand you use. I will always wait for her. As long as she is not married, I will always wait for her. Even if she is married, I will wait for her. Shao Yu, you must help me. Don't worry, I will. Zhang Yu wiped away her tears and also gave Jiang Shao an encouraging look. At this moment, Zhang Yu already has other ideas. Today Jiang Zhao's financial strength refreshed Zhang Yu's cognition. Originally just want to get a quick money, Zhang Yu decided to do a long-term or even raise this fish in front of him as nothing. Anyway, in Zhang Yu's opinion, which even if Jiang Shao is rich is also a stupid lack of one, what Jiang Shao needed to recognize was that Zhang Yu was a good actress. At this moment, she had already transformed into a big sister who constantly guided Jiang Shao, and it seemed unintentional that Zhang Yu asked, Jiang Shao, you spent so much money today, won't have any difficulties in life, right? Do you want me to get you some money? Jiang Shao said very casually, no need Xiao Yu. 2 days ago I bought a piece of jade in the antique market, originally intended to give it to you. And then it was sold for $300,000 by a boss who said it was some kind of ice seed. I plan to save up some more money and then make a down payment. After all, I said I wanted to give you a home in the first place. When Jiang Shao said $300,000, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Jiang Shao had made a fortune. Raising his hand to look at the time, Jiang Shao asked, have you eaten? Let's go if we're done eating. Zhang Yu smiled sweetly, picked up her cell phone shopping bag and followed Jiang Shao to the cashier. Thank you. A total consumption of 3,623 yuan. Charge you 3,600. The cashier at the front desk quickly quoted the price. Hearing the price, Zhang Yu was secretly staggered. More than 3,000 for a meal was already extravagant. On the contrary, Jiang Shao, who was full of concern, took out his wallet and said, can I swipe my card? The cashier shook her head and said, I'm sorry sir, we only accept cash. Jiang Shao was a bit upset and said, what an age to still make it so troublesome. On the side of Zhang Yu, as seen, Jiang Zhao's cash is not enough. Just want to be polite when she said she'd to pay the bill. When Jiang Shao said, Shao Yu, you sit for a while. I go next door to the bank to get money. The night we go to the bar to sit a bit. After saying that, Jiang Shao also greeted the waiter and said, get my friend a pot of your store's rainy day dragon well. Hearing that Jiang Shao wanted to withdraw money, Zhang Yu said, otherwise, I'll pay for it. After saying that, he also made a gesture to take out his wallet. Jiang Shao laughed, pressed Zhang Yu's hand and said, when have we ever asked you to pay for a meal? Wait for me for a while, there is a cash machine next to me. I will be back soon. Zhang Yu nodded. Since she went to college, she had not spent any money on her own when eating out, so she was just being polite when she said she wanted to pay. After sitting back in her seat, Zhang Yu slowly drank the rainy day dragon well and took a picture and sent it to her friends. The 400 a pot of tea. Good heartache, crying face. Yu Qian Longjing is also the signature of the old restaurant. A pot of tea costs $400. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Jiang Shao has not returned. A little impatient, Zhang Yu made a call to Jiang Shao. Da, busy tone. Calling again, still a busy tone. When Zhang Yu called a third time, a mechanical voice came from the other side of the phone. The number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please dial again later. In an instant, Zhang Yu's face changed. Seems to think of what Zhang Yu unwrapped the two cell phones. When opened the packaging, Zhang Yu face is green. The shopping bag is the shopping bag of Apple 5S. The box is also the box of Apple 5S. But the two cell phones inside is indeed a model. Jiang Xiao. I knock Li Wao. Chapter 4, Song God Skills. Ding. Zhang Yu generates a consumption of 4,000 yuan. Emotional value -100. Cashback multiplier 100 times. Cashback amount, 400,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 410,000 yuan. Jiang Xiao had just thrown the Vacheron Constantin in his hand into the trash can when he heard the system's prompt. Looking at the bank balance on his cell phone, Jiang Xiao couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. He had never seen so much money in 2 lifetimes. As early as when Zhang Yu sent a message to Jiang Xiao thought about this bureau. Our money is real, but the Vacheron Constantin is fake. It is a high imitation that Jiang Xiao spent $200 to buy in the electronic street. Clothing, this thing is not a cottage good to distinguish. But the watch, this thing is not a connoisseur, is really not good to distinguish. As for the 2 Apple cell phones, are also in the electronic street to buy the box and model machine. And even the seller is also thoughtful to ask Jiang Xiao to open some fake receipts. Take the model machine when the real machine. This routine in the past life, Jiang Xiao often watch people shoot short videos when used. Jiang Xiao with a line and take the money is not the attitude of money fooled Zhang Yu. This is not Zhang Yu. This never missed the White Lotus ate a big loss. $4,000 is enough for her to hurt for a while. And this wave of Zhang Yu also generated a lot of emotional value. Directly negative energy burst. The amount of the system reward was tied to the emotional value. And both positive and negative values provided rewards. This wave of cashback multiplier was pulled full and directly brought Jiang Xiao $400,000. Where is this some kind of White Lotus? It's clearly an ATM. If such a person came every day, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for Jiang Xiao's system to be able to reach the 500 million used for the upgrade. It's a pity that such a too little cutie. Not every day. Ding. Zhang Yu's emotional value reaches -100. Host obtains black iron treasure chest *1. Tip. There will be a probability of obtaining a bonus treasure chest when the emotional value exceeds ±70. Just as Jiang Xiao was humming a little song and preparing to go home, the system delivered another benefit. No one understands the system better than Jiang Xiao. Looking at the treasure chest in the system, Jiang Xiao estimated that it was either skills or attributes. After returning to the rental house, Jiang Xiao performed a very solemn bathing and dressing, and then very devoutly began to pray. Dad, Mom, blessed son of the European emperor possessed. Hands together, Jiang Xiao opened the treasure chest. The current situation, if you can get a better skill, then it is very helpful to Jiang Xiao's money-making business. Black iron treasure chest, reward skill singing God. After the white light flashed, Jiang Xiao got a skill. Can't wait to open the system. Jiang Xiao was a bit impatient to see what goodies were opened. Skill, God of Song. The host is able to master any type of song. While the song is extremely infectious, under the God of Song skill you have a voice that will never break. Looking at the skill in front of him, Jiang Xiao wasn't sure if he was O or not. The God of Song skill was actually quite right for Jiang Xiao's heart. In itself, Jiang Xiao's level of singing was a low, proper resident singer level. To know Jiang Xiao since childhood loved to sing, voice is also good. Jiang Xiao elementary school when his parents died because of a car accident. The driver ran away after even compensation did not get. Jiang Xiao grew up is to eat 100 rice grew up. The money to go to college is relying on their own in the bar. Restaurant residency earned. The pursuit of Chen Xiaoye that year Jiang Xiao is a night rush 3 factories in order to meet the material requirements of Chen Xiaoye. Psychologically speaking, Jiang Xiao for singing is resistant. He does not want to be a singer. When destined to become the richest man is not necessary to show their faces. But although there is no need to debut as a singer, but go to the bar singing may not be a way to earn fast money. You know, in the bar, as long as the singing is good plus good luck tips can get a lot of. Thinking about it, Jiang Xiao heart moved. Anyone of the rich man from nothing to open up the time is shy. Xiao Ma has been a woman's big brother. Old Ma sold socks. Big Dongzi is selling pirated CDROMs. So think of it, Jiang Xiao feel that he started by singing does not seem to be so shy. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiao decided to try the water on an online singing app. At 10 o'clock at night, Lu Chang dragged his tired body back to the rental house. Lying on the bed, Lu Chang did not want to move. Today's Lu Chang mood is very bad. Overtime to this time not to mention because the boss is in a bad mood was scolded a bloody head. If it were not for the fear of not having the job to support his girlfriend, Lu Chang would have punched over his boss. Lu Chang feel very irritable. A resentment has no place to vent. To their girlfriends to call for comfort, there is even in the panting night run. Turn over Lu Chang ready to go to sleep directly. After all, tomorrow we'll have to catch the morning train. Just at this time Lu Chang suddenly heard a song coming from next door. This building is more than 20 years old building. Sound insulation is very bad. Next door to make a phone call can be heard clearly, not to mention the singing sound. Just as Lu Chang was about to slap the wall and tell the next door to keep it down, he realized something was wrong. To love even after death. Not drenched and drenched without pain. Didn't finish the tenderness only to leave the song. Love is a light. So wonderful. Looking forward to a shock. Where is the green light? Although it is only clear singing, but Lu Chang found that the next door sang surprisingly very good. Seems to be no worse than those stars sing. Even some female songs can sing a different flavor. Listen to Lu Chang or not sleepy. Just when Lu Chang is not yet finished, he found that the next door of the song stopped. Thinking nothing of it, Lu Chang shouted, "One more." Lu Chang has not yet been responded to here upstairs shouted, "Come what to come. Tomorrow does not work adjourned. Singing can be really good. Buddy tomorrow then sing." Lu Chang next door to Jiang Shao naturally heard the shouts, but at the moment, Jiang Shao felt very painful. Just more than half an hour he sang 6 songs. Before 6 songs in a row his voice is bound to be a little tired. But today even a little feeling is not. If necessary, Jiang Shao felt that he could sing for 3 days and 3 nights. Looked at the time, Jiang Shao felt almost, after all, it is not good to disturb the people at night. At this moment Jiang Shao felt that he should move. The bank card climbed 400,000 is not enough to buy a house in Beijing. State's housing prices are not cheap. Although you can installment, but Jiang Shao do not want to trouble. So rent a better environment of the house to transition is necessary. Lying in bed Jiang Shao's very exuberant. Enjoying their future good life Jiang Shao fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 5 Landlord's Sister. Early in the morning, Jiang Shao woke up and felt a burst of freshness. Rich mood is also good. Even if you get up early, not sleepy. The most important thing is that Jiang Shao found that the system's message box has another message to send money. Ding! Network user Xiao Yan generated consumption of 1 yuan. Emotional value minus 30. Cashback multiplier 30 times. Cashback amount 30 yuan. Ding! Network user Lin Dong generated a consumption of 1 yuan. Emotional value minus 20. Cashback multiplier 20 times. Cashback amount 20 yuan. Ding! Network user Su Fingnian generated a consumption of 10 yuan. Emotional value minus 60. Cashback multiplier 60 times. Cashback amount 600 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 413,000 yuan. Singing app is just this year online soon as singing cell phone software. The main focus is a group of people K-song. Combined with the current network live singing also opened a reward mode. The gift price ranges from 1 yuan to 100 yuan. The uploader and the platform is a 50 to 50 split. The amount of 300 can be withdrawn after the cash, but also can be exchanged for gifts, is still in the testing phase. The consumption generated in Jiang Zhao's system is from the singing app. Last night before going to bed Jiang Zhao uploaded a few songs he sang to the app, and now is getting feedback. The money is not much. App consumption of dozens of users. Most of them are $1 or $2, occasionally there are $10 or $8. The multiplier of the cashback is not high. The system various cashback to Jiang Zhao $3,000. Jiang Zhao is very happy, although the money is not a lot. But this shows that by singing to earn fast money this road is through. Singing app users do not have much spending habits. Can spend money shows that Jiang Zhao's songs are really able to move people. To know in the bar or street residency. As long as the singing is good earnings are also very considerable. Thinking of this Jiang Zhao decided to find a place to move first during the day today and go out to experiment at night. Renting a house is actually a very troublesome thing. But if you are willing to spend money, it is different. After spending a consultation fee in the agency, Jiang Zhao quickly looked at a house that is only listed in the agency and not rented through the agency. After all, only intends to find a transitional residence. Jiang Zhao does not want to follow the agent to run around. Guangming District, Wutong Court, Building 9, Unit 1. Jiang Zhao came to the second floor alone and rang the doorbell. Opened the door is a 27 or 8-year-old woman. Short hair, wearing a black dress, fair skin and body plump, wearing a pair of gold glasses. No makeup on the face but she is a beautiful woman. The main thing is that there is a stream of intellectual beauty. If categorized according to the region it should belong to the light mature teacher stream. Hello, it's sister by right. I'm Jiang Zhao. The landlord, Bai Ning, had heard from the agent that she was a teacher at Han-On University, but Bai Ning was from the art school and Jiang Zhao was from the business school. It wasn't in the same campus, so Jiang Zhao didn't recognize Bai Ning. Bai Ning nodded with satisfaction after sizing up Jiang Zhao. Originally Bai Ning didn't intend to rent this house to a man. But after hearing that Jiang Zhao was a current college student, he loosened up, especially if it was still a student from the same school. It was natural for a teacher to take care of it. Hello, it's Xiao Jiang right? Come on in. Sideways, Bai Ning gave a seat. When passing by Ning, Jiang Xiao smelled a fragrance. Not any perfume flavor. Very light. Seems to be the body fragrance of Bai Ning's body. Bai Ning, hand at the moment holding a rag in his hand, saw Jiang Xiao looking at himself. After a slight smile, put down the rag and said, "Just waiting for you." Nothing, dry wiped a little. "I'll show you the house." The house is a 2-bedroom. The area has almost 90 square meters. The structure is very good, and is less than 3 years of the new building. North-south ventilation. 2 rooms and 2 halls of light is very good. Looking at people, very comfortable. Interior furniture is also very new, or the last 2 years popular style. Especially the bathroom, there is a wooden bathtub. Nothing can also soak bath. I just installed this house the year before last. The furniture and other things are more fashionable. And the bedding in the bedroom is all new. Before, a couple was supposed to rent it as a new room, but ended up breaking up because of the bride price. Sure enough, Jiang Xiao saw a set of bedding in the master bedroom that hadn't been unpacked yet. The house, Jiang Xiao was very satisfied. The environment was good, not to mention that the landlord was also very eye-catching. But looking at the ring the landlord was wearing on her hand, Jiang Xiao realized that the landlord seemed to be married because she was wearing a wedding ring. "I'm satisfied with the house. Signed the contract. Sister, bye." After both sides checked each other's ID cards and Jiang Xiao's student ID card, Bai Ning said, "I'd better call you student Jiang. This house was supposed to be rented for $2,500 a month. You're a student, I'll just charge you $2,000. Rent deposit 1 to pay 3. You see, okay." Jiang Xiao said there is no problem. After the two people quickly signed a rental contract, gave Bai Ning 3 months of rent. After the deposit, Bai Ning to Jiang Xiao left a phone number, while telling Jiang Xiao she lives next door to the 201 room. There is something you can call her at any time or look for her. After Bai Ning left, Jiang Xiao realized that the scent in the house had really disappeared. Having a beautiful landlord is undoubtedly a pleasurable thing to do, especially because this landlady is not the kind of person who has a lot of things to do. After looking around his new territory, Jiang Xiao cozily laid down on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Xiao didn't have any luggage, except for a backpack to put some clothes. He left everything else to the landlord of the former rental house. Moving is too troublesome. Jiang Xiao now has money and doesn't like troubles. Lying on the sofa and lighting a cigarette, Jiang Xiao took out his cell phone and brushed up the circle of friends. The most important message in the circle of friends is the small essay written by Zhang Yu to Jiang Xiao. And even Jiang Xiao can see several Zhang Yu's lickspittles denouncing themselves under the comments. And these several lickspittles are all Jiang Xiao's classmates. In fact, yesterday, Zhang Yu sent Jiang Xiao an 60-second voice message, but Jiang Xiao didn't look at it, presumably all scolding himself. Without even thinking about it, Jiang Xiao pulled Zhang Yu and Shen Xiaoya black. There is no use in keeping this kind of people. Just at this time, Jiang Xiao suddenly realized that someone had added his WeChat. And after looking at the name, it was Xiao Meina. Isn't this Xiao Meina the person who bought herself on Idle Donkey? After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao passed Little Mina's friend request. Jiang Xiao estimated that this is also a sea queen, pondering whether it can wool gathering. After Jiang Xiao opened the small Mina's circle of friends, a look at the circle of friends, Jiang Xiao froze. This is not the Western star Guillemina, right? Although the current Guillemina has just debuted soon, but in the latter days that is the famous 4 beauties of the Western region. Frowning, Jiang Xiao knew that he encountered a photo scammer. At this time, Guillemina is still a small transparent in the entertainment industry, made a few films and TV dramas but not much fame. It is assumed that someone took her photo to pretend. Just as Jiang Xiao was thinking about whether or not to pull the plug on this photo scammer, Little Mina sent a message. Chapter 6, Tea Lady? Kamina, hello there, handsome. This greeting is spirited. Unlike the path of the Sea Queen, who is usually more reserved and specializes in fish farming. Jiang Xiao, hello. Being idle, Jiang Xiao seeks to tease this photo liar. Little Mina, my name is Guillemina. What's your name? Looking at the message sent by Xiao Meina, Jiang Xiao smiled. This is not a photo scammer. This is a pure scammer. Jiang Xiao, my name is Marza. Xiao Meina? Foreigners? Jiang Xiao, no. After the message was sent over, there was no movement there. After 2 minutes, Xiao Meina sent another message. Xiao Meina, you're bad. Malzahar is a game character. You can't fool me, angry face. Jiang Xiao, this scammer really went to check it out. Jiang Xiao seriously doubted that this guy's IQ could scam the money. Xiao Meina, not with you. I'm all realistic friends in this number. Xiao Meina, we are considered netizens. Jiang Xiao, I should count it. Xiao Meina, I haven't even made any online friends. You are my first online friend. Jiang Xiao, what a coincidence. Jiang Xiao, what a coincidence. I don't even have friends, not to mention netizens. Xiao Meina, then you poor. Maybe this is fate, spit tongue. Jiang Xiao looked at Xiao Meina's message, forehead flashed a black line. This is not fate, is deception. It's up to the two to see who can fool who. Jiang Xiao, it's quite a fate. Xiao Meina, Aya. let's not talk about it for now. The director is calling me. Xiao Meina, let's talk next time. After saying 2 sentences, Xiao Meina's side was silent. Looking at the chat dialogue box, Jiang Xiao face odd. This flavor is too punchy. In front of this is not a liar. This is the sale of tea. A moment Jiang Xiao diaphragm. If the liar is not likely to be a girl, if it is selling tea, that opposite is not likely to be a stingy man. Thinking of the future, they have to flirt with a stingy man. Jiang Xiao a burst of nausea. Just want to delete the little Mina. Jiang Xiao's phone rang, took a look at their former resident bar boss Luo Li. Jiang Xiao often singing field is Luo Li's store. Luo Li just 40 years old this year. Opened 3 bars in Beijing, is a rich man. Character is also very good. Generous character to people also good. Is the life is not good. Jiang Xiao, if you remember, not bad words. After a while Luo Li will sell their 3 bars to their wives to pay back gambling debts. And then his wife and Luo Li also ran away after the gambling debts. Luo Li was not struck down. And later opened an Edison company, and had a good life. Having a good karma. Jiang Xiao felt that if he had the chance in this life, he should still help Luo Li. Brother Luo. Hello. Jiang Xiao greeted warmly. Luo Li was a very generous person and took care of Jiang Xiao. A normal bar's resident singer's income was a daily wage plus tips plus a song order fee. Among them, the tips and song order fee are to be divided with the bar. But Luo Li never wants Jiang Xiao's share after knowing that Jiang Xiao is a student or an orphan. Xiao Jiang who rescue There's a singer who had a stomach hemorrhage from drinking last night and can't come today. Can you help my brother cover his show? Luo Li's tone was anxious. These 2 years Jingzhou bar business is very good. Singers are not lacking, but good singers are very short. Basically a carrot. Not good to transfer people. Although Jiang Xiao is not very old, but it is also the standard line of resident singers. In a hurry, Luo Li thought of Jiang Xiao, the little brother. No problem, Luo brother. Yesterday unemployed. Just want to go to you to beg for life that. Jiang Xiao said. That's great. Hearing that Jiang Xiao could come, Luo Li was relieved. Which store to go to? Brother Luo. Jiang Xiao asked. Come to Qing Slow. The show opens at 5 o'clock. You arrive at 4 o'clock to familiarize yourself with the situation. It's hot. Take a taxi. The store will reimburse you. After making an appointment with Luo Li, Jiang Xiao organized his song list. The job of a bar resident singer looks easy. As if you can make money just by standing and singing, but in reality, you have to do a lot of preparation. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Xiao arrived at Qing Slow Bar on Bar Street. Qing Slow Bar was a mid-range bar. Luo Li's 3 bars were all different in style. The other 2 were whiskey bars and nightclubs. After entering the bar, Luo Li was sitting at the bar drinking lemonade. After seeing Jiang Xiao arrived, is very enthusiastic to go forward, and Jiang Xiao hugged. Luo Li looks very comical. Early 40s, Mediterranean Sea. The head of the rhombus is clear as a big head like aliens. Although Luo Li is not good looking, but very business-minded. People are also very good. After seeing Jiang Xiao is very enthusiastic. Xiao. Haven't seen for a while. Handsome again. Armani are wearing. Broke up with that girl? Luo Li's eyes are very poisonous. The previous Jiang Xiao, in order to provide Chen Xiaoye himself, is not even spare to buy clothes. The early 20s of young people, regardless of boys and girls, are like to dress up. And Jiang Xiao is always stall goods. Even when the performance of the clothes are Luo Li sent. The bar resident singer on the image is a requirement. The clothing also have requirements. Looking at Jiang Xiao willing to spend money on himself, Luo Li knows that he and the girl is mostly blown. Jiang Xiao laughed at Luo Li's words and said, not really a breakup, not together at all. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luo Li brought Jiang Xiao to the stage. The opening time of different bars was different, but basically it was at night. Qing Slow Bar officially opened at 5 o'clock, and Jiang Xiao was filling in as the opening singer. Coming to the front of the stage, a female singer was debugging the equipment on the stage at the moment. After handing Jiang Xiao's song list to the staff, Luo Li waved his hand and called the female singer. Coco, come here for a moment. I'll introduce you to a handsome man. Jiang Xiao glanced at the girl called Coco. Coco was not tall, just 1.6 meters or so, but had a hot body. Wearing a sleeveless tight t-shirt of Pikachu. Pikachu's 2 big eyes printed right at the girl's greatness. After sizing up Coco's appearance, Jiang Xiao froze. Luo, you called me. Ha, senior. The singer Luo called to save the show is you. Coco's eyes lit up the moment she saw Jiang Xiao. Luo Li froze, then said smilingly, you guys know each other. This is my schoolmate. We performed together at the welcome party last year. Jiang Xiao also did not expect to be able to meet Coco here. Coco's first name was Li Ku, and she was a junior student in the vocal department of the College of Arts. Last year at the welcome party, Jiang Xiao and Li Ku sang a song Love of a Lifetime together. At that time Li Ku expressed her good feelings towards Jiang Xiao. But unfortunately Jiang Xiao had his mind on Chen Xiaoye and simply ignored Li Ku. In all fairness, Li Ku's face value is stronger than Chen Xiaoye's, and is still the kind of sweet doll face girl. Tied-up pill head is very cute. Li Ku's character is also very good. The family conditions are also good. Parents are employees of state-owned enterprises seem to be still what the middle leadership. Can be said that Chen Xiaoye than Li Ku in addition to height is not any advantage. Chapter 7 Singing and Crying. Since we know each other then Coco I can leave Xiao Xiao in your care. Your senior has just fallen out of love. Xiao Xiao. Go to old Zhao's place to settle the bill at night. Or the old rules. Luo Li is a person from the past. He naturally understands what Li Ku's discharging eyes mean. Li Ku had been in the store for a while. Luo Li had never seen Li Ku give this look to any man. So Luo Li did not hesitate to send an assist. After giving an explanation Luo Li went to his nightclub. Luo Li's 3 nightclubs are the most profitable is that nightclub. At the same time the nightclub things are also the most. Basically Luo Li every night to sit in the nightclub. After Luo Li left Li Ku walked up and said, "Senior, let's go eat together after work. We haven't met for a long time." Li Ku was the one who caught the message Luo Li was conveying. When they first met, Li Ku was ready to pursue Jiang Xiao and had also taken action. But at that time, Jiang Xiao's eyes were all about Chen Xiaoye, and Li Ku was completely throwing winks to the blind. Jiang Xiao at this time also feel their eyes may be blind. Li Ku this little beauty is not more than Chen Xiaoye in sense. At least Li Ku will not take Jiang Xiao as a fish. Jiang Xiao also remembers, when Li Ku sent Jiang Xiao a more expensive guitar. But Jiang Xiao did not dare to want, for fear that Chen Xiaoye angry. Although Chen Xiaoye said she didn't mind afterward, she still ignored Jiang Xiao for a week. Sure, what do you want to eat senior treat you? Although Li Ku didn't mind treating her. Although Li Ku spent money Jiang Xiao was able to get cashback. But for a person who had good intentions towards him Jiang Xiao still couldn't do it without a lower limit. It was Jiang Xiao's character to make a clear distinction between grudges. Good. Senior please. After hearing Jiang Xiao's affirmative answer, Li Ku's big eyes lit up. Then it's a deal. Don't back out. Li Ku's face was full of leaps and bounds. Thinking about the years when Li Ku asked Jiang Xiao to eat no less than 20 times. Jiang Xiao did not agree once. At 5 o'clock, the bar opened. Although it is 5 o'clock to open, but the bar will be in advance to put the guests in. 5 o'clock Jiang Xiao on stage when there are already 7 or 8 tables of guests. The average income of Jingzhou bar resident singer a day between 300 and 500. Every half hour can rest for 15 minutes. This counts as a party. Every night a singer to sing enough 3 parties, counting the interaction, rest in more than 2 hours. Jiang Xiao is also considered stage experience. Standing in the center of the stage also do not see stage fright. Holding the microphone Jiang Xiao said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Qing Slow Bar. Today to see a lot of new friends and old friends to come is really too happy. Then next to our wonderful to give you a song link. A Milk Tea's classic song Later hope you can like. Later was a classic song by Milk Tea. Many singers in the bar would sing this song, but there didn't seem to be many boys who could sing this song well. Some of the patrons within the bar looked towards the stage, seemingly interested in the boys' version of Later. Some others frowned darkly, as if they didn't believe that Jiang Xiao could sing the song well. It's easy to sing Milk Tea's song. It's not easy to sing it well. This boy looks quite handsome. I just don't know if he can handle this song well. It doesn't matter if you can't sing well. Looking at a handsome guy is very eye-pleasing. Many customers were exchanging ideas with their companions, and in an inconspicuous position within the bar, a woman with an icy complexion suddenly laughed and looked at a woman beside her and asked, "Xiao Wen, it wasn't you who arranged this." The woman called Xiao Wen is not tall, in her early 30s with short hair and ordinary appearance, belonging to the type that won't be noticed even when thrown into the crowd. But this woman's physique is very strong. A pair of hands is not like other women is well maintained. On the contrary, it is very rough and full of calluses. If there were connoisseurs, they would be able to tell that this woman called Xiaowen was a practiced fighter. "Sister, I didn't arrange this. It might just be a coincidence," Xiaowen said with a face full of indifference. The temperament of the woman who spoke was cold enough, but this Xiaowen was even more like ice. Coincidence? Maybe. Detsy, if the singing is okay remember to tip later. The iceberg woman turned her head to the man sitting on the other side who was obviously a bodyguard and said, "Got it, sister-in-law." What happened off stage was unknown to Jiang Xiao. The lights hit and Jiang Xiao opened the mic. "Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared in the sea. Later, I finally realized in tears. Some people, once you miss them, you'll never see them again." After the opening 4 sentences, the bar instantly quiet, as if the singer has some magic, and even a lot of people in the chat also do not speak began to quietly listen to the song. Later, finally understand in tears. Some people, once missed, no longer, never again. There was a boy who loved that girl. After the song, The whole bar was quiet. Jiang Zhao's whole body froze. He realized that everyone was looking at himself. Even the bar staff were not working anymore. They were all looking at Jiang Zhao. A song was only a few minutes, but everyone felt as if they had lived their youth all over again. All those regrets and unwillingness surfaced. Jiang Zhao saw Li Ku under the stage. At this moment this girl's eyes were moist, full of heartache. Jiang Zhao knew that Li Ku misunderstood. Probably thought he was still in love with Chen Xiaoye. Li Ku, this is still considered restrained. The bar customers can have restrained. A big weighty girl had already started bawling. Woo woo. I miss my husband. Husband, I miss you so much. Woo woo. Wait. I don't think I have a husband. Hiccup. Handsome. Sing it again. A girl suddenly shouted. Sing it again. Someone soon started to chime in. Jiang Zhao was all confused. He had thought that the god of song skill would have an effect, but he didn't expect it to be so great that he could sing to someone crying. Inside the bar, Xiaowen was also confused because she saw her big sister crying. Ever since she started working for her big sister as a bodyguard, Xiaowen had seen her big sister cry once. The iceberg beauty didn't bawl like that big weighty girl. Wiping her tears, the iceberg beauty waved her hand at Detzi, the bodyguard at the side. Does Z, let this little brother sing again. Dezi nodded and casually took out $100,000 in cash from a briefcase beside him. The atmosphere of the scene had already come up, so Jiang Zhao would not mind singing again. Just as Jiang Zhao was about to sing later again, he saw a burly man who was at 1 meter 8.5 tall walk over. Dude, you'll sing this song tonight. Dezi finished speaking and placed $100,000 on a small table beside Jiang Zhao. The guests inside the bar also sucked in a breath of cold air. They've seen those who rewarded. They've also seen those who ordered songs. But no one has seen those who took $100,000 to play. This kind of handwriting didn't seem like it should appear in a venue like Qing Slo. Chapter 8, Queen of Real Estate. Ding. Kaimuching generates a consumption of 100,000 yuan. Emotional value 100. Cashback multiplier 100 times. Cashback amount 10 million yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 10,413,000 yuan. Ding. Kaimuching's emotional value reaches 100. The host obtains the Black Iron Treasure Chest *1. Jiang Zhao froze, earning $10 million from a song. This matter was metaphysical enough even with the system. This strong man in front of him surely can't be called Kaimuching. Jiang Zhao felt that he should thank this sister. Where is this female bodhisattva coming from? Wait, Kaimuching, how is the name a little familiar that? Looking at the strong man in front of him, Jiang Zhao, who had recovered a trace of his sanity, asked offhandedly, how many times do you sing? Sing all the time, said Dezi, turned back to the seat, along the direction of Dezi. Because the distance is not far, Jiang Zhao also saw the woman called Kaimuching. Looking at the face that is a little familiar, Jiang Zhao instantly remembered who Kaimuching is. Speaking of which, Jiang Zhao's rebirth also has a trace of origin with this Kaimuching. Before he was reborn, Jiang Zhao and his boss went to Simu Mountain to return a wish, and there were quite a few temples and nunneries on Simu Mountain. On the way, Jiang Zhao saw a female nun whose age could not be seen, but whose appearance was comparable to that of a movie star. Jiang Zhao's boss seemed to recognize this nun, and on the way back, he told Jiang Zhao the story of this female nun. This female nun is Kaimuching. In the period from 10 to 13 years, Kaimuching is the richest woman in Handong, and many people feel that the entire Handong Kaimuching's financial strength is able to rank into the top 5. Kaimuching, background unknown, age unknown. Circle Public News is around 2000 when Handong famous coal boss Chen Guang spent 200 million to marry Kaimuching over the door. This thing at that time is very sensational. After the door, Kaimuching is not a vase. On the contrary, has been helping Chen Guang to take care of business. In 2007, Chen Guang sold all the coal mines under the suggestion of Kaimuching, followed by the national rectification of the coal industry in 2008. Chen Guang successfully landed. The circle of people said that he found a good wife. In 2009, when Chen Guang and Kaimuching into the real estate industry, with a strong cash flow, the couple jumped into the whole of Handong and even the country's famous real estate developers. Kaimuching is even known as the Handong real estate queen. Even the beta Wang Jianlin want to come to Handong to develop real estate have to pay a visit to the Kaimuching couple. Unfortunately, in 10 years when Kaimuching for Chen Guang gave birth to a daughter, the child was not born. Chen Guang died of cancer. The good thing is that Kaimuching's own ability is not inferior to Chen Guang or even more than Chen Guang. After giving birth to a daughter, Kaimuching with their own family group to continue to expand the territory. The business is also more and more diversified. By the time 13 years of Kaimuching's strength has almost belonged to the level of Handong's ceiling. Variables appeared in 13 years this year. Kaimuching's only daughter was kidnapped. Find people when the little girl has become a corpse. This matter let Kaimuching very hit. The next year Kaimuching sold all the industry, do not know where to go. Later it was rumored that Kai Muching had become a monk, and this woman has become a legend in the whole of Handong. But of course, only the upper echelons of Handong know. After listening to the boss tell himself the story of Kai Muching, Jiang Xiao fell asleep in a daze and woke up reborn. Jiang Xiao felt very interesting. He had seen Kai Muching before he was reborn, and he also saw her after he was reborn. In the words of the stingy man Xiao Meina, it is fate. Looking at the cash in front of him and Kai Muching not far away, Jiang Xiao was torn for a while. Conscientiously, Jiang Xiao wanted to tell Kai Muching that her daughter would be kidnapped this year, and looking at Kai Muching's current state that things should not have happened yet. But the problem is that no one will believe him if he says it. If Jiang Xiao goes over and says, "Hey, Kai Bodhisattva, your daughter will be kidnapped this year, and she will also be gagged, so you should be careful," if he really said that, Jiang Xiao guessed that Detzi could hammer himself to death. Let's hope this tragedy won't happen in this time and space that changes the world line. Jiang Xiao could only comfort himself this way. After all, people can't do things that exceed their ability. Even if Jiang Xiao has a system, this matter is not something he can get involved in right now. If there is that chance, naturally it's going to be managed. But right now this matter is obviously not something that Jiang Xiao can get involved in. Obviously the kidnapping of Kai Muching's daughter is involved in a struggle of interests. And this kind of struggle can kill. Let's find a chance to write a letter to remind her. There's only so much that can be done. After making up his mind, Jiang Xiao no longer dwelled on this matter and started singing again at his job. The customers at the scene never got tired of listening to a song called Later. Jiang Xiao sang it over and over again for nearly 20 times. And in the end it had turned into a chorus at the bar. Kai Muching took a phone call and left after listening for more than an hour, not giving Jiang Xiao a chance to write a letter. So naturally Jiang Xiao called it a day after singing enough for 2 hours. "Brother Zhao, this is $50,000. After calling it a day, Jiang Xiao found the bar manager. "Brother Zhao." Brother Zhao was slightly stunned and then said, "Xiao Xiao, Brother Luo said that the store doesn't take a cut of your tips and song order money. Although this $50,000 could make Brother Zhao's performance go up a notch, the boss's rules still had to be spoken." Jiang Xiao didn't take the $50,000 that Brother Zhao pushed back. This night, in addition to Kai Muching's $100,000, Jiang Xiao also received a $5,000 tip. This amount was already quite high in Changslo Bar, more than what Jiang Xiao used to earn in a month. Moreover, the emotional value of this group of people were all very high, and the system had given Jiang Xiao a full $300,000 in cash back. "Brother Zhao, there is money for everyone to earn. Brother Luo has been taking care of me for the past few years, so give me a chance as well." Jiang Xiao smilingly asked Brother Zhao to accept the $50,000. Brother Zhao's eyes changed. He had known Jiang Xiao for a while. The past Jiang Zhao's impression to him didn't seem to be like this, and his personality was a bit introverted. To be honest, if not for the good singing of Jiang Xiao coupled with a good image, is not very suitable to eat this bowl of rice singing. Zhao also remembered that Jiang Xiao just came to a big brother to let him drink he did not drink. The big brother almost gave him a bottle of wine. This person will change so much? Unable to compete with Jiang Xiao, Brother Zhao had to accept the money. At the same time, Zhao ordered another $1,000. "Xiao Xiao, one size fits all. This $500 is your paycheck for today. And another $500 is the taxi money and a little token of appreciation from the store. You sang well today and sold a lot of wine." Jiang Xiao didn't push back. After all, his system needed 500 million to be upgraded. Ding! Zhao Temple generates an associated consumption of 1,000 yuan. Emotional value of 60. Cashback multiplier of 60 times. Cashback amount 60,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 10,773,000 yuan. Chapter 9. Dad, you don't know him at all. Jiang Xiao didn't leave the bar after work. After ordering a cocktail, he planned to wait for Li Ke to get off work and go for a late-night snack together. At 9 o'clock, Li Ke wrapped up work. Quickly collecting her things, Li Ke ran to Jiang Zhao's side. Let's go. Senior, I know a crayfish. It's delicious. My treat." Li Ke very boldly sat on Jiang Zhao's arm. Just now when she was on the stage, she could see a lot of demonic bitches to hook up with Jiang Xiao. Li Ke belonged to the girl who dared to love and hate. Before, Jiang Xiao had Chen Xiaoye in his heart. There was no place for him. Now that Jiang Xiao and Chen Xiaoye have broken up, Li Ke thinks. Li Ke feels that she has to act. After all, this may be Li Ke's only chance in this life. To drive Chen Xiaoye completely out of Jiang Zhao's heart, Li Ke felt obligated to do so. Jiang Xiao did not reject Li Ke's small ambiguity. Without the dark cloud of Chen Xiaoye, Jiang Xiao looks at anyone. After leaving the door of the bar, Li Ke was still talking and laughing, but when she saw a middle-aged man rushing towards her, her whole body froze. It's over. My dad is here. He's most against my early love." Li Ke looked at the middle-aged man getting closer and closer to her with panic in her tone. Jiang Xiao was speechless, patting Li Ke's arm. Jiang Xiao said, You're a junior. Li Ku froze for a moment, then said happily, yeah, I forgot if you didn't say it. I can fall in love now. After saying that, Li Ku held up her Pikachu, but she just looked a little underdressed in her eyes. Coco. Li Ming's complexion wasn't very good. Anyone who saw that the little cabbage they had raised for 20 years was going to be arched by a pig wouldn't be in a good mood. Jiang Shao also felt a chill. He felt as if Li Ku's father's eyes were going to knife him. Without moving his arm, Jiang Shao went forward and greeted. Good day, uncle. Aha. Li Ming's tone was cold and unenthusiastic. After glancing at Li Ku, Li Ming said, let's go. Go home. Li Ku was obviously not happy. Dad, we all agreed to have dinner together, Li Ming said with a hint of rawness in his tone. It's too late today. Tomorrow during the day Dad treats you guys to dinner. Go to the old vegetable restaurant. After saying this, Li Ming also looked at Jiang Shao and said, young man, tomorrow you see okay. Jiang Shao dared to say no. Quickly said, no problem uncle. Tomorrow I treat you to dinner. Li Ku's small eyes were full of pleading, but Jiang Shao could only give her a look of love. Don't say that he and Li Ku are just friends. Even if he is a boyfriend, then he can't make a fuss. You have to know that even a son-in-law and an in-law have conflicting attributes. After hearing Jiang Zhao's answer, Li Ming took a sigh of relief and soon took Li Ku, who had taken 3 steps back, onto an Audi A4. Dad, what are you doing? It was so hard for me to get a date with the senior, and it was all ruined by you. In the car, Li Ku huffed and puffed. Li Ming sighed and said, Coco, it's not that Dad doesn't agree with you falling in love, but do you think a boy who frequents bars can be reliable? Li Ming couldn't possibly let Li Ku stay by his side for the rest of her life, and he also knew that his daughter was going to marry when she got older, and she was going to get married and have children. But even if it is a relationship, is to find a reliable person. He saw Jiang Shao all Armani designer brand. The appearance is not bad. It is obvious that the hotel to pick up the little girl kind of people. Li Ku although usually easygoing character, but she cannot hear others say Jiang Shao is not good, even their own dad cannot. All of a sudden the little girl exploded. Dad, you don't know him at all. He's not the kind of person you're talking about. Li Ku then talked about Jiang Zhao's life. What with his parents dying when he was young, growing up eating 100 meals and relying on singing to earn tuition. The more Li Ku said, Li Ming felt more wrong. Jiang Shao that a line Li Ming saw. Armani, although there is no legend that are tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of a piece, but unusual Armani also want a few $1,000s. Jiang Shao that a line to nearly $10,000. A young man did not graduate from college. No background usually have to live where Armani? There are only 2 explanations for this situation. Either Jiang Shao was adopted or eats soft rice, or else the money is not the right way. Whichever the case, Li Ming cannot let his daughter contact with such a person. Invisible brainstorming is the most deadly, but Li Ming's brainstorming is also normal. When consumption and stature don't match, then there must be a problem. As for the money is earned by Jiang Shao herself, Li Ming ignored this option. After all, he didn't know that actually bar singers are very profitable when they are well developed. Li Ku had been commiserating with Jiang Shao in WeChat until Jiang Shao promised to take her to dinner when he had the chance to coax Li Ku. As for what Li Ming said about treating Jiang Shao, just listened. At the moment Li Ming saw Jiang Shao felt that Li Ming had thought about where to bury himself. After casually eating a little something outside, Jiang Shao took a taxi back to Wutong Court. A car. Jiang Shao think their own house rent early. If you know today can earn 10 million. Jiang Shao directly buy a house on the good. 10 million buy villa can be. Slipped into the neighborhood. Just opened the security door of the unit. Jiang Shao felt the back was hit. A burst of aroma entered Jiang Zhao's nose. Turning his head, Jiang Shao realized that it was actually Bai Ning. Sister Bai, it's you. Jiang Shao gave a greeting. Bai Ning looked a little flustered and said a word before hurrying up the stairs. By the light, Jiang Shao vaguely noticed that there seemed to be a slap mark on Bai Ning's face. Want to ask about the situation? Jiang Shao and feel too abrupt. After all, the two have just met. Modern society, the sense of boundaries or to have. Steel City does not need so many familiar. After returning home, Jiang Shao took a shower. During this time, Jiang Shao opened the treasure chest given by the system. The treasure chest rewarded Jiang Shao with a pill to strengthen his body. The effect was also very straightforward, able to raise Jiang Zhao's physical quality to the peak of the current human population. After Jiang Shao ate the body strengthening pill, the effect was very obvious. The moment he ate it, Jiang Shao felt his body was full of energy. Even the vision that was originally a bit myopic was restored to normal. The whole process of strengthening the body was extremely silky smooth. There was no legendary process of black liquid coming out all over the body. It was just like eating a candy bean. After leaving the bathroom, Jiang Shao felt like he was covered in strength. For a moment Jiang Shao felt like he was able to beat a cow to death. Lying on the sofa, Jiang Shao turned on the TV. On the TV was broadcasting a TV series Regulus Sword Trail of Heaven. This was a TV series broadcast in 11 years, produced by Sugarman Pictures, starring Hu Gu, Jiang Quan Wang, Lu Si, and Guillemina, who were all handsome men and women. Sugarman in 11 years has not gone downhill. In the ancient puppet theater is also the existence of the tripod. Especially the two immortal sword has established its status in the Jianghu. The TV show is playing the footage of Guillemina. Looking at the TV with a face full of collagen Guillemina, Jiang Shao suddenly remembered the stingy little Mina in WeChat. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao hastily took out his cell phone and prepared to pull this dead siren to black. Just took out his cell phone, Jiang Shao heard a movement outside the door. Bang bang bang. Light. Dang dang dang. At first it was a knock on the door. In the end it directly turned into a slamming sound. And Jiang Shao could also hear a roar coming from outside the door from time to time. Chapter 10 Wang Ba Fist. Invincible. Bai Ning. You don't open the door again, I'll set the house on fire. Shout after shout came from outside the door. Jiang Shao frowned and took his cell phone and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he only saw a strong man at the door of Bai Ning's house who was more than 1 meter 9 in height, weighed at least 200 pounds, and was covered in muscle blocks, was smashing the door. The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of the strong man. After looking back at Jiang Shao, the strong man's face changed. Bam! The strong man ruthlessly kicked on the security door of Bai Ning's house. Then the strong man cursed, I said you this bitch, I'll refuse to give that house to my brother to get married with. It turns out that you raised a little white boy. Open the door. I have to beat you to death today. This scolding, Jiang Shao is not happy. From the meaning of the strong man's words, this person should be Bai Ning's husband. If it is the previous, Jiang Shao will not care about this kind of thing. Things between husband and wife, tube good tube bad, are easy to offend people. What's more, that strong man looks very fierce, not very good to mess with the appearance. But now Jiang Shao is not the same. The card climbed 10 million cash. If with some of the second generation fight, that is certainly not enough to see. But with this guy in front of the fight, Jiang Shao think the problem is not big. Not according to the standard of $500,000 to beat him. Hey, why don't you speak human language? I'm a tenant. Keep your mouth clean. Jiang Shao stepped forward and looked at the strong man in front of him and said. Jiang Shao's words made the strong man in front of him freeze. Looking at the thin Jiang Shao in front of him, the strong man did not expect him to dare to talk back. Oh, never been beaten? Still eating soft rice? Addicted to being a white boy? Believe it or not, I'll spend your face. The strong man turned around and pointed at Jiang Shao's nose and said. Just at this time the security door of Bai Ning's house opened. Wearing a cotton pajama, Bai Ning's face said anxiously. Mr. Jiang, go back quickly. This is my husband Feng Zhuang. He's drunk. There's nothing wrong with him. You quickly go inside. Before Bai Ning finished her words, Feng Zhuang turned his hand and slapped Bai Ning. Bai Ning stumbled and fell to the ground after being slapped. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shao couldn't stand it, scolding him even if it's not enough, but also hit a woman. What a thing! The most important thing is that the one who was hit is still a beautiful woman. Quickly stepping forward and pushing Feng Zhuang away, Jiang Shao picked up Bai Ning. Close to Bai Ning, Jiang Shao again smelled the faint fragrance, which proved that Jiang Shao guessed well before. Bai Ning really is the kind of woman who brings her own body fragrance. Of course the immediate future was not the time to study the scent of Bai Ning's body. Is it alright, Sister Bai? Feng Zhuang's slap was so heavy that the corner of Bai Ning's mouth was bloodied. I'm fine. Watch out. Jiang Shao only heard Bai Ning let out a cry of surprise, and then he felt that he was kicked in the back. The kick didn't hurt, but the impact still caused Jiang Zhao's entire body to lunge forward. Bai Ning, who had just been helped up by Jiang Shao, was knocked down again, and the moment he fell to the ground, Jiang Shao reacted very quickly to protect the back of Bai Ning's head, and then the two of them fell to the ground together, with four eyes facing each other. Bai Ning felt her breathing become rapid. At this moment she and Jiang Shao were almost face to face, and could even feel each other's breath. Little white boy, how dare you make a move? Don't even inquire about what I do for a living? Let me tell you, I used to be the Henan province's 100 kg sparring champion for 3 consecutive years, and I've practiced sparring for 20 years. I can fight 10 people like you. Feng Zhuang did not put the Jiang Shao in front of him in the slightest. Jiang Zhao's action was seen as a provocation by Feng Zhuang, especially when he looked at Jiang Shao and Bai Ning necking together. Feng Zhuang's eyes glared like copper bells. Feng Zhuang is not bragging. Back then he was indeed the champion of sparring. The peak performances and 5 teammates fought away more than 30 small hooligans. He didn't have the slightest regard for the likes of Jiang Shao. Once again picking up Bai Ning, Jiang Shao took his cell phone and said, I'm telling you, hurry up, or else I'll call the police. A trace of disdain flashed across Feng Zhuang's face as he stepped forward and slapped Jiang Zhao's hand. The cell phone snapped and fell to the ground, the screen shattering. You compensate me for my cell phone. Jiang Shao roared angrily and charged straight up. Fighting well. Always have to find a reason. Cell phone what Jiang Shao simply do not care. The main thing is to want to beat him. Looked at Jiang Shao rushed up. Feng Zhuang simply did not care. He could see Jiang Shao simply not much hand. Weight is 120 pounds or so. With Jiang Zhao's height of 1.78 m is a little thin. Feng Zhuang used to be a big kilogram player. Heavier than Jiang Shao a whole 80 kilograms. Heavyweight to beat Jiang Shao this kind of lightweight is not much different from beating a child. Seeing that Jiang Shao rushed to his front, Feng Zhuang did not even think about it as a straight fist hit the past. This punch Feng Zhuang is punching Jiang Zhao's chin. Feng Zhuang is not a little cute. He knows very well how to hit a person. How to hit without incident. Hitting the chin can knock Jiang Shao stunned and will not cause any damage. Just when Feng Zhuang's fist was about to hit Jiang Zhao's chin, Jiang Zhao's head suddenly turned and dodged. Feng Zhuang was slightly stunned. Coincidence? In this moment of confusion, Jiang Zhao's Wang Bao fist had already swung out, left and right. The Wang Bao fist was like rain. Just kicked by Feng Zhuang. Jiang Shao just did not defend. Opposite Feng Zhuang is not clear that the man in front of him is already the ceiling of the physical quality of the earthlings. Fighting to put it bluntly is to see the strength reaction endurance and whatnot. Feng Zhuang is strong, but also to see with whom then. Raining down the Wang Bao punch made Feng Zhuang a moment of confusion, but soon he reacted. Although Jiang Zhao's speed was said to be fast, his strength didn't seem to be great. What he didn't know was that Jiang Shao was collecting his strength. He was afraid that the strength would be too much to kill Feng Zhuang. Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Bai Ning on the side was on the verge of crying. Bai Ning wanted to pull the fight but simply could not keep up with the two people. Feng Zhuang was whacked a dozen times and then reacted. Jiang Zhao's strength is small, fast, but there is little skill. Fights all rely on a rush of energy. With their own rich fighting skills Feng Zhuang surprisingly with Jiang Shao tangled up. But in the process of entanglement Feng Zhuang is very depressed to find as if Jiang Shao hit his own 7 or 8 punches, he can only return a punch. Thinking about this, Feng Zhuang decided to use wrestling skills to clean up Jiang Shao, pulling away from the distance. Feng Zhuang a dive ready to hold Jiang Shao, but in the dive a moment Feng Zhuang suddenly realized that Jiang Shao actually laughed. At a second glance, Jiang Zhao's knee had already come up. Jiang Zhao's knee hit Feng Zhuang's chin, and Feng Zhuang's whole body hardened, then fainted. Mighty Mo! Mighty Wu! Mighty! Jiang Shao went to the police station. With him also Bai Ning and Feng Zhuang has woken up. The commotion was so loud that a neighbor reported it to the police. The police in charge of mediation is a bit confused. Fighting this kind of thing he dealt with I do not know how many cases, but this is the first time to see such a bizarre situation. Physically strong practitioners were beaten like a pig's head, but also fainted. And obviously college students look like people but not much hurt, is the clothes were broken with the same cloth. Chapter 11 MS. Bai's gratitude. Mediation room. The case of the police Sun Fuguwei looked at the file in front of him and the video data in the computer. The whole person was stunned. Sycamore Court's hallways are installed with surveillance. The matter is also very clear. Is a simple fight. And according to Sun Fuguwei's experience, although Feng Zhuang was beaten like a pig's head, but it was just a superficial injury, and even an examination of the injury was necessary. This kind of situation is usually mediation-based. Just what Sun Fuguwei couldn't figure out was how this young man in front of him had knocked a champion unconscious. Feng Zhuang, who had practiced sparring for 20 years, was broken up by a seemingly unarmed college student. This matter was outrageous. Tell me, how do you want to solve it? The two of you, a teacher from the sports academy and a current college student. It's not good for anyone if you make a big deal out of it, Sun Fuguwei advised. Usually this kind of thing is just a mutual compensation. After all, both sides have moved their hands. It is considered a mutual assault. Feng Zhuang heard Sun Fuguwei's words after the eyeballs fluttering. He is a university teacher. This matter is a big mess. It is not likely to be disciplined. And then a little more serious, to be expelled is not impossible. Feng Zhuang's expression was Jiang Zhao's eyes. Took a look at the injury on Bai Ning's face. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned and shouted, "Detain him. I don't mediate. Detain him, lock him up in a small dark room. Hit the woman. What things?" Jiang Zhao. This voice scared Sun Fuguwei. "Jiang students, you calm down some. You guys are beating each other up. If you don't accept mediation you'll be in trouble too." Although it was said that mediation should be unbiased, but people have emotions and it was clear how things came about. Feng Zhuang's domestic violence was stopped by Jiang Shao, then triggered a mutual assault. Sun Fuguwei was unable to look at this kind of wife-beating scum. "I don't care and detain me. The big deal is that the school will give me a disciplinary action. I have a clear conscience. So what if I'm expelled? It's too infuriating." Jiang Shao had a face of righteous indignation. A trace of admiration appeared on Sun Fuguwei's face. Since the incident of help or not to help came out, there weren't many young people who were so passionate. Bai Ning looked at Jiang Shao. his eyes full of guilt. This matter originally has nothing to do with Jiang Shao. Pulling the corner of Jiang Zhao's coat that is the same as the beggar's clothes, Bai Ning said in a gentle tone, Jiang students, or forget it. I have nothing to do. Because of the impact this matter has caused you, Sister Bai will feel bad in her heart. Feng Zhuang, who was at the side, looked at his wife being so gentle with another man and his face turned green, but the present was not the time to consider this matter. Feng Zhuang has a large family to rely on him to feed. The risk of losing his job is he cannot afford. In front of Jiang Shao is obviously running to die with himself. After thinking about it, Feng Zhuang was ready to go soft. Cough cough. Jiang Shao, you see, both of us have been beaten. I am still more seriously injured than you. Otherwise forget it. I don't want you to compensate. And I won't hit Bai Ning in the future. Let's reconcile. Jiang Shao looked at Feng Zhuang with contempt and then said, there is only one time and countless times of domestic violence. Neither of us will be good. Hitting a woman? Bah! Scum! Die together! Looking at the oily Jiang Shao, Feng Zhuang's head was about to explode. Sun Fuguei on the side thought about it, then called Jiang Shao out alone. In the corridor, Sun Fuguei took out a laccoon and handed it to Jiang Shao, and took out one himself and held it in his mouth. Jiang Shao was very sensible and took out a lighter to help Sun Fuguei light up the cigarette. Young man, a sense of justice is a good thing. This society needs young people with a sense of justice like you. But there is a sense of justice should also know how to protect themselves. After all, it is the couple's thing, and like he practiced sparring origin, around the 3 religions and 9 streams of friends have. Do you understand what I mean? How can Jiang Shao not understand Sun Fuguei's meaning? All of this is actually just Jiang Zhao's calculation. According to the situation of the 2 people, even if they are detained for a few days, Feng Zhuang came out after dredging a little bit to keep the job is no problem. Just will be a little bit of trouble. Jiang Zhao's purpose could be more than that. Nodding, Jiang Shao said, Uncle, I understand what you mean. I just can't swallow this. Sun Fuguei was almost 50 years old, and Jiang Shao calling him uncle seemed to bring the 2 of them a lot closer together. What can be done about it? A lot of little girls think they've met a good man when they're young, but it's actually a hotbed. Look on the bright side. Go in later and I'll continue to mediate. Don't think about blowing yourself up with that kind of person. It's not worth it. Well, think about it yourself. I've said a bit too much. Sun Fuguei patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder after finishing a cigarette, then walked into the mediation room. Ding! Feng Zhuang generated a gift consumption of 30,000 renminbi. Emotional value -50. Cashback multiplier 50 times. Cashback amount of 1,500,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 12,273,000 yuan. Jiang Shao did not really choose to die with Feng Zhuang. After Feng Zhuang compensated Jiang Shao $30,000. Jiang Shao chose to settle. This amount of money normally speaking even very good. After all, Feng Zhuang injury than Jiang Shao a little more serious. But Jiang Shao also has reason. His cell phone was smashed. Feng Zhuang's compensation is nothing. The system this waved directly to Jiang Shao cashback of 1.5 million. Looking at the Feng Zhuang in front of him, Jiang Shao pondered whether to beat him again. After all, the feeling of beating people and getting money is too much. At the door of the police station, after looking at the absence of the police, Feng Zhuang viciously pointed at Bai Ning and said, I tell you this is not over. That set of houses you hurry to give me. My brother waiting to get married that. Bai Ning's character seems to be a bit rebellious. Or maybe it was Feng Zhuang beat fear. Just lowered his head and looked at his toes. Although with her angle cannot see their own toes. Bai Ning being honest did not mean that Jiang Shao was honest. Slapping Feng Zhuang's hand away, Jiang Shao dragged Bai Ning behind himself. I'm telling you, if you dare to make a move on MS, Bai again I'll even beat you up. I don't have a father or a mother, and I'm barefoot. What's the matter? Come with me for a limit 1 for 1 ah. We'll see. Feng Zhuang was obviously scared by the seemingly rash Jiang Shao. After living for more than 30 years, he had never seen such a fast fist. Leaving behind a vicious sentence, Feng Zhuang left in a sorry state. Looking at Feng Zhuang who left, Jiang Shao who was still full of anger calmed down his face. He knew that this matter was not finished. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Bai Ning walked up and said with great gratitude, the family has a hard time reading the scripture. Bai Ning's situation Jiang Shao can also guess 1 or 2. It's nothing more than encountering scum at the best age. It's okay, Sister Bai. It's nothing. Jiang Shao smiled, signaling Bai Ning not to care. Bai Ning suddenly realized that this little boy in front of her smiled especially well. Although it was a bit funny with the battered beggar's clothes, but Bai Ning still felt it looked good. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Don't leave any injuries. Feng Zhuang hit quite hard, seemingly thinking of some bad memories. Bai Ning frowned slightly. Chapter 12, A Sense of Justice? Just a craving. It's fine. Sister bye. That kind of scum I can fight 10. Can't hurt me. Jiang Shao knew there was nothing wrong with him and didn't want to go to the hospital. Bai Ning said with a slight frown. It's better to go for a checkup. I don't feel at ease if I don't. After saying this, Bai Ning dragged Jiang Shao into one of her golf cars without saying a word. To the hospital to check some after Jiang Shao simply what things are not. Back on the road Bai Ning kept complaining about Jiang Shao, have said. Check the money I spend. How do you give yourself? Although it is said that Bai Ning spend money Jiang Shao can get cashback. But Jiang Shao is know how to put a long line to catch a big fish. Bai Ning, who was driving seriously, didn't notice a hint of fire in Jiang Shao's eyes as he looked at himself. Admittedly, Jiang Shao helped Bai Ning because of a hint of justice. But justice is not all. Jiang Shao needs to admit that he craves Bai Ning's body. This ceiling-level young woman is very much to the taste of Jiang Shao, a man whose mental age is already 30 years old. Although elementary school sister Li Ku is also very good. But after all, it is two kinds of feelings. If once Jiang Shao estimated will make a choice. Now Jiang Shao all want. Money is the hero goal. At the same time men have money to become bad. Jiang Shao feel that he may want to become bad, but their own bad to be in good taste. Getting a woman's body is not a skill. Jiang Shao thinks, it's not impossible to make a scene, but getting a woman's heart is still challenging, and Jiang Shao plans to try a high-end bureau. Not letting Bai Ning spend money was just a small tactic of Jiang Shao. The previous Jiang Shao didn't ask girls to spend money because he was a licking dog. The current Jiang Shao had become a belter. There's not much money in it. If Sister Bai feels too much, just treat me to dinner tomorrow. Jiang Shao looked at Bai Ning sideways with a slight hint of wantonness in his eyes. Driving Bai Ning didn't notice Jiang Zhao's gaze. Instead she said, if you don't say I'm going to treat you to dinner to thank you, if I don't have you today, I don't know what to do. After saying that Bai Ning sighed. That expression was very compassionate. Jiang Shao thought for a moment and asked, Sister Bai, he has hit you. You have not thought of divorce? It can be seen that Feng Zhuang and Bai Ning's husband and wife relationship is very abnormal. And Feng Zhuang is obviously a domestic violence man, is not a rich man. Jiang Shao is a little puzzled. Bai Ning so good conditions, why will choose Feng Zhuang? This is not reasonable. It seems to have touched some kind of memory. Bai Ning said quietly, in the past, he was quite progressive. We know because I was harassed by hooligans he helped me to fight off the hooligans. Commonplace hero to save the beauty. But after marriage, hey, don't mention it. Looking at Bai Ning who wanted to speak again and again, Jiang Shao added a fire, although it is said that I would rather tear down 10 graves, not destroy a marriage. But this kind of thing like domestic violence only happens once and countless times. After a long time, you are also in danger. Jiang Zhao's words didn't actually scare Bai Ning. Jiang Shao in his later life had seen too many refrigerator warnings and suitcase warnings. Bai Ning was amused by Jiang Zhao's words and said, still demolishing graves. You're going to rob tombs. Sighing, Bai Ning added, why didn't I think of divorce? The moment I mentioned him, he made a scene and even went to school. Now we are separated that. When the time comes, I will go to court. Jiang Shao was very natural to put his hand on the hand of Bai Ning holding the steering wheel. Sister Bai, I help you. Definitely save you from this scum. Bai Ning was stiffened by Jiang Zhao's action and pouted. Stop it. Drive that. Seeing the good, Jiang Shao withdrew his hand, which had just felt very good. A tentative move allowed Jiang Shao to understand that Bai Ning and Feng Zhuang already had no feelings at all, and Bai Ning didn't have much aversion to Jiang Zhao's move. Being able to endure Feng Zhuang for such a long time, Bai Ning was clearly the type of ingratiating personality, and this kind of person didn't seem to know how to reject others very well. Of course, the premise is that Jiang Shao in front of Bai Ning brush enough goodwill, otherwise have this kind of behavior will wait to receive a big mouth. Back to Wutong Court when the day is almost dawn. Know the reasoning of too little too late. Jiang Shao understand. After saying good night to each other with Bai Ning, Jiang Shao returned to his room. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Shao woke up and made a phone call. In his previous life, Jiang Shao knew one thing, show mercy but don't make a move. Make a move but don't show mercy. Since he had decided to raid Bai Ning, since he wanted to be a fraternizer, the first and last of many things had to be dealt with. Feng Zhuang won't stop. He is eyeing Bai Ning's real estate. Although he didn't know exactly how the two people's property was divided, it didn't delay Jiang Shao from cleaning up Feng Zhuang. Previously, Jiang Shao pursued the girl mainly rely on licking, warmth and what can only be the icing on the cake. What can really impress a woman is the sense of security. This sense of security is very important. Jiang Shao does not have any heavenly connections. Want to use the power to suppress people is very unrealistic. But Jiang Shao has money. It is important to know that there is darkness under the sun. And coincidentally, Jiang Shao has been in contact with this dark level. And these people will help their employers solve some of their troubles by legal means. The premise is that the money is in place. Jiang Zhao's millet one although broken, but thankfully can still make phone calls. Is that the flowery screen look a little eye candy just? After dialing a number in his memory, a somewhat indifferent voice came from the side of the phone. Looking for who? Help me look up someone. Wrong number. No typo. 200. 000. Help me look up an ordinary person. Feng Zhuang, a teacher at the Handong Physical Education Institute, once a sparring champion. If you take the order, meet me at the Yuxian Tea House in Feiyue Road's Banda Plaza at 11 o'clock 3 days from now, and I'll be holding a game magazine in my hand. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. We're not familiar. It's $300,000. Jiang Shao laughed out loud when he heard the words from the opposite side. Checking an ordinary person your charge is 50,000. 10 years ago you were this charge. Friend, you are not generous. The person on the opposite side also laughed. Brother, you know your business. 50,000. That's the price of having a guest introduced. A raw person. There is a risk. You have to add money. Hearing the other side say this, Jiang Shao knew that the other side would take his order. Still 200,000. I want to know all about this person after 3 days. If I need you guys to work in the follow-up, I'll add another 300,000. Deal. See you in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao knew that this matter was a done deal. In his previous life, although Jiang Shao was just an ordinary employee of an Edison company, the company's boss appreciated and trusted Jiang Shao. That boss was caught by his wife when he was harboring a small anchor in the company, and it was Jiang Shao who helped carry the thunder. Because there was this friendship, so Jiang Shao was cited as a beloved one. Jiang Shao has seen his boss played this number to do business, and also memorized this number in passing. This group of people in Handong is very mysterious, but the reputation is very good. Of course, the price is also expensive. Expensive has the advantage of expensive. At least there will not be too much risk. This group can do this kind of business in Handong for more than 20 years, relying on not illegal. Strictly speaking, this is a group of people with high IQ who are good at exploiting legal loopholes. Chapter 13 Double Happiness. After the call, Jiang Shao cleaned up and prepared to go out to buy a cell phone. His cell phone now, in addition to being able to receive calls other than already, do not have any function. The screen is flowery. Dialing the number of Jiang Shao are based on feeling. Just opened the door. Jiang Shao found Bai Ning standing in the doorway. Bai Ning wore a bohemian-style white long skirt. Cut just right long skirt will Bai Ning that rich body show very perfect. White calves is easy to attract people reverie. Painted a little light makeup Bai Ning looks particularly charming. Looking at Jiang Shao that slightly admiring eyes Bai Ning ghostly asked a sentence, good looking? After asking Bai Ning regretted. Usually she is very reserved person. Today this is what happened. I will not have a good feeling about him, right? No. I'm 7 or 8 years older than him. I'm just grateful to him. Yes, just wanna thank him. Bai Ning found a reason for herself in her mind. Jiang Shao admiringly sized up Bai Ning. Big stars are only as good as Sister Bai's model. Giving Jiang Shao a blank stare, Bai Ning said, smooth talker, haven't eaten. I'll take you to Deji Plaza. I promised to treat you to dinner yesterday. Jingzhou Central Street was a famous commercial street in Jingzhou, where many first-tier brands and large shopping malls were located. The bar where Jiang Shao sings is not far from Middle Street. Deji Plaza was at the northeast corner of the Middle Street. It was a high-end commercial complex shopping center. The whole was divided into 2 phases. The first phase opened in 06. The second phase also opened in May 12. It was a high-end shopping mall in Beijing State, with a lot of foot traffic. Bai Ning chose a Thai cuisine. It could be seen that Bai Ning was a regular customer here. Even the manager of the restaurant knew her. Eat whatever you want. Don't be polite to your sister Bai, and make a deal. Don't grab the bill with me today or my house won't be rented to you. Bai Ning handed the menu to Jiang Shao and made a small threat. Jiang Shao smiled helplessly. I don't eat Thai food often. You do it, sister Bai. Then a golden curry crab, lime soup rhubarb fish, curry shrimp, flying tom yum, pineapple fried rice, and tom yum kung. Dessert will be ordered later. After putting down the menu, Bai Ning asked again, do you want some wine? Bai Ning couldn't drink while driving, and Jiang Shao wasn't in the habit of drinking on his own, so he ordered 2 glasses of juice. Thai cuisine is a novelty, but the restaurant's craftsmanship is still good. After eating the meal, Bai Ning asked for some desserts. When the checkout time to see Jiang Shao to pull out the wallet, Bai Ning gave Jiang Shao a you dare to pay the bill, I will tell you to look at the eyes. Ding! Bai Ning generated a consumption of 300 yuan. Emotional value 70. Cashback multiplier 70 times. Cashback amount 91,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 364,000 yuan. Eating a meal to get nearly 100,000 yuan of cashback. Jiang Shao can only say really fragrant. After learning that Jiang Shao wanted to buy a cell phone, Bai Ning brought Jiang Shao to the floor of Deji Plaza that sold cell phones. Jiang Shao thinks that Bai Ning should be more or less a small rich woman. The value of the 2 sets of houses in Wutong Court will be more than $2 million. Just now when checking out, Jiang Shao saw Bai Ning's wallet has all kinds of VIP cards. Most of them are luxury stores. Thinking about it, Jiang Shao doesn't think it's strange that Bai Ning's intellectual temperament, coupled with the fact that she is an art student, should not be bad for her family. It's hard to cultivate this thing called temperament. The only thing that Jiang Shao can't understand is how such a high-quality woman found Feng Zhuang such a thing. Could it be because of the youthful rebellion from the ear? Rambling, Jiang Shao and Bai Ning came to the store selling cell phones. Huawei, Samsung, Apple stores are all together. But the traffic is very different. Apple stores have already formed a long line. The Gold Fives is considered to send Apple to the altar. And now it is difficult to find a machine. Samsung store's customers are also many. This time Samsung has not become a bomb. Recognize the brand is still a lot of people. As for the later generations of Huawei, far ahead of the traffic can only be described as pathetic. This era of Huawei cell phone has not yet become the light of national products. And not far ahead. Cell phones are just a side business of Huawei. Bai Ning pointed to the Apple store and said, "Go there. I know the store manager there and should be able to get the stock." Jiang Shao looked at Apple's store and then at Huawei's store. Apple is great, but I'll go with Huawei. I'll support national products this wave. Bai Ning snorted and laughed. Fine, buy whatever you say. Looking at Bai Ning, who was mature with a sense of girlishness, Jiang Shao realized that Bai Ning seemed to have developed a trace of goodwill towards himself. Even in his tone there was a hint of doting. Huawei's store didn't have many customers, but the clerk was enthusiastic. Jiang Shao didn't pick anything. Even if there was a subtle change in the world line in this era, it almost didn't have much impact on Huawei. And there were only a few models of cell phones. Just this Ascend P2. Jiang Shao pointed to a square cell phone. This was Huawei's model that was released in 13 years. And Jiang Shao didn't let the clerk introduce too much about the configuration or anything. Jiang Shao needs to admit that this era on the phone performance is no more than Apple can beat. Android this era is still synonymous with charging treasure and lagging. But Huawei's cell phone is still worth buying. Do not consider the performance. On the basis of Huawei's Ascend P2 in Europe to sell 399 Europe. In the domestic sale of 688 Chinese yuan, Jiang Shao have to support a wave. This is not more than selling compatriot prices than selling foreign prices more expensive, full of loyalty much stronger. Ding. Bai Ning produced consumption 2,688 yuan. Emotional value 77. Cashback multiplier 77 times. Cashback amount of 206,976 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 12,570,976 yuan. Just as Jiang Shao was about to go to make the payment, a beep suddenly came from the system. And then he took a look at Bai Ning, unexpectedly shaking his bank card and smiling at Jiang Shao. At this instant, Jiang Shao had the feeling that he was being encumbered. Smiling forward, Bai Ning handed Jiang Shao the ticket in his hand. No refusal, obey. After a pause, Bai Ning added, "You always have to let me do my part, or I'll be overjoyed." What could Jiang Shao say but accept it gladly? Seeing that Jiang Shao had accepted his kindness, Bai Ning breathed a sigh of relief. But Jiang Shao was soon not relaxed. Bai Ning seemed to enjoy shopping. The main thing was that Bai Ning not only shopped herself, but also bought a lot of things for Jiang Shao. "This t-shirt suits you. Beautiful. Swipe your card. This shoe is very good. Beautiful girl. Swipe your card. This jacket can't be worn right now, but let's buy it anyway. After all, the style is good. Swipe your card." Bai Ning's buying made the surrounding customers and sales clerks look at Jiang Shao with different eyes. A young handsome guy and a mature style beauty. This combination could always call out some associations. Jiang Shao also felt a hint of something different, although he didn't care about the eyes of the people around him. But this treatment of spending a woman's money seemed pretty good. The main thing is that the system returns cash to Jiang Shao returned very addictive. Ding! Bai Ning generated a consumption of 3,260 yuan. Emotional value 77. Cashback multiplier 77 times. Cashback amount of 251,020 yuan. Ding! Bai Ning generated consumption of 1,988 yuan. Emotional value 81. Cashback multiplier 81 times. Cashback amount 161,028 yuan. Ding! Bai Ning generated consumption of 2,302 yuan. Emotional value of 85. Cashback multiplier 85 times. Cashback amount 195,670 yuan. Ding! Whitening generated consumption of 4,600 yuan. Emotional value of 90. Cashback multiplier 90 times. Cashback amount 414,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 15,270,976 yuan. Bai Ning bought 7 or 8 pieces of clothes and shoes for Jiang Xiao before and after. And the more you buy, the higher the emotional value. It seems that shopping is a way for Bai Ning to vent his emotions. In the end, when Jiang Xiao persuaded Bai Ning, teacher Bai had already spent a whole $30,000 for Jiang Xiao. The average emotional value was even at 90. And the system directly gave Jiang Xiao a cashback of $2,700,000. Enjoying the double happiness of a beautiful woman spending and returning money for herself, Jiang Xiao felt like he had one hemp. Jiang Xiao, who was immersed in happiness, didn't notice that a pair of evil eyes had stared at him from the time he started shopping with Bai Ning. Chapter 14, Goddess of Yiling. Jiang Yu felt depressed and angry. And most of all, she felt pain. Flesh pain. Being pitted by Jiang Xiao for $4,000 for a meal was enough to make Jiang Yu's flesh hurt for a while. Her face value was not as good as Chen Xiaoya's, and it took a lot of effort to get money. Although she occasionally went out to play the field to catch men, it was risky. After all, she was still a school student, and her reputation would be ruined if word got out. And too high-quality handsome Jiang Yu cannot catch. After being pitched $4,000 by Jiang Xiao yesterday, Jiang Yu made an appointment with a contractor who had been trying to exchange foreign languages with her. At night, Jiang Yu gave the balding foreman 3 foreign language lessons, and when he left the hotel in the morning, the foreman generously threw 10,000 yuan to Jiang Yu for the tuition fee. That is, Jiang Yu has the support of college students, plus has been fishing for the contractor. Otherwise, with Jiang Yu's face value is only $1,000 of tuition fees. Get $10,000 of tuition fees. Jiang Yu is back to a wave of blood. Out of the hotel, she went straight to the Deji Plaza. Apple 5S, the cell phone she has been longing for a long time. Every time she saw Chen Xiaoya in front of her fiddling with this cell phone when Jiang Yu envy eyes red. When lining up, Jiang Yu saw Jiang Xiao. Originally ready to go forward to tear Jiang Xiao, Jiang Yu found him beside a big beauty, and is a very mature temperament of the big beauty. When she saw that the big beauty helped Jiang Xiao to buy a cell phone, a vicious idea surfaced in Jiang Yu's mind. Following Jiang Xiao all the way, Jiang Yu realized that that woman had been buying for Jiang Xiao. So Jiang Yu secretly took several pictures. Just wait, Jiang Xiao. See if I don't make you lose your reputation this time. Looking at the photos in her cell phone, Jiang Yu said viciously, this woman holds a grudge. Jiang Xiao didn't know that he was being targeted by a snake woman. Bai Ning's continuous cashback made Jiang Xiao happy, and his only regret was that he didn't come out with a treasure chest. At the moment, Jiang Xiao was accompanying Bai Ning to look at watches at Vacheron Constantine's specialty store. It was Jiang Xiao who suggested looking at watches, because when he passed by the store, Jiang Xiao realized that Bai Ning was slightly lost in thought when looking at a watch. After entering the store, Jiang Xiao pointed to a watch and signaled the clerk to take it out. Sir, you have a good eye. This watch is Vacheron Constantine's Yiling Goddess series, very much in line with the current mainstream aesthetics, very much matches your girlfriend's temperament. The counter girl was very hard at work recommending the watch in front of her. Jiang Xiao did not say that Bai Ning was not his girlfriend, and Raider Goddess always had to have some ambiguous atmosphere and small misunderstandings. Bai Ning's face was slightly red, and she didn't say anything. She didn't know why she didn't speak out to refute, probably to save face for Jiang Xiao. Although the counter girl's words and techniques had the suspicion of touting, her words were right. Vacheron Constantin was indeed very suitable for Bai Ning's temperament of being intellectual with a literary style. Although Vacheron Constantin is the second oldest brand in the watch industry, this brand is indeed very popular among people with a literary style, especially the Yiling collection, which was not due for release until a few years later. The Goddess of Yiling series was originally around 2020, but in this time and space has already appeared more than 10 years in advance, and in recent years are hot models. The watch Bai Ning was looking at was the Yiling Goddess 4606F model, an 18K white gold diamond encrusted watch with a dark blue strap that gave the watch a hint of literary flavor in a low-key manner. Putting the watch on Bai Ning's hand, Jiang Xiao asked, "Do you like it?" Bai Ning looked at the Yiling Goddess on her wrist and said quietly, "My father gave me this watch when I got married, and then Feng Zhuang took it away to pay off his brother's gambling debts. I like it a lot, but I just feel a bit sorry for my dad." After saying this, Bai Ning took off the watch in her hand and handed it to the counter lady. Bai Ning spent a lot of money for Jiang Xiao because she felt that Jiang Xiao was worth it, but the Yiling Goddess in front of her was priced at 530,000, and this price was not a small amount for Bai Ning. A hint of disappointment appeared in the counterkeeper's eyes, and the experienced woman knew that this business was most likely going to blow up. Although Jiang Xiao had asked her to bring out the watch, the counter attendant could see that the two people's temperaments were different. Obviously Bai Ning's age is older than Jiang Xiao, although the appearance cannot see what, but some of the things within the cabinet sister can still distinguish. Looking at Jiang Xiao, counter sister felt that he is not like a rich person, although Jiang Xiao all brand name, but the counter sister can see that those brand name are entry level. More expensive than some of the expensive may also be more expensive than the entry-level $1,000 or $2,000. Luxury goods in the eyes of ordinary people is unattainable. But the counterkeeper knows that if you bite the bullet, the working class can also afford to buy. And some brands are not too extravagant prices. Although disappointed, but the counterkeeper is still very polite. This kind of luxury store to see people under the dish situation is not unheard of. But rarely. Just as the counterkeeper was about to put the watch away, Jiang Xiao faintly said, "Swipe your card." The voice was not loud, but everyone around heard it. The counter sister's eyes widened, and Bai Ning also felt incredulous. "Jiang Xiao, you." Bai Ning no longer called Jiang Xiao Jiang classmate. In her words, it was a little bit awkward to call her that. Jiang Xiao retrieved the watch and put it on Bai Ning's hand. "This beauty is right. I also think this watch fits your temperament very well. It's as if it's tailor-made for you." Turning his head, Jiang Xiao said, "Swipe your card." The counter girl turned back with a smile on her face and said, "Sir, the price of this watch is 530,000 RMB without any discount. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Jiang Xiao nodded and took out his bank card. The counter lady took Jiang Xiao's bank card with confidence, although she still doubted Jiang Xiao's purchasing power until now. Although Jiang Xiao's bank card was worn out and tattered, but it didn't prevent the counter lady from taking Jiang Xiao to swipe his card. The counter sister admitted that she had an element of gambling, but in case she won that, it was important to realize that all salespeople's income depended on sales. When Jiang Xiao pressed the password and looked at the amount that was scratched, the counter attendant knew she had gambled right. After taking the ticket, Jiang Xiao left the specialty store with Bai Ning, who hadn't regained her senses. At the moment of going out, Bai Ning reacted, "Jiang Xiao, this is too expensive. I can't take it." After saying that, Bai Ning was about to take off the wristwatch on her hand. Jiang Xiao held Bai Ning's small hand. "Sister Bai, this watch looks good on you. I can't take it even if it looks good. We've only just met. What would I become if I took such an expensive gift from you?" Bai Ning still stubbornly wanted to return the watch to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao pointed to the shopping bag on the floor. "If you say so. I can't take these things. I won't be a soft eater if I take them." Jiang Xiao's sentence of eating soft rice made Bai Ning's white cheeks flash a hint of redness. This is different. What else is eating soft rice? It's hard to hear. Consider me saved here with you. If I fall on hard times one day, Sister Bai, you can't leave me alone. Jiang Xiao didn't give Bai Ning a chance to retort at all. Bai Ning really didn't want to take it, but Jiang Xiao's words blocked her path. "No more. You'll just take it as a return of that watch your father gave you." Bai Ning nodded but quickly reacted. "You're taking advantage of me." Chapter 15: The idea of starting a business. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Ning sent Jiang Xiao to Bar Street. "This is where you work, ah?" Looking at the bar in front of her, Bai Ning had a hint of puzzlement. The previous exchange let Bai Ning know Jiang Xiao's life. Bai Ning to Jiang Xiao spent so much money in addition to want to show appreciation for not a trace of pity for Jiang Xiao. Literary and artistic young women are always sentimental. Eat 100 meals. An inspirational Jiang Xiao is undoubtedly able to stir up the existence of Bai Ning's desire to protect. Just later, Jiang Xiao's big money shocked Bai Ning. In the bar, singing can earn so much money. Bai Ning is not believe. Looking at Jiang Xiao's handsome face, Bai Ning could not help but think, this brother will not really be adopted, right? After thinking about it, Bai Ning thought it was impossible again. There were some friends she knew who kept young brothers, but the money they gave to these brothers couldn't be too much. In those women's words, it was that the younger brother couldn't be fed all at once. He had to be starved and drained. Bai Ning is very sensible. She knows that everyone has secrets and some people's secrets are not to be inquired about. Don't think about things you can't understand. Bai Ning's nature is very open-minded. Helping a former big brother saved the day. Sister Bai, want to go in and sit down. Jiang Xiao was apprehensive when he said this. To know that there is also a Pikachu Liku in the bar. Double line operation is easy to turn over, not only test the physical strength but also test the technology. Bai Ning shook his head. "No, I'll go back to my parents' house for dinner tonight. I'll bring the stuff back. Go pick it up when you get off work. And drink less wine." Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said goodbye to Bai Ning before entering the bar. To be honest, Jiang Xiao had no intention of continuing his residency at the bar. A reward of $100,000 at a time like Kaimuching's was not something that came along every day. The upper limit of the daily bar residency reward is a few $1,000s, ceiling maybe more than 10,000. The system cash back to the head is a few 100,000. Brush the speed of money is too slow. At present, it seems that the fastest way to brush money is to ask people to give themselves a large amount of consumption. At least a few $1,000s at a time, and the emotional value is very high consumption. But spending like Bai Ning and Kaimuching could be hard to come by. Jiang Xiao wants to try to start his own business. After all, now is the time when the Netflix economy is starting. Jiang Xiao can have a lot of ideas in his head, and these ideas are easy to realize. As for other industries, Jiang Shao is not considering for the time being. The first is his own capital is too small. More than $10 million of capital into the live broadcast and short video industry is barely enough to see. But if you want to go to other industries, the time is still not mature. Now the only thing Jiang Shao is not sure is if it is a startup will not give themselves cash back. Tomorrow Jiang Shao decided to experiment first. Once he entered the bar, Jiang Shao didn't see Li Ku. Instead Luo Li was sitting at the bar scratching his head. Don't grip it. Luo. There weren't many hairs in the first place. Jiang Shao went up and joked. Luo Li saw Jiang Shao and said, coming, Shao Shao. Handing Luo Li a cigarette, Jiang Shao asked, what's the matter? Worrying like this? Jiang Shao thought Luo Li's uncaring wife had come to ask for money again. Don't mention it. That little girl Coco went to Hong Kong Island with her parents for a trip. The singer for tonight hasn't been found yet. Luo Li smoked a cigarette with a sad face. Things weren't too big, but lately this kind of small trouble was always going on. Luo Li felt like he was going to have bad luck. Jiang Shao thought it was something big. Coco went on a trip? Didn't tell you? Luo Li asked curiously. Taking out his cell phone, Jiang Shao remembered that he hadn't changed his cell phone card over yet, and he couldn't receive any messages on his old cell phone. Jiang Shao shook his cell phone. The phone is broken. Didn't see the message. Don't worry. I'll cover Coco's field. Singing for 2 more hours is not a big deal for Jiang Shao. Luo Li was stunned and asked, is your voice okay? It's okay to sing all night. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Luo Li was happy. Luo Li also heard about last night's spectacle. He never thought that Jiang Zhao's popularity would be so high after he came back to sing this time. But soon Luo Li realized one thing. He might not be able to keep Jiang Shao. As expected, Jiang Shao turned his head to Luo Li and made an apologetic expression after not taking 2 steps. Brother Luo, you contact the singer. I may not be able to come over recently. Luo Li revealed an expression that was not what I expected. I looked for a good person last night. Your brother Luo's field is still small and can't hold you back from making big money. In terms of character, Luo Li is absolutely nothing to speak of. This kind of thing would be very unhappy if it were any other boss. Jiang Shao smiled. Not going to another field. Recently tired. Want to precipitate. This answer is what Luo Li did not expect. Walked up and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. If you're tired, rest for a while, and if there's anything you need Luo to help you, just talk. Luo's door will always be open for you. Because it was the last day of the show, Jiang Shao performed extra hard. Making money and whatnot is secondary. The main thing is Luo Li benevolence and righteousness. Jiang Shao cannot be bad. Just in the 4 hours that Jiang Shao appeared on stage, Luo Li bar's turnover created a record high. Current cashback amount accumulated, 15,770, 976 yuan. Half lying in the cab, a message came from the system. This night Jiang Shao received a reward of $10,000. The average emotional value was at 50, and the cashback was $500,000 for Jiang Shao. In fact, normally this return is also good. A day of hundreds of thousands of net income many small bosses cannot do. But people are not satisfied. Enjoy the daily income of 10 million. After Jiang Shao is not satisfied with this money-making speed. Open the new cell phone. Jiang Shao glanced at the WeChat message. Sure enough, Li Ke sent her a lot of messages, telling Jiang Shao that his dad was temporarily on a business trip to Hong Kong Island and took himself on a trip. After sending Li Ke a message that she had just changed her cell phone, Jiang Shao didn't wait for Li Ke's message and presumably fell asleep. When he returned to Wutong Court, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After sending a message to Bai Ning to know that she was still awake, Jiang Shao knocked on the door. Opening the door, Bai Ning was wearing a black silk nightgown. Her face was still holding the mask, and her perfect figure made Jiang Shao gulp. Sister Bai, it's dangerous to open the door to a man at night dressed like this. After entering the door, Jiang Shao teased Bai Ning. Bai Ning took off her mask and poured a glass of water for Jiang Shao. There are not that many bad guys. Besides, this house has not been visited by other men except you and Feng Zhuang. This is probably the benefit of passing the first impression. From the side can also see that Bai Ning, this person is quite simple. Surveying Bai Ning's house is a 3-bedroom family. The left side of the entrance is a living room. The right side is the dining room and kitchen. The area must be more than 130 square meters. You'll watch some TV. You haven't eaten. I've packed a little dumplings for the night. I'll go cook them for you. After saying that, Bai Ning went to the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Jiang Shao saw that there seemed to be a photo frame print on top of the TV cabinet, as if it had been put in before the photo should be a wedding photo. Underneath the TV cabinet there were a few more photos of Bai Ning, one of which attracted Jiang Zhao's attention. Chapter 16, Buying a Car. Sister Bai, you graduated from Northern Film? Holding the group photo in his hand, Jiang Shao rushed to the kitchen and asked. The photo in front of her was a group photo of a group of handsome men and women. Jiang Shao recognized that this was the group photo of the 01 class of Beiying, and some of them were still frequently seen on the big and small screens. Bai Ning walked over and said, "Yeah, this is the group photo when we first enrolled. A few of my classmates are now stars as well." Receiving the photo, Bai Ning seemed a little nostalgic. "Now that I think about it, it was still a good time. I went to college at the age of 16. I was the youngest student in my class, and everyone treated me like a little sister." Jiang Shao looked at Bai Ning, thinking that this sister is not small at all. Eyeballing down Jiang Shao, a hand may not be able to control. "Then how come you're not in this profession?" Jiang Shao, a little curious. Bai Ning, so good conditions, why did not debut? 01 grade Beiying graduates seem to really not out of what the top stream. The only one Huang's sister also married into the mansion. Bai Ning's face value and appearance conditions in this group of people is considered a ceiling. There is no reason not out of the road. I don't like it. The entertainment industry is very complicated. My dad was in the film and television industry in the 90s, but I grew up learning opera from my mom. When I was young, I studied opera every day and thought about studying acting, but after I graduated, I realized that the entertainment industry wasn't for me. This was the benefit of growing up with a golden key. There were many choices and one could do whatever one wanted. It's not an exaggeration to say that Bai Ning's life excludes that failed marriage is the luxury of how many people are. After eating the dumplings cooked by Bai Ning, Jiang Shao accompanied Bai Ning to chat for a while and returned to his room. A proper sense of boundaries is also a plus. After waking up the next day, Jiang Shao thought of a way to verify that doing business would get him a cashback, and that was to set up a stall. Although it was said that doing business had the risk of losing money, for Jiang Shao only money was more risky. Jiang Shao is not afraid of losing money when he has a system in place. What he is afraid of is someone staring at his money. Jiang Shao now has more than 10 million in cash. Small cost industry can try a lot, and even now to engage in a small live company is not impossible. But these industries' trial and error time are too long. To say the fastest results are stalls. A day on the debut is either life or death. Jiang Shao has always been a man of action. Ate a breakfast outside the neighborhood. Jiang Shao came to the Beijing State Small Commodity Wholesale Market. This is the largest distribution center for small commodities in Handong, and many stores and people who set up stalls come here to buy goods. Xin Yuan Merchant Company. The owner Wu Shan warmly greeted Jiang Shao when he saw him walk in. "Hello, what do you need to order?" Wu Shan asked. Jiang Shao surveyed the small commodities around him, fell into a phobia of choice. Short videos, webcasting, this line of work he was familiar with. Set up a stall. This professional is not the right match. I want to set up a stall. You help me recommend a few things. Just ask for a few dozen pieces. For a wholesale store, a few dozen items wasn't a big business, but Wu Shan was from Yiwu. Yiwu has the country's largest distribution center for small commodities. Yiwu merchants are the earliest group of people in the country to do business. They pay attention to a bag for piece. Making money is never too little. Wu Shan or more generous. To help, Jiang Shao selected some of the better-selling plush toys, hair cards, phone cases and so on. Dozens of items filled 2 boxes. Mainly plush toys take up more space. When paying, Jiang Shao realized that his cash is not enough. Good thing here can brush card to save the embarrassment. Looking at the 2 big boxes, Wu Shan asked, "Did the little boss drive here? Let me help you send it to the car." Jiang Shao scratched his head. He didn't expect there to be so much stuff. Taking a taxi seemed inconvenient. "I don't have a car." "Then do you want me to call a delivery for you? The cost is cheap." Wu Shan was also a warm-hearted person. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, "No trouble, boss. The stuff will be placed here with you first. I'll go buy a car." After saying that, Jiang Shao left the store. Looking at Jiang Shao, who said he was leaving, Wu Shan was confused. Buying a car? Just kidding. Jiang Shao didn't joke. Before thinking that he might drink when he went to work in a bar, Jiang Shao didn't buy a car. Now he had more things to do. Without a car it was inconvenient. Freshman year when Jiang Shao has already got a driver's license. After the time of their own bosses of the luxury car is not less open. Just like an old driver. Now Jiang Shao has been able to buy Rolls-Royce. But it seems that there is no Rolls-Royce bought to drive themselves. Right now, Jiang Shao thinks to buy a million-class car on the line. Type Jiang Shao prefer SUV. Came to the Beijing State Automobile Trade Mall. Jiang Shao, a family slipped up. Beijing State Auto Trade Mall is the largest car sales center in Beijing State. Almost all brands have 4 stores here. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi. Jiang Shao all shopped. But these 3 Jiang Shao did not see 2 suitable car. Mercedes-Benz and Audi models Jiang Shao do not like. And BMW's X6 is good. But the store sales staff attitude is very bad. It seems to be not quite believed that Jiang Shao has the ability to consume. And even the store's complimentary ice cream are not to Jiang Shao to take a copy. Jiang Shao was wondering if he should go to the Land Rover and Volkswagen 4S stores to have a look when a voice attracted his attention. At a corner near the Porsche 4 store, a man in a white shirt was saying something to a girl in a white shirt and work skirt. Zhang Xiao was not far from the position of the two men and was just able to hear the conversation. Zhang Xiao didn't have the habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations, mainly because that girl Jiang Xiao recognized was his classmate Shen Man. Zhang Xiao's college major is business administration, a sinkhole professional. Business management. This professional general family without mine will not choose. These common sense later life many people know. But this era if there is no specialized test teacher unusual people are very easy to enter the pit. During the 4th year of internship, other majors can still be professional counterparts. Business administration that would have to be the 8th ferry over the sea to show their skills. There is a classmate when the 4 store sales. Zhang Xiao is not strange at all. Looking at his classmate's expression, Zhang Xiao knew that she was mostly in trouble. Shen Man, you've been in the store for more than half a month. This performance is not good. The man who spoke was called Zhang Chang, the sales supervisor of the Porsche 4 store in front of him. In his 30s, he was a good-looking man and tall, but his eyes were always wandering when he spoke, and he was a person with a deep heart. Although Zhang Zhao's major is a sinkhole, there are quite a few beautiful women in the entire business school. Shen Man was known as one of the 4 beauties of the business school, especially that pair of beautiful legs attracted the reverie of countless boys in the business school. Zhang Xiao and Shen Man didn't socialize much, but after all, they were in the same class, so he intended to look at the hustle and bustle. And the experienced Zhang Xiao knew that this guy was going to make things difficult for Shen Man as soon as he heard the man's words. Supervisor Zhang, I will try my best. There are already a few interested customers who have shown their willingness to buy, so I'll be able to bill them soon. A hint of stubbornness flashed across Shen Man's face, but her tone was still humble. After all, people had to bow their heads under the roof. Chapter 17, Lesbian Students. Shen Man, you just entered the industry. You don't understand this aspect of sales. A lot of people come to our store that just look. Add your contact information is because you look good. You like this is no way to open the bill. Zhang Chang looks like a person who has been there. Looking at Shen Man did not speak. Zhang Chang revealed the foxtail. This way, today after work I invite you to dinner. After dinner, let's find a bar to sit down. I'll teach you the experience, and then introduce the intended customers in my hand to you. Billing? No problem. Shen Man is only young, but not stupid. And Shen Man's mind is precocious. Not in the ivory tower simple stupid sweet. This Zhang Chang was not right from the way Shen Man looked at her when she first came to the store. Supervisor Zhang. Just don't bother you. Shen Man didn't want to go out with such a person. In the store he didn't dare to do something blatantly. This if he went out at night it would be into the wolf's den. Seeing Shen Man not on the road, Zhang Chang's face sank and said, Shen Man, you are now an internship. Whether you can stay or not is a matter of my word. You don't want to be unable to get the internship certificate. I know you can go to work elsewhere, but where can you go with your major? Another 4 store as a salesperson, or wherever you want to work as a counter girl, or a clerk for $1,000 or so. During this time, Zhang Chang had already probed Shen Man's bottom line. Not a girl from a rich family, clothes and other things are ground floor goods. At a glance, it is relatively lack of money. Shen Man knows that Zhang Chang's words are right. Porsche is a luxury car 4 store. Basically belongs to the car and the luxury goods. The same conditions of the sales commission than BMW Mercedes-Benz or something much higher. See Shen Man's face seems to have a hint of relief. Zhang Chang added, not to mention, the store's Xiao Yu earned 40,000 yuan last month. 40,000 outside those small clerks to earn a few years. You just have to listen to me. I guarantee that you will earn more than her. Zhang Chang on his own set has always been very confident. First threaten and then paint the cake. Coupled with their own growth is not bad. In the past few years there are a lot of girls fell into his pawn. Looking at Shen Man did not speak again. Zhang Chang's hand slowly reached out to Shen Man's shoulder. Just when those big hands were about to hit Shen Man's fragrant shoulder, Zhang Xiao came forward and said, Shen Man. The moment she saw Zhang Xiao, Shen Man froze. She did not expect to see Zhang Xiao here. It seemed that a 4 store, especially a Porsche 4 store, shouldn't be a place where Zhang Xiao could come. Zhang Xiao, why are you here? Shen Man took 2 steps forward to Zhang Xiao's side, taking the opportunity to distance herself from Zhang Chang as well. Zhang Chang's face was full of reluctance. Zhang Chang felt that he was about to break down Shen Man's psychological line of defense. How did he kill a Chang bite gene at this time? And looking at Zhang Zhao's handsome face, Zhang Chang secretly thought that it would not be Shen Man's boyfriend. Just when Zhang Chang was ready to go forward to rebuke Shen Man, he stopped his footsteps, because he realized that Zhang Xiao was wearing a Zegna's casual clothes. Black t-shirt, beige casual pants with a pair of small white shoes. This one Zhang Chang saw in Zegna's store last week. Seems to be a series. Not cheap at all. Wearing Zegna is not necessarily a tycoon. But even if he just has a 1 in a million chances that Zhang Chang also dare not offend. Think here. Zhang Chang changed a face, went forward and said, Shin Man, since you came to the friend on the first hospitality friends, boyfriend? If you're a boyfriend, bring him to the store and have a seat. There's iced coffee in the store. If he didn't hear Zhang Chang's words before, Zhang Xiao might have thought that this is a good person. Now look at this person is also a talent, at least not stupid. Hearing Zhang Chang ask if Zhang Xiao was that friend of his, Shin Man did not answer. Do you want to go to the store and sit down? Shin Man is a girl with high emotional intelligence. She knows that at this time if she says that Zhang Xiao is just her classmate will make Zhang Xiao lose face, but she can't say that she is Zhang Xiao's girlfriend. After all, everyone knows about Zhang Xiao and Chen Xiaoye. Not going to answer is the best answer. Of course I have to go and have a seat. I came today to find you to lift the car. You forgot it. Zhang Xiao even smiled at Shin Man when he finished speaking. Shin Man's brain was a bit insufficient all of a sudden. Zhang Xiao bought a Porsche? What a joke. In the class to say that the family conditions of the worst people, Zhang Xiao recognized the second. No one dares to recognize the first. Although Shin Man's family is not good, but at least the parents are alive and have income, not to earn their own tuition living expenses. And what is the situation of Zhang Xiao? There is no home. Orphans. Looking at Shin Man who was down and just now Shin Man did not deny that he is her boyfriend. Zhang Xiao directly wrapped his arm around Shin Man's shoulders and walked into the fourth store. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chang knew that he was hopeless. This can really pretend. There is a rich second-generation boyfriend and still so low profile. Cursing in his heart, Zhang Chang hurriedly chased after him. He is the sales supervisor. If Zhang Xiao really lifted the car is also good for him. But as soon as he entered the door, Zhang Chang sensed that something was wrong. If Shin Man was really Zhang Xiao's girlfriend, and Zhang Xiao had the strength to buy a car, then how could Shin Man wear such cheap clothes? Zhang Chang knew that there was a kind of person in the society who specialized in renting luxury cars and creating a rich persona to cheat girls. Could it be that the guy in front of him was also in this category? Shin Man, who had his arm around Zhang Xiao's shoulders, felt a hint of discomfort. But fortunately, Zhang Xiao's let go as soon as he entered the store. Looking at Zhang Chang who was still some distance away, Shin Man asked in a low voice, Zhang Xiao, do you really want to buy a car? After asking this sentence Shin Man regretted. In her impression Zhang Xiao is to sell themselves cannot afford to buy a Porsche. Shin Man all feel their own questions are very stupid. Thinking of this Shin Man also made up his mind. A moment on the normal to Zhang Xiao introduced the car. And then the timing is almost implied that Zhang Xiao left, to save him from losing face. Zhang Xiao did not answer Shin Man's question. Just said, introduce me to the models you have here. Porsche's models are not many. The more well-known is the Cayenne, Paramila and 911. Fourth store is also to the different models of these cars. Shin Man is still very familiar with these car models. After introducing a few different models, Shin Man brought Zhang Xiao to the rest area. Just sat down and wanted to imply that Zhang Xiao left when Zhang Chang came over. Carrying 2 cups of coffee, Zhang Chang face smiling, Mr. Zhang, see how it is? Please drink coffee. Stretching his hand, Zhang Xiao took the coffee and didn't drink it. Not bad. 911 even if it is. A sports car is just a windy car to drive. The comfort is too bad. Just the Cayenne Turbo S. 4.8T is enough. In an instant, both Zhang Chang and Shin Man froze. Cayenne belongs to the Porsche brand's star product. The price ranges from 1 million to more than 2 million. Zhang Xiao said the Turbo S bear car is more than 2 million, plus options that the price has run to 3 million. Chapter 18, Unpredictable Depths. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. The price of Turbo is a bit on the high side. Shin Man spoke while winking at Zhang Xiao. As if Zhang Xiao didn't see Shin Man winking at himself. He was originally prepared to buy a car. When he met a classmate who was bullied, he naturally wanted to help. Especially if it was a classmate at the level of department flower. In fact, Zhang Xiao was very appreciative of Shin Man as a girl. If he wanted to sit in a Porsche, Shin Man could have sat in a Porsche car and laughed when he was a freshman. The same God rewarded food. Chen Xiaoye chose money, while Shin Man chose to rely on herself. Shin Man came to the reunion once in the latter part of his life. And at that time Shin Man was already a partner in a venture capital organization. A 30-year-old partner of a venture capital organization. A proper rich woman. Excluding the appreciation of Shin Man's face value, this person alone was worth investing a bit in Zhang Xiao. Although it's in the workplace, there's no need to be polite with me. Just this model. Zhang Chang, who was sitting on the side, was puzzled. Zhang Xiao's words didn't seem like a joke. Just when Zhang Chang was puzzled, Zhang Xiao took out a bank card. A very ordinary bank card. Seeing that bank card, Zhang Chang smiled. He had seen rich people, but he had never seen any rich person using such an ordinary bank card. Banks had different levels of service for depositors of different amounts. And this kind of card was the most ordinary card. The average person who could afford a Porsche would have to reach the level of the bank's private banking services by conservative estimates. Full payment, preferably with the current car. I want to drive away today. Insurance license plate you help me get it. I rely on having to deal with it. Password Looking at Shin Man's puzzled expression, Zhang Xiao did not move and pointed to his cell phone. Shin Man understood that Zhang Xiao meant to send the password to himself, but the question was whether there was money in this card or not. Zhang Chang's face with a smile on his face said with deep meaning, "Go on Shin Man, just choose the one that Boss Lee ordered before. After all, Mr. Zhang wants the current car. Don't neglect our VIP. Idle and VIP, two words bite very heavy. Zhang Chang now want to see a moment if this card does not have money how to do." Zhang Xiao saw Zhang Chang's expression in his eyes and didn't say anything more. Shin Man, on the other hand, said, "Mr. Zhang, that car has a higher configuration. Just be able to drive away today. A substitute car, not so many requirements." Jiang Zhao's tone was flat, as if he didn't buy a luxury car but a pound of eggs. Looking at Jiang Xiao did not look like he was joking. Shin Man would believe it and help Jiang Xiao to do the formalities. Jiang Xiao turned his head to look at Zhang Chang, who was looking weird, and smiled. "I bet you think I don't have any money in that card." Jiang Xiao looked at Zhang Chang and said smilingly. Zhang Chang had a professional smile on his face and didn't seem to be angered by Jiang Zhao's words. "How could that be? Mr. Jiang, Porsche treats every guest to present the most perfect service. Every customer we want to make them feel at home." Listening to Zhang Chang's words, Jiang Xiao smiled. "You're also a talented person now. You've succumbed in Porsche, just to make a living. Not to steal, not to rob, not to cheat. The money earned down to earth. This is already a bit of insinuation, but no one can pick fault," said Zhang Chang's eyes have looked toward the Shin Man who went to do the formalities. Just looked at a glance Zhang Chang froze, only to see the sales manager was determining something with Shin Man. And after another glance at the cash register system the sales manager flew. "This must be the distinguished Porsche user Mr. Jiang. Thank you for your trust in Porsche. Your arrival has made our store flourish. I am Gao Yuan, the sales manager of this store. I wonder if Mr. Jiang has any other requests for your car?" Gao Yuan's attitude was called a pious one. Shaking hands with Zhang Xiao was a two-handed handshake, almost bowing to Zhang Xiao. He had a reason to be excited. The jewel blue Cayenne that Zhang Xiao bought was ordered by a previous boss. Most of the Porsche buyers are playing with customization, and they all like to make selections according to their own style. Unluckily, the car just arrived. The boss went bankrupt and the final payment was not settled. And not many people who can afford to buy a Cayenne like to play with other people's customized good. This car directly smashed in the hands of Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan hand is also a bit of resources, but no one to buy this car. The boss of the Force store has expressed his dissatisfaction with Gao Yuan many times. And now that Zhang Xiao has bought this car, Gao Yuan can't wait to kowtow to Zhang Xiao. Save your requirements? Well, just one. You say. Gao Yuan was full of sincerity, pointing to Shin Man, who was not far away and still full of confusion. Zhang Xiao said, "This car that I am rushing to buy Shin Man. She is my friend. Understand?" In an instant, Gao Yuan understood. "Understand. You can rest assured that all of Shin Man's sales commission will not be less, and the store will also give her rewards. Okay, you and Shin Man go and get busy. I need to use the car in the afternoon." After watching Shin Man and Gao Yuan leave, Zhang Xiao looked at Zhang Chang who was fidgeting on the side and said, "Supervisor Zhang, let's have a chat." Zhang Chang knew that he had met someone who was pretending to be a pig, and took out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat running down his forehead. He wasn't sure if Zhang Xiao had heard the conversation he had just had with Shin Man. Chat? Chat about what? Mr. Jiang. Zhang Chang couldn't even speak a bit well. Looking at the appearance of Zhang Chang in front of him, Zhang Xiao revealed a smile that he thought was more amiable. "Don't be nervous, let's just talk about Shin Man. I heard that you want to instruct Shin Man?" With a thump in his heart, Zhang Chang knew that what he had just said had been heard by Zhang Xiao. Quickly thinking of countermeasures, Zhang Chang quickly calmed down. He did not do anything. The big deal is to be complained about. It is not so bad that because of this matter to expel themselves. Seems to have guessed Zhang Chang's thoughts. Zhang Xiao slowly said, "Because of this matter if you ask this store to fire you a little unrealistic. After all, I only bought a car." Zhang Chang was just about to say something when he heard a passage that gave him the creeps. "Buying one car won't do anything to you. So what if it's 5 that? 10 cars that? Guess if I can afford it?" In this instant, Zhang Chang realized the truth that it wasn't a matter of Zhang Xiao being able to buy a few cars at all. It was a matter of his own inability to fight with someone who took buying a car as buying a toy. How to fight? How to fight? Fighting with life is not enough. Standing up fiercely, Zhang Chang bowed deeply. "Mr. Jiang, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. In the past, Those internship salesgirls were humble in front of him. Now he is humble in front of Zhang Xiao. Get up. Zhang Xiao's light tone seemed to not allow others to refuse. Zhang Chang stood up straight, his eyes filled with panic. Some rich second-generation's temperament was unpredictable, he knew. This group of people had money, leisure, and initiated madness without any reasoning at all. Want to understand? Think about it, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Xiao nodded as he listened to Zhang Chang's words. It's good if you want to understand. Shen Man. This girl, to be strong and also independent. You're her boss, so please give her a boost when you're working. She won't be able to work here for long. So do you understand what I mean? Understand. Mr. Jiang, you don't worry in. There is no problem with MS. Shen with me. Zhang Chang hurriedly made a guarantee. Ha ha ha, you are also the one who knows the time. I told you that you are a talented person. Standing up, Jiang Xiao patted Zhang Chang's shoulder and seemed to appreciate him. Chapter 19, Touching Porcelain? Ding. Gao Yuan generates a consumption of 2,000 yuan. Emotional value 70. Cashback multiplier 70 times. Cashback amount is 140,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 15,410. 976 yuan. Ding. Multiple cashback emotional value exceeds plus or minus 70, triggering the cashback threshold. The next cashback triggers a single 10,000 fold blitz. When Zhang Xiao was sent out the door by a group of staff from the 4 store, a prompt came from the system. The consumption generated by Gao Yuan was that he filled up Jiang Zhao's cayenne with oil out of his own pocket and also ran a gas card. The money was not much, the multiplier was not high, only more than 100,000 yuan. But afterward, the 10,000 times the storm called Jiang Zhao's eyes bright. Man, I'll treat you to dinner at noon. Jiang Xiao, who was just about to get on the car, rushed at Shin Man to issue an invitation. The easiest person to spend money on Jiang Xiao at the moment would be Shin Man. Jiang Xiao wanted to try the 10,000 times blitz this time, or else he would lose a lot of money if anyone suddenly spent a few dollars on himself. Shin Man was very grateful to Jiang Xiao in her heart. Today Jiang Zhao's handiwork made her earn tens of thousands of dollars. This money could be said to have solved her immediate problem. Good. Shin Man directly got into Jiang Zhao's passenger car after she finished speaking. The previous Shin Man also had the opportunity to ride in a Porsche, but she understood that getting into one of those Porsches was really going to do something. This time was different. At the very least, Jiang Xiao wouldn't make Shin Man feel so dangerous. Looking at the cayenne that went away, Gao Yuan had to sigh that it was good to be rich, while Zhang Chang was also relieved. Zhang Zhao's unfathomable aura was too much, and Zhang Chang had never felt so much pressure when facing his big boss. Need to admit is that millions of cayenne and tens of thousands of dollars of Wuling Hongguang is a difference. 4. AT power so that Zhang Xiao cannot help but blast the throttle a few more feet. The main thing is to drive the Wuling Hongguang. Zhang Xiao does not feel that he can carry Shin Man such a level of beauty to go to dinner together. Sitting in the passenger side of the Shin Man is a bit silent. From time to time to sneak a look at Zhang Xiao a few eyes. Just now she has seen the balance of Zhang Zhao's bank card. More than $10 million should not appear in the body of Zhang Xiao. The poor boy turned over? This is not even the ancestral tomb smoke. This is the ancestral tomb bond. The ancestors' collective manifestation. In order to maximize the benefits, Zhang Xiao chose a family of more than $1,000 of Western restaurant. This price should be within the acceptance of Shin Man. Of course, Shin Man will not pay the bill. Zhang Xiao is not sure. Pay or do not pay is Shin Man's choice. But this choice also determines Zhang Zhao's attitude towards the girl in the future. If this time there is no way to trigger a 10,000 fold storm, Zhang Xiao can only go to find Mr. Bai to dine. After all, Mr. Bai, there is a large amount of food. When the steak came up, Zhang Xiao found Shin Man actually holding the knife and fork at a loss. Only then did Zhang Xiao remember that the person in front of him should have never eaten a steak. Think about it, is not strange. College occasionally several times in the cafeteria to meet Shin Man. She ate vegetarian dishes, and Shin Man almost no makeup. The people of the College of Commerce called her the first College of Commerce face beauty. This name also represents the antagonism after all. Which girl does not love the beauty of that? Carefully cut the steak in front of him and handed it to Shin Man. Zhang Xiao very casually chatting with Shin Man. Zhang Zhao's behavior makes Shin Man's heart full of warmth. Shin Man's family of origin led her very suffocated. Since childhood she seldom experienced the warmth of home. After the university, although there are many people pursued her and even not lack of some rich second generation, but Shin Man did not accept the good intentions of these people. Shin Man clears some gifts have long been marked price, and the bottom line of this thing with the bottom pants is almost the same. Not once after the return. Even if you really want to sell your soul, you have to sell it for a good price, rather than handing yourself over cheaply. With a small grass like Shin Man on earth sober very, Zhang Zhao's relief. Jiang Zhao's courteous in Shen Man's heart is very plus. If Jiang Zhao can give Shen Man at this moment to cook a bowl of kanji estimates that she will be more moved. Chatting casually, Shen Man asked half jokingly, Jiang Zhao, you won't be some hidden rich second generation, right? Shen Man's curiosity about Jiang Zhao is partly because of Jiang Zhao's financial strength, and partly because she feels that the current Jiang Zhao is not the same as before, and that calm and steady temperament is not like a clear-eyed college student. Instead it's very much like some 40 to 50-year-old sophisticated people. Shen Man can't see through Jiang Zhao. My family is left with an old mansion that's about to collapse. What rich second generation just lucky. Jiang Zhao said to avoid the important and make light of it. But the more he said this, the more curious Shen Man was. Taking a sip of juice, Shen Man asked if she had a point. How are you and Chen Xiaoye doing? It doesn't matter. Jiang Zhao's tone was calm. This time Shen Man was even more curious. To know that in the past, Jiang Zhao loved Chen Xiaoye that was loved to death. Could it be that the previous Jiang Zhao deliberately hid poverty in testing Chen Xiaoye, and as a result, Chen Xiaoye did not withstand the test? Then the battered Jiang Zhao stopped pretending and decided to go home to receive the family property? Soon Shen Man brainstormed a dog blood drama. Knowing that you can't pry too much, Shen Man quickly changed the topic. In the middle of Jiang Zhao went to the bathroom. Shen Man quietly paid the bill. Ding! Shen Man generated a consumption of 3,211 yuan, triggering a 10,000 times cashback. Cashback amount of 32,110,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 4,752,0976 yuan. Jiang Zhao, who had just returned to his seat, saw Shen Man going to pay the bill, and the ensuing 10,000 times blitz made Jiang Zhao's heart secretly happy. This wave not only returned the money for the car, but even earned a fleet of cars, and now Jiang Zhao was close to being worth half a small target. Say yes to my treat. Out of the door of the restaurant, Jiang Zhao pretended to be polite, unlike Bai Ning's simplicity. In front of the eyes of Shen Man, although young but is not a little cabbage, the masters of the game caution is important. Today, even if there is no Jiang Zhao head, Shen Man actually may not suffer, but in the future will inevitably be worn shoes. Smiling flirtatiously at Jiang Zhao, Shen Man pulled her long hair behind her ears. A simple action that could not be described as provocative. Next time I'll definitely let you treat me. Jiang Zhao smiled and said, then it's a deal. Where are you going? If you're busy, you don't have to send me. Shen Man and Jiang Zhao walked together towards the parking place. Before she heard Jiang Zhao's reply, Shen Man heard passers-by exclaiming, look quickly, someone fell down. Jiang Zhao followed the direction of the passerby's finger and looked over. This look Jiang Zhao was shocked. ******* bumper cars. Only to see that Jiang Zhao's Cayenne is falling down in front of the front end of a person. Quickly walked up to the front. Jiang Zhao thought it will not be so unlucky. And this bumper car people a bit stupid. This car inside even the driver is not. What's going on? Shen Man also followed up. Took a look and found a person lying on the ground. It seemed to be a girl. The girl on the ground has a head of long hair. Because fell to the ground is unable to see the appearance. Wearing an ill-fitting blue school uniform lying there motionless. Help or not? Shen Man glanced at Jiang Zhao with a bit of a tangled feeling. Jiang Zhao looked around and realized that there are cameras all over the place and said, take a look. Don't GA. After saying this, Jiang Zhao was about to go forward. Seeing that Jiang Zhao was going to go forward to help someone, some of the surrounding melon-eating crowd were up in arms. Young man, don't help. Maybe it's a bumper car. You didn't hit anyone. Don't help anyone. Another person looked at the Cayenne key plate in Jiang Zhao's hand, said, young man, if you help, a Cayenne may not be enough to pay. Some people in the coaxing, but there are people who are kind-hearted and do not want to cause trouble, said, not on a 120th. Jiang Zhao did not pay attention to the surrounding noisy voice, crouched down and pulled open the hair in front of the face. Jiang Zhao found that this is a thin, pale face without a trace of blood color. Chapter 20 The Little Cabbage. The girl in front of the eyes looks very clean, closed eyes soft and weak, eyelashes long like two small fans. Look out is a beauty billet. It is the whole face is very thin, as if the appearance of long-term malnutrition. The girl had a student ID hanging around her neck, and Jiang Zhao picked it up and looked at it. Xiaoye. A very nice name. The student ID card said that Xiaoye was a senior student. Classmate. Wake up. Can you hear me? Jiang Zhao put his finger under the girl's tiny nose. There was still air. Shen Man looked at Jiang Zhao and said, I'll call 120. Jiang Zhao smiled bitterly and said, today's temperature is 35 degrees, 120 to come. This girl is sun-dried. Handing the key to Shen Man told her to open the car door. Jiang Zhao stopped and picked up the girl on the ground. Into the hands of Jiang Zhao found that this girl is light. 1 meter 7 seems to be more than 70 pounds. No wonder that the school uniform looks not so fit. Put the girl in the back seat of the car. Jiang Shao started the car and ran to the nearby hospital. Although Jiang Shao is not a mother of God, but still a little bit of three views. This girl fell in front of his car is also considered her destiny. Jiang Shao, who had just angrily earned $30 million, decided to do one good deed a day. The cool air conditioning in the car let the girl wake up. Just now she did not completely fainted. Jiang Zhao's words she heard just do not have the strength to answer it. Wake up after the girl's first words are, "Uncle, do not send me to the hospital. I don't have money. I'll rest for a while." Hearing the girl speak, Jiang Shao turned around fiercely. "What do you call me?" Although according to the psychological age of the girl called Jiang Shao uncle is not a problem. But now Jiang Shao this face value has nothing to do with Uncle Ah. Drive properly. Seeing Jiang Shao turning back without looking at the road, Shen Man's soul was almost lost. Knowing that now they are on the fast road, Xiaoya also saw Jiang Zhao's appearance. Knowing that he said the wrong thing, Xiaoya wanted to apologize, but no longer have the strength to speak. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor gave Xiaoya a checkup and gave a diagnosis of starvation. Jiang Shao originally wanted to ask the doctor to give the girl a few injections of glucose, but he met a doctor with good medical ethics and said that it was not necessary to go back to the supplemental nutrients on the line. In the hospital corridor, Shen Man bought a piece of chocolate for the little girl. Looking at the girl eating chocolate in small bites, Shen Man asked, "How much is your family's phone number? Call your family to pick you up." Xiaoya put down the chocolate in her hand and looked up and said, "Sister, I don't have a family. I'm an orphan." This answer made Shen Man freeze and looked at Jiang Shao. Shen Man didn't know what to do with it. Jiang Shao looked at Xiaoya in front of him and asked, "Then where do you live? I'll send you back. Don't run around if you're not well." "How dangerous." Xiaoya shook her head again. "I lived in an internet cafe before, but I ran out of money. The owner of the internet cafe won't let me stay there, and the school is on vacation, so I can't go back to my dorm room." For a moment Jiang Shao scratched his head. This also saved a hot potato. Another small bite of a piece of chocolate. Xiaoya obediently said, "Uncle, sister, thank you. Can you leave your phone number? I will return the money from today's check to you when I make money later." Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, there isn't much money. Think about if there's any place you can go. I'll give you a ride." Hearing Jiang Zhao's question, Xiaoya shook her head blankly before lowering her head again and whispering, "I can stay here. I just asked the nurse sister. Staying on the bench in the corridor at night won't whisk me away." This was a bit of a solid statement. Shen Man felt that she was not that sentimental, and hearing Xiaoya's words was a bit too much to bear. What to do? Shen Man turned her head to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao told Shen Man to stay here with Xiaoya, turned around and went downstairs to the ATM to withdraw $5,000. After returning to the promenade, Jiang Shao placed the $5,000 wrapped in an envelope next to Xiaoya. "Take this money and go find a place to stay. That's all I can do to help you here. Save enough to spend for a while." Jiang Shao didn't give the little girl too much money. A tender little girl giving her too much money was harming her. After handing the money to Xiaoya, Jiang Shao took Shen Man and left the promenade. Xiaoya looked at the envelope in front of her, eyes filled with fog. "Uncle, what's your name?" Jiang Shao turned his head and smiled at Xiaoya without saying anything, and soon his figure disappeared from Xiaoya's sight. "Jiang Shao, I realized that you are really sensible." Shen Man did not feel surprised by Jiang Zhao's actions, just like she was merely sympathizing with that girl. Although Shen Man had just earned tens of thousands of dollars, she didn't have that ability to help Xiaoya, and Shen Man knew that her situation wasn't any better than Xiaoya's. Jiang Shao smiled and opened the car window to light a cigarette. "Not saying I'm unkind to the rich?" Although Xiaoya's encounter was very sympathetic, but Jiang Shao felt that his destiny with Xiaoya was here, and it was impossible to manage all the injustice with more money. The main thing was that if Jiang Shao really appeared to be particularly enthusiastic, that little girl might not really appreciate it, and there was a lot of defensiveness between people in modern society. Shen Man did not say that Jiang Shao for the unkindness of the rich. The money is Jiang Zhao's, how to spend is the matter of Jiang Shao. And Jiang Shao has done very well. This era is not everyone is willing to spend $5,000 for strangers. If you meet some evil heart, this money is enough to buy the girl for a night. After sending Shen Man back to the four store, Jiang Shao went to the bank. Because of the large amount of money in the bank card, Jiang Shao became a big customer of the Industrial Bank of China, ICBC. The bank card also became a black private bank card. ICBC also gave Jiang Shao with an account manager, and when he left, he also gave Jiang Shao 2 cell phones, an Apple 5S, a Xiaomi newest models. Back to the small commodities market, Jiang Shao will previously bought 2 boxes of small commodities in the trunk. The boss Wu Shan looked at the long-gone Cayenne in the wind messy. Taking out his cell phone, Wu Shan made a call to his wife. "Wife, you may not believe it. Today someone bought a Cayenne for the sake of a stall." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Shao drove to Guangyi Mall. which was located in Guangming District. Guangyi Mall was a commercial complex that was a local enterprise in Handong and belonged to Guangyi Group. Guangyi Mall positioning in Beta Plaza is similar. Because it is a local enterprise, Guangyi Mall around a lot of stalls for rent. This rental is a daily rental. The price is also very cheap. Is specifically for some people stalls with sort of Guangyi Groups a return to the community measures. After all, relying on the Guangyi Mall traffic, stalls here is always a good income. Zhang Xiao paid the stall fee was divided into a less eye-catching position. Will be a forest of small commodities set up. Jiang Xiaomeng, Chapter 21, CHOI mooching? Dad, because the location was so remote, there weren't many people on Zhang Xiao's side at all. Even if he howled twice, no one came. It's true that every business is not easy. Just when Zhang Xiao was at a loss, a group of people came from the distance. The combination of this group of people is very interesting. In front of the person wearing a black suit to open the way. The summer in Beijing state is very hot. Even at night the temperature is very high. And this suit man seems to feel the heat like. Behind the man in the suit is also a woman wearing a suit with a cold face. The woman looks around from time to time. Her eyes are full of vigilance. Behind this woman is a bejeweled woman. Look at the appearance of more than 30 years old. Slightly fat. The appearance is very good looking. The bejeweled woman holding a 3 or 4-year-old little girl. The little girl holding a cotton candy. Eyes big and cute. Looks like a porcelain doll. Looking around, the little girl saw Zhang Zhao's stall. Pointing to Zhang Zhao's stall, little girl milky voice said, "Second mom, fear of Rong, hit fear of Rong." After saying that, the little girl broke away from the woman's hand and ran over to Zhang Zhao's stall. Rabbit treasure, run slowly. The bejeweled woman saw the little girl running past and then hurriedly followed, seemingly afraid that the little girl would bump into it. Running in front of Zhang Zhao's stall, the little girl pointed to a dinosaur doll on Zhang Zhao's stall and said, "Hit dread Rong." The little girl in front of her is long and pink. Also tied 2 punchy buns. If in the future short video era that belongs to the model of cheating people to give birth to daughters. Zhang Xiao picked up a dinosaur doll on the stall and said, "Do you like dinosaurs?" The little girl blinked her eyes and tilted her head. "Yes, Buddy Bao likes to fight dinosaurs." Looking at the cute little girl, Zhang Xiao happy, "Then you have money?" The little girl's eyes are full of doubts. Seems to not know what money is. After thinking about it, the little girl handed the marshmallows in her hand to Zhang Xiao. "Bunny treasure, take the marshmallows in exchange with you to play the dread melt, okay?" Zhang Xiao was amused by the little girl and handed the plush toy in his hand to the little girl. "Don't want your cotton candy. It's for you." After receiving the dinosaur in the hands of Zhang Xiao, little girl happy how only smile, turned his head and shouted, "Mom foam, second mom, rabbit treasure has hit the fear of Rong." Following the direction of the little girl, Zhang Xiao saw a woman who was on the phone. This woman's face was like frosty temperament, high and cold. This look did not matter. Zhang Xiao found out that the woman who was called Mom by Bunny Bao was actually Kai Muching, who had once rewarded herself with $100,000. Little girl called Kai Muching Mom. Then this girl must be her daughter. That is, the only daughter of the richest woman in Handong. Suddenly Zhang Xiao remembered that Kai Muching was the chairman of Guangyi Group. The heart secretly sighs. Some people are born in Rome. Some people are born as cattle and horses. This little girl in front of me was born not with a golden key but with a golden mountain. Thinking that such a cute little girl would lose her life soon, Zhang Xiao was a little heartbroken. And Xiaoya is not the same. Zhang Xiao tube or no matter, Xiaoya can live. This society as long as not lazy there is no starvation. But this little girl is different. Her life should not end so early. Think realistically. If you can really make good, karma is also a good thing for yourself. Kai Muching of the Guangyi Group is deeply rooted in Handong. Zhang Xiao is merely rich. Rich and powerless can bully Feng Zhuang. Zhang Chang like people. A shocking wave shoot down Zhang Xiao will be shattered. If you can get involved with the Guangyi Group. In Handong, Zhang Xiao thinks he is stable. After the money, after the Zhang Xiao treat women no longer coy. At the same time he also seems to have a more ambition. Xiaowen has long noticed Zhang Xiao. After seeing Zhang Xiao measuring Kai Muching, Xiaowen said in Kai Muching's ear. Following the direction of Xiaowen's finger, Kai Muching and Zhang Xiao's eyes met. Watching Kai Muching look at himself, Zhang Xiao nodded, counting it as a greeting. Turning his head, Zhang Xiao saw the little girl tilting her head to look at herself. "What else do you like? I'll give it to you." Zhang Xiao thought the little girl still had something she liked. The little girl shook her head. "Are you my father?" With one sentence, Zhang Xiao froze, and the second mom who had been guarding the little girl's back also froze. "I'm not your father. Little girl, you've recognized the wrong person. You can call me uncle." Zhang Xiao touched the little girl's head. The little girl tilted her head and said, "But, my kindergarten classmates said that only daddies give them things among boys. You are my dad." The little girl said seriously. Second mom hurriedly picked up the little girl and coaxed, "Bunny treasure, This is uncle, not daddy. Uncle can also give bunny bao things. The bejeweled woman knew that there were some words that the speaker had no intention of listening to. Guanyi group was not without ambitious people. If they were to be heard, I don't know what kind of chaos was going to happen. Duke Bin. The matter of cooperation is not something that I alone can say. To the board of directors to decide. And hand-on business, hand-on people to do. You want to come to a share of the cake? I agree with a person does not count. Okay, I'll talk to you later. I still have some things to deal with on this side. After hanging up the phone, Kaimuching came behind Bunny Treasure. Kaimuching didn't hear the conversation between Bunny Treasure and Jiang Xiao. Walking up and taking Bunny Treasure from Erma's hand, Kaimuching coldly said, "Does Z pay the money?" The suited man Detzi on the side nodded, threw down $100 and turned around to leave. After the line of people walked not much farther, Rabbit Treasure turned his head and said sweetly, "Dad, add more." In an instant, Kaimuching's exquisite face that had been frozen for 10,000 years changed. After the group walked out for more than 100 meters, Kaimuching handed her daughter over to the second mom who was following behind her. Kaimuching turned to Detzi and said, "Check this person." Kaimuching was cautious and never believed in coincidences. A beautiful man's plan? Humph. What do you take me for? With a cold snort, Kaimuching disappeared into the sea of people with a group of people. Jiang Xiao didn't dwell on the fact that Bunny Bao called out as a father. After all, small children don't understand anything. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was on fire. Ding! The host has generated an operating consumption of $100. The system level has not reached level 1. The cashback has failed. Tip: the system reaches level 1, host will get business class consumption rebate. At the same time, the rebate multiplier will also be enhanced. Oh, sure enough, there is a limit to doing business cashback. Now look, Jiang Xiao can only quickly raise the system to level 1, but it can't continue to go back to singing. A little depressed, Jiang Xiao gave a bunch of small goods to an older sister at the next stall, and then skipped outside Guanyi Mall. Guanyi Shopping Mall is quite a lot of people. Beauty is also quite a lot of summer. These girls were very cool. Is a little bit of Jiang Xiao depressed mood soothing? Just as Jiang Xiao was skulking around, he heard a soft, weak voice. "That's my money. You can't take my money." "What, your money? You've been eating and living in my house for so many years. What's wrong with taking some of your money? Get lost." Following the direction of the voice, Jiang Xiao saw a woman in her 40s snatching an envelope from the hand of a girl in a doll suit. After the envelope was taken away, the woman left directly. The girl in doll clothes looked at the woman's back and froze for a long time. Finally, after a long time, the girl broke down and sat on the steps and cried. Chapter 22. Are you really going to take me in? If you pass out again, no one should care about you. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt that he and Xiaoya, this girl, should just not be $5,000 of fate. During the day can meet, and still can meet at night. The girl wearing doll clothes in front of her was Xiaoya that Jiang Xiao had saved during the day. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, the crying pearly Xiaoya lifted her head. "Uncle?" The moment she saw Jiang Xiao, Xiaoya's eyes had a little light. Since the changes at home, Jiang Xiao may be one of the few people in Xiaoya's life who can bring her light. Hearing Xiaoya call herself uncle, Jiang Xiao scratched his head. Am I that old? Jiang Xiao couldn't figure out why Xiaoya liked to call himself uncle so much. Calling uncle is more friendly, Xiaoya whispered. Jiang Xiao, who had no way to correct Xiaoya's name, pulled the girl up from the ground. Didn't eat, did you? Take you to eat. What Jiang Xiao needs to admit is that this kind of soft and weak girl is always able to attract the sympathy of others. Standing in front of Jiang Xiao, Xiaoya shook her head. No, the work is not over yet. The boss won't pay if you leave now. Then don't. After saying this, Jiang Xiao grabbed Xiaoya's hand without saying a word and left the place. Guanyi Mall had quite a few food stores. Choosing a lighter restaurant, Jiang Xiao ordered 3 dishes. Looking at the food on the table, Xiaoya gulped. Uncle, it's too much to eat. Lighting a cigarette, Jiang Xiao said, then eat slowly. At this moment, Xiaoya had already changed out of that doll's clothes and was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of whitewashed jeans. Beside her was a school bag and a suitcase, which was all Xiaoya had. Xiaoya wanted to be a little more reserved, but her grumbling stomach didn't seem to allow her to do so, and after saying thank you, Xiaoya picked up her bowl of rice and ate it in small bites. This was a habit that Xiaoya had developed over the years, never daring to eat too fast because she didn't know when she would be able to eat something so delicious next time. Jiang Xiao then smoked while looking at the girl in front of him, originally thinking that he was miserable enough, but now looking at the girl in front of him, she seemed to be much more miserable than him. After more than half an hour, Xiaoya put down her chopsticks with satisfaction. Looking at Jiang Xiao, who didn't move his chopsticks, Xiaoya whispered, Uncle, why don't you eat? Jiang Xiao had already eaten in the evening, so he wasn't hungry. I'm not hungry. Oh, Uncle, can I pack these dishes? Xiaoya asked cautiously. Her big eyes were full of expectation. Jiang Xiao didn't answer Xiaoya's question, but was sizing up the girl in front of him. There are times when Jiang Xiao quite believe in fate. Twice met Xiaoya. Seems to indicate that there is some kind of karma with this girl. And the Xiaoya in front of him was completely a beautiful girl except for being a little bit thin. And there didn't seem to be anything wrong with keeping a beautiful girl like this at home. For this kind of encounter of the girl Jiang Xiao is not met. Some girls when small did not feel what warmth. Big after other boys slightly on her a little better can let them heart grateful. Encountered a little bit of human nature of the man is okay a little bit. That is to talk about love cheat body. If you meet the scum that the girl really fell into the fire pit. Those in the clubs and baths to make up part of the girl is to support their boyfriends. As for those who say what the family conditions are not good. The body of how miserable to listen to how on the line. After the heart has calculated Jiang Xiao said, I wait for you outside the door. You are not afraid that I am a bad person on with me. Wait for you for 5 minutes. After saying this, Jiang Xiao shouted to the waiter to come over to pay the bill, and then walked out of the restaurant. Sitting on the seat Xiaoya obviously froze for a moment. After half a day's thought, Xiaoya knew that Jiang Xiao was trying to take himself in. Without any hesitation Xiaoya took her suitcase and ran out. Jiang Xiao originally thought that Xiaoya had to think for a while. The opportunity was given to her. How to choose is Xiaoya's thing. But Jiang Xiao did not think that he just came out. Not 2 minutes Xiaoya followed out. Uncle, I'll go with you. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with determination. Jiang Xiao smiled. Not afraid that I'm a bad guy. I can make a lot of money by selling you. A hint of gloom flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. That's my life. And I can't see the end of my life anyway. Mulling over Xiaoya's words, Jiang Xiao knew that the girl in front of him might be a bit of a jade. Gently knocking Xiaoya's head, Jiang Xiao said with a smile, you haven't even been born where life comes from. Put your luggage in the car and take you to buy clothes. Nurturing the department should start from the consumption outlook first. Jiang Xiao decided to cultivate Xiaoya's consumption outlook first. After putting the luggage in the car, Jiang Xiao held Xiaoya's hand and walked into a luxury goods store which was more suitable for young girl style. Looking at the wide array of clothes and bags in the store, Xiaoya's eyes were full of curiosity. Just like the Western myth where dragons like shiny treasures, women no matter how old they are all like beautiful clothes. And don't just because they don't have money. The beautiful clothes in the luxury store made Xiaoya want to reach out and touch them, but she didn't dare. Looking at Xiaoya's timid appearance, Jiang Xiao picked up a dress and asked, do you like it? Xiaoya originally wanted to say she liked it, but after looking at the nearly $10,000 tag on it she hastily shook her head. Go try it on. Jiang Xiao took the clothes and pointed to the fitting room. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a trace of desire, but quickly shook her head and said, I didn't take a shower. I can't afford to pay for it if I get dirty. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Jiang Xiao didn't force himself and directly took the clothes in front of him and said to the counter attendant, this one, and this one. All wrap them up for me. 3 pieces of clothing almost 20,000 yuan. Aside the counter sister's eyes are bright, and Xiaoya directly dangled. She has not seen such a scene. After leaving the mall Xiaoya's brain is still confused. Less than half an hour's time Jiang Xiao bought Xiaoya more than 10 pieces of clothing. In addition to luxury goods there are a lot of students usually wear clothes. And even close to the clothes have bought her a few sets. When Jiang Xiao brought Xiaoya to buy those intimate clothes Xiaoya's face was red. On the way back, sitting on the passenger side, Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, Uncle, why are you so nice to me? Jiang Xiao, who was driving the car, pretended to think for a moment. Maybe it's fate. I'm also an orphan. We're actually quite similar. It's just that my luck is a bit better than yours. Then do you really want to take me in? Xiaoya asked in a small voice, afraid of getting a negative answer. For the current Xiaoya life had lost sight of any hope. Jiang Zhao's appearance seemed to be the only life-saving straw she could grab. If you're not afraid of being sold by me, follow me in the future. Jiang Xiao said jokingly, there are reasons for uncle to sell me. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment, then smiled, knowing that this girl was mostly dependent on herself. Chapter 23 Trouble Comes. After returning home, Jiang Xiao saw Bai Ning sent a message to herself telling her that she went back to her parents' home, and that there was something to call her. It's good that Mr. Bai isn't here, otherwise he'd have to explain himself to a girl so late in the evening. As for how to tell Bai Ning in the future, Jiang Xiao had already thought about it. Pointing to the second bedroom in the house, Jiang Xiao said, you'll be staying in this room from now on. There are toiletries in the bathroom so you can take a shower. Xiaoya looked at that bedroom with a small smile on her face. It seemed like she finally didn't have to wander around anymore. Looking at Jiang Xiao, Xiaoya asked seriously, Uncle, is this considered as adopting me? Froze for a moment. Jiang Xiao laughed, where did you hear this from? Still adopting? Are you an adult? Taking out her ID card, Xiaoya said with a straight face, Uncle, I'm an adult. Also, I'm very understanding. I won't affect the relationship between you and Sister Shenman. I can also help you clean your room and cook. I can do everything. Obviously Xiaoya was afraid that Jiang Xiao wouldn't take her in and had already gone out on a limb. Gently knocking Xiaoya's little head, Jiang Xiao said, Shen Man and I are just classmates, and in the future, don't say anything about adoption. If others ask, just say that you are my god sister. Apparently Xiaoya thought she and Shen Man were a couple. Xiaoya shook her head when she heard, you're an uncle. Jiang Xiao said half jokingly, calling uncle is better than calling godfather nah. Uncle likes it, then I'll call you godfather from now on. Jiang Xiao was just joking, but Xiaoya was obviously serious. Pulling Xiaoya's hand and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Xiao took out a cigarette and Xiaoya was very good at helping Jiang Xiao light the cigarette. I didn't ask you before because I wasn't familiar with it. Since you've decided to stay here, then let's talk about you. The woman who robbed Xiaoya's money today was obviously acquainted with Xiaoya. Since he decided to take in Xiaoya, then Jiang Xiao naturally wanted to know the cause and effect of the matter. Xiaoya was silent for a while before quietly telling her story. A modern version of the story of Cinderella and the evil stepmother. Xiaoya's family conditions were originally very good. Her father was the chief surgeon of a large hospital, and her mother was a stewardess in an airline. In her childhood, Xiaoya's life was very happy, but she didn't know when her parents started to fight, and they fought non-stop every day. When she was 8 years old, she saw her mother getting into a Mercedes-Benz when she came home from school, and since then she has never seen her mother again. After Xiaoya's mother left, her father's attitude towards her was very bad, often because of a small matter to scold her. After another year, a strange woman came to live in Joya's house, and Joya's father asked Joya to call the woman her mother. At first the strange woman treated Joya well, but soon the woman had a child of her own, a boy. Since then the attitude of the stepmother towards Joya changed, and slowly Joya became less and less present in the family. When she was 12, Joya's father died of cancer and her stepmother inherited the family fortune. As a doctor, her father still left a lot of family property, including a set of real estate, but those properties have nothing to do with Xiaoya. Before he died, Joya's father had made a will that left Joya no money except for the requirement that Joya's stepmother raise Joya to the age of 18. Cinderella's treatment is clear to everyone. Plus Xiaoya's parents don't have many relatives at home. Xiaoya lived a miserable life in those years, because after her father's death, her stepmother didn't have any scruples. Originally, Xiaoya could also rely on college to change their fate, but in her high school that year her stepmother got into the habit of gambling, but also often bring the wrong people home. Soon the family lost the family fortune and the house. Her wicked stepmother even tried to send Joya to a club to make money. Terrified, Xiaoya ran away from home, and this run was a year, in order to go to school. Usually when not in class Xiaoya is working outside to earn money. Jiang Xiao gave her $5,000 today as a huge sum of money for her. At night came to Guangyi shopping mall as a dull person when Xiaoya took the money to buy a bottle of water. The result is very coincidentally was his stepmother saw. The back of the scene that happened to Jiang Xiao saw, as if she had already accepted her fate. Xiaoya was calm when she spoke of her past. Smoking a cigarette, Jiang Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Domestic bitter dramas didn't even dare to shoot like this, but Jiang Xiao knew that there really was such a situation in reality. Looking at Xiaoya, who was just like a little cabbage in front of him, Jiang Xiao said, do you want me to help you clean up that woman? Today she robbed you of your money, enough to send her to jail for a few years. A tangle flashed across Xiaoya's face, then she shook her head and said, Godfather, otherwise let's forget it. There was a period of time when she was still good to me. I won't see her anymore in the future. She can't bully me anymore. Hearing Xiaoya call her godfather, a trace of dissimilarity flashed inside Jiang Xiao. Pinching Xiaoya's thin face, Jiang Xiao said, don't call me that, I'm joking. Xiaoya naughtily spat out her tongue without saying anything. Since Xiaoya didn't want to take revenge on that evil stepmother, Jiang Xiao didn't need to do anything. It was only a matter of time before that kind of rotten gambler died on the street. At night, Xiaoya turned on the light and lay on the soft big bed. Looking at this room that belonged to her in the future, Xiaoya's heart was full of leaps and bounds. Although she had only known Jiang Xiao for one day, Xiaoya felt that this uncle, who was not much older than herself, might be the only person who was good to her. Thinking about it, Xiaoya fell asleep in a daze, gently pushing open the door of Xiaoya's room. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoya, Jiang Xiao smiled. Turning off the light, Jiang Xiao exited the room. The most taboo thing to do with a girl is to be in a hurry. Jiang Xiao was not in such a hurry to do something to Xiaoya. Anyway, a girl who enters the wolf's den will not be able to run away after all. Ding! Kaimuching generates associated consumption of 100,000 yuan. Emotional value 53, cashback multiplier 53 times. Cashback amount of 5,300,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 48,050,976 yuan. Just as Jiang Xiao was lying on his bed ready to sleep, The cashback message from the system made Jiang Xiao sit up violently. How did Kai Muqing have associated spending on me? Sitting up, Jiang Xiao lit a cigarette before falling into deep thought. Not a moment later Jiang Xiao's thoughts cleared up. This woman is so suspicious. Jiang Xiao stood in front of the window and muttered. Obviously the two chance encounters had attracted the suspicion of Kai Muqing. This kind of top businessman could not rub sand in his eyes. Jiang Xiao knew that this associated consumption should be Kai Muqing looking for someone to investigate himself, just like he was looking for someone to investigate Feng Zhuang. This cannot be considered a good news. If Kai Muqing has suspicions about himself, then he reminded her to be careful of someone kidnapping her daughter. What would she think? A sudden thought flashed through Jiang Xiao's mind. Bad. Jiang Xiao suddenly realized a very serious problem. Chapter 24, have you heard? Jiang Xiao ate soft rice. Just now, Kai Muqing had a related consumption on Jiang Xiao, and this consumption made Jiang Xiao get a cashback of $5,300,000. But it is this cashback let Jiang Xiao realized a problem, and is a very serious problem. Since Kai Muqing decided to check him, will he check his bank records? Although Jiang Xiao is a big customer of the bank, but for Kai Muqing to check the bank news of a big customer doesn't seem to be a difficult thing. To know that Kai Muqing is the richest woman in Hanong. Connecting the time of his several money incoming and the time of his meeting with Kai Muqing, Jiang Xiao felt that there might be a big misunderstanding. Would Kai Muqing feel that she was receiving money for her work? The current Jiang Xiao found himself in a dead end. There seemed to be no way to break the situation. Coincidence plus coincidence was easy to cause misunderstanding. I can only hope that Kai Muqing will not think too much when she sees that the money is transferred from a large fund. Although this possibility is extremely low, the situation in front of us can only take one step at a time. Or we can think of another way when we meet with the group of intelligence dealers the day after tomorrow. If you really can't stop Kai Muqing's daughter from being kidnapped, then Jiang Xiao can only leave Hanong for a period of time. After all, once Kai Muqing's daughter is kidnapped, it is estimated that the whole of Hanong will usher in a big storm. Business to Kai Muqing. That position already cannot be measured only with a businessman. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiao walked out of his bedroom with a heavy heart. As soon as he left his room, Jiang Xiao heard clanking inside the kitchen. Approaching, he realized that Xiaoya was cooking. After turning around and seeing Jiang Xiao, Xiaoya smiled sweetly. Uncle, you're up. I've already squeezed toothpaste for you in the bathroom, and I've made breakfast, so you can eat after you wash up. Looking at Xiaoya's busy appearance, Jiang Xiao suddenly realized that having a woman at home seemed quite good, even though this woman was just a girl. There are 2 bowls of porridge on the table, as well as fried eggs and toast bread. Although it's very simple, but it can be seen that Xiaoya's handiwork seems to be good. From the side it can also be seen that her stepmother didn't seem to have mistreated her much. After all, there aren't many 18-year-old girls in the city who can cook. Uncle, you don't have many ingredients in the refrigerator. You can only make these things. See if it suits your appetite. Xiaoya handed Jiang Xiao an omelette sandwiched between toast bread. Jiang Xiao himself couldn't cook, and what was in the refrigerator was still what Bai Ning had sent to Jiang Xiao earlier. Taking a bite of the bread, Jiang Xiao realized that Xiaoya's handiwork was still good. At the very least the omelette was good. I'll take you to the supermarket to buy some ingredients in a while. You eat more. You're too thin. Jiang Xiao looked at Xiaoya's somewhat malnourished appearance and reminded. He didn't want Xiaoya to pass out again one day. While eating, the doorbell of the room rang. Xiaoya was very diligent and ran over to open the door. Hurry up and help me with my suitcase. I'm exhausted. Ha! Bai Ning originally thought that the person who opened the door was Jiang Xiao. When he saw that it was a timid girl, his eyes were filled with questions. Xiaoya didn't know how to answer Bai Ning's words and hurriedly ran behind Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao didn't feel any surprise. Taking in Xiaoya couldn't be hidden from Bai Ning. After all, she lived across the street from Jiang Xiao, and Jiang Xiao didn't think of hiding it. My sister, Xiaoya. Yeah, this is MS. Bai Ning. Just call her sister Bai Ning. Going up and receiving the box Bai Ning was holding, Jiang Xiao realized it was quite heavy. Sister Bai Ning. Hello, I'm Xiaoya. Xiaoya gave a small greeting. Hello, Bai Ning, who had a hint of doubt in her eyes, also gave a greeting. A younger sister? It didn't look like it, and the last name was different. Greeting Bai Ning to the living room and sitting down, Jiang Xiao brought Bai Ning a bottle of mineral water and pointed to the box and asked, "What is it?" Bai Ning seemed to be thirsty, opened the water and took a sip and said, "Someone else gave my dad cigarettes. He has a bad windpipe and won't let him smoke. It just so happens to see that you also smoke. Sent you." Ding. Bai Ning generated a consumption of 38,410 yuan. Emotional value 80. Cashback multiplier 80 times. The cashback amount is 3,072,800 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 51,123,776 yuan. Ding. Bai Ning's emotional value reaches 80. The host receives the black iron treasure chest *1. Bai Ning brought cigarettes as a lot of strips loaded in a large box. Jiang Shao looked at least must have more than 60 strips. Most of them are soft wazi, there are a few 9 to 5 and 4 in cigarettes. This wave of cashback generated so that Jiang Zhao's body directly exceeded half of the small goal. Looking at the wide array of cigarettes, Jiang Shao joked, "If uncle knows that you send me cigarettes will not come to beat me, right?" Bai Ning smiled and said, "It's okay, I told him the cigarette I'm sending to the leader. He can't know." After saying that, Bai Ning looked at Xiaoya, who was cleaning up the kitchen again. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and inquisitiveness. Resisting her curiosity, Bai Ning did not ask. Jiang Shao saw what Bai Ning meant. Picked it up on the street. Jiang Shao said, "Ah." Bai Ning's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Looking at Bai Ning's cute appearance, Jiang Shao almost didn't turn into a werewolf. It's too much. After a long time listening to Jiang Shao finish talking about Xiaoya, Bai Ning got a little angry. She had never seen such a cruel stepmother. Xiaoya was very good not to disturb Bai Ning in Jiang Zhao's conversation, and returned to the room to review her homework with her own school bag. After being angry for a while, Bai Ning asked in a low voice, "Then how do you plan to deal with her? Stay here with you?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's fateful with this child. So let's stay. Teacher Bai won't object." After saying that, Jiang Shao looked at Bai Ning with a smile. Bai Ning spat at Jiang Shao. "Am I that unsympathetic? Underestimating you, Mr. Bai, also called people little girl child. You are only 3 years older than her." "Okay." After a pause Bai Ning said, "But you don't want to bully this little girl." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I'm not an animal." In his heart, Jiang Shao added that if he bullied, he would have to bully Ms. Bai first. Compared to Xiaoya's malnourished appearance, the current Ms. Bai was obviously more to Jiang Zhao's liking. Just when Bai Ning wanted to say something, her phone rang. Not waiting for Bai Ning to pick up the phone, Jiang Zhao's phone also rang. Seeing that the caller ID was Shinman, Jiang Shao walked to the balcony and picked up the phone. "What's wrong?" Jiang Shao asked. Shinman on the other side of the phone sounded a bit anxious. "Jiang Shao, look at our school's campus forum. Someone is hacking you." "Hacking me? I'm not a star. What's there to hack?" Jiang Shao felt puzzled. The word black is usually used on stars or public figures. "I'm really not joking. I sent you the link with WeChat. Look for yourself." After saying that, Shinman hung up the phone. Soon Shinman sent a link. Turning around and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Shao realized that there was also a trace of confusion on Bai Ning's face. The moment he opened the link, Jiang Shao was subdued by the title. Shocked. A senior student from a prestigious school meets a rich woman at night. Why are young people so depraved? Looking at the title, Jiang Shao felt that the person who posted this post knew what a title party was. After opening the post, Jiang Shao couldn't smile anymore. It was clearly a photo taken of him and Bai Ning while they were shopping. The article was not accompanied by any text, but in the comments below someone did reveal that the boy in the photo was Jiang Shao, a senior student at the business school. There was even a separate post titled "Have you heard? Jiang Shao eats soft rice." Chapter 25, No one understands public opinion better than me. This post of hacking Jiang Shao was sent out in the wee hours of the morning. The campus forum was not a high-traffic pool, but the positioning was very focused. Almost all of them were college students from Han-On University. The precise positioning of this post attracted heat. After all, there are very few college students who don't stay up late. The main thing was that someone recognized Bai Ning in this post. Bai Ning, this kind of beautiful teacher in Han-On University, is also regarded as a goddess by many people. Although the age has been almost 30 years old, but many innocent college students like this type. And the teacher-student love is also suspected of supporting this kind of thing brings its own heat. A little bird, Ms. White is not the voice teacher of the Art Institute, a small auxiliary. I heard that she is married. Uncle, do not run, this counts cheating. Well, King Kong Lori, back upstairs. No real hammer. Does not count. Big honey true love fan. The most important thing to remember is that you can't be a good friend to your family, and you can't be a good friend to your friends. Love Cece, honey fans love these immoral things. Big honey true love fan, who are you talking about? The whole post underneath. There are exposure. There are discussion and crooked dry fight. No matter how to say, the heat is up. After glancing at Bai Ning, Jiang Shao could see that Bai Ning's eyes were filled with anxiety. After all, she is nominally married. Even if it is now a separation situation, that is also a married person. This wind, if it spreads out on her, bad influence. At the same time, she is also afraid of because of this matter on Jiang Shao impact. I'll call the school's leadership right away. Bai Ning took out her cell phone as soon as she finished speaking. Holding down Bai Ning's hand, Jiang Shao said, calling it this time will have a bad impact on you. After all, it hasn't gotten to the point where everyone knows about it. The forums don't spread that much. Biting her lip, Bai Ning ran out of ideas. Don't worry. This kind of thing is easy to solve. I'll do it. Jiang Xiao gave Bai Ning a reassuring look, then took out his cell phone. After the call was dialed, before Jiang Xiao could speak he heard a bright laugh coming from over there. You can do it, old four. You were able to pick up the goddess teacher of the art academy. My generation model. You do not like youthful type of girl well. How to learn Chao thief. The one who spoke was Jiang Zhao's roommate Lin Feng. Jiang Zhao's 4 roommates in the same dormitory have a good relationship with each other. Not as exaggerated as life and death brothers, but there is nothing to fight with each other. Lin Feng's family is good. His family opened 2 medium-sized supermarkets. Belonging to the character of small wealth is peace. No matter. That's my distant sister. A relative from the old family. I didn't know there was this relationship before. Jiang Xiao said smilingly. Lin Feng was obviously not convinced after hearing Jiang Zhao's words. Pretend. Just pretend. Say it. Do you want me to help you delete the post? Lin Feng was the administrator of the campus forum. Jiang Xiao didn't call him. He also wanted to ask Jiang Xiao if he wanted to help him control the speech. Well, help me delete the post. I'll transfer a sum of money to you later. You tell the brothers in the management team to take the trouble. The matter of suppressing hot searches was something that Jiang Xiao was too familiar with. What money or not? It's out of the ordinary. Just treat us to dinner later. Lin Feng was generous. He knew that it wasn't easy for Jiang Xiao to make money. Giving a few $100s, the people in the management team couldn't share much per person, so it wasn't as good as having a barbecue. Ha ha, that's all good. It just so happens that someone recently gave me a bottle of Maotai wine. Jiang Xiao knew that Lin Feng was good at drinking, but Lin Feng, who hadn't inherited the family business yet, couldn't afford to drink Maotai as water. Mutai. Money can be bought. Anyway, as long as it's Mutai, Lin Feng likes it. That's good. You know, your second brother, I'm the best drinker. Lin Feng in the dormitory grade ranked second. Generally like everyone to call him second brother. Jiang Xiao seemed to hear then Lin Feng gulping. One more thing. Help me check who posted the post. Hand-on University's campus forum needs real name verification. Want to solve this matter or first know who was behind the ghost to black themselves. If he really couldn't find out, then Jiang Xiao would have to sacrifice Chen Xiaoya, who had put herself up for sale online. After all, the way to suppress a hotspot was not to clarify, but to create another hotspot. A small matter. Wait for my news. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao transferred $5,000 to Lin Feng. WeChat in this time and space didn't just release the WeChat red envelope function. It also launched a beta version of the transfer service. Looking at the anxious Bai Ning, Jiang Xiao pinched Bai Ning's hand and said, "It's okay, the post will be deleted soon." Seemingly not realizing that her hand was held by Jiang Xiao, Bai Ning pursed her lips and said, "The impact of deleting the post is also an ah. I see that some of the groups are already talking about it." After saying that, Bai Ning handed her cell phone to Jiang Xiao. It was some of her students who sent her screenshots. I don't know who is so hateful. Could it be Feng Zhuang? Bai Ning asked. Jiang Xiao thought about it and felt it wasn't quite like it. Feng Zhuang didn't look like someone with this kind of brain. Just at this time Jiang Zhao's phone rang. "I'll go. Lao Si. You've gotten rich, transferring so much to me. I don't even dare to order it." Lin Feng was obviously stunned by Jiang Zhao's handout just now. Lin Feng's family was in a good condition, but the living expenses given by his family wasn't too much. It could only be said to be a bit more than an ordinary family. It was only $5,000 a month. Jiang Xiao let them work an extra shift and gave them so much money. Lin Feng felt more and more that Jiang Xiao had been adopted. Take it. After all, you're not the one who's busy. This money was actually for Lin Feng to go and do favors. Relying on face to get people to help and relying on money to get people to help was not the same efficiency. Lin Feng wasn't polite. Since he was a child, his old man had told him to try not to ask others to help for nothing, and to try to use money to solve things that could be solved with money. There was nothing wrong with him helping out alone, but calling on the entire management team was a favor he had to repay. But Jiang Xiao giving money was different. Taking money, those people owed Lin Feng a favor because Lin Feng had brought them extra money. I'm not going to be polite to you either. Those guys were asleep when I called them up. And the poster I found out. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng say that he had found out the poster, Jiang Xiao quickly asked, "Who? Zhang Yu. How did you offend that woman? This woman is very difficult to deal with." Lin Feng asked. For Zhang Yu, Lin Feng had learned about this person when he was a sophomore. Zhang Yu had pursued a freshman junior because he had a girlfriend and rejected her. Zhang Yu went as far as to say that the junior had molested her. I heard that in the end, the junior compensated Zhang Yu $10,000 to settle the matter. Offending such a woman was not a good thing. It's her? Alright, second brother. I know. I've worked hard for you on the post. Jiang Xiao hung up the phone after saying that. Well, there was a hint of anxiety in Bai Ning's tone. There shouldn't be any problems. I know who's behind this. I'll solve it. Sure enough, when Bai Ning saw that there was no more news about himself and Jiang Shao in the forums, he breathed a sigh of relief. But Jiang Shao knew that things couldn't just be left alone. This heat was just suppressed. Even if he controlled the forums, he couldn't control the discussion among the students. So now a bigger melon was needed to suppress this matter. Since Zhang Yu wanted to play dead, Jiang Shao didn't mind fulfilling her. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao dialed a phone. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up. Yo, rare guest. Why did you think of calling me? Could it be that you figured it out and are willing to let me introduce you to a rich woman? The woman on the other side of the phone spoke in a lazy voice, as if she had just woken up from a nap. Chapter 26 Plastic BFFs. Mina. $50,000 for all the chat records and photos in Zhang Yu's cell phone. Is there any way? Jiang Shao didn't have to be polite or anything with this woman called Mina. And this woman called Mina directly talked about things only need to talk about money. The other end of the phone apparently froze for a moment, then sneered and said, "Stop it, Jiang Shao. $50,000? You tease me that. You can now come up with 5,000. I wash my head upside down." Jiang Shao also did not explain, directly took his cell phone and transferred 10,000 to Mina on WeChat. Look at the phone. I don't have the heart to watch you wash your hair upside down right now. The other side of the phone was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Are you coming for real? Tell me okay or not okay?" Jiang Shao asked. "Brother Shao. Father Shao. Wait for me. See you at 10 o'clock at Beta Plaza on Feiyue Road." Mina got real. Money moves people's hearts. And after seeing the $10,000 that Jiang Shao had transferred in real money, Mina felt that acting slightly slower was disrespectful to money. Hang up the phone after Jiang Shao faced a smile. Mina willing to take the job. This matter has become a big half. For this woman Jiang Shao knows too much. She is Chen Xiaoye and Zhang Yu's roommate. The 4 people in the dormitory usually called the love is better than a good sister. In fact, there are 8 groups of 4 people, are all players in their own way. Among them, Chen Xiaoye is a female sea king, Zhang Yu is a white lotus flower, and Mina is a full gold-digging woman. Mina's gold-worshipping route is not the same. She is based on the ability to gold-worshipping, belonging to the gold-worshipping in the non-mainstream, with a pair of long legs and pretty face. Mina does not rely on the rich second generation and the pursuit of their own people to complete their own gold worship needs. She is a fixer who specializes in introducing handsome girls to big money and rich women. There are a lot of self-absorbed people, men and women alike, and there are some who would love to not try so hard, but she or he doesn't have a doorway, and it's easy to go out on a limb for fear of getting ripped off. So Mina captured the business opportunity. Mina often in and out of the major high-end nightclubs, with a good face and sexy body, a lot of tycoons, rich second generation. She can make friends, and when these people expressed a desire to have something super friendly with her, Mina would introduce them to someone who didn't want to make the effort. Of course, this is paid. Not only these tycoon rich second generation to give Mina benefits, those who do not want to make an effort to become a person is also to give Mina benefits. Relying on a family of 2 to eat, Mina basically realized their own gold worship needs. There is money to earn. Mina simply will not refuse. At this moment, Mina is in her own dormitory. 4 sisters share apartment. Chen Xiaoye made a boyfriend has moved out. The dormitory another girl back home. The whole apartment is left Mina and Zhang Yu in the living. After knocking on Zhang Yu's door and finding no one there, Mina unlocked the security door and walked into Zhang Yu's room with a laptop computer. Last night Zhang Yu showed off her new cell phone to Mina and Mina knew that the old phone should be in her bedroom. Zhang Yu's room was messy and not tidy at all, with all kinds of clothes scattered everywhere, and even some unwashed intimate apparel. Frowning, Mina rummaged through Zhang Yu's drawer and found the old cell phone. Yes, looking at Zhang Yu's old cell phone, Mina clenched her fist excitedly. It was not a cell phone but $50,000. Previously, Mina had quietly memorized Zhang Yu's cell phone password. Connecting Zhang Yu's old cell phone to the laptop, Mina opened a deciphering software. This software is foolproof and can quickly transfer data from one cell phone to the laptop. Mina's work as a broker is not very honorable. In order to avoid some people in the future to bite their own mouth, she spent $10,000 to buy this software. Almost all the handsome men and women introduced by Mina's hand have some handle in Mina's hand. After copying Zhang Yu's cell phone data to a USB flash drive, Mina changed into a white wraparound dress and then stepped out of the door with high heels. Bai Ning looked at Jiang Shao in front of her with admiration in her eyes. A crisis Jiang Shao handled without seeming to panic. Things are pretty much settled. Don't worry, there isn't much of a problem. I'm going out to pick up one thing. Without any surprises, there will be a result tonight. Bai Ning wanted to say something, and only at this time did she realize that her hand had been held by Jiang Shao. Looking at Jiang Shao, Bai Ning blushed. Jiang Shao, don't be like this. Bai Ning was a little embarrassed. Teacher Bai, your hand is so soft. Black iron treasure chest, reward skill fearless aura, opens and takes effect automatically. Fearless aura, the host will become fearless, and no one will be able to suppress the host in terms of aura. On his way to Feiyue Road Beta Plaza, Zhang Xiao opened a black iron treasure chest sent by the system. Fearless aura. Somewhat interesting, Zhang Xiao said while driving. This aura seemed to be a reinforcement of the spiritual attributes, and in the face of some people with a lot of aura, Zhang Xiao didn't have to be afraid of being suppressed anymore. The thing called aura was invisible, but it existed. Zhang Xiao had money and would have a great deal of aura when facing people like Zheng Chang and Feng Zhuang, but this aura would be lacking when facing Kai Muqing. Now with the fearless aura, Zhang Xiao felt that it made up for one of his shortcomings. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiao blasted the gas pedal again. The original 70 mph speed was stepped on by Zhang Xiao to 120. He was speeding. Juan de Plaza. As soon as Zhang Xiao entered the gate, he saw Mina waiting here. In front of her eyes, Mina was wearing a white wraparound skirt, a pair of black stockings with letters on her slender legs, and long straight black hair that made her look pure and desirable. Undoubtedly Mina's outfit was eye-catching. Zhang Xiao even saw a few men secretly taking pictures with their cell phones. Brother Xiao. After seeing Zhang Xiao, Mina's eyes lit up. Twisting her slender waist, she walked to Zhang Xiao's side. Brother Xiao, I missed you to death. Mina went forward and wrapped her arms around Zhang Xiao's neck and directly perfumed his face, then took Zhang Xiao's arm. Listening to Mina's sweet and cloying voice, Zhang Xiao smiled and patted her hip. You're always so realistic. Mina was very contemptuous of Chen Xiaoye and Zhang Yu's practice of meeting a sheep and wool gathering it to death. In her words, there was no point in raising so many poor fish except to satisfy one's own vanity. One must rely on oneself. For those who have no money, Mina can only look. For those who are rich, Mina does not mind playing some ambiguous, but still can only see, cannot eat. Want to eat? To come up with a diamond price, Mina is ready to work hard once to realize the financial freedom of life. Unfortunately, so far Mina did not meet such a tycoon. Those rich second generation to buy a bag or something is generous. Really want to move a large amount of cash when a shrewd very $50,000. Some people out of this price called Mina accompanied out to play a week. Mina did not care. With her face value to go out to make up a week or more than $50,000. To make money, Mina's first priority is safety, and her second priority is efficiency. Mina is a delicate egoist. Need the real opportunity not to let go of the kind. Zhang Xiao's large sum of money seems to let Mina see a hint of opportunity, especially when she saw the Porsche keypad in Zhang Xiao's hand. Chapter 27 Human Traffickers in Action. Brother Xiao, go drink from the cold drink store on the third floor. People can drink cold ones today. Mina's words seemed to give a hint, but Zhang Xiao knew that the woman in front of him was not as simple as she appeared. Mina, can look, can't eat, this is all famous in the circle. Really want to have something with her, is expected to take out a 7-figure check. And it is a big 7-figure check. A smart woman is aware of the difference between a private car and a bus. And if you want your unit price to be high, you have to take the route of a boutique private car. The cold drink store on the third floor was open next to a children's playground, and there were quite a few customers in the store. Some parents with small children drinking juice, and some couples getting tired of feeding each other ice cream. After finding a seat, Mina went to the front desk and asked for 2 glasses of cold juice. Ding! Mina generated a consumption of 40 yuan. Emotional value 87. Cashback multiplier 87 times. Cashback amount is 3,480 renminbi. Current cashback amount accumulated, 51,127,256 yuan. Ding! Mina's emotional value reaches 87. Host receives Black Iron Treasure Chest *1. Black Iron Treasure Chest, Dodge Card. Automatically effective. Dodges 3 fatal and severe damage. Currently remaining number of times 3. Looking at Mina, who walked over with a tray, Zhang Xiao realized that this woman seemed a bit excited. Dodge Card. This thing was useful. Equivalent to 3 more lives. But it didn't seem to be of much use to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao was not a man of the Jianghu and did not need to fight and kill. Brother Xiao, you're not a hidden tycoon, are you? Another Porsche and Zegna. And so generous. You have to take care of your sister in the future. Mina was smiling while talking. Zhang Xiao just wanted to say something when he realized that Mina's foot had climbed up his calf and was still going all the way up. Laughing and ignoring Mina's small movements, Zhang Xiao placed a craft paper bag on the table. This is the final payment. Would I want that? Mina put on her high heels and opened the craft paper bag. There were $40,000 in cash inside, plus the $10,000 transferred before exactly $50,000. Compared to transferring money, Zhang Xiao prefers to use cash because cash has more impact. The same Mina also likes impact. The Mina in front of her had seen money, but she hadn't seen big money. $50,000 was already quite a lot for her. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Mina got up and scented Zhang Xiao's face again. The moment she looked down, Jiang Xiao saw a hint of Snow White. The Mina in front of her was also very material. Putting the craft paper bag away, Mina took out a USB flash drive while asking curiously, "Didn't Xiao Yu just scold you and her circle of friends? Spending $50,000 to screw her. She's not worth it." Holding the flash drive in his hand, Jiang Xiao asked, "You don't know what happened last night?" Mina shook her head. She didn't go out clubbing last night and slept early. There were some messages in the group but they had long been topped over. She was so focused on earning this money from Jiang Xiao that she didn't bother going through the chat logs. Without explaining anything, Jiang Xiao got up and was ready to leave. Although it was nothing to eat Mina now with his financial power, but Jiang Xiao understood the truth of greed in chewing more than he could chew. "Brother Xiao, do you want me to accompany you to find a place to verify the contents of the flash drive? The hotel in Wanda is very good. People haven't stayed there yet." Seeing that Jiang Xiao was going to leave, Mina was a bit anxious. How else could Jiang Xiao probe him if he left? Turning his head, Jiang Xiao pointed to the flash drive and said, "You dare to lie to me?" Looking at Jiang Xiao's eyes, Mina shivered. The eyes were a bit scary. Immediately after, Jiang Xiao smiled. "Just kidding, how could you lie to me? Smart people don't do confusing things. Someone who can take out $50,000 out to fix someone would be afraid of her cheating? I have something to do today, so I won't send you off. Another day's appointment." Jiang Xiao turned around and left after saying that. From Mina's expression, she could tell that there was something in Zhang Yu's cell phone, otherwise she wouldn't dare to take this $50,000. After getting Zhang Yu's black materials, the next step was to send them out. A white lotus flower and a thug fighting means. Jiang Xiao felt that he could play Zhang Yu to death. This time it was Jiang Zhao's turn to make Zhang Yu lose her name. Looking at Jiang Xiao who left, Mina smiled, biting her habit without that loose look she had just had. Mina seemed to be talking to herself. Interesting, like a changed person. This Jiang Xiao has a story. While talking, a boy in his 20s wearing Audi King came over with a red face and a cell phone. "Beauty, I noticed you over there for a long time. Can add a WeChat to make a friend?" The boy seemed to have summoned up a lot of courage when he said this. Mina put down the juice in her hand and smiled sweetly. "Of course." Just when the boy's face was happy, Mina said again, "When you can afford a Porsche, I'll add you." After Mina said that, she got up and picked up her bag and the money given by Jiang Xiao and left the cold drink store, leaving only the Audi King boy who was messy in the wind. After a long time, Audi King boy reddened his face and shouted at Mina's back, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Dog's head to save his life." Gu Hong was nervous at the moment. Dressed in all the luxuries, Gu Hong had the air of a noblewoman, but her actual identity was a human trafficker roaming the country. A month ago, Gu Hong's superior was arrested in Shuzhong and didn't carry on to give up Gu Hong's line. Originally, Gu Hong could not escape the fate of being arrested, but 30 minutes before the police arrived, a mysterious person gave her a letter so that she and her men escaped. Gu Hong, who thought she had escaped with her life, found herself in a bigger whirlwind. Gu Hong and her 6 men were placed in a villa by the person who received her, during which 2 of her men secretly escaped, only to return with 2 corpses. Looking at the 2 men who had been shot in the forehead, Gu Hong knew that she had met a ruthless man. Gu Hong Hand also has a human life, but this year is not 10 years ago. Dare to move the gun to kill people are not crazy. Is not afraid of these, confident, can handle these. Disturbed Gu Hong received an order a week ago to come to Beijing State to kidnap a little girl. To a certain extent the profession is the right match, but in seeing the background of the little girl Gu Hong Goat, the only daughter of a top tycoon in Handong province, is that something that can be easily kidnapped? Seemingly discovering Gu Hong's concerns, the group of people who rescued Gu Hong told her that there would be no problem. Just need to tie up the person, will be fine. There will be someone to support her. If you don't tie her up, you're sure to die. Gu Hong knows that once she's caught, it's a death sentence, and she's got more than one human life in her hands. Tying, maybe there is a chance of survival. In order to increase the success rate, Gu Hong also asked one of her men to buy a shotgun with a sawed-off barrel in stock, and several others prepared daggers. Today was the day of Gu Hong's action. According to the intelligence, when she came to the children's playground on the 3rd floor of the Beta Plaza on Feiyue Road, when she arrived at the place, Gu Hong realized that the job was not a good one. After observing, Gu Hong found that the target was a 40-year-old woman with a plain Audi fort. The woman's physique, plump at a glance, is very good fertility. Gu Hong not less handled such goods, sold to the mountains and abroad, is very sought after. A woman is not to be feared, but the target also has 2 bodyguards, one of whom seems to be carrying a pistol. Ordinary people could not see that the bodyguard had a gun, but Gu Hong could. She was an old man, and on that bodyguard with a gun Gu Hong clearly smelled the odor of blood. Those who dared to go out with a gun in these years were ruthless. Just as Gu Hong hesitated, a turnaround occurred. Chapter 28, Wang Ba Fist. Re-emerging into the world. Gu Hong hesitated. although her men also carried guns, but once the guns were moved that would be a big deal. Just at this time the woman who was supposed to feed the little girl ice cream's hand shook, and the little girl's clothes were soiled by the falling ice cream. The bodyguard with the gun was called out by the woman, probably to get the clothes for the little girl, and the other bodyguard was sent over to buy ice cream. Catching the opportunity, Gu Hong didn't hesitate, taking the chance that the plump woman turned around to pick up the little girl and left the children's paradise. "Auntie, are you playing hide-and-seek with third mother?" In Gu Hong's arms, the little girl blinked her eyes and asked. Gu Hong's heart was blossoming with joy. She just loved this kind of target that didn't make any noise. It was especially easy to tie it up and there wouldn't be any trouble. "Right, baby, don't make noise. Let's play a game with third mother, okay? Aha, bunny baby, don't make any noise. Bunny baby is good." The little girl nodded her head obediently. Gu Hong was nervous at the moment, but looking at her men Gu Hong put her heart down again. She originally had 6 henchmen. All of them were daredevil contestants. 2 of them were taken out by the mysterious man in Shuzhong, and there were still 4 of them brought to Beijing State. 1 of them drove downstairs to receive them, and the remaining 3 were spread out around Gu Hong. 1 of them was still wearing a thin jacket, and his hands were resting on his arms. The little girl who had been tied up and run away by Gu Hong covered her own mouth and didn't speak, her big eyes dripping as she looked around. Suddenly she saw the man who had given her the dinosaur last night. "Ha, it's Daddy," the little girl whispered. The nervous Gu Hong didn't hear what the little girl said. Just at this time the little girl suddenly shouted out loud with a smile. "Daddy, I'm Bunny Bao. Auntie is going to take Bunny Bao to play hide and seek. Daddy, come along and play." Jiang Xiao, who had just stepped out of the cold drink store not far away, raised his head, and as soon as he did, he saw a woman nervously holding a little girl, with 4 eyes. Gu Hong's heart thumped. Just at this time, an angry shout suddenly came from behind Gu Hong. "Stop!" Immediately afterward, a woman shouted, "There are human traffickers." The henchman with the gun behind Gu Hong was called Ah Xiong. After seeing the bodyguard chasing after him, Ah Xiong shouted, "Ah Jin, Ah Chang, take big sister away." After saying this, Ah Xiong directly pulled out his shotgun and fired a shot behind him. The bodyguard at this moment has rushed over to the distance from Ah Xiong is more than 10 meters away. See, Ah Xiong has a gun in his hand. The bodyguard froze for a moment, but apparently has been unable to hide. Bang! The sound of a gunshot. The bodyguard's forehead instantly became blood red. The whole person flew out. The shotgun hit the shotgun shells. This kind of gun many are folk-made. The range is very close, just more than 10 meters range, but the killing area is very large. Hit out is a fan. The bodyguard took a solid shot. Whoever moves dies. Ah Xiong pulled back the shotgun's handguard. After reloading around, Ah Xiong fired a shot at the sky. Bang! 2 shots, and the 3rd floor of Beta Plaza exploded. Murder! The entire 3rd floor of a shocked voice. To shopping mall people have to run around, but no one dares to run in the direction of Ah Xiong, after all, who also do not want to take a bullet. Seeing that he had created chaos, Ah Xiong snorted coldly and turned around to escort Gu Hong away. From the time Ah Xiong shot down the bodyguard to the time he created the chaos, the time before and after was less than 20 seconds, and Gu Hong hadn't even gotten to the escalator yet. The moment Ah Xiong turned around, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking wind. The moment he turned his head, Ah Xiong felt a blackness in front of his eyes, immediately followed by nothing. "Brother Xiong!" Ah Xiong's brother Ah Jin shouted. Ah Xiong, who was on the ground, didn't know what had happened, but Ah Jin, who was escorting Gu Hong away, saw what had just happened clearly. The man that the little girl called her father raised a trash can with both hands and smashed it at Ah Xiong. An ordinary trash can weigh just over 10 pounds, and an adult male would be able to pick it up with one hand. But the garbage cans in Wanda Plaza, in order to avoid being bumped by the customers to produce movement, are weighted type. A garbage can is nearly 40 pounds. The base is pure iron. More than 40 pounds of garbage can smashed on Ah Xiong's head. Ah Xiong's head was deformed the moment it was smashed. "Ah Chang, kill him and avenge brother Xiong." Under the violent anger, Ah Jin took out his dagger and ran straight at Jiang Xiao. Looking at the red-eyed Ah Jin, Jiang Xiao sneered. The fearless aura made Jiang Xiao feel no fear at all. Copying a fire extinguisher beside him, Jiang Xiao directly opened the valve, unarmed against a knife. Jiang Xiao wasn't that stupid. He was only at the peak of human physical quality. It didn't mean he was steel. Even if he had an evasion card, he couldn't use it like that. The white foam sprayed Ajin's face, and Ajin, who couldn't open his eyes, took the dagger and waved it around randomly. Did not swing a few times. Ajin felt his head buzzing a moment, the whole person straight down. Not far from Ajin, Ah Chang saw the scene in front of him. He was not the outlaws like Ah Xiong and Ajin. After watching Jiang Xiao lightly smashing down 2 people, Ah Chang stopped in his tracks and the dagger in his hand seemed to be unsteady. Clang clang clang. The fire extinguisher was thrown on the ground by Jiang Xiao. Glancing at the distance, Gu Hong, who had hugged away Bunny Bao, had stopped in his steps and seemed to be frightened. With a cold smile, Jiang Shao walked towards Chang. You, don't come over, Ajin said in a shivering tone. Ah Xiong was lying on the ground and hadn't moved. Just now he seemed to be able to twitch a few times. Now he was almost motionless and didn't know if he was dead or not. Don't be nervous, hold the knife with a steady hand. Rush at my chest. Give it a hard hit and I'll GA. Jiang Shao approached Chang step by step. The two people before looked like outlaws. And Jiang Shao laid down a deadly hand. This person in front of him, Jiang Shao realized that he was scared out of his wits. So this person wanted to live. Jiang Shao knows to leave a live person to find out who is behind the scene. This time Kai Muching owes himself a big favor. Ah Chang obviously a little scared out of his wits. A dazed Jiang Shao has been like a ghost in front of him. Ah Chang felt his wrist holding the dagger was grabbed by someone. Just wanted to struggle, he heard a click. Ding dang, the dagger fell to the ground. Ah Chang looked at his wrist where he originally held the dagger. There was already a white bone branching out. My hand. Jiang Shao had never tried how powerful he was. This time he knew. At full strength he could crush a person's bones. Looking at the screaming Ah Chang, Jiang Shao hit Ah Chang's chin with a king punch. Ah Chang faded with a black eye. From the time he made his move to the time he resolved the fight, Jiang Shao used less than 40 seconds, including the time he spent talking nonsense with Ah Chang. Turning around, Jiang Shao waved his hand at the woman holding the rabbit baby. Come here, give me the baby. I won't beat you. Jiang Shao didn't dare to irritate the woman in front of him too much. He was afraid that this woman would take the child as a hostage. Gu Hong seemed to be terrified and shivered. Big brother, you, don't kill me. I'll give you the child. Jiang Shao smiled and said, walk over slowly. Don't worry, I don't hit women. Receiving Jiang Zhao's assurance, Gu Hong seemed relieved and quickly walked over with Bunny Bao. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters. Jiang Shao wanted to go forward and pick up bunny treasure. At this time Gu Hong's originally timid eyes suddenly became murderous. Go to hell you. Jiang Zhao's pupils shrunk violently. She saw the woman in front of her pull out a pistol from her back waist. It was a 5.4 style pistol. Jiang Hu called the Big Black Star. Chapter 29, This is a werewolf. Except for the boss who brought Gu Hong into the business, few people knew Gu Hong's background. Ah Xiong and Ah Zhen were Gu Hong's close associates, and had followed him in this business for almost 10 years. They have been with Gu Hong for almost 10 years, but Gu Hong has never told them anything about his background. These men only know that Gu Hong is from Haifu province, soft-spoken and very temperamental. However, she is particularly ruthless when it comes to her hands. Gu Hong only relies on 3 things to control these men: money, her body, and ruthlessness. In fact, Gu Hong is not a mainlander. She comes from the opposite coast of the island of Haifu province, was originally a shooting athlete. In the 90s, Gu Hong had a conflict with her shooting teammates and shot her teammates and coach with a gun during a training session, injuring 4 security guards of the shooting team and causing a sensational bloodbath. Gu Hong then smuggled to Hong Kong Island as a professional assassin. In a mission she killed the son of a bigwig. In Hong Kong Island cannot stay, she ran to the mainland. Gu Hong originally planned to live her life in anonymity, but in 2000, Gu Hong listened to her friend's words and made an investment, and as a result, Gu Hong's friend cheated her out of her money. Gu Hong, who was used to living a big life, originally wanted to return to her old profession, but she was afraid of being hunted down by Hong Kong Island. It was at this time that she met her superiors and became a trafficker who undermined the virtue of the Yin and the morality of the people. Although she changed her profession, Gu Hong's marksmanship has never regressed, especially the speed of drawing her gun. As a woman controlling a group of outlaws, Gu Hong not only plays with guns, she also practices every day. She practiced how fast she could draw her gun. So many years Gu Hong does not have too many opportunities to shoot. In the mainland is a problem, but less than 10 meters away Gu Hong can ensure that he shot 100 times. Just now Gu Hong wanted to shoot Jiang Shao, but Jiang Zhao's reaction speed is too fast. Before she and Jiang Shao distance more than 20 meters, Gu Hong is not sure to kill Jiang Shao. Now that the distance was less than 10 meters, Gu Hong fired. Bang! The loud sound of the Big Black Star was completely different from a shotgun. Jiang Shao wanted to dodge but couldn't. Ding! Fatal damage detected. Dodging successful. Number of times remaining, 2. When the system's beep sounded in his head, Jiang Shao realized that everything around him seemed to have slowed down. He was even able to see the bullet's trajectory. The trajectory of the bullet that was originally running towards Jiang Zhao's heart shifted and flew under Jiang Zhao's armpit, and a decorative vase behind Jiang Shao was shattered. The bullet time ended. The fearless aura allowed Jiang Shao to not feel afraid. Violently rushed up. Jiang Shao simply did not give Gu Hong the opportunity to open a second shot. A shot did not hit Jiang Shao, obviously out of Gu Hong's expectations. This distance Gu Hong did not miss. wanted to shoot Gu Hong obviously no longer have the opportunity. Jiang Shao will not grab the gun empty-handed, but he used brute force to pull the gun from the hands of Gu Hong hard down, even because the force was too great. Jiang Shao could hear the sound of Gu Hong's fractured fingers holding the gun. As soon as he snatched the gun from Gu Hong's hand, Jiang Shao kicked at Gu Hong's calf, which broke with a click. Gu Hong, who was in pain, let go of Bao Bunny. Jiang Shao was quick to hold Bao Bunny, followed by a kick to Gu Hong's stomach. Gu Hong flew out with a scream, and landed on the ground and fainted. Looking at the fallen Gu Hong, Jiang Shao let out a sigh of relief. Fearless aura. This thing will only have a role in the face of fear. When the things that make Jiang Shao feel fearful after the past, Jiang Shao also felt the fear. The hero is not so good when, but this generation value, not to mention their own to avoid a little girl perished early. Just say save Kai Muching, only daughter of this favor. In the future who want to move and hand on Jiang Shao will have to think about it. Rabbit Treasure's nerves seem to be very big. Just now the scene if other small children to see has long been scared of while crying, said bad will leave what psychological shadow. But in the arms of Jiang Shao, Rabbit Treasure in giggling. Dad, are you shooting a martial arts movie? You're Cheng Long, right? Rabbit Treasure watched Chun Long's martial arts movie. Bunny Pa blinked his big eyes and asked. Jiang Shao threw the gun in his hand on the ground and said smilingly to Bunny Treasure. Yes, just now we were shooting a martial arts movie. Bunny Treasure is the female lead. That's great. Rabbit Treasure has made a martial arts movie. Mighty, mighty, mighty. Jiang Shao is in the police station again. And this time the treatment has been upgraded. The hijacking incident in Wanda Plaza has alarmed the province. The only daughter of the chairman of Guanyi Group was almost kidnapped, which is a big event in the sky. Guanyi Group is not an ordinary small business. The entire Beijing state and even the entire Hanong has too many people who rely on Guanyi Group to eat. And Kai Muching's own energy is also very large. Her daughter was kidnapped. This is not a small matter. A hand of the provincial department personally supervised. The City Bureau of Criminal Investigation Detachment chief personally led the team. After Jiang Shao saved Bunny Bao, less than 15 minutes of time there are police rushed to the scene. Jiang Shao was brought into the City Bureau. This time Jiang Shao didn't have the treatment of going into the mediation room anymore, but was taken to the small black room. What was better was that he wasn't handcuffed. He was still treated politely, and two officers were taking Jiang Zhao's statement. Zhao Shanming, the detachment chief of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, looked at Jiang Shao who was taking his statement through the one-sided glass. His eyebrows wrinkled like iron bumps. Master, where did this person pop up? 2 fears, 2 guns, 2 knives didn't do anything to him. Now there's 1 dead and 3 seriously injured over there. One of them has been determined to be a vegetable. Won't wake up in this life. Vice Captain Xiao Gang handed Zhao Shanming a cigarette. He had seen a lot of evil people, and he had seen a lot of people who could fight, but he really hadn't seen this number one. Zhao Shanming also shook his head. Jiang Zhao's bottom was very clean. The only thing that seemed a bit problematic seemed to be that he had a large amount of money hitting him recently, but this money is derived from the dividends of the major investment funds, and there are several large investment funds. Zhao Shanming had also asked someone to inquire about what was going on with one of the funds, and the answer he received was that there were no process or legal issues with this money, and even the taxes had been paid. It was clean. Not a single problem could be seen. The only problem was that Jiang Shao had hit too hard. 1 dead and 3 seriously injured, in which Ah Xiong died on the spot. Ah Zhen was beaten into a vegetable. Gu Hong left leg comminuted fracture. Beer was kicked and shattered. The least injured is a Chang, but that is also a right hand comminuted fracture. Not good to pick up the kind. So strong unarmed fighting ability. Zhao Shanming has not seen the second, and from the video can be seen out Jiang Shao seems to have no fighting skills. Punches are Wang Bao punch. Is too much power too fast. Talented players. And it's a werewolf. A little more than a ruthless man. Just as Zhao Shanming was thinking about things, his supervisor walked in. Ma Bureau, Ma Bureau, Ma Bureau. A crowd of people greeted each other. Ma Bureau's face was a bit gloomy. Originally he just thought that this case was complicated, but after just chatting with director Guo Changlin he realized that this case was far more complicated than imagined. Shan Ming, release the people. Yu Debiao from the Guanyi Group is here to pick him up. Ma Bureau rushed Zhao Shanming and gave the order. At the side, Vice Captain Xiao Gang said at this time, Ma Bureau, he killed 1 and maimed 3. That's a bit too much. I've seen the video. That female suspect was already incapable of resisting after being kicked in the calf. Chapter 30 Encounter Chen Xiaoye didn't let his own Vice Captain Xiao Bao finished. Zhao Shanming said, he is to kill 10 people, maim 30. That is also self-defense. You can determine that the female suspect has no second gun. Don't bullshit. Release, said Zhao Shanming also glared at his vice captain. His disciple were all good as sometimes the brain does not turn. Vice captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment is basically his ceiling. Ma Bureau did not even look at the vice captain a glance. Patted Zhao Shanming's shoulder. Ma Bureau said, Shanming, come to my office. I'll talk to you about something. Looking at Ma Bureau's expression, Zhao Shanming knew that I'm afraid this time things weren't simple. Taking his belongings, Jiang Xiao was invited out of the interrogation room. In itself, Jiang Xiao didn't think he would have much of a problem. If Bunny Bao was just an ordinary family's child, then today's matter was really a bit troublesome. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Being from Handong, Jiang Xiao was too aware of how much energy the entire Guangyi Group had. Just talking about the business sector, Guangyi Group is a real estate-based and diversified enterprise. In addition to the 3 construction companies under it, there are a number of affiliated enterprises, including more than 10 companies involved in construction materials, decoration materials, and finished furniture. Guangyi Group directly under the staff of more than 100,000 people, upstream and downstream rely on Guangyi Group to eat that can be said to be countless. Such a provincial enterprise can be completely with deep roots to describe it. Not exaggerating to say that can let the police force to bring Jiang Xiao back has been very face. Jiang Xiao is also very strange. Kaimuching a widow can hold such a business does not fall in addition to means should also have a very deep background. Thinking about Jiang Xiao out of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, someone told him at the door to pick him up. Jiang Xiao passed the door of the security detachment. Jiang Xiao saw the opposite side of the hustle and bustle of a group of people. The number of more than 10 men and women have. Most of the men were in their 20s and 30s and drunk, and most of the women were dressed up. After seeing the appearance of this group of people, Jiang Xiao smiled. It was really a narrow road. Jiang Xiao didn't expect to be able to see Chen Xiaoye and her boyfriend Kong Yong here. Brother Yong, slow down. Does your head still hurt? Chen Xiaoye, who was a goddess to Jiang Xiao before, is like a little daughter-in-law at the moment. Next to Kong Yong's head is wrapped in gauze. Obviously he was beaten up. Whack on your head, you see if it hurts. Kong Yong was obviously a bit impatient. Just at this time, Chen Xiaoye and Kong Yong also saw the oncoming Jiang Xiao. Kong Yong was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked a bit familiar with Jiang Xiao, but didn't remember who he was. Chen Xiaoye also froze for a moment. She did not expect to meet Jiang Xiao here. Tonight, Kong Yong was supposed to give his big brother a reception, but it turned out that the big brother had something to do and didn't come. So Kong Yong, who was in a bad mood, took Chen Xiaoye and a group of friends to a bar, and ended up fighting with a group of people from Linchang. Linchang is a city in Handong. The economic level of Handong can be ranked in the top 3, once more than the provincial capital of Beijing. The people of Linchang are not only rich, but also extremely tough. Once Linchang is a coal city, the people there earn money fast. Road also wild. Fighting and drinking water. That is, the times are good, harmonious. If more than 10 years ago, Kong Yong will not be a bottle of things. Kong Yong did not take advantage of the fight at a disadvantage. While the Linchang gang is to take advantage of the cheap directly ran away. The bar owner reported to the police coincidentally near the security detachment of the people on patrol on the Kong Yong gang brought back. At this moment, Jiang Xiao saw Chen Xiaoye has no feeling. Chen Xiaoye is undoubtedly a beautiful woman. Model and the later generations of those net red face is very similar. The only difference is that this face is purely natural and has not been rectified. Personality is also not short. 168 centimeters tall, proportion is very good. In the eyes of men is undoubtedly a special thing. The previous Jiang Xiao loved this woman loved to crazy. Now in the look is also so. Jiang Xiao, who did not want to have any interactions with this group of people, walked past them. When Jiang Xiao passed by Chen Xiaoye didn't even look at Jiang Xiao, as if she was surrounded by a cloud of air. Strange. Looks so familiar that? Kong Yong muttered. He could be sure that he had seen Jiang Xiao. He just couldn't remember where he had seen him. Just wanted to call out to Jiang Xiao. A small police officer from the side of the security detachment drank. Don't dawdle. Quickly go in. Kong Yong said with a cold face. I am the victim. Can't you see that I was beaten? The police officer grunted. I saw the video. You guys were beating each other up. Besides, you weren't given a bandage, right? Go in and explain the situation. The security detachment and the police station is not the same. The police station to mediate in the case of the main. But the security port has a target. Kong Yong stared, asked, You do not recognize me? He had a good relationship with the vice captain of the security detachment, and he didn't expect to be treated this way. Do I need to know you? Kong Yong sneered and took out his cell phone. Wait, I'll call your leader. Because of this small police officer's interruption, Kong Yong didn't call Jiang Xiao. He didn't know that this small change allowed him to escape for the time being. Sure enough, novels are all lies. Kong Xiao, who walked to the first floor hall, muttered. Just now, he noticed the way Kong Yong looked at himself, and originally thought that Kong Yong would call out to him, but it turned out that nothing happened. On the first floor hall, Jiang Shao saw Dazi, Kai Muqing's bodyguard. Beside Dazi stood a man in civilian clothes who was talking to Dazi about something. The police officer who brought Jiang Shao came to the man in civilian clothes and whispered a few words. The man in civilian clothes glanced at Jiang Shao and gave a friendly greeting, then shook Dazi's hand and went upstairs. Dazi greeted Jiang Shao when he saw him. Mr. Jiang, thanks for today. You are a great benefactor to our Guanyi group. Sister-in-law was originally going to come to pick you up in person, but there are some particularly important things to take care of. So please forgive me. Detzi came forward very politely and a trace of gratitude could be seen on his icy face. The entire Guanyi group had Rabbit Treasure as the only seedling. If something really happened today, the entire Guanyi group's sky would have to collapse in half. You are welcome. There is this fate. Jiang Zhao's heart has already smiled out of flowers. With Detzi's words, as long as the Guanyi group does not fall, then he is equal to have a trump card. Out of the door, Jiang Shao saw a new Land Cruiser parked outside. Detzi opened the back seat door to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao got on the car after the Land Cruiser drove out of the city council. Light a cigarette. Jiang Shao asked. Little girl, all right. Not frightened. Is noisy to find you to shoot a martial arts movie. Through the rearview mirror, Detzi looked at Jiang Zhao's eyes a little complicated. What happened today through the video? Does Z already know the whole process? His evaluation of Jiang Shao only fierce in life. Fierce because that he solved the 3 male kidnappers means quite sharp. And one of them has a gun. You should know that the bodyguard who was hit is still in ICU without waking up. The reason for this is that the female kidnapper's bullet was rubbing Jiang Zhao's armpit, and it was a little bit too close to Jiang Zhao's heart. Chapter 31, System Upgrade. Tell the little girl that I'll go see her later. After saying these words, there was no communication between Jiang Shao and Dazi. After the car drove for more than 10 minutes, Dazi couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jiang doesn't want to ask where I'm taking you? The moment he just saw Jiang Shao, Dazi felt something was wrong because Jiang Zhao's whole aura was different. Although Dazi was only a bodyguard beside Kai Muqing, but this bodyguard's identity was not ordinary. Just in his early 40s, Dazi was already considered a 3-dynasty veteran of Guanyi Group. Detzi is 41 years old this year, 14 or 15 years old in the coal mine. At that age, Detzi already dared to fight with those who robbed the mines with explosives and shotguns. After Kai Muqing's husband, Chen Guang, took over the Guanyi Group, Detzi became his personal bodyguard, and after his elder brother passed away, he became responsible for protecting his sisters-in-law's safety. Said bodyguard, in fact, with the family is not much different. Even some of Handong's powerful and rich people see Detzi will be very polite. As for those who are mixed Jianghu big brother to see Detzi atmosphere do not dare to out. But Jiang Shao in front of Dazi is very calm. This point let Dazi cannot help but think highly of Jiang Shao. This kind of calmness Dazi and the old chairman of the body has seen. In their own big brother Chen Guang body has seen. In sister-in-law Kai Muqing body also saw. In some big young people have also seen. But the one who was so young but had this kind of aura, Dazi had seen for the first time. It's natural to protect my safety after such a big incident. What do you say, Dazi? Jiang Shao said as if he had a point. Said to protect actually cannot let Jiang Shao out of his sight. After all, from all the circumstances today, this kidnapping is not simply for money. Jiang Shao had been involved with the Guanyi Group 3 times within a few days before and after. So it was inevitable that people would think more. After seeing Detzi not speaking, Jiang Shao opened the car window. Tossing and turning all day, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the gloomy weather outside, Jiang Shao put his hand out of the car window. Handong, it's going to change. Province Hotel is a 5-star hotel. The hotel is located in the middle floor area of Beijing. The whole hotel has 298 rooms, but also has a number of banquet halls. The decoration design is very fashionable and opulent. Hotel facilities are also very complete. Bar, sauna, restaurant, gym and other facilities are the standard international first-class hotel. Listen to the name of this hotel, seems to be a foreign brand. In fact, this hotel belongs to the Guanyi Group, but also Guanyi Group into the real estate of the first hotel project. The security guards at the entrance of the hotel saw a white Land Cruiser drive to the front door when they were ready to go forward to drive away. But after seeing the license plate number, the security guards immediately changed their faces. Master Da. The security guard opened the car door for Dazi with a smile on his face, and even took a curious look at the back seat to find a young man sitting there. Dazi threw the keys to the security guard after a him and then prepared to go and open the door for Jiang Shao. But Jiang Shao didn't use Dazi to open the door at all and walked out of the car himself. Jiang Shao surveyed the Province Hotel in front of him with interest. Jiang Shao glanced at Dazi and said, De has a heart. The conditions here are good. After saying that, he and Dazi walked into the hotel. In the lobby of the hotel, the manager Lu Xiao with a secretary was already waiting here. Lu Xiao was a long-haired plump woman in her 30s, looking very kind and not bad-looking. After seeing Dazi and Jiang Shao come in, Lu Xiao stepped forward and said, Dazi, This must be Mr. Jiang. Dazi nodded and then said, Mr. Jiang is staying here for the last few days. Entertain. Lu Xiao is not clear about what happened. She is 34 years old this year. After graduating from university, she engaged in the hotel management industry as a person, belonging to Kai Muqing's more valued middle-level cadres. Not long ago, Lu Xiao received a call from Kai Muqing's secretary, telling her to entertain a VIP. Don't worry, Tak. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the general manager of Hotel Province. Lu Xiao. Please feel free to order me if you need anything. Lu Xiao said with a professional smile on her face. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, then I'll trouble manager Lu. The five-star hotel Jiang Xiao had never really stayed in his previous life. The time he had been honored by his own family boss was too short and he hadn't enjoyed any benefits yet. Surveying the surroundings, Jiang Xiao felt that this place was very nice. Being brought here himself, Jiang Xiao didn't feel strange. In the end it was still two words. Suspicion. Kai Muqing certainly owed herself a favor, but she still suspected herself. As long as this suspicion was not lifted, then Kai Muqing's favor could not be realized. Mr. Jiang, there will be a bit of chaos in the capital in the last few days. If you want to go out, I will arrange for someone to accompany you. Detzi greeted and then left the hotel lobby, while Lu Xiao took a golden card and led Jiang Xiao upstairs. 8th floor 8018 Presidential Suite. This was the room Kai Muqing had arranged for Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked around and found that the environment is very good. More than 200 square meters of suite, various functions are very complete. Lu Xiao gave Jiang Xiao a brief introduction of the room and then handed the golden card in his hand to Jiang Xiao. Mr. Jiang, this is the annual VIP card for this room. Hotel Province will give some VIP annual cards every year. All consumption in Hotel Province within a year is free by virtue of this card. And this room belongs exclusively to you. The golden VIP card was heavy, and Jiang Xiao felt that this card might actually be gold. The VIP card should be a small gift. Jiang Xiao does not believe that Kai Muqing can really invite himself to live here for a year. Really, if he is under house arrest for a year, that Guanyi Group's reputation for many years will be ruined. Treat their daughter's life-saving benefactor like this. Who would dare to Guanyi Group friendship in the future? Then Mr. Jiang, I will leave first. This is my business card. There is any need to call me at any time. Ding. Kai Muqing generated a consumption of 120 yuan, with an emotional value of 90, and a cashback multiplier of 90 times. Cashback amount of 708 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 1,328,598,056 yuan. Ding. System upgrade conditions reached. System upgraded. Current level 1. System develops new privileges. New permission, personal cashback multiplier increase. Current multiplier 1 to 1,000 times. New permission, personal cashback multiplier increase. Current multiplier 1 to 1,000 times. New permission, probability of obtaining treasure chest slightly increased. New privileges, operating cashback is opened. Operating cashback multiplier is fixed 1 to 5 times. Cashback multiplier is randomized, calculated by multiplying the pre-tax net profit from operations by the cashback multiplier. In order to avoid financial turmoil, the business class cashback is once a month. New permission, open the equipment system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Rewarded with bronze treasure chest *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading and rewarding a bodyguard card. After Lu Xiao walked out of the room, Jiang Xiao was shocked by the system's beep. Obviously, this year's VIP card was considered as generating consumption. The presidential suite at the Province Hotel was priced at 38,888 yuan a night, which was more than $10 million a year. The emotional value is calculated according to the emotional fluctuation when generating consumption. It can be seen that Kai Muqing decided to give herself this card when the emotional fluctuation is great. This wave directly hit the storm. 1 billion ah! Jiang Xiao was stunned by this happiness. Originally, Jiang Xiao was still worried about slow upgrades, but now he doesn't have to worry. Chapter 32, Sir, need service. Outside the Province Hotel, Detzi drove the Land Cruiser around for a while and then turned back to the hotel. After parking the car in the underground garage, Detzi came from an elevator that is not open to the public to a surveillance room on the second floor. Several men in black shirts were staring at the surveillance room, and when they saw Dazi come in, they all got up to greet him. Tak. Dagu. Dazi waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue working. Ah Quan. How's the situation? The man called Ah Quan was in his 40s and was the head of security for the Province Hotel. Ah Quan wasn't very tall but was very strong. The most frightening thing was that the man's left hand had 3 broken fingers from a shotgun gun. A foal is the old subordinate of Detzi. Young Time is also Detzi's head of the horse. Every time meet robbing mine protection work is a full of a horse in front of the front. The Three Fingers is also in the process of a protection of the mine was shot off with a shotgun. Mining is a high-risk, high-return industry. Each mine has its own team of mine guards. These team of mine guards are if you use some tough people or not at all cannot suppress the scene. A full of young is such a person. Then the situation has changed. A full of age is not small was Kai Mooching arranged to the Province Hotel when the security department minister is to pension. After hearing Detzi's question, Kwan pointed to the surveillance and said, the rooms are all installed with surveillance and listening. Very hidden. This little brother entered the room and slipped around now he's fuming. Dezi looked at the surveillance. In the surveillance image Jiang Shao was sitting on a sofa imported from Italy not knowing what he was thinking. His eyes seemed to be a bit dull. Dezi nodded, continue to monitor him. Pay attention to what people he is in contact with. Don't stop him if he leaves the hotel. Follow him. I will ask Old Mo to cooperate with you. If you find out that he is going to leave Beijing State, notify Old Mo. Kwan didn't ask what to notify Lao Mo for. The person who needed Lao Mo to deal with for so many years was already gone. Not alive. Not dead, kind of gone. Dezi instructed a few words and then picked up a room card in the surveillance room. Soon Dezi appeared in an ordinary guest room in the hotel. There were two men in the guest room who were smoking, but not communicating. One of them was wearing a sportswear. Looking at the face was very thick. The other one was very thin, but his eyes were extremely sharp, giving a very cold feeling. Lu Tao while smoking while sizing up the corner of the body of the small, sharp-eyed man. According to Lu Tao's many years of experience, the man in front of him is very unusual. Lu Tao was the biggest intelligence broker in Handong, charging high fees, high efficiency and good reputation. He was not sure why he had been invited by Detzi of the Guangyi Group, knowing that he and his employer would not normally meet except when trading. Just as Lu Tao was thinking about why Dezi had invited him in, the door was opened. The moment the door was opened, the man with a skinny figure happened to finish a cigarette, and after pressing the cigarette out on his finger, the skinny man put the cigarette into his pocket. Lu Tao did not notice this scene. After seeing Dezi come in, Lu Tao stood up and said, "Duh." Dezi went forward and shook Lu Tao's hand and said, "Mr. Lu, I invited you here today because I have one thing to ask you." After both of them took their seats, Dezi directly opened the door and stated his purpose. "You say, duh, Jiang Shao, did he buy information from you?" Dezi asked with cold eyes. Lu Tao's face showed a trace of difficulty. Dezi waved his hand. Then the thin man on the side took out a password box. Opening the combination box, inside was a bunch of gun parts. The skinny man assembled the parts on his own, and soon a pitch-black pistol appeared in his hand. Lu Tao glanced at the gun and then at Dezi. "Duh. You are not asking me to break the rules. Do Lu Tao, this line is generally to give the employer confidentiality. Really, if there is a problem, then in the future there will be no one to find them to do business." Detzi lit a cigarette and said, "Rules? You can do business in Beijing State because of my big brother's tacit approval and sister-in-law's support. Otherwise, do you think you can do business so peacefully? Tell me, did Jiang Shao buy information about my sister-in-law and my lady or not?" "Mr. Lu, I will only ask once." After Detzi finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the thin man. "Old Mo." The man called Old Mo raised his pistol slightly in the direction of exactly Lu Tao's side. Looking at Dezi playing for real, Lu Tao said very submissively, "Don't, duh. I'll say, that one called Jiang Shao did buy intelligence from me, but it has nothing to do with the Guangyi Group. That intelligence is just an ordinary person. He should be looking at that person's wife. I checked this person Jiang Shao. His background is clean. I just don't know why he got a large amount of cash recently." Hearing Lu Tao's words, Dezi did not say anything. Just when Dezi wanted to continue asking something, Kai Mooching's phone call came over. "Dezi, things are looking up. Go back to the old mansion and open the shrine." Jiang Shao, who was staying in the luxurious presidential suite, was not aware that Beijing State and even the whole of Handong had begun to stir in the dark, and at the moment, he was smashed by the benefits brought about by the system upgrade. The cash rebate will not need to say anything. With this money, Jiang Zhao's starting capital is there. Many industries can try business class cashback then 1 to 5 times. This multiplier is not high, but do business with the money earned base is very large. With 1 to 5 times the bottom of the Jiang Shao, there is no reason to lose money. The profit is reduced to a minimum with people playing price war can play with the death of many people. There are new open access, higher cashback multiplier, and that do not know what role of the equipment system. With the more Jiang Shao research more fascinated, the time has gone to 12 o'clock in the evening. After looking at the time almost, Jiang Shao came to the bathroom to take a shower. Wearing a bathrobe, Jiang Shao sent a WeChat to Bai Ning, telling him that he would not go back outside, and let Bai Ning help himself to take care of Xiaoya. When he went out, Jiang Shao did not leave cash for Xiaoya, not calling Bai Ning to help take care of it. Jiang Shao was afraid that Xiaoya would starve to death. Feeling a little hungry, Jiang Shao opened the hotel menu. The Province Hotel's restaurant is open 24 hours. Just as Jiang Shao was ready to order, the doorbell rang. Wearing a large pants with bare shoulders, Jiang Shao came to the door. Opened the door. Jiang Shao found that the outside was actually a woman with heavy makeup. The appearance does not seem to be bad. The body is very hot. Sir, need a massage? The woman revealed a professional smile. While saying so, she also put her right hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Jiang Shao, who originally wanted to refuse, suddenly smiled the moment the woman put her hand on his shoulder. Sure, come in. Chapter 33, Hypnotized Pocket Watch. Inside the surveillance room, Quan was staring at the surveillance screen with a bowl of instant noodles. Not only staring at Jiang Zhao's room, but at the same time, Quan was also staring at the situation on the entire 8th floor level. When DZ explains things, Quan has never been without compromise to complete. Without DZ, Quan would have died in some mine long ago. Watching the monitor screen is a boring thing, but Quan faced without a trace of impatience. Suddenly the action of Quan's hand stopped. He saw Jiang Zhao's floor of the elevator out of a heavily made-up woman wearing a low-cut dress. Put down the noodles. Quan took out the walkie-talkie. Lobby. 8th floor. There is no VIP to friends. Sauna. 8th floor. Is there a VIP called massage? General control. Is there any stray warbler mixed in? The eyes of the old Quan see that the woman is not a good woman. Province Hotel has a bath sauna service. Naturally there is also a massage service. But these services are vegetarian. Guanyi Group does not rely on this line of business to make money. As for the massage therapist and the guest will not happen. What this is not in the management scope of the Province Hotel. There are also some guests will be outside to call some girls over. But this is all to be registered in the lobby. No ID card but to make sure that the guests called. As for those stray girls who couldn't get in at all, even if they mixed in they would be quickly thrown out. Brother Quan, there is no 8th floor registration information in the lobby. Brother Quan, the sauna hasn't received any orders. Brother Quan, no abnormalities in the general control. Hearing the replies from his men, Quan realized something was wrong. Standing up fiercely, after leaving 2 of his men to keep an eye on the surveillance, Quan took the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Gather the internal security. VIP room on the 8th floor. Quick!" Hotel Province is divided into internal and external security. The external security is mainly responsible for standing guard and maintaining the order of the parking lot and the entrance of the hotel, while the internal security is specifically responsible for solving the trouble. The situation was a little better in the last few years. There were very few people who went to the hotel to fight, and in the past few years many people seeking revenge would find the hotel where their enemies were staying. The thing that hotels fear most is that someone will cause trouble, and the internal security guards that the province hotels keep are there to avoid that. There weren't many internal security guards at the province, only about 20, but they were all strong men in their 30s, all of them good at their jobs. Quan pressed the elevator while dialing the phone out. "Brother Mo. It seems like someone is eyeing the VIP. I'm on the 8th floor now." Old Mo on the side of the phone didn't say anything. Hanging up the phone, Old Mo cocked his pistol then walked out of the room. Jiang Shao in the room smiled the moment the woman put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Come in." The woman smiled and threw a wink to Jiang Shao and then walked into the room. The moment she turned to close the door, the woman suddenly felt her hair being grabbed in her hands and then the whole person was slammed against the wall. With a black eye, the woman fainted. Jiang Shao threw the woman on the floor and then closed the door. The moment Jiang Shao closed the door, Old Mo arrived at the door with a haircard in his hand. Old Mo stood at Jiang Zhao's door without making a sound. Soon Quan also rushed over. Old Mo signaled Quan not to speak, then whispered, "Surveillance. Quan will understand." Took out his cell phone to call the surveillance screen. Looking at the surveillance screen in front of the eyes, even if it has been a face of indifference to the Old Mo, were shocked. The surveillance screen, Jiang Shao dragged the woman by the hair to the hall, and then tied the woman up with a bed sheet back to back. Quan and Old Mo glanced at each other, and the two seemed to be saying, "Could it be that this VIP likes the stone?" Jiang Shao naturally is not as perverted as the two people think. For this kind of public subway, Jiang Shao is not interested at all. Not safe, not to mention that there is no love interest, just like an actor. Originally, Jiang Shao was ready to drive away the eyes of this flow, but when the woman put her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder, Jiang Shao found the wrong place. The woman's hand is very rough. The palm of the hand touched his shoulder when Jiang Shao can feel the top are calluses. What kind of person's hands would be full of calluses? Either it is a long time to engage in physical labor, but the woman in front of her obviously does not look like willing to suffer and how to come to do this line of work. There is another kind of person who has been playing with knives and guns for a long time. So Jiang Shao put someone in and then knocked her out. As for whether or not it would be an accidental injury, there were cases like this, and the big deal was to pay out a little bit of money. Since he had fought with those kidnappers during the day, Jiang Shao had gotten bolder and bolder since he had gotten the fearless aura. After tying up that woman, Jiang Shao opened the scented bag that the woman had with her. Stockings, underwear, a small-sized umbrella. All these things were considered normal, but what immediately followed was not. A small lady's pistol and an incomparably sharp scalpel. It seemed that these two things shouldn't appear on a stray girl. Jiang Shao does not understand the pistol, but press the magazine he still know. When he saw the yellow bullets inside, Jiang Shao knew that he did not hit the wrong person. The real one can just play gun. There is no need to play the real gun. 8018. The opposite room was opened by Aquan. Just through the replay, two people saw all the actions of Jiang Shao. Not even a little hesitation to knock over the female killers. Especially when seeing Jiang Shao turned out those weapons when Aquan scared out of a white hair sweat. If the female killer opened the door to do it this time, the trouble will be big. What is he doing? Aquan suddenly realized that Jiang Shao did a very strange move in the surveillance video. Inside the room, Jiang Shao took a thin rope and tied a beer bottle cap. After catching a bucket of ice water, Jiang Shao raised it directly on the female assassin's face. The groggy female assassin woke up and saw Jiang Shao looking at herself with a smile, slightly maintaining a bit of composure. The female assassin squeezed out a smile and said, "Sir, do you like to play this tune? Just add money. I can cooperate." Jiang Shao took out the lady's pistol and asked, "Take this with you?" Seeing the gun, the female assassin didn't say anything. She knew that she couldn't argue anymore. The person in front of her wasn't an ordinary person at all. Damn. I don't know what those who are engaged in intelligence are doing. This is not an ordinary college student. The female assassin secretly cursed. Taking out a towel, Jiang Shao carefully wiped off the fingerprints on that gun. Throwing the gun aside, Jiang Shao picked up the props he had just made and said, "I know that you are tough-talking, but my interrogation method doesn't care if you are tough-talking or not." In the female assassin's puzzled eyes, Jiang Shao swung the beer bottle cap. "You're tired now. Very, very tired. You want to sleep, right?" Looking at the rotating beer bottle cap in front of her eyes, the female assassin felt her eyelids sinking. With one of Jiang Shao's fingers, the female assassin snapped her eyes open. But there was no color in her eyes at all. Ding! The equipment hypnosis pocket watch takes effect. Hypnotic pocket watch, level 2 civilization primary interrogation tool. Can make the target answer questions without reservation. Cannot control actions. After equipping it, the host can use it as a substitute to exercise the functions of the hypnotic pocket watch. The hypnotic pocket watch was the equipment that the bronze treasure chest opened for Jiang Shao. It could be equipped on the equipment bar. What Jiang Shao didn't expect was that he had just equipped this piece of equipment and it came in handy. Chapter 34 Clues. The equipment system was a new feature after Jiang Shao's system was upgraded. In the system interface there was a page that was similar to the equipment bar of an online game character, and the entire equipment page had a small figure that was modeled after Jiang Shao's appearance. The equipment bar could equip 10 pieces of equipment: underwear, jacket, pants, shoes, hat, watch, ring, necklace, jewelry, and weapon. Among them, rings, watches, necklaces, and jewelry could each be equipped with one piece at the moment, and the hypnotic pocket watch was equipped by Jiang Shao in the jewelry column. It seemed to be working now. Opening the cell phone recording, Jiang Shao asked, "Name? Luo Anna." The female assassin, Luo Anna, had empty eyes and answered the question without the slightest hesitation. "Circumference? Forget about this and don't ask." Jiang Shao obviously said it too late. And Luo Anna on the other side had already reported the numbers. 38D, 62 centimeters, 81 centimeters. Jiang Shao eyeballed it. This woman didn't seem to be lying. "Quite honest. What are you doing here?" Jiang Shao asked again. "To kill the target." Jiang Shao. Hearing Luo Anna's words, Jiang Shao's eyes went cold. Sure enough, he was here to kill himself. "Say, called you here?" Jiang Shao guessed that it should be related to the kidnapping case during the day today. But what was the purpose of killing himself? Jiang Shao was the variable in the whole incident. No matter what conspiracy behind it itself had nothing to do with Jiang Shao. It was even said that there were certain variables in killing Jiang Shao. "I don't know. I was paid to do a job," Luo Anna continued. At this time it was impossible for Luo Anna to tell a lie. Jiang Shao glanced at Luo Anna and asked again, touching my position so accurately, "Who receives you?" This time Luo Anna gave the answer. "Brother Snake. He's the middleman. The weapons and intelligence are all from him." Brother Snake, a name Jiang Shao had never heard of. "How can you find him? Have you met with him?" "We don't meet without a mission. He and I are in single-line contact." "Met him once. He wore a mask, sunglasses, and was very tall, wearing a gold Rolex watch on his left hand. He has a tattoo on his arm, tattooed with a snake-coiled peony." This piece of information should be the only useful piece of information Jiang Shao got. After asking a few more questions repeatedly, Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and Luo Anna regained her senses. What happened to me? The memories of just now were all gone, and Rona couldn't remember what she had done. Jiang Shao smiled and opened the recording. After listening to the recording, Luo Anna's face turned pale. The recording just now could not only contain information about this assassination of Jiang Shao, but also several cases she had done before. What do you want? I have money. Let me go. I can give you a lot of money. Luo Anna's eyes were filled with panic. Jiang Shao lit a cigarette and looked at Luo Anna and shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm supposed to be an outsider. I'm not the one playing this game." After saying that, Jiang Shao walked to the door of the room, opened the door and shouted, "Come out." Quan and old Mo in the opposite room looked at each other and then opened the door. "Mr. Jiang, I'm Quan, tax brother, head of security at Hotel Province." Quan stepped forward and greeted him. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Did you hear everything just now?" Quan's face was a little embarrassed. Obviously Jiang Shao knew about the room having surveillance. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "It's fine. Understand. People, you guys take away. Sleepy, sleep." After saying that, Jiang Shao went back to the room. Half a foot just stepped into the door of the room. Jiang Shao suddenly turned back and said, "Right. Remember to turn off the surveillance when I go to sleep. I don't like to wear clothes when I sleep." "Alright, that's it." Looking at Jiang Shao, who walked into the room, old Mo grinned. Looking at Quan, the always silent old Mo said, "Where did this person pop up?" Luo Anna was taken away. Just like what Jiang Shao said, this game of chess is not him playing. All he needs to do is just watch the show. There was a study in the presidential suite and a computer in the study. Jiang Shao returned to his room and instead of sleeping he opened the flash drive that Mina had given him. Today, after helping other people's families for a day, Jiang Shao's own things have not yet been resolved. That the content of the disk is called an explosive. Jiang Shao did not think that the general body of Zhang Yu plays so unrestrained. A variety of large-scale photos filled the entire disk. There are a variety of ambiguous chat records. Jiang Shao believes that this once sent out after that he and Bai Ning that point will not be concerned. The hotspot of a man being adopted is always not as amazing as a female college student playing on a large scale. After picking a few photos to mosaic, Jiang Shao picked a few more chat logs. Buying a copy of the identity information, Jiang Shao registered a new account on the campus forum, and within a few minutes a powerful post was posted on the forum. Shocked. The private life of a female college student is actually like this. After sending the post and exiting the forum, Jiang Shao started browsing through the contents of the flash drive again. The few photos that Jiang Shao had just sent were still relatively conservative. At least they didn't show some key parts. They were mostly selfies of Zhang Yu and some men cuddling in a hotel. Just a little bit more of the main character. You disk more explosive content. Jiang Shao has not sent that. This is also considered to give Zhang Yu a little lesson. Just as Jiang Shao was browsing through Zhang Yu's not so great photos, a photo attracted Jiang Shao's attention. The photo was a selfie of Zhang Yu. From the photo the two people seemed to be shopping in the mall. In the photo you could only see a man wrapping his arms around Zhang Yu but couldn't see his face. But the arm that was wrapped around Zhang Yu made Jiang Shao pay attention for a long time. That arm was wearing a gold Rolex, and there was a snake-coiled peony tattooed on his arm. Such a coincidence? Jiang Shao ruthlessly extinguished the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray, then picked up his cell phone. Chapter 35 The Ancestral Hall. Forest City, Qingshan County, Xiaowan Village. Castle Peak County was originally a city that was rich in coal, and the Guanyi Group had made its home in Castle Peak County back then. With the depletion of coal resources in Castle Peak County, the entire county has fallen into a period of silence. Although Qingshan County has no former glory, but Xiaowan Village is not the same, because here there is the Chen family's ancestral home. The Chen family's ancestral hall is here. Every house in Xiaowan Village is a 2- or 3-story house, and there are cars in every yard, the worst of which are Accords and Passats. And some people have Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, and Autos parked in their yards. Although the entire Xiaowan Village is a small house, but the most elegant also belongs to the Chen family's old house. Chen's ancestral hall is in the old house. Chen is a big surname in Xiaowan Village. More than 2/3 of the people in Xiaowan Village are surnamed Chen. Although it is already late at night, but the Chen family's old house is still brightly lit. Although it was already late at night, the Chen family's old mansion was still lit up. The clan atmosphere in Handong province was very heavy, and the Chen family was divided into 3 houses, with Chen Guang being the eldest house, and Chen Yan, the head of the second house, being the head of the Chen family now. Chen Yan was in his 40s, Chen Guang's cousin, and was very shrewd. Although he was sitting in the position of patriarch, Chen Yan knew that the splendor of the Chen family relied on the Guanyi Group, and the person in charge of the Guanyi Group was Kai Muqing. In other words, the entire Chen family was headed by his own sister-in-law, Kai Muqing. Kai Muqing, who was sitting at the first place under Chen Yan, glanced at the head of each house and some of the main figures of the clan. All of these people's faces showed puzzlement, as if they didn't know why the ancestral hall had been opened so late in the evening. The opening of the ancestral hall was a big event. Apart from some important days of worship, it was when something big happened in the clan, such as whose child had a great success, or which family got into big trouble. Although everyone had sporadically heard about the kidnapping that happened today, this matter had not reached the point of opening an ancestral hall. All of you must be wondering why you've been called here so late. I'm ashamed to say that there is a family thief in the Chen family's house. After faintly finishing his sentence, Kai Muching glanced outside the ancestral hall. Bring them here. Soon. Several big men in suits walked up with a woman in her 40s with a plump figure. The woman's complexion was a bit shriveled and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Looking at the visitor, the people around them murmured, "Isn't this the third aunt of the Long House, Wei Hong? Why was she escorted up?" "I don't know. Let's see. Probably committed some offense." Chen Guang's house has always been a single lineage. To Chen Guang's generation, in order to spread the leaves, froze to marry a wife 6 aunts. Of course, in addition to Kai Muching is legally recognized. The rest of the few people are only married to the Chen family. To a certain extent, those years these aunts still belong to the single. When Wei Hong saw Kai Muching, she directly knelt down and cried, Big sister, I know I'm wrong. It's me who didn't keep an eye on Bunny Bao. It's me who's bad. You punish me. I recognize the punishment. Looking at Wei Hong, who was crying with snot and tears, Kai Muching said expressionlessly, Lao San, I remember you came to the Chen family in 03, right? Wei Hong hurriedly said, Big sister, it was you who saved me back then. My dad was hit by a car and borrowed money from others. They wanted to take me away. It was you who saved me, big sister. Sighing, Kai Muching said, the master of fortune-telling said that Brother Guang has no heir in his destiny, and he can only take more concubines in order to break this destiny. I listened, and in 5 years I helped Guang find 5 wives, and I was very attentive to each of you. Although I didn't give the Chen family a son or daughter, but I treated you all as family. Standing up, Kai Muching continued, Brother Guang is over 40 years old and has a rabbit baby, although it is not a male child. But in the future, when he finds a son-in-law, he will be able to inherit the family business. You all have treated Rabbit Bao extremely well all these years, whether it was false love or false intentions. And this I am grateful for. Big sister, I don't have a child. I'm treating Rabbit Treasure as my own daughter. Big sister, I really didn't mean it today. Wei Hong saw Kai Muching talking about Bunny Treasure and immediately played the emotion card. Wei Hong was right. Kai Muching gave birth to Bao Bunny less than a month before she started working. At that time it was always Wei Hong taking care of Bao Bunny. It can be said that Bao Bunny's time with Wei Hong was longer than the time with Kai Muching. After hearing Wei Hong's words, Kai Muching's face that was as cold as ice showed a hint of a sneer. Pro-life daughter? So you conspired with outsiders to kidnap Bunny Treasure for the sake of your own biological son? Kai Muching spoke in a small voice, but it shook the people at the scene with 5 thunderbolts. Especially Wei Hong, who didn't expect her biggest secret to be discovered. Wei Hong is 42 years old this year. Once had a marriage that lasted for 3 years. When she was young, Wei Hong had gone to work in an electronics factory along the coast, and after a few years there she returned to Beijing State, and in the same year Wei Hong got married to a driver. The marriage lasted almost 3 years before it ended and Wei Hong moved in with her parents. In 2003, Wei Hong's father had a car accident. In order to save, Wei Hong borrowed loan sharks, because they could not pay the money the gang to Wei Hong to be arrested and sent to the nightclubs. It was Kai Muching called Detsy to settle the matter, because the fortune teller said that Wei Hong is good at giving birth to children. So Kai Muching was brought to the Chen family to Chen Guang as a concubine. It can be said that because of Kai Muching, Wei Hong changed her fate. Kai Muching has never thought much about Wei Hong because she was honest and decent. But today's things were all permeated with bizarre. To protect the rabbit treasure of the 2 bodyguards are carefully selected. They will not be a problem. Then the problem appeared in Wei Hong body. Through the video can also be seen at that time as Wei Hong branch away from the 2 bodyguards. Comfortable for many years 2 bodyguards is also some slack. Of course, based on these alone cannot be concluded Wei Hong's problem. So Kai Muching checked Wei Hong's account. This check Kai Muching felt that the whole thing reveals a hint of unusual. Wei Hong has a younger brother. Wei Hong's younger brother through Wei Hong in the past few years in the Guanyi group made a lot of money. This is nothing. A Guanyi group to feed a Wei family, no problem. There is a problem as Wei Hong's younger brother Wei Hai will give an account every year to remit a sum of money. Along with that account Kai Muching found a shocking news. That is, Wei Hong also has a child. Is a son. Has more than 20 years old. After getting this news Kai Muching arrested Wei Hai. Wei Hai is timid. Said everything. When Wei Hong went to the coast to work not alone, but with one of their boyfriends, the 2 had a child there. And originally the 2 were set to return home to get married after the child was 1 year old. But as a result, Wei Hong's boyfriend at the time had an accident. Wei Hong is not willing to raise a child alone and threw the child to the child's grandparents' home. In addition to a few times a year will go to see the child, but only to give a little money. Even during her first marriage, Wei Hong didn't visit the child for 3 years. After marrying into the Chen family, Wei Hong had a feeling that the sparrow had turned into a phoenix, and for the sake of this hard-earned life, Wei Hong hid this matter. She even had to go through her own brother to give money to her son. After the death of Chen Guang, Wei Hong's boldness a little, but also sent his son abroad. Originally thought that this matter would have been concealed, but the result did not know how it was discovered. Chapter 36, Brother Snake. Kai Muqing's words caused Wei Hong, who was still crying and begging for mercy, to directly go limp on the ground. The expressions of the surrounding Chen family members were different. The patriarch Qin Yan said nothing with an iron face, and an old man of more than 80 years knocked on his walking stick and said, "The family is unfortunate. It's bad luck for the family." In the past, this would have been punishable by immersion in a pigsty, piggy bank dipping. Although there was a lot of discussion, but everyone looked at Kai Muqing. After all, the whole Chen family is not the patriarch Qin Yan nor those clan elders but Kai Muqing. Even more importance was placed on the clan was spoken by strength. Wei Hong raised her head and said, "Big sister, you know everything." Kai Muqing looked at Wei Hong with a hint of regret on her face. In the Chen family, Wei Hong had always been a non-competitive person. If it was simply that she had once had a child, this was not a problem at all in Kai Muqing's opinion. But Wei Hong never should have colluded with outsiders to kidnap Bunny Bao, which touched Kai Muqing's bottom line. "Little Red, you know me. Even if you tell me about this matter, I won't do anything to you and your child. Tell me, what conditions did the other party offer you?" Wei Hong smiled miserably. "He gave conditions that you can never give. Take you down. My son can enter the board of directors of Guangyi Group." "Big sister, can you give this condition?" After hearing Wei Hong's words, Kai Muqing smiled. "This is the heart is not enough. At first, if she knew Wei Hong has a son, she will not bring this woman into the Chen family. With a son of the woman even Dorgan cannot handle. Their own year is still too young and too kind." Kai Muqing's slender fingers pointed to the table. "Bunny Bao was brought up by you when he was a child, and I can't be cruel enough to throw you into the mine. Hand over your shares in the subordinate company and turn yourself in. I'll guarantee that you won't die." Hearing this, Wei Hong's face was happy. The money she had given her son over the years had been enough for him to live the rest of his life in peace abroad. When she was young, Wei Hong actually didn't have much affection for her son, but as she got older, Wei Hong felt more and more that she needed someone to take care of him in his old age. "Thank you, big sister." Wei Hong's face was full of surprise. Exchanging herself for her son was worth it in her opinion, and she couldn't die from what happened. "There's no need to thank me first. You need to tell me who collaborated with you to kidnap Bunny Bao." Wei Hong was not Kai Muqing's goal. Catching the person behind the curtain was the real purpose. Wei Hong bit her lip after hearing Kai Muqing's words, then shook her head. "I'm sorry, big sister. I can't say. They said that if I leak the slightest bit of information, they will make a move against my son." Originally, after Wei Hong said this, she thought Kai Muqing would burst into a rage. But who knew that Kai Muqing actually laughed? "Stubborn little one." After calling out to her personal female bodyguard, Xiaowen walked over to Wei Hong and took out her cell phone, which quickly connected to the video. The moment the video connected, Wei Hong's face turned pale. Mom, save me." In the video was a boy in his 20s while he was surrounded by a group of white gunmen. "Fei, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Wei Hong's entire body was paralyzed with fear after seeing her son tied up. Turning around, Wei Hong looked at Kai Muqing and said, "Big sister, I'll tell all. It was a person called Brother Snake who approached me. I don't know who he is. Everything was arranged by him." Brother Snake? Kai Muqing didn't remember that there was such a person in the capital state, not even in Handong, and looked back at Dazi, who also shook his head to indicate that there didn't seem to be anyone called Brother Snake in the capital state. What are his characteristics? Kai Muqing frowned. The clues seemed to be about to break at this point. It's not easy to find someone in a sea of people. In his 40s, medium-length hair, wearing sunglasses, wearing a gold Rolex on his left hand with a snake-coiled peony tattooed on it. Wei Hong said all that she knew. Her soft underbelly was held by Kai Muqing. Dazi said to Kai Muqing after hearing Wei Hong's words, "Big sister, the assassin who assassinated Jiang Xiao was also connected to a person wearing a golden Rolex with a snake-coiled peony tattoo." Kai Muqing thought for a moment and said, "This person is familiar with Beijing State. Go and investigate. Be loud and clear in your investigation. The person behind this has acted without rules and regulations. I want to force this person out." Kai Muqing could see that assassinating Jiang Xiao was obviously a stinking move, as there was no point. Regardless of whether or not there was a problem with Jiang Xiao himself, he couldn't be assassinated at this time of the year. And the fact that Jiang Xiao had been assassinated again meant one thing, that this person behind him wanted to vent his anger. A person would not be so irrational if they were not desperate. Dazi nodded after hearing Kai Mu-ching's words, then turned around and walked out of the ancestral hall. Just after walking out of the ancestral hall, Dazi's phone rang. Dazi, I have a lead on that fixer. The call was from Jiang Shao. After hearing his words, Dazi's spirit was shaken. This Jiang Shao was getting more and more mysterious. Bar Street, outside the door of 762 Music Bar. Jiang Shao, Dazi, and Lao Mo were sitting in a commercial car, and there was also a young man with a high face value sitting in the car. Looking at the young man, Jiang Shao said, the target's name is Zhang Yu, 21 years old. You've seen the photo. No problem, right? The young man sniffed and picked up a small comb and combed his hair, then said, don't worry, brother Jiang. In the circle of big sister eating in Beijing State, I am this. No. 1. What I am best at is dealing with women. Jiang Shao was happy when he heard this. He had to admit that Guanyi Group's heritage in the whole of Handong was really thick. This man in front of him was called Yang Yuming, and his occupation was specializing in eating rich women. Rumor has it that this Yang Yu in front of him will have an income of nearly 8 figures next year. The full first soft rice king of Beijing State. See ready almost. Yang Yuming is ready to get off. Just to get off when Jiang Shao called him. Your piece of Patek Philippe is too low-key. Zhang Yu may not be able to recognize it. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Yang Yuming said haughtily, I don't need this to pick up girls. Don't worry brother Jiang. No one understands women better than me. After saying that, he got off the car and walked into the bar. Detzi handed Jiang Shao a cigarette and then said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. This kid has no problem. The group has some female customers from Hong Kong Island. Without Yang Yuming and the contract can't be signed. He deals with women. Professional level. Jiang Shao looked at Yang Yuming who had already walked into the bar. His heart was a bit skeptical, knowing that Zhang Yu, that woman is also a master who does not see a rabbit without a hawk. Jiang Zhao's heart is full of skepticism. And then less than half an hour Yang Yuming arm around the smiling Zhang Yu walked out. Yang Yuming waved his hand, and a Porsche Panamera that had long been arranged drove to the door of the bar. And Yang Yuming was very gentlemanly and opened the door to Zhang Yu, and then drove the car and ran to the outskirts of the city. Asterisk 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 bull. Jiang Shao harder going to give Yang Yuming a thumbs up. This is too efficient. Chapter 37 Interrogation I am a professional. Purple Bamboo Mountain is located in the southeast of Beijing State, less than 3 kilometers away from the suburbs of Beijing State. At the top of Purple Bamboo Mountain you can see both the bustling downtown of Beijing State, but also not far from the downtrodden Baihe County. White River County in the 90s is a steel city, but the entire county is a backward capacity of steel mills. With the adjustment of backward production capacity, White River County has become silent, and there is no past glory. Zizhu Mountain Top. Yang Yuming leaning against a blue Panamera and Zhang Yu as a little birdie snuggled in his arms. You know what? The city is like the Matrix, and you, and I, live in her purple palace. There, and there, the corners of the city nourish us. Yang Yuming looked at Zhang Yu with deep eyes, and at this moment Zhang Yu was infatuated. Charles, you are so poetic, Zhang Yu said with a face full of adoration. Today, Zhang Yu's mood was awful. The original post of hacking Jiang Shao was deleted by someone, and the forums spread out her black material. Wanting to come out to take a break, Zhang Yu didn't expect to run into a real man of her life. This Charles, who grew up in the United States, speaks authentic English, is not only handsome, but also generous, and speaks in a very poetic manner. Zhang Yu felt as if she would never meet such a good fish again, and when Charles extended an invitation to her Zhang Yu did not hesitate at all. Originally Zhang Yu felt that this man would take himself to a hotel to spend a wonderful night, but he did not expect that he would bring Zhang Yu to the top of the mountain to look at the stars. White Lotus is not an exterminator. White Lotus is also a woman, and what Yang Yuming is best at is dealing with women. Looking at Zhang Yu who showed adoring eyes to himself in front of him, Yang Yuming lifted her chin and said, I think I'm in love with you. Accompany me to the United States. Okay. As long as you nod your head everything is not an obstacle for me. Zhang Yu did not hesitate at all. Rice. That had always been the place she yearned for. She had heard that the air there was sweet smelling. Just as Zhang Yu was imagining herself and her beloved Charles to start a new life in Rice, a Wuling Hongguang rushed to the side of the Panamera. A short man stepped down from the passenger side, followed by 2 big men. You are Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu was all confused. What was the situation? Yang Yuming shielded in front of Zhang Yu and said, Who are you people? Don't hurt you. The short man was none other than Old Mo. Not even paying attention to Yang Yuming, Old Mo went forward and grabbed Zhang Yu and went towards the van. Yang Yuming went forward and tore Old Mo. Old Mo turned around and kicked Yang Yuming directly to the ground and rolled twice. It seems that a little bit more strength would have kicked Yang Yuming down from the top of the mountain. Charles, Charles! Zhang Yu let out a heartbreaking cry, and Yang Yuming on the side struggled to get up. The two of them were like lovers separated in life and death. Soon Zhang Yu was stuffed into the van, and the Wuling Hongguang disappeared at the top of the hill with a kick of the gas. After watching the Wuling Hongguang disappear into thin air, Yang Yuming stood up and patted the dust on his body. Yang Yuming took out his cell phone. Tack, I flashed. In the western suburb, inside a breeding base, Jiang Xiao was teasing a few strong dogs. Accompanied by a junior brother beside Jiang Xiao felt very strange. Usually the few very fierce strong dogs see Jiang Xiao even dare not bark, but instead a husky barked cheerfully, as if he did not know fear. This little brother vaguely feel out. In front of this guest seems to be the same as Takar with the killing spirit. Just at this time Dezi walked over. Duh! The little brother gave an honest greeting. Dezi waved his hand, and the junior brother left the place knowingly. Said that? Jiang Xiao threw a handful of dog food into the kennel. Dezi handed Jiang Xiao a cigarette and said, little girls can't help being scared. Recanted. Old Mo went to arrest someone. Jiang Xiao took out his lighter and first lit the cigarette for Dezi, then lit the cigarette in his own hand. Dare to move General Kai's daughter in Beijing State. This person has a lot of energy? Jiang Xiao asked curiously. Zhang Yu and the man wearing a gold Rolex with a snake-coiled peony tattoo had obviously been in contact, and it was easy to follow the trail to find out who this person was. Dezi exhaled smoke and said, a hot pot businessman from Shuzhong, who has opened 7 chain stores. The strength is okay, but just okay. Jiang Xiao nodded. Then there's someone else behind it. Check it out. This kind of thing, to find out a person behind it, is not far away. Dezi didn't say anything. This person's words had always been few. Seemingly thinking of something, Dezi said, this woman has a grudge against you? Should I help you settle it? Jiang Xiao froze and asked, how to solve it? Dezi thought for a moment. There are many abandoned mining pits in Linchang. Throw them down and no one will find them at all. Or send it abroad. North Burma, Brazil, North America. She won't be able to come back for the rest of her life. Dezi's serious answer made Jiang Xiao freeze. Is this big brother so ruthless? And listening to Dezi's tone, it seems that he didn't do this less. Beijing State, Imperial Villa area. Shi Lichuan returned to his villa in a Mercedes. Shi Lichuan is Shuzhong people. Around 5 years came to the capital state to open hot pot store. In the capital state is considered rich but cannot enter the top of the circle. Shi Lichuan is also very low-key. Not married, in his early 40s. His biggest hobby may be to go to the bar to pick up girls when he is not busy. Shi Lichuan, who drove the car into the garage, was obviously a bit disturbed. Parked the car, and just as soon as he got off, Shi Lichuan felt that he was held by a gun to his head. Brother Snake? Old Mo said coldly. When he heard this name, Shi Lichuan knew he was exposed. Hands up. Shi Lichuan squeezed out a smile and said, brother, which road? If you want money, don't shoot. Old Mo pointed his gun at Shi Lichuan and said unmoved, open the backseat door. Shi Lichuan opened the backseat door as Old Mo asked, turn around and get in the car. The moment Shi Lichuan turned around, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head, and then his entire body fainted. Ah! Woof woof woof! In the western suburb dog factory, the screams coming from the distance attracted a group of big dogs barking furiously, with one of the huskies barking the most happily. Jiang Xiao and Dezi were eating a snack outside a warehouse, and after a long time Old Mo came out and said, don't say anything. I've used all 13 needles. My mouth is too hard. Can't beat it anymore. If I do, I'll kill it. Dezi put down the chopsticks in his hands. So hard that 13 needles can carry through? Old Mo nodded. 13 needles is an interrogation method invented by Dezi and Lao Mo, using a fine needle to stab several weak parts of the body. Those who can survive 3 needles are already considered good men. Dezi also do not want to kill Shi Lichuan. After thinking about it, Dezi said, locked up with Dehei. Starve him for 3 days to see if he says anything. Old Mo just wanted to agree when he heard Jiang Xiao over there speak. No need to be so troublesome. Interrogation. I am a professional. Chapter 38. Shangguan Wenbin. Inside the darkened storehouse, Shi Lichuan was hanging from the low beams. The feeling of his feet slightly off the ground made Shi Lichuan feel like his legs were on the verge of breaking. At the moment, not a single part of Shi Lichuan's body was intact, and Old Mo had hit him very hard, but Shi Lichuan's mouth was very hard. He didn't have the slightest intention of revealing who he was behind. Putting aside his position, this was a hard man. Bah! Shi Lichuan spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Looking at the several black-clothed big men on the side, Shi Lichuan muttered, kill me. I am not going to say anything. The faces of the several big men could not be seen with any expression of anger. To each his own. Shi Lichuan had something to admire. Just as Shi Lichuan was still trying to irritate the crowd so that he could have a good time, the door to the warehouse was opened. Opened already swollen eyes, Shi Lichuan saw a young man wearing a black t-shirt walked in. His hand is still fiddling with a Patek Philippe pocket watch. In this young man beside is that just has been in the torment of their own people still. Followed by the two came in together with a cold-faced big man. As soon as Jiang Shao entered the warehouse, he smelled a bloody odor, and even saw some mottled blood on the ground. Covering his nose, Jiang Shao walked to Shi Lichuan. Looking at Shi Lichuan, Jiang Shao said, "Tough guy, that's awesome." After saying this, Jiang Shao even gave a thumbs up. Shi Lichuan let out a miserable smile. Back then in Shuzhong he was captured by his enemies because of business matters. The enemy at that time wanted him to have $30 million. With Shi Lichuan's strength back then he was able to pick up that amount of money, but his wife directly rolled away all of his property. If it wasn't for the mysterious man behind him who saved him, Shi Lichuan would have been thrown into a mine shaft. Shi Lichuan came from a reckless background, and his life had long been handed over to his master. Not to mention the fact that he still had a soft underbelly that was being grasped by his master. Seeing that Shi Lichuan didn't say anything, Jiang Shao also didn't talk too much. This kind of person wasn't even afraid of death, normally wouldn't let him open his mouth. But Jiang Zhao's method was unusual, taking out a cigarette and stuffing it into Shi Lichuan's mouth, lighting the fire. Shi Lichuan greedily took a deep breath. Subconsciously, Shi Lichuan felt as if he was going to die, and this cigarette should be the way up cigarette. Just as Shi Lichuan was rambling, the piece of Patek Philippe pocket watch in Jiang Zhao's hand turned. "You're very, very tired right now, and you're dying to sleep." Shi Lichuan looked at the Patek Philippe pocket watch in front of him with a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't know what the young man in front of him was up to, but as the pocket watch spun faster and faster, Shi Lichuan's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he finally lost consciousness. With the sound of one finger, Shi Lichuan violently opened his eyes. Old Mo and Detzi felt a shiver run through their bodies. These two were both veterans. They weren't afraid of killing people, but this was the first time they had seen something so oozing. Demon magic? Although the sight of the old Mo has seen this scene, but still greatly shocked, he knows that this method is called hypnosis, but unusual hypnosis is to rely on drugs to control the patient. Jiang Shao this? Dry to without any padding well? Detzi on the sidelines are looking stupid. He has not seen Jiang Shao interrogation of Luoana. Was Jiang Shao this hand subdued? Which definitely belongs to the odd man out. When Detzi was young, he had seen similar people. A wave of the hand seems to be able to make people lose their minds. But those people are not so silky smooth as Jiang Shao. The principle of this Detzi could not figure out. After all, this is someone else's craft of eating. Looking at Shi Lichuan who opened his eyes, Jiang Shao directly opened his mouth and asked, "Who instructed you to do the kidnapping during the day and the assassination at night today? And who is the boss behind you?" A tangle flashed across Shi Lichuan's face, but he quickly uttered a name. "Shangguan Wenbin. It was Prince Bin who instructed me to do it. He is my boss behind the scenes. My benefactor." When this name was said, Detzi's pupils shrank violently. Obviously this name had a great impact on him. Jiang Shao also felt that the name was familiar, and violently Jiang Shao remembered who this person was. Originally thought it was a big fish. What he didn't realize now was that it was a big shark. In his previous life, Jiang Shao had watched a TV series called The Name of Man, in which the villain Zhao Dalong had a strong enough background, and if Shangguan Wenbin replaced Zhao Dalong, then Jiang Shao guessed that the show would have to be changed to The Name of Wenbin. Interesting, really interesting. Handong is really fun. Jiang Shao didn't seem to have a feeling of fear after hearing this name. Eyes flashing, this master who wasn't afraid of things seemed to be figuring out how to make things happen. At the headquarters of Guangyi Group, inside the chairman's office, Kai Muqing received a call from Detzi. After hanging up the phone, Kai Muqing's face was like frost. She had guessed that the person behind the curtain would be her own enemy, but she only hadn't guessed that the person behind the curtain would be Shangguan Wenbin. A circle has a circle's way of playing. Now is not more than 10 years ago. That time to do business a lot is to rely on the fist. Can earn on earn, can not earn on rob. Already 2013. The rules of the mall is to play business, not play gunfight. If everyone is playing outside the dish, that is not a mess. Involving Shangguan Wenbin, Kai Muqing had to be careful. Thinking here, Kai Muqing dialed a long time, did not dial the phone. The phone just rang once, and that side picked up the phone. "Little Chang you finally gave up calling your uncle, sure?" The voice on the other side of the phone was a bit old but full of vigor. Kai Muqing was silent for a while and said, "Uncle sure. Something happened to Rabbit Treasure." Uncle Sure on the other side of the phone was obviously aware of this matter. After a moment of silence, Uncle Sure said, "I know. The old man also knows. Don't worry, I'm looking into this matter. No matter who did this matter, they will pay the price. The person has already been found out. It's Shangguan Wenbin." Kai Muqing directly said Shangguan Wenbin's name. Uncle Sure on the other end of the phone flashed an appalling light in his eyes. "Him? Why him? For people like Kai Mooching and Uncle Sure, doing things only required lists, not evidence. Kai Mooching thought for a moment and said, he wanted to use his Xingwen group to merge with Guanyi group and wanted to meddle in Handong's business. I didn't agree. In terms of strength, Xingwen group and Guanyi group were equal, and Kai Mooching and Shangguan Wenbin's backgrounds were also equal. The merger seemed to be a powerful combination. But who was the master and who was the minister? There is also the question of Handong. So many years the emergence of business giants are basically locals. Outsiders can cooperate, can talk about, but the dominant must be Handong's enterprises. Shangguan Wenbin is a strong person. If he really came to Handong, it is estimated to set off a storm. Uncle Sure thought for a moment, then slowly said, good. He's playing dead. Xiaoqing, there are some things I'm not comfortable telling you, but I can guarantee that he is finished. His family is finished. Go do what you want to do. Having received Uncle Sure's assurance, Kai Mooching seemed to be more confident. Just as Kai Mooching was about to hang up the phone, Uncle Sure suddenly said, Xiaoqing, come back to see your father sometime. There is no enmity between father and daughter. And the old man also misses Bunny Bao. Got it, Uncle Sure. After hanging up the phone, Kai Mooching fell into deep thought. She was not pondering Shangguan Wenbin but Jiang Shao. Could it be that Master Yunshan's divinations are all true? Throwing the cluttered thoughts out of her mind, Kai Mooching dialed Shangguan Wenbin's number. Chapter 39, The Queen's Aura. 3 days later, in Magic City, the King City Mansion. In Magic City there were many mansion districts that were familiar to many people, and these mansions were often linked to wealth. Wangchang Shangfu was also a mansion area, but most ordinary people had never heard of this name, and it had not even leaked out a bit of news on the internet. Inside a villa within the Wangchang Shangfu, a middle-aged man in his early 40s was organizing his tie in the mirror. Hubby, I think this cyan-colored tie is nice. Do you want to try it? Yu Lingling walked over to the middle-aged man with a cyan-colored tie. Forget it, you can't be too formal when meeting this group of people. The more casual I am, the less they can feel my pulse. Ling Ling, you bring that tracksuit. No more suits. The middle-aged man was Shangguan Wenbin. 3 days ago he received a phone call from Kai Mooching. On the phone Kai Mooching wanted to have a chat with him. For this meeting Shangguan Wenbin is very important. He is very anxious because his Xingwen group has problems. At the beginning of the year, his biggest partner in Shuzhong was arrested although for the time being has not implicated him. But Shangguan Wenbin has a very bad feeling. He could sense that this time it was not a small wind or rain. Shangguan Wenbin wanted Xingwen Group and Guanyi Group to merge for two purposes. The first purpose is that Shangguan Wenbin wants to cash in a large sum of money. Part of this money is to give themselves a way out. The other part is to give their own several uncles to solve some of the trouble. The other was to pull Kai Mooching into his boat. Before he and Kai Mooching talked a few times, but Kai Mooching is not moved at all. For this reason, Shangguan Wenbin came up with the next trick to tie up Kai Mooching's daughter. Not expecting a big problem, Kai Mooching's action is very fast, and has already checked Shi Lichuan. Although Shi Lichuan was arrested, Shangguan Wenbin is confident that Shi Lichuan will not betray themselves. He could have this confidence not only because he was kind to Shi Lichuan, but also because Shi Lichuan's 6-year-old son was in his hands. Yu Lingling walked over to Shangguan Wenbin with a set of white tracksuits. Although she called Shangguan Wenbin her husband, Yu Lingling was merely a foreign room. Yu Lingling, the outer room is not simple. She got favor relying on not face value. She is really able to help Shangguan Wenbin out of the idea of the think tank, helping Shangguan Wenbin to change his clothes. Yu Lingling said, hubby, Kai Mooching has a strong character. You don't want to start a conflict with her. If she knows that thing was done by us, you push Lu Wenlong out to cover the bill. This person has a wild mind right now. Lu Wenlong was the CEO of Shangwen Group, probably sensing that the winds were not right. Lu Wenlong had been a little bit masculine towards Shangguan Wenbin's orders lately. Shangguan Wenbin nodded and turned around to hug Yu Lingling's slender waist. You'll go to Hong Kong Island after I leave. The airfare has already been bought. When to call you back you come back. Yu Lingling's beautiful eyes turned, to be like this? It doesn't feel good. This time I'm going to hand on or I'm going to die. I don't have a way back. Those businessmen, no one dares to eat Shangguan. The circle of people who do the most business is Kai Mooching. Besides her no one can help us carry this thunder. Shangguan Wenbin was obviously aware of his predicament at the moment, and Kai Mooching was the optimal solution to the predicament. Yu Lingling was very decisive and went to the airport not long after Shangguan Wenbin left. While Shangguan Wenbin rushed from Mordor to Beijing State with 2 cars of bodyguards. The distance between Mordor and Beijing State was very close, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 Rolls-Royces drove to the Royal Rise Villa on the outskirts of Beijing State. The Royal Rise Villa was a famous private club in Beijing State, covering a large area with complete facilities. The tycoons of Beijing State like to pile up here. The owner of the villa has a good relationship with Kai Mooching and Shangguan Wenbin's relationship is not bad. This time Kai Muching chose the meeting place in this relatively neutral place. The guards at the royal palace seem to have been instructed to release Shangwan Wenbin's car directly upon seeing it. Looking at the guard at the door, Shangwan Wenbin frowned. Trouble. In the past, every time Shangwan Wenbin came here, the owner of Royal Rong Villa would come to the gate to greet Shangwan Wenbin. But not today. This signal made Shangwan Wenbin uneasy. Shangwan Wenbin's two Rolls Royces parked at the entrance of the Emerald Hall. The Emerald Hall was one of the most prestigious banquet halls in the Royal Ranges Villa, and tycoons who were not worth more than $10 billion were not qualified to entertain guests in this hall. The car stopped. A bodyguard opened the door. Get out of the car. Shangwan Wenbin held his gold glasses. Looking at the Jade Hall in front of him, he knew that today's war will begin. Through the quiet corridor, Shangwan Wenbin was welcomed by the lady brought to the main banquet hall. The main banquet hall at the moment only set a table. The table was large enough to accommodate 40 to 50 people. And at the moment there were already more than 30 people seated. There were also many chairs along the wall around the main table. And these chairs were also filled with people. Shangwan Wenbin looked around and then let out a loud laugh. Mu Qing, this is not a small battle. The big bosses of Beijing State, and even Hanong have all been invited by you. It really gives your brother Bin face. Kai Muching smiled and said, I can't afford to be called Brother Bin. Duke Bin, sit down. After Kai Muching finished speaking, he pointed to the position across from him near the door. This pointing, the surrounding businessmen's faces changed. Originally these people were going to get up and greet Shangwan Wenbin. Shangwan Wenbin was a businessman. They were also businessmen. But there is a difference between a businessman and a businessman. Shangwan Wenbin is a businessman with a vest and an identity. The position near the door is the location of the food. This position is generally reserved for the deputy accompaniment. Dry is to receive food accompanied by wine work. Let Shangwan Wenbin sit in this position is a kind of humiliation. These businessmen are notified by Kai Muching said to talk about things with Shangwan Wenbin. Talk about things will definitely make money. Make money, everyone is willing to support the scene. But now look, this atmosphere is a bit wrong. Shangwan Wenbin face is still smiling. Seems to see a little angry look, but there is no will to sit down. At this time sitting next to Kai Muching a fat man smilingly stood up and said, Wenbin, come, sit here. Mr. Kai and you haven't seen each other for a long time. Just kidding. After saying this, fat man stood up and came to Shangwan Wenbin's side, pulling him to the main guest seat. After smilingly taking his seat, the fat man said, Mr. Kai, everyone is here. Do you think we can start? It's not easy for everyone to get together. The fat man's name is Gao Jiqiang. His age can be more than 50 years old. In the entire Hanong business circle is a well-known good old man. Goodwill. Kai Muching looked at Gao Jiqiang, nodded and said, well, the people are all here. Serve it. Shangwan Wenbin narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. He felt Kai Muching's dismay. Shangwan Wenbin knew in his heart that Kai Muching's dishes should not be that tasty. Today's banquet is permeated with a hint of weirdness. Around the businessmen also feel wrong. Some of them and Shangwan Wenbin good relations with the businessmen are still doing eye contact with him. Just at this time the door of the banquet hall was pushed open. Once the door was opened everyone looked toward the door, and then have sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 40 Declaration of War. At the main entrance of the Emerald Hall, several of Detzi's men walked in carrying a large sack. The few tycoons who were closer to the main entrance could even see blood still seeping from the earth-colored sack. The sack was opened and Shi Lichuan, who was covered in wounds, revealed a head. His eyes in a daze. Shi Lichuan looked around and when he saw Shangwan Wenbin, Shi Lichuan's eyes lit up. Shangwan Wenbin narrowed his eyes and reached back. A bodyguard handed over a cigar. Lighting the cigar, Shangwan Wenbin did not speak. This kind of occasion he cannot master the situation. Shangwan Wenbin is never as good as gold. Kai Muching looked at Shangwan Wenbin and said, Prince Bin, are you familiar with this person? The cigar dispersed a white mist. Shangwan Wenbin smiled and said, Muching, have something to say. For Shangwan Wenbin to deny is not impossible, but it has come to this time to deny is internal loss of temperament. Kai Muching smiled, stood up and looked around the people, then slowly said, Shangwan Wenbin, from today onwards I will take Guanyi Group to fight Xingwen. With one sentence, all the rich merchants present were stunned. What did this sentence represent? It represented a declaration of war. They were all rich men of great worth, and they were very clear about what was going on in the circle. Once a person of Kai Muching and Shangwan Wenbin's magnitude fought, the commotion would be too great. More than 10 years ago, there are two circles and the big young man fought a vicious. That time the fight is very fierce. Both sides of the strength of almost no one cannot help who. The end is a lose-lose. Those two big young men used to be the circle's top figures. Now people are all abroad. The top simply do not allow to return to China. The root cause is because this level of people fight. The impact is too great. Immortals fighting too many mortals will be condemned by heaven. Gao Jiqiang at the moment forehead also emerged cold sweat. He knows clearly, once the two people really fight up, Han-on will become the eye of the storm. These people do not want to be alone. Squeezing out a smile, Gao Jiqiang said, Mr. Kai, what's going on? We are all friends, have something to say properly. Kai Muqing cheerfully looked at Gao Jiqiang. Mr. Gao, if someone is against your family, will you forgive him? A sentence. Gao Jiqiang cannot speak. This is no longer business competition. This is revenge. Now whoever stops Kai Muqing from taking revenge is her enemy. Ha ha ha. It's said that this place, Han-on, has outstanding people. I didn't realize that you, Muqing, a woman, are so magnanimous. Fighting with Shangwan? Are you sure? You're not afraid of what happened to Chao and Yong back then all over again? It doesn't matter to me. I lived abroad when I was young. I have many friends there. I'm also used to living there. Muqing, are you sure you can get used to living there? Shangwan Wenbin's words didn't seem to have the intention of conceding defeat. Instead they were full of threats. He was gambling that Kai Muqing wouldn't dare to fight him at the cost of Jade. Although there were many people here today, the protagonists were undoubtedly Kai Muqing and Shangwan Wenbin. No one could see anything from Kai Muqing's cold as ice face. Just as everyone was waiting to see how Kai Muqing would reply, a slight laugh attracted everyone's attention. Hiccup. The scene was quiet. Many people followed the sound and only saw a young man in his early 20s sitting on a chair with a glass bottle of Coke in his hand. And behind him stood a burly man with an extremely burly figure. Who is this person? The face is very raw. Not like in this circle in Han-on. Could it be a great young man from the capital? The bureau that Kai Muqing organized today did not only have the top tycoons of Han-on, but also quite a few great young men from the circle. Just as the crowd was whispering, Jiang Shao realized that a group of people were looking at him. You guys continue. Don't mind me. Waiter, bring me 2 more bottles of ice Coke. I want glass bottles, please. Jiang Shao smiled at the people who were looking at him and acted like he was nothing. Today he counted to have seen the aura of Kai Muqing as a woman. This aggression was even fiercer than a man. Kai Muqing didn't bother to look at Jiang Shao. This occasion today was not supposed to require Jiang Shao to come. Coming here was Jiang Shao's own request. The door is over there. Bring your people and you can leave. Kai Muqing was not at all afraid of Shangwan Wenbin's threat and just pointed to the door. Shangwan Wenbin was already furious at this moment. Fine. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. After saying this, Shangwan Wenbin ruthlessly extinguished the cigar in his hand in the ashtray. Getting up and coming to the door, Shangwan Wenbin helped Shi Lichuan up. Brother Bin. Yes, Shi Lichuan was undoubtedly guilty. If he hadn't fallen for Jiang Zhao's demonic magic, his benefactor wouldn't have been so passive. Shangwan Wenbin interrupted Shi Lichuan's words and took a tissue from the bodyguard's hand, helping Shi Lichuan wipe the blood from his forehead. Don't say so much. I'll send you to Hong Kong Island to recuperate. I'll take care of the rest. Brother Bin. Shi Lichuan's eyes already had tears in them. Meeting such a master, it was worth it even if he died. Supporting Shi Lichuan, Shangwan Wenbin turned back and said, It's been a long time since I've gotten together with all of you from Han-on. I'll be the host today. Is there anyone who would appreciate it? With one sentence, the businessmen present looked different. Some were embarrassed. Some were eager to try. Ha ha, after watching a big show, I'm a bit hungry. Duke Bin, I'll go with you. Han-on was a circle. The tycoons here would give face to Kai Muqing, but it didn't mean that they were all Kai Muqing's hardcore. The person who spoke was called Zhou Qiangdong. This person was a real estate businessman in his early 50s. Zhou Qiangdong's beginnings and Kai Muqing's husband Chen Guang is very similar to the early years of mining coal bosses, later turned to the real estate industry. In terms of strength, Zhou Qiangdong is not as good as Kai Muqing's Guangyi group, but not by much. Zhou Qiangdong willing to go with Shangwan Wenbin is not because he and Shangwan Wenbin relationship is how good, but he and Chen Guang has a grudge, and Guangyi group has a grudge. Zhou Qiangdong's younger brother died in a mine robbery incident, when the mine was owned by Guangyi group. For so many years, Zhou Qiangdong has been suppressing his hatred. Afraid of Kai Muqing's power, Zhou Qiangdong has been hidden. Today, when Kai Muqing and Shangwan Wenbin went to war, Zhou Qiangdong felt that his chance had come. As Zhou Qiangdong stood up, 4 or 5 more businessmen stood up. These were speculators. A whale fell and everything was born. If Shangwan Wenbin could really defeat Kai Muqing, then the entire Han-on would really be reshuffled. Seeing that someone was supporting him, Shangwan Wenbin smiled. Looking at the rest of the people, Shangwan Wenbin said, Gentlemen, in the end, this matter is a personal grudge between me and Mr. Kai. If you don't go with me, I don't blame you, but if you all want to cross me in the future, the latter words Shangwan Wenbin did not say, but the meaning was already obvious. Staying neutral was fine, but if he helped Kai Muqing, then he was his enemy. Just after Shangguan Wenbin finished his words, several businessmen who had good relations with Kai Muching looked towards Kai Muching. They were Kai Muching's hardcore. All of them were waiting for Kai Muching to open his mouth. Just as the crowd was waiting for Kai Muching to speak, a faint voice rang out from behind Kai Muching. That Shangguan whatever. Wait a moment. Chapter 41 White Canvas Shoes, Jeans. My name is Jiang Xiao, you remember. Shangguan Wenbin stopped his footsteps and turned around only to see a young man wearing white canvas shoes, dark blue jeans and a black t-shirt rushing over. This young man, followed by a height of more than 1 meter 9 strong man, saw two people came. Shangguan Wenbin's two bodyguards subconsciously have to protect in front of Shangguan Wenbin. The young man is okay. Behind him the bodyguard who seems to be too full of blood. Shangguan Wenbin waved his hand to stop the bodyguard's movements. Mr. Kai's bureau, can anyone else take me out? He really didn't believe that Kai Muching would dare to do something to him here. The young man held an unopened bottle of coke in his hand and wobbled to Shangguan Wenbin's side. Who are you? Shangguan Wenbin asked. The young man smiled and said, a small person not worth mentioning. Just wanted to thank you for that girl you sent earlier. Very nice. I'm very satisfied. As soon as the young man's words were finished, Shangguan Wenbin keenly captured the key information. You are Jiang Xiao? Very well, I'll remember you. Shangguan Wenbin's eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Jiang Xiao. It was obvious that all his schemes had fallen through because of the Jiang Xiao in front of him. Jiang Xiao laughed and shook the coke in his hand. Picking it up, Jiang Xiao said, you must remember me because I'm here to thank you. As soon as Jiang Xiao's words fell, his fingers directly popped the cap of the glass bottle of coke. Because it was filled with gas, the cola sprayed Shangguan Wenbin's face. This sudden scene made everyone suck in a breath of cool air. Where did this young man come from? Super brave. You seek death. Shangguan Wenbin's two bodyguards shouted angrily and were about to rush up to teach Jiang Xiao a lesson. At this time Shangguan Wenbin shouted, wait. Taking off his glasses, flames seemed to emerge from Shangguan Wenbin's eyes. Do you know the cost of what you're doing? At the moment, Shangguan Wenbin's eyes were already looking at Jiang Xiao in a way similar to looking at a dead person. TSK, it seems that you won't necessarily remember me if I treat you to a coke. So let's treat you to a coke bottle. Jiang Xiao didn't even give Shangguan Wenbin a chance to react when he finished speaking. The coke bottle in his hand directly smashed into Shangguan Wenbin's head. Wow! The coke bottle shattered into glass, and Shangguan Wenbin's head was smashed out of a gash, and the whole person fell to the ground. At this moment, Shangguan Wenbin's bodyguards couldn't help themselves. Their employer being injured was a huge shame for them, not to mention that this employer's identity was not ordinary. Came to the Jade Hall. Shangguan Wenbin brought 4 bodyguards. 4 bodyguards are professional bodyguards. On the hands of an unarmed fight more than 10 strong men have no problem at all. Seeing the 4 wolf-like bodyguards rushing towards him, Jiang Xiao took a step backward. Xiao 1. Kai Muching saw that Jiang Xiao was going to suffer a loss and quickly drank. But before Xiao 1 could step forward, the burly man who had been following Jiang Xiao rushed towards the 4 bodyguards. Yuan Fei was Shangguan Wenbin's personal bodyguard. This man was once the underground boxing champion of Southeast Asia, maintaining an undefeated record of 100 fights. Seeing the strong man rushing towards him, Yuan Fei was not the least bit afraid, and smashed over with a backhand punch, which had once killed a boxer weighing over 300 pounds. So even if the strong man in front of him had a physique that was a circle larger than his own, he was not afraid. There was a click. The strong man saw Yuan Fei's smashed fist, did not dodge and did not avoid, directly swung his fist to meet it. Fist to fist. Yuan Fei felt as if he had been hit by a train. His arm was broken by the strong man's enormous strength. A conflict came and went quickly. Yuan Fei was just an epitome. None of the remaining 3 bodyguards were a one-round match for that burly man, and they all collapsed on the ground in less than 10 seconds. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Xiao fainted happily. As expected, the product of the system must be a fine product. This strong man is the bodyguard card rewarded by the system upgrade. Jiang Xiao was almost fainted with happiness when he summoned this bodyguard. Bodyguard card can summon bodyguard character Dianwei. Dianwei, a super bodyguard modeled after the fierce general of the 3 kingdoms. Dianwei, with full loyalty, proficient in modern means of combat. Identity has been generated. Driver's license has been generated. Flight license has been generated. Tip: the super bodyguard is a series of super soldier products. He is invincible below humans, and 1-for-1 above humans. A super bodyguard modeled after Boss Chao's personal bodyguard from the 3 kingdoms. Jiang Xiao felt that he had earned a lot. Jiang Zhao's physical quality was nearly peak human, and the Dianwei in front of him had clearly exceeded peak human, knocking down 4 of Shangguan Wenbin's bodyguards. Jiang Xiao did not feel surprised. If not for the fact that Jiang Xiao had instructed Dianwei to be merciful, Dianwei would have been able to kill these 4 people with his bare hands within 5 seconds. Strolling forward, Jiang Shao arrived in front of Shangwan Wenbin. At this moment, Shangwan Wenbin also stood up, not caring about the blood on his head. Shangwan Wenbin said viciously, "You dare to kill me? Kai Muqing, your people dare to kill me?" Kai Muqing was just about to say something when Jiang Shao directly slapped Shangwan Wenbin's face with a big slap. Comfortable. The thoughts are clear. Jiang Shao took a long breath of relief. Looking at the confused Shangwan Wenbin, Jiang Shao said with a smile, "Be thankful for your origins. Or Guy, it's over for you." Scram! At this moment, the bodyguards outside the Emerald Hall seemed to have heard the commotion. The door was pushed open. Seeing their own brothers lying on the ground and their own boss covered in blood, these bodyguards subconsciously had to pull out their guns. Seeing someone rushing in, Dazi directly led his men to block the front. "Alright." This time Kai Muqing spoke up. Standing up and walking beside Jiang Shao, Kai Muqing said softly, "Give me face." "Okay." Jiang Shao knew it was about time to call it quits. If he didn't know the end of this dupe, then Jiang Shao wouldn't have dared to make such a wave. Shangwan Wenbin's identity, don't say he hit. Even if he cursed him, is a capital offense. Hit the Shangwan Wenbin is in order to establish authority. Use his identity to establish authority. Jiang Shao clear wanna mix in the circle of hand-on alone rely on a Kai Muqing is not work. Especially Jiang Shao cannot feel Kai Muqing's temper. For Kai Muqing, Jiang Shao is a big benefactor. Even if she suspected Jiang Shao is also her benefactor. This thing of favor is actually quite interesting. Some people are willing to repay the favor, while others take the favor as a burden. For Jiang Shao, Kai Muqing was just a bottom card. More or less, he had to rely on himself. Mystery was the best protection when one's roots were not yet stable. Someone who dared to beat up a top-tier youngster was enough to make these hand-on businessmen float their boat. Shangwan Wenbin didn't dare to let his bodyguards do it. He was less. Once he did it, quasi-loss. He didn't have the guts to play gunfight in front of so many people at this time of the day. After a vicious look at Jiang Shao, Shangwan Wenbin directly led people to leave the Emerald Hall. Before leaving the gate, Jiang Shao looked at Shangwan Wenbin and shouted, "Remember, my name is Jiang Shao." Chapter 42 Layout. Beijing State, East Ocean Restaurant. At the beginning of the lanterns, luxury cars were strewn in front of the East Ocean Restaurant. This is one of the top restaurants in Beijing, and the chef of the restaurant specializes in all kinds of seafood cooking. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a group of businessmen were toasting Shangwan Wenbin in the best box of the East Ocean Restaurant. Among these people, Zhou Qiangdong was the most enthusiastic, and at this moment, Zhou Qiangdong had already begun to fantasize about the scene after defeating Guangyi Group. Zhou Qiangdong and his brother since childhood. The two brothers, a civil and a military, broke down a large family business. But unfortunately his brother did not enjoy the blessings of a few years because of a mining incident, lost his life. This matter has always been a thorn in the heart of Zhou Qiangdong. He did not want to retaliate, but he did not dare. On the financial strength of Zhou Qiangdong, although not as good as the Guangyi Group, but in the dark and in the open can also fight. But if on the background of a single one, Kai Muqing has been stronger than him too much. Now there is an opportunity. Zhou Qiangdong naturally will not let go. There are Shangwan Wenbin offset Kai Muqing behind the forces. Zhou Qiangdong confident with this strong woman arm wrestling. Shangwan Wenbin was smashed. A Coke bottle injury is actually not serious. Stitched up after the injury, he immediately feasted on these people to his clothes. The joint crowd in Kai Muqing fight that just Shangwan Wenbin explicitly said so. Shangwan Wenbin has a very bad feeling. This time Kai Muqing did not choose to compromise. Annexation of Guangyi Group's plan has been completely fizzled. Shangwan Wenbin must think of other ways. In front of these businessmen is the best alternative. When Shangwan Wenbin and a group of businessmen raised their glasses, a bodyguard walked in. "Boss, he got on the boat and won't be coming back." The bodyguard whispered beside Shangwan Wenbin's ear and then exited the box. Shangwan Wenbin nodded. This him was Shi Lichuan. The so-called sending to Hong Kong Island. Shangwan Wenbin was just saying, betrayed his people. He naturally will not let go. As for what has been hit by demonic magic, Shangwan Wenbin simply do not believe. That ship is for Shi Lichuan funeral boat. Not only Shi Lichuan to die, even his son has also been a step ahead of him on the road. Looking at the scene's hot atmosphere, Shangwan Wenbin cleared his throat. The crowd of businessmen quieted down. "Gentlemen, I have a proposal." Shangwan Wenbin's smile was like a spring breeze. It just looked a bit funny with the bandage on his head. "Brother Bin, you say, as long as we need to do it, we are obliged to do it." Zhou Qiangdong had already drunk his face red. Although he was 10 years older than Shangwan Wenbin, but this did not affect him at all to call Shangwan Wenbin a brother Bin. This circle did not look at age but status. If there was a need, Zhou Qiangdong was even willing to call Shangwan Wenbin a godfather. "Right, brother Bin. You say, there is what we need, we are obliged to do." Seeing the crowd responding, Shangwan Wenbin said, "Everyone's business is almost all in hand-on. while my business is all over the country. You have money. I have projects. If you trust me, why don't you simply join together? My Xingwen and your businesses are jointly reorganized. Once this was said, the scene was quiet. Everyone considered the pros and cons. Reorganization is not a problem, but who in the room has a higher status than Shangguan Wenbin? If this is a joint enterprise of their own family, cannot be their own family. Seems to see the concerns of the crowd. Shangguan Wenbin said, joint reorganization. Shangguan just 15% of the shares. The rest of you to share. This temptation can be big. To know the people present altogether, the company's market capitalization is only about 1/3 of Shangguan. Although Shangguan Group was not listed, the market capitalization was conservatively estimated to be nearly $100 billion, and the annual profit was also considerable. With 1/3 of the price of Shangguan Group to swallow 75% of the shares, this Bin Gongzi is to do charity? All of a sudden, the crowd's mind is alive. Even if they are all smart people, this moment is also moved. Businessmen are rarely not greedy. Zhou Qiangdong's mind was deep. Sniffing, he asked, Brother Bin, you're at a disadvantage doing this. Shangguan Wenbin laughed, said, money, earn endless. As for fear of my losses, you pay out some money on the good. This sentence finished. The people present in turn put down their hearts. To money that there is no problem. The people present are cash flow masters, the least of which is money. As for their own companies, and money will not be swallowed by Shangguan Wenbin. These businessmen did not worry too much. What a fight in Handong and Kaimuching. Shangguan Wenbin cannot be separated from these snakes. Agree to joint reorganization now seems to be a surrender. Soon the crowd finalized the general cooperation process. There were a total of 7 enterprises. The 7 enterprises in Shangguan Group joint reorganization. The formation of the new Shangguan Group, which Shangguan Wenbin as the majority shareholder. Chairman. In addition to these 7 people have to come up with 10 billion in cash as compensation. This 10 billion is both the compensation is also on board the ticket. Otherwise Shangguan Wenbin what to bring these people to play together. Of the 10 billion in cash, Zhou Qiangdong put up the most. A full 3 billion was put up by Zhou Qiangdong. Zhou Qiangdong's business scale is not very large, but his cash flow is very sufficient. The reason is also very simple. He plays both real estate and black. Once all the details of this cooperation are finalized and the process is complete, Zhou Qiangdong will be responsible for transferring the money from the underground money changers to Shangguan Wenbin's overseas account. With this operation, Zhou Qiangdong is not too skeptical about this cooperation. To Bin Gongzi's identity always have to leave a back road to their own. Just when Shangguan Wenbin was painting a big cake for a group of people, Zhao Shanming of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Beijing Municipal Bureau was receiving a person. This person was dressed very plainly, looked as if he was very decent, and his age was in his 30s. About 3 hours ago, Zhao Shanming received a report that a body had been found in a wooded area where Baihe County in Jingzhou met. The body was already white and bony, and it was initially determined that the time of death was at least over 3 years. This kind of case is generally very difficult to solve. Too long, a lot of evidence is gone. Even confirming the identity is difficult. Just when Zhao Shanming wrote the identity of the deceased in front of this called Hao Xiaoshan came to report that his brother has been missing for 3 years. Looking at Hao Xiaoshan, Zhao Shanming think there is something fishy here. After thinking about it, Zhao Shanming asked, Hao Xiaoshan, how do you determine that the body is your brother? Hao Xiaoshan held a cup of hot water and looked at Zhao Shanming. Hao Xiaoshan said word for word, because my brother was checking on the White River coal mine before he died. White River coal mine? Zhao Shanming frowned. The White River coal mine was a small coal mine in White River County. 3 years ago the coal mine collapsed, but there were no casualties, and afterward the White River coal mine was shut down. Just when Zhao Shanming still wanted to ask something, Deputy Detachment Chief Xiao Ban walked in and said, Master, the results of the biometric comparison came out. The deceased. Xiao Bao looked at Hao Xiaoshan, then walked up and said, Condolences. The deceased is your brother Hao Xiaohai. After finishing a sentence, Hao Xiaoshan's eyes instantly became red. With a flutter, Hao Xiaoshan knelt down for Zhao Shanming. Captain Zhao, I'm reporting. The murderer is Zhou Qiangdong. He's the one who sent people to kill my brother. Hao Xiaoshan's action gave Zhao Shanming a fright and hurriedly went forward to help Hao Xiaoshan up. Zhao Shanming said, You reported him, what evidence do you have? And why do you think he killed your brother? Because the White River coal mine back then didn't just have 10 layers, it also had an 11th layer. After finishing a sentence, Zhao Shanming and Xiao Barge looked at each other, then both of them felt a burst of creepy pores. Chapter 43, Official Business. Hilton Hotel. Inside a presidential suite, Zhou Qiangdong was left behind by Shangguan Wenbin after sending him back to his room. Old Zhou, do you recognize that Jiang Shao today? Shangguan Wenbin poured a cup of hot tea for Zhou Qiangdong. The joint reorganization of enterprises is not something that can be accomplished in 3 days or 2 days. and for Jiang Xiao who made his soul and body suffer great insults during the day. Shangguan Wenbin hated that with itching teeth. From childhood to adulthood, Shangguan Wenbin had never suffered this aggravation. Zhou Qiangdong shook his head and said, Hanong hasn't heard of this one. It can't be Kai Muqing's concubine. That woman is only 30 years old, just when the demand is strong. It was no wonder that Zhou Qiangdong had this idea. Jiang Zhao's appearance was too mysterious, and this person had a lot of guts. Daring to hit Shangguan Wenbin was either crazy or there was a big relationship behind him. Shangguan Wenbin shook his head, seemingly not very agreeable to Zhou Qiangdong's statement. Put down the teacup. Shangguan Wenbin slowly said, Well not. Kai Muqing is not a person who does not know the importance of light. Really raised a little white boy would have such big guts? Zhou Qiangdong at this moment is anxious to show the time. See Shangguan Wenbin this way. Zhou Qiangdong immediately said, Brother Bin, do you want me to clean up this Jiang Xiao? Check his family, friends and so on. Is a person has a weakness? There is a soft spot. Anymore I will directly tell him to disappear. For so many years Zhou Qiangdong may not be a good hand at doing business, but on figuring out people he is definitely above par. As soon as he finished saying this, Shangguan Wenbin's face became unsightly. From the time he left the royal villa to the end of the banquet for these bosses, this period of time had been enough for Shangguan Wenbin to check Jiang Zhao's background clearly, but it was because of the clear check that Shangguan Wenbin felt confused. He's an orphan, grew up eating 100 meals, now he's still in college, and there's not many people around him who care. So where's the weakness? What weakness? Take his degree as a weakness? Leaning on the Guanyi group, would he care about this? Emotions have been well controlled. Shangguan Wenbin cannot help but have a trace of emotional outbursts. Is that people have weaknesses? But this Jiang Xiao with an iron kingpin is froze a little broken. As for the physical disappearance, Shangguan Wenbin is not tried at all, did not achieve the desired effect. Hearing Shangguan Wenbin say this, Zhou Qiangdong also confused. This is a monster? How can there be someone with such a hard fate? Just when Shangguan Wenbin and Zhou Qiangdong were having a hard time with Jiang Xiao, Zhou Weidong, the hand of the Beijing Municipal Bureau, had already brought his subordinate Zhao Shanming to the office of No. 1 of the Municipal Party Committee. Beijing State's #1 boss name is called Kong De. The age of just over 50 is the prime of life. In addition to the #1 of Beijing State, Kong De is still Hanong Provincial Party Committee's team members, the proper star of tomorrow. After seeing Zhou Weidong and Zhao Shanming, Kong De did not have any pleasantries. I'm talking to the comrades of Baihe County about the economic transformation of the entire Baihe County. Not a lot of time. Old Zhou, you have something to say quickly. As Kong Da's old subordinate, Kong Da's thunderous style Zhou Weidong was already familiar with. Leader, the city bureau's criminal investigation detachment found a corpse. After investigation, the cause of death of the deceased seems to be related to the White River coal mine disaster 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Kong Da's complexion was stunned. The White River coal mine disaster happened before he took office, and at that time, it was said to have been handled very well, because there were no deaths, so it didn't make any big noise. Suddenly, Kong De reacted. Someone is withholding information? Kanda hoped for a negative answer, but the result was destined to disappoint him. According to the clues provided by the deceased Hao Xiaohai's younger brother, Hao Xiaoshan, the White River coal mine did not only have 10 layers of coal mine at that time, but 11 layers. Hao Xiaohai was a journalist during his lifetime and had been investigating the matter after the mine disaster, and then for unknown reasons, the person mysteriously disappeared. Zhou Weidong let Zhao Shanming report the specific situation in detail. Looking at the old leader's expressionless face, Zhou Weidong's heart was in a state of confusion. This case was complicated. So complicated that Zhou Weidong needed to come to Kong De to report. Suddenly Kong De raised his head. What are you still looking at me for? Still not going to investigate? Concealing a whole layer? How many wrong souls are watching us in this? Zhou Weidong, if this matter is not investigated to the bottom, you'll resign right here. Zhou Weidong seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation and said, Leader, this matter is something that happened while that person was in office. I'm afraid. Bang! Kong De slammed the table and said, What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What do you need to be afraid of? I'm not even afraid of. What are you afraid of? Zhou Weidong's awareness was not low. Although Kong De was speaking in a businesslike tone, it also conveyed a signal to him that I support you in this matter. Yes, promise to complete the task. Watching Zhou Weidong and Zhao Shanming walk out of the office, Kong Da's gaze was deep, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time Kong De dialed out a phone. Bar Street, Didi Bar. In a large box a group of men and women were getting wildly high, in which a few women with heavy makeup and colorful clothes did not know where they flew to. Some prohibited items could still be seen on the coffee table inside the box. A face of scarred Zhao Yong has shaken to oblivion. Looking at the expression on his face is obviously smoking big. Zhao Yong is in his 40s. ostensibly Zhou Qiangdong's assistant, but actually the first fighter under Zhou Qiangdong's command. Almost all of Zhou Qiangdong's black-related forces were under Zhao Yong's management. Just when Zhao Yong wanted to grab over a woman to enjoy himself, the door of the box was kicked open. Xiao Gang, the deputy chief of the City Bureau's Criminal Investigation Detachment, rushed into the box at the head of the pack. "Don't move!" Xiao Bao directly rushed towards Zhao Yong with a violent shout. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? I'm Zhao Yong. My big brother is Zhou Qiangdong. Dare to grab me? I'll kill you." Zhao Yong was in a daze at the moment and didn't know the situation at all. He was still blabbering after being pressed down by Xiao Barge. Xiao Bao sneered and touched a pistol from Zhao Yong's back waist. After handing the pistol to his colleague, Xiao Bao waved his hand. Zhao Yong and his group of henchmen and friends were all taken out. The police force arrested people all of a sudden let the bar lively. Many people are eating melon. A yellow hair to see the person who was taken away is Zhao Yong after the whole person's eyes are straight. Taking out his cell phone, Yellow Hair looked for an unoccupied corner and dialed. "Brother Fei, I saw that Master Yong was arrested, and several of the big brothers around him were arrested." Brother Fei, Yellow Hair's big brother on the other end of the phone, pondered for a moment, then said, "It's okay, it's not like he hasn't been arrested before. Small matter." After hanging up the phone, Brother Fei hurriedly packed up his gold, silver, and soft goods and directly drove away from Beijing State. He was someone who had experienced several crackdowns. Zhao Yong did used to get caught often, but that was nearly 10 years ago. In recent years, Zhao Yong has converged a lot, coupled with Zhou Qiangdong cover, almost did not go to the police station as a guest. The spring river water is warm, and this Fei sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 44, Jiang Shao earns $5 billion in anger. Room 8018 of the Province Hotel. Jiang Shao was holding a glass of red wine looking out at the night scenery of Beijing State, taking a sip of the Lafite in his glass. Jiang Shao frowned. Truly not as good as Sprite. Put the glass of wine to the side. Jiang Shao picked up the cell phone. And Mr. Bai talked for a while after the day. Jiang Shao pondered the current situation. After beating up Shangguan Wenbin during the day, Jiang Shao's part in this scene in Hanong had already been finalized. Now Jiang Shao needs to wait for the two sides to divide the victory and defeat to harvest the fruits of victory. The few businessmen who followed Shangguan Wenbin were almost cool. A whale fell and everything was born. The 7 businesses vacated by the interests of Jiang Shao felt that he was qualified to take a bite. Unfortunately, the funds are still too little, and the funds needed for the next system upgrade are too much. Looking at the system, Jiang Shao felt that the speed of making money was still too slow. Current cashback amount accumulated, 1,328,598,056 yuan. Amount needed to upgrade the system to level 2, 10 billion. Right now Jiang Shao had 1.3 billion out of cash in his hand. But the accumulated amount for the system upgrade had also doubled 20 times. The cashback amount of 10 billion is enough for Jiang Shao to earn for a while. After all, cashback wants to earn big money depends on the base. The bigger the base, the more cashback. Don't think about it. Sleep. Money is something that can be earned slowly. Wait until the dust settles from this big drama. Jiang Shao feels that there are many opportunities to make money. Just when Jiang Shao was lying on the big soft bed about to enter dreamland, he sat up violently. "Hey!" The shocked Jiang Shao exploded as the message from the system prompt blew up. Ding! Gao Jiqiang generated an associated consumption of 200,000 yuan. Emotional value 60. Cashback multiplier 600 times. Cashback amount of 120,000,000 yuan. Ding! Zhou Qiangdong generates associated consumption of 200,000 yuan. Emotional value 80. Cashback multiplier 800 times. Cashback amount 160 million yuan. Ding! Shen Wentao generated associated consumption of 200,000 yuan. Emotional value 45. Cashback multiplier 450 times. Cashback amount 90,000,000 yuan. Ding! Xiaoli generated associated consumption 200,000 yuan. Emotional value 70. Cashback multiplier 700 times. Cashback amount 140 million yuan. Ding! Jiang Shao sat on the bed and lit a cigarette. The whole person has been numb. Until he smelled a burning flavor. Jiang Shao reacted. $28,000 a bed of customized quilt was. Jiang Shao scalded out a big hole. Poured a cup of water on the burned quilt. Jiang Shao came to the bathroom to wash his face with cool water. This stimulus was so great that the whole 40 or so people generated associated consumption here in Jiang Shao. Based on that uniform price, Jiang Shao knew that someone was buying his own information. During the day, Jiang Shao had beaten Shangguan Wenbin, and this action had brought him out of the circle. So many people had started to buy Jiang Zhao's intelligence. Intelligence peddler Lu Tao's mouth was harder to suppress than AK at the moment. By selling Jiang Zhao's intelligence he had made a fortune. This is in addition to some of Handong's merchants' second generation. Outside there are many foreign second generation. After all, during the daytime there are many foreign big young witness this scene. Once the word spread in the circle, Zhang Zhao's fame grew instantly. After all, it was Duke Bin that he beat up. These people provided Zhang Zhao with a whole $5 billion in cash back. And at the moment, Zhang Zhao's bank card had more than $6 billion in cash lying on it. In terms of wealth, Zhang Zhao may not be ranked in the forefront of Handong, but in terms of cash flow, the current Zhang Zhao ranked in the top 10 should not be too much of a problem. This money came too easily, and Zhang Zhao was a bit unable to spend it. In addition to cash, the system also gave Zhang Zhao 3 treasure chests, including 2 black iron treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest. A little regret is not out of 10,000 times the storm. Maybe because out of the treasure chest or upgrade 10,000 times the storm appeared after the conditions become harsh. Because it is too European, Zhang Zhao decided to open these 3 treasure chests. Current cashback accumulation, 6,328,598,056 yuan. Black iron treasure chest, internet big data algorithm. Push. Classification technology. Attachment, byte system full series of product code. Black iron treasure chest, entertainment U-disc. Storing all entertainment content from 2013 to 2023, including movie and TV scripts, game scripts, short video scripts, music, comics and so on. Bronze treasure chest, smartphone operating system. Open source cell phone operating system with extremely low hardware requirements. Performance comparison of future Android V14 version. Full set of independent patent technology. Looking at the 3 things that popped out of the treasure chest, Zhang Zhao could only say that it was really fragrant. This time and space does not have bytes this company. Naturally there will not be a latter-day Douyin. With the full set of technology of this then Zhang Zhao has the capital to become an internet giant. The internet industry is the industry that burns money, and what Zhang Zhao lacks the most is money. Really put the hands of more than 6 billion smashed down who have to be confused for a while. Not to mention that Zhang Zhao's money is like bacteria, can be constantly reproduced. As for that entertainment USB flash drive is also a good thing. Although Zhang Zhao has the memory of the later life in his mind. But that thing can't remember everything. With this thing Zhang Zhao has the advantage of the first. As for the bronze treasure chest's intelligent operations cell phone system, that is more a trump card. I have latter-day Android top performance and not eat the hardware of the cell phone operating system. This thing is a godsend. However, compared to the first 2, this artifact cannot be used indiscriminately. In the strength is not enough when the first to live for a period of time. Now Zhang Zhao is a little impatient to see what good things the system can have again upgrade. If some more black technology, Zhang Zhao really have a far ahead of the capital. At this moment, Zhang Zhao almost has a plan about his future industry in his heart. And now he is waiting for all the dust to settle to implement it. With the memories of the later life plus technology first plus huge amount of cash plus profit rebate, this game Zhang Zhao doesn't know how he can lose. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. Zhang Zhao's luck often creates some people's misfortune. Or retribution. Just when Zhang Zhao was enjoying his own ambition, Zhou Qiangdong had received the news that Zhao Yong had been arrested. Zhou Qiangdong, who got this news, was a bit panicked. Zhao Yong knew too much about him. The mining disaster alone 3 years ago was enough to kill him. Inside his own villa, Zhou Qiangdong's first reaction was to make a call to his backer. But after thinking about it he called Shangguan Wenbin. After the phone is connected is a sweet voice of the woman. When learned is looking for Shangguan Wenbin, the woman handed the phone to Shangguan Wenbin. Shangguan Wenbin a little lingering glance at the woman who is wearing clothes. This woman on the face value is not the most beautiful he has ever seen, but the level of skills to make up really let him linger. Old Zhou. What happened? Brother Bin. Kai Muqing made a move. My brother was arrested today. Chapter 45. Where did the Shangguan go? Oh, how did that happen? When did it happen? Shangguan Wenbin waved at the woman on the side as he spoke. The woman was very good and leaned beside Shangguan Wenbin and even lit a cigar for him. Just half an hour ago, he was taken away by people from the City Bureau's criminal investigation team. I called some of my friends. None of them know what's going on. Zhou Qiangdong's tone was a bit anxious, not seeing his usual composure at all. After so many years, it wasn't that the people beside him hadn't been caught in, but being targeted by the City Bureau's criminal investigation detachment had never happened before. I'll call to ease the situation. You Handong also have some of my elders that will give me face. I will notify you if there is news. Don't be too nervous. As long as you don't get caught in, your men won't talk nonsense. If he doesn't talk nonsense he won't be able to find out about you for a while. This kind of thing Shangguan Wenbin has operated too much. How to do he knows too well. After hanging up the phone, Shangguan Wenbin looked at the little goblin in front of him and became interested again. The woman in front of her also seems to feel the Shangguan Wenbin that fiery gaze. Slowly toward the bathroom, the woman stretched out her fingers and said, Come on, brother Bin. The next day, Zhao Shanming looked at Zhao Yong in the interrogation room and frowned. 2 hours ago, Zhao Yong drug is sort of over. For the hidden gun thing, Zhao Yong only said that it was a friend of a fellow traveler. He used it to have some fun. And mentioning some of his previous crimes, Zhao Yong also denied it in every way. As for the mining incident 3 years ago, Zhao Yong is even more asked. The main fight is a stubborn, refused to cooperate. Obviously this one is also an old greaseball. Zhao Shanming yesterday arrested a lot of Zhao Yong's men. These people are in the successive interrogation, but not much progress. The core personnel of Zhao Yong's gang are all ex-prisoners. Most of these people have experience in fighting against the police, and it is difficult to ask something from these people. Hao Xiaoshan, Hao Xiaohai's younger brother, did provide some evidence, which included a list of people who were involved in the mine disaster and some of their addresses. Zhao Shanming has sent people to check, but these need time. Just as Zhao Shanming was wondering if he should change to a more gentle method of interrogating Zhao Yong, the deputy director, Lao Ma, walked in. Shanming, come here for a moment. Following old Ma to a meeting room, Zhao Shanming saw Dazi, and beside Dazi there was a young man whose eyes were filled with terror, seemingly terrified of everything around him. Shanming, this is Mr. You know him. Old Ma turned his head to Dazi and said, Mr. You, thank you for your great help in solving our case. Dazi shook hands with Old Ma and Zhao Shanming and said, I've delivered the people, so I won't bother you all with your work. Guanyi Group's 3 construction teams are all in place, with all kinds of large equipment. Feel free to order if you need any help. After sending Detzi away, Old Ma called for someone to pour a cup of hot water for the young man, then said with a gentle face, Young man, you don't need to be nervous here. Just say whatever you want. The young man drank a mouthful of water, then spoke. My name is Wang Erniu. 3 years ago, I went to work at the White River coal mine with my uncle, and we are miners on the 11th floor. Are you sure it's the 11th floor of the White River coal mine? Zhao Shanming asked while recording. Wang Erniu nodded and said, It's the 11th floor. The 11th floor pays the most. My mother's health isn't good, and I haven't gotten married, so my uncle and I are both on the 11th floor. Zhao Shanming nodded, signaling Wang Erniu to continue. That day, I didn't go down to the mine with my uncle because I had a high fever. Originally, I was sleeping in the shed, but then the people outside all blew up for some reason, and someone yelled that there was a water penetration. I wanted to get out of bed to find my uncle, but I fell on the ground and didn't have the strength to get up. Speaking here, Wang Erniu seemed to think of something horrible. Trembling raised the water cup. Wang Erniu slowed down and continued. Just when I wanted to get up, I heard someone outside the door say don't call Wang Erniu to run away. Because of fear, I rolled into the bottom of the bed. Listening to the voice I know is the mine security chief. They did not find me in the shed and left the shed. I waited under the bed until dark and sneaked out. Wang Erniu's hometown once had a coal mine, and he knew that the first thing many people did after a mining accident was to shut the miners up. Wang Erniu did not dare to bet. Behind the White River coal mine is a barren mountain. The sick Wang Erniu hid in the barren mountain, but because of the fever not 2 days fainted. After waking up, Wang Erniu found himself in a small clinic. The person who saved me is Hao Reporter. He is a good man. He told me that it is best to hide for a while. Do not go home. Then he said he was going to go on to investigate the mine disaster. And as a result, he never came back. There is no need to ask Wang Erniu how these 3 years came to be, or who is protecting him. For Lao Ma and Zhao Shanming, having Wang Erniu as a witness was enough. As long as the remains of the victims are dug up at the White River coal mine, then Zhou Qiandong won't be able to run away at all. According to Wang Erniu, there were 21 miners on the 11th floor of the coal mine, which is already a major accident. The fact that a major accident has been concealed from the public is undoubtedly an earthquake for Hanong. Inside Old Ma's office, Zhao Shanming and Xiao Bao were both there. Shanming, immediately go to Baihe County to organize the excavation. Guanyi Group's construction team will cooperate with you. Xiao Bang, you immediately start the deployment and control of Zhou Qiandong. Once there is news from the White River side, immediately implement an arrest. Yes, with Old Ma's order, the entire Beijing Municipal Bureau took action. Hilton Hotel. The sleeping Shangguan Wenbin was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Ring ring ring. Hey, who is it? The unsleeping Shangguan Wenbin still had a little bit of waking breath. His tone was not very good. Little brother, hurry up. Lu Wenlong turned himself in. You quickly leave the country, never come back. The one who called was Shangguan Wenbin's cousin, the financial director of Shangguan Group. Before Shangguan Wenbin could react, noises came from the other side of the phone. What are you doing? Put down the phone. A busy tone came, and Shangguan Wenbin was confused. Lu Wenlong was his CEO and his own cousin was the financial director. These two seemed to have been in trouble. Without thinking, Shangguan Wenbin immediately got up and took out his several passports. While packing things, Shangguan Wenbin called, Yuan Fei, immediately prepare the car, immediately leave Beijing State. Dragging his suitcase, Shangguan Wenbin froze as soon as he opened the door. Several people in black uniforms stood in front of his door. Looking at Shangguan Wenbin, a man with an icy face said indifferently, cuff him. Zhou Qiangdong's entire body was not good. Early in the morning he found something wrong. There were many more strangers around his house. Even these people did not hide the fact that they were obviously spying on him. Zhou Qiangdong first called his backer and couldn't get through. Immediately after, Zhou Qiangdong began to call. Shangguan Wenbin still cannot be reached. Sitting paralyzed on the sofa, Zhou Qiangdong has lost the bravado of yesterday. At this moment, Zhou Qiangdong is only thinking about one question: where is Shangguan? Chapter 46, Hand On. After the rain. At the former site of the White River coal mine, one piece of engineering equipment after another traveled through the excavation site. Zhao Shanming frowned slightly as he watched the crowd of onlookers gather around him. For the police, the less people know about this kind of case, the better, although the surrounding has been pulled up the warning tape. But if really dug up, something will still cause a very bad influence. Just as Zhao Shanming was about to take some measures, a loudspeaker sounded. Folks, uncles and moms, Guanyi Supermarket is having a super sale. Now everyone can go to Guanyi Supermarket in the county to get coupons. Coupons are all 70% to 90% off without any strings attached. First come first served ah. First come first served ah. Guanyi Supermarket is subordinate to Guanyi Group, and the biggest supermarket in Baihe County is Guanyi Supermarket. Gathered around the people are basically some ordinary people. After hearing that there are 7 to 9% discount, these people with crazy like running to the county town of Guanyi Supermarket. In the era when eggs will cause a mad rush, this kind of large amount of discount is no different from the money in a sack. After watching the surrounding onlookers disperse, Zhao Shanming let out a sigh of relief. With the help of a big enterprise like Guanyi Group, Zhao Shanming felt very relaxed. Looking around, except for some reporters, there were no more spectators. Soon these reporters were also invited away by people from Guanyi Group. Watching the digging process, Zhao Shanming felt that in another hour or so, he would be able to dig to the 11th level of the abandoned coal mine. It seemed that the grievances of this place were too great, and just at this time there was a sudden rumble of thunder in the sky, followed by a downpour of rain. This rain came too quickly, and soon some of the engineering equipment was no longer able to continue working, and many of them were stuck in the mud. Captain, we can't dig anymore. This rain is too heavy. There's no way for the equipment to operate. One of Zhao Shanming's subordinates ran over in the pouring rain. Seeing that they were about to see results stopping at this time, everyone was not very willing. Stop for a while. Safety is important. Because the rain was so loud, Zhao Shanming had to pull his neck and shout out when he spoke. Just when Zhao Shanming's subordinates wanted the construction team to stop, Detzi walked over at some point. Captain Zhao, there's no need to stop. If we can't use the machines, we'll use the people. Detzi still had that cold poker face, and his words were even shorter than gold. Zhao Shanming wanted to say more, but Detzi waved his hand behind him, only to see one Wuling Hongwang after another stop outside the warning line. Soon one after another in raincoats workers came down. Zhao Shanming looked far away. This batch of people, even hundreds of people, workers received tools and the police led to the excavation site. Soon stopped the excavation work can continue to start. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhao Shanming inwardly had to admit, with the help of the Guanyi Group to handle the case is really comfortable. Criminal investigation of the mouth of Zhao Shanming is actually very clear in mind. Sometimes some cases are difficult to detect. The root of the problem is not enough funds to handle the case. Take this excavation work. If there is no Guanyi Group's cooperation is to coordinate so many equipment and workers is a big problem. Heavy rain is still falling. About an hour later a worker suddenly exclaimed, someone bone. Nearby criminal investigation team of police officers immediately rushed over. In the heavy rain under the wash of a human bone exposed, Zhao Shanming simply do not care about the rain. Ran over and said, workers are withdrawn out. The CID people on, said Zhao Shanming, grabbed a tool, personally began to dig. The rain gradually stopped. When one after another of the bones were dug out, a large sun appeared in the sky. Looking at the bones in front of him, Zhao Shanming's heart was heavy. This corpse after corpse represents one family after another, and also represents one tragedy after another. Taking out his cell phone, Zhao Shanming dialed Xiao Barge's number. Arrest someone. Yes. In the evening, after the rain had passed, Jiang Xiao drove his Porsche Cayenne and was blocked on the viaduct. One police car after another shuttled on both sides of the road. Jiang Xiao watched the police cars that kept driving by with interest. He knew that Kai Muching had already started to act. Have to admit that Kai Muching, this woman, means very harsh. Do things even more devastating? Simply do not give these opponents any time to react. One day, just one day's time to complete from the layout to close the net. Maybe this woman has long been ready. Looking at the evening sun, Jiang Shao extinguished the cigarette in his hand. The sunset is so beautiful. It's a pity that some people can't see it. When the road was no longer congested, Jiang Shao rushed out with a kick of the gas. Having stayed at the Province Hotel for many days, Jiang Shao was now free. The super bodyguard, Jian Wei, was left by Jiang Shao at the Province Hotel. Right now Jiang Shao was going back to Sycamore Court. Mr. Bai said he wanted to give him a surprise. It was inappropriate to bring Jian Wei on this occasion. Returning to Wutong Court, as soon as Jiang Shao opened the door, he smelled the aroma of the meal. Apparently Teacher Bai had already prepared the meal almost ready. As soon as Jiang Shao opened the door, Bai Ning embraced into Jiang Zhao's arms. Feeling Bai Ning's ball-carrying crash, Jiang Shao was head over heels in confusion. Teacher Bai has never been so spirited. Looking at Jiang Shao, Bai Ning said with eyes full of gratitude, Feng Zhuang and I are divorced, and just went to do the formalities today. It was you who did it, right? I know it must be you. Feng Zhuang was on the verge of becoming Bai Ning's nightmare. Now after getting rid of this demon, Bai Ning felt an unprecedented relief. At the same time, Ms. Bai's eyes were full of gratitude as she looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao didn't even have time to deal with Feng Zhuang. He hadn't even met with the gang of intelligence traffickers before the kidnapping case. Just when Jiang Shao was puzzled, the phone rang. Seeing Jiang Zhao's phone ringing, Bai Ning seemed to have realized that she had acted inappropriately. Red-faced, Bai Ning walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiao Ye, who was wearing a small halter top, was cooking and didn't seem to notice Bai Ning's behavior just now. Jiang Shao came to the living room and picked up the phone. It was Detsy calling. That Feng Zhuang won't bother your landlady anymore. You don't need to bother about this matter anymore. Jiang Shao smiled at that. Does Z? Thanks. I'll buy you a drink some other day. Does Z paused and said, good. I only drink Maotai. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao knew that this Feng Zhuang piece of business was even settled. As for this matter, owed Detsy a small favor, Jiang Shao did not care at all. Favors are not afraid to owe, but afraid not to use. Since he decided to get close to Guanyi Group, then Detsy is a person that Jiang Shao must befriend. On the other side, Dezi hung up the phone and respectfully sat across from Kai Muching. Kai Muching was signing a document. After seeing Dezi hang up the phone, Kai Muching raised his head and said, Dezi, recently have more contact with Jiang Shao. Although Zhou Qiangdong has been arrested, Beijing state cannot be in chaos. His project can't be stopped. If it's stopped, there will be so many people who won't be able to start work, and it can't make things difficult for Secretary Kangde. There's also the businessman who went with Shangguan that day. All of them need to be watched. Got it, sister-in-law. After thinking about it, Kai Muching asked again, do you think that Jiang Shao will be Rabbit Bao's nobleman? Chapter 47, The Sizzling Hot. Dezi was slightly stunned when he heard this. The Jianghu-born Dezi originally is not much believe in fate, but his big brother and sister-in-law are extremely respected feng shui fate. Detsy remembered that from the time he followed Qinguang every year on the incense money, Qinguang had to spend out 7 figures. Kai Muching was even more so. Sister-in-law, I don't understand this. Dezi was very truthful, and it was not something he could easily say. It seemed like he was explaining to Detsy, and it also seemed like he was talking to himself. Kai Muching said with a deep gaze, Master Yunshan said that the Chen family's destiny carries riches but shallow blessings. This was the case with Brother Guang's father, who died in an assassination. Brother Guang is also like this, and now Bunny Bao almost had an accident. Dezi has to believe some things. Dezi thought for a moment and said, Sister-in-law, haven't you always suspected Jiang Shao? As a vassal of the Chen family, Dezi was well aware of his sister-in-law's character. Use people without suspicion, suspect people without use. But it was hard to gain Kai Muching's trust. Kai Muching smiled and said, Governor Chui talked to me on the phone in the morning. Last night Jiang Zhao's account had an incoming amount of $5 billion. They are applying for a black gold card from Express for Jiang Shao. Detsy, do you know what 5 billion in cash means? Of course Detsy knew exactly what 5 billion in cash meant. Guanyi Group was a giant enterprise in Handong, and the entire group only had about 20 billion in cash reserves. For a real estate-based company, 20 billion in cash reserves was definitely not a small amount. And now Jiang Zhao's cash alone accounted for a quarter of Guanyi Group's cash reserves. The suspicion towards him might be me overthinking it. Detsy, I can't get away right now, so go and invite Master Yunshan on my behalf. If possible, I want Rabbit Treasure to worship Jiang Shao as his godfather. Rabbit Treasure and him have a bond. Dezi nodded. Master Yunshan was almost considered to be the Chen family's imperial feng shui master. At the time of Rabbit Treasure's birth, Master Yunshan had said that Rabbit Treasure would meet a life and death calamity when she was young, and that if she didn't meet a nobleman the outcome would be very bad, and the Chen family's wealth would be scattered. Because of this sentence, from the birth of the daughter Kaimuching has been sent with a gun bodyguard in the protection, the results of who did not expect to be out of the family thief. When the words of Master Yunshan fulfilled, Kaimuching's suspicion of Jiang Shao has not been so heavy. The reason why Jiang Shao will be invited to the province hotel is entirely because of the nature of the prudent. When Kaimuching knew that Jiang Zhao's bank card had a huge sum of $5 billion, Kaimuching no longer suspected Jiang Shao. Kaimuching didn't think that anyone could use $5 billion of cash to count himself. Jiang Shao was still unaware that a splash of riches was about to hit his head. At the moment, he was watching the hand-on evening news. The news showed the news of Zhou Qiangdong's arrest, but the specific details were not said, and the abandoned coal mine was not reported at all. Obviously it was ready to be handled in a low-key manner. In addition to the news of Zhou Qiangdong's arrest, there was also news of the businessmen who left with Shengguan Wenbin that day, 2 of whom were authorized to be arrested. These were just some small fishes. Jiang Shao already knew the news of Shengguan Wenbin's arrest. It was Detzi who told him. The original time and space Shengguan Wenbin was arrested a month later. This time and space because of Kaimuching's meddling time was advanced. By this point, Jiang Shao knew that the drama was considered to have come to a complete end. "Uncle, dinner is ready," Xiaoya called out to Jiang Shao after setting up the dishes, and Jiang Shao turned off the TV after answering. Dinner was prepared by Bai Ning and Xiaoya together. The 2 cooks were both good at their craft. There were 4 hot dishes and a soup on the table, as well as 3 cold dishes. "Uncle, try this winter melon clam soup. This was specially made for you by Sister Bai Ning. It's delicious." Xiaoya gave Jiang Shao a bowl of soup, followed by another bowl for Bai Ning, and then sat down on the seat obediently. Jiang Shao tasted the winter melon clam soup. The flavor was fresh and delicious, and he could tell that this soup was made with care. Sister Bai is not only great at teaching and educating people, she is also a great cook. Jiang Zhao's not so gentle and not so heavy pat on the back drew a flavorful blank stare from Bai Ning. Jiang Shao realized that since Bai Ning's divorce the whole person's state was much better. Bai Ning gave Xiaoya a piece of ribs and said with great concern, "Xiaoya, you eat a little more. You're very thin for a man of your height to 90 pounds. In fact, this period of time Xiaoya has gained a lot of weight. Before she also more than 70 pounds now looks as if there are 80 pounds out of the appearance of the white Ning to feed Xiaoya is very good. Eating a dish of delicious food. Jiang Shao understand what is called the colorful. In front of the eyes of a small 2 beauties have their own style. During the time Bai Ning also opened a bottle of red wine. Drinking wine Bai Ning seems to have a few more points of flattery. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Xiaoya, the girl drank too much. Looking at the eyes of Xiaoya do not know what in the muttering, Jiang Shao sent her back to the room. After returning to the dining room, Bai Ning had already cleared the table and was currently washing dishes in the kitchen. Hearing Jiang Zhao's footsteps, Bai Ning turned around and said, "I made you tea, and I'll wash some fruits for you later." Jiang Shao did not honestly go over to drink the tea. Walking behind Bai Ning, Jiang Shao hugged Bai Ning's slender waist. The sudden move caused Bai Ning's entire body to become stiff for a moment. "Sister Bai, you're so virtuous," Jiang Shao whispered in Bai Ning's ear. A hot stream of masculine scent making Bai Ning a little uncomfortable. Jiang Shao knew very well in his heart that you couldn't expect a woman like Bai Ning to be too proactive. This is a woman who doesn't quite know how to reject others. And today the atmosphere is just right. So Jiang Shao has the intention to pick off Bai Ning's ripe rose. Without pushing Jiang Shao away, Bai Ning whispered, "Stop it. Xiaoya is still there. It's fine. She's asleep." Just as Jiang Shao was about to attack the city, the phone rang. Taking advantage of Jiang Zhao's frozen moment, Bai Ning ran to the living room. "Pick up the phone." Bai Ning's face was flushed red. The ambiguity she had just experienced caused ripples after ripples within her. This kind of ripples was something that had never happened with her ex-husband. Jiang Shao was a bit upset. Calling at this time was not bad for him. A glance at the caller ID is a raw number, but the phone number is very good. The tail number is 68. The person who can afford to use such a number will not be an ordinary person. "Hello, who is it?" Jiang Shao opened his mouth and asked. "Jiang Shao, old brother, I'm Gao Jiqiang. Remember me? We've met before at the Royal Rome Villa. The image of a fat man flashed through Jiang Zhao's mind as he listened to the voice. The rich merchant who was the peacemaker that day. "Hello, Mr. Gao. What's the matter with calling me?" Jiang Shao and Gao Jiqiang didn't have any interactions. He wasn't quite sure why Gao Jiqiang was looking for him. "It's not a big deal. I just feel like I'm very much in tune with you, old brother. I don't know if there is any time recently. Let's get together." As soon as Gao Jiqiang opened his mouth, Jiang Shao understood what he meant. Obviously these people already knew about Shengguan Wenbin. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. Recently the company has a few projects going up, so there's really no time. Some other day, after I'm done with this period of time, I'll be the host." "No problem, no problem. Then turn around and make an appointment." "Okay, Mr. Gao. See you later. Chapter 48, Mr. White's Gift. Gao Jiqiang's phone call was just the beginning. From the end of Gao Jiqiang's phone call, Jiang Shao received almost a dozen phone calls one after another. All of them were businessmen from Handong. These people called with the sole purpose of getting acquainted with Jiang Shao. And by the way, they put forward the idea of inviting Jiang Shao to a banquet. Obviously these people are very interested in the mysterious identity of Jiang Shao. After all, Jiang Shao beat Shangguan Wenbin in the front foot. And then Shangguan Wenbin went in to step on the sewing machine. This was not to be thought about. Although these bigwigs had gotten Jiang Zhao's intelligence, Jiang Zhao's intelligence was too clean. The cleaner the information, the easier it is for these people to think. Huaxia is too big. Who knows where a true god is hiding? Obviously Jiang Shao, a fox and tiger player, was treated as a true god. Jiang Shao didn't choose to meet with these businessmen. There were times when a persona needed to be created. At the moment, Jiang Shao only wanted to explore the depths of Teacher Bai and didn't want to meet with those merchants. Making friends with those businessmen is something for the future. And now the more mysterious Jiang Shao is about those businessmen, the easier it will be for those people to make up their minds. Invisible brainstorming is the most fatal. Bai Ning brushed the dishes and then sat quietly beside Jiang Shao listening to him on the phone. When noticing that Jiang Shao didn't come back in on the phone, Bai Ning's beautiful eyes turned and asked, "Do you really want to open a company?" Jiang Shao nodded his head. He had the money and technology in hand. There was no reason not to go to open the company to make a wave. As for losing money, Jiang Shao hadn't considered it. Anyway, there was a system to back up the loss of more than not afraid. Not to mention that he wouldn't necessarily lose money. Yeah, there's a sum of money in my hand and a few technologies. Thinking of opening a few companies for fun. After saying that, Jiang Shao naturally wrapped Bai Ning in his arms. Bai Ning symbolically struggled a bit and did not escape Jiang Zhao's clutches. After sensing that Jiang Shao didn't do anything else, Bai Ning didn't bother to do anything else and instead helped Jiang Shao analyze it. So what do you have in mind? I have a few friends who have some business. Should I ask them if there is a project that suits you? Some of Bai Ning's friends beside him were also businessmen. Only that these people's businesses were not doing much. In Bai Ning's opinion, Jiang Shao might just take out a few million in cash to have some fun. Thinking seriously, Jiang Shao broke his fingers and said, "I probably need to set up an investment company, and an internet company. By the way, there is also an entertainment company. This entertainment company in the early stage is to focus on the current live broadcast and short video industry, and later to carry out film and television and variety production. After these are almost on track, it's the cell phone industry, and this industry is now the time to get into the game." Jiang Shao broke his fingers and said his planning. The more he said, the more shocked Bai Ning was. The more he said, the more incredible Bai Ning felt. Could it be that the foreign wine is fake? He's drunk and talking drunk. Looking at Jiang Shao, Bai Ning thought secretly in her heart. Although Bai Ning didn't know how to do business, these industries that Jiang Shao said were all money-burning industries, and none of them had a small investment. Handing Jiang Shao a piece of peeled apple, Bai Ning said in a very gentle tone, "But you need a lot of money for these projects, and the competition is great. Do you want to try a little bit of small projects first? The matter of funds is not a big problem for me. I'll put in $2 billion in cash in the early stages, and if it's not enough in the later stages, I'll probably be able to add about $3 billion. The pressure of funds is not very big." Jiang Shao didn't put the matter of capital in his eyes. For the current Jiang Shao, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. Compared to the issue of funds, Jiang Shao was more concerned about the fact that right now he had nothing but money. Okay, you're the best. Eat a piece of apple and then go to bed obediently." Bai Ning's tone was quite spoiled as he picked up a piece of apple and stuffed it into Jiang Zhao's mouth. Jiang Shao bit off the apple and even touched Bai Ning's finger. In an instant, Bai Ning felt that he had become bad again. Warning, go to bed early. I'm going back. Feeling a little embarrassed, Bai Ning stood up to leave. Who knew that before she could stand up, she was dragged into her arms by Jiang Shao. "Sister Bai, don't leave tonight." 28-year-old Bai Ning is a woman's best age. The flavor of a mature woman is reflected in her body. Coupled with that kind of intellectual temperament, Jiang Shao felt that he could not endure. Looking at Bai Ning's delicate face, Jiang Shao felt as if he was showing signs of turning into a werewolf at this moment. Jiang Zhao's hot eyes made Bai Ning uncomfortable. She understood what Jiang Zhao's words meant. Thinking about all the things that Jiang Shao had done for herself during this recent period, Bai Ning simply didn't know how to say the words of rejection. And inwardly Bai Ning didn't seem to want to reject Jiang Shao at all. Think of it as repaying him. Bai Ning, who thought so in her heart, said in a small voice, "Aha." Jiang Shao, who got the response from the beauty, directly picked up Bai Ning and returned to the bedroom. With a bang, the door of the room that was closed with Jiang Zhao's foot because of too much force left a gap. VIP content. After a long time, Jiang Shao lit a cigarette. After the cigarette burned out, Mr. Bai seemed to be in a daze, and his fingers were even trembling slightly. Turning on the bedside lamp, Jiang Xiao poured a cup of water and handed it to Mr. Bai, whose hair was wet. Teacher Bai, with her eyes closed, took a sip of water. The impact of this night's events was too great for her. Unintentionally, Jiang Xiao suddenly saw the dots of crimson on the bedsheet. Where's the key to your house? I'll go get you anti-towels, Jiang Xiao said with great poise. Bai Ning, who had returned to her senses, had a puzzled look on her face, and when she saw Jiang Xiao pointing at the bedsheets, Bai Ning's face reddened. Little cutie, Bai Ning pouted. Jiang Xiao was in a fog. His head was full of question marks. He was so poised. How did he get called a little cutie? Looking at Jiang Xiao's silly look, Bai Ning stretched out her arm and said, Hold me. Holding Bai Ning in his arms, Teacher Bai said quietly, Do you know why he domesticated me? Don't talk about unhappy things. Jiang Xiao seemed to not want to remind Bai Ning of those bad memories. No, I'm going to tell you. He domesticated me because he couldn't. He was injured when he was young, the kind that can't be cured. For a moment, Jiang Xiao was confused. The shock seemed to be even greater than the one he had given to Mr. Bai, explaining it so clearly. Feng Zhuang, it's hard for an incomplete man to keep a flowery wife and not have a twisted psyche. Even if there was a man talking to Bai Ning, Feng Zhuang would not be able to stand it. It's not surprising that people with distorted psyches would do anything. For details, I think we can refer to a TV series called Don't Talk to Strangers back in the day. The female protagonist there was beaten up in an old and tragic way. At this moment, Jiang Xiao felt that he had found a treasure. A married woman is still intact. This luck is no less than winning the lottery. Mr. Bai's gift is too precious. No one can bully you anymore, Jiang Xiao said affectionately. Bai Ning smiled. I'm not greedy. You're still so young. There's still. Oh, don't. Jiang Xiao turned off the bedside lamp, not giving Bai Ning a chance to speak again at all. Daybreak. Sleepy Xiaoya got up to go to the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out of the doorway of the room, Xiaoya heard a low as if crying sound. Why is uncle crying? Sleeping in a daze. Xiaoya rubbed her eyes and didn't distinguish whether the crying was male or female. Came to the door of Jiang Zhao's room. Looked at the door, opened a doorway Xiaoya subconsciously looked at. When to see the scene inside the door when Xiaoya instantly not sleepy. In less than 5 seconds, Xiaoya dabbled and ran back to his room. Taking the quilt and covering her head, Xiaoya muttered in a small voice. Shame on you. Chapter 49, Buying a Mansion. The next day, Jiang Xiao opened his eyes after sleeping until the sun rose. Jiang Xiao rarely sleeps. If not for the fierce battle with MS, by all night long Jiang Xiao would have woken up. Looking at Bai Ning's exquisite figure through the thin quilt, Jiang Xiao was a little foolish again. The peak physical quality of human beings was no joke, although he was moved. But looking at MS, Bai, who was still asleep, Jiang Xiao didn't bother her. When he went out of the bedroom, Xiaoya was cleaning the room. After seeing Jiang Xiao come out, Xiaoya's face turned red. Uncle, you're awake. I'll go prepare your lunch. After saying that, Xiaoya ran to the kitchen. Jiang Xiao didn't know that Xiaoya saw the live broadcast of him and Bai Ning last night. Coming to the dining table, Jiang Xiao took out his cell phone. Manager's son, I'm planning to register a few companies. And do you have a familiar headhunter to introduce? Answer the phone is an ICBC account manager called Sun Bingbing. Age in the 30s. Speaking voice is also very good. The appearance is also medium to high level. If not for such basic conditions, Jiang Xiao would not have chosen her as an account manager. Originally, Jiang Xiao was only a private banking client of ICBC, and there were not many clients at this level, but there were quite a few. But when Jiang Zhao's account had more than $6 billion in cash, the situation was different. When she learned earlier that Jiang Zhao's account had another huge amount of money coming in, this beautiful account manager only felt that the splash of riches had hit her head. Mr. Jiang, I will immediately help you contact the corresponding company. At the same time, we'll give you an answer in the fastest possible time. Receiving the bowl of millet porridge handed over by Xiaoya, Jiang Xiao took a sip before saying, Okay, I'll wait for your call. Afterward, Jiang Xiao hung up the phone. The breakfast prepared by Xiaoya was very rich. A few exquisite small dishes and a plate of beef and sauce and a few pieces of toast bread, which was a combination of Chinese and Western. Watching Jiang Xiao eat from the side, Xiaoya's face was still red. I don't know what's going on, but as soon as she sees Jiang Xiao, she will remember the live broadcast she saw. What are you looking at me for? Jiang Xiao asked with a smile. Xiaoya was jolted by Jiang Zhao's question and hurriedly said, Nothing, uncle. I'll go and pour you some milk. Looking at the milk that Xiaoya brought, the corner of Jiang Zhao's mouth hooked up a smile. Last night Mr. Bai also drank a lot of milk. Sun Bingbing's efficiency was very high. Jiang Xiao had just had lunch. Sun Bingbing had contacted a company specializing in business registration as well as a headhunter. Packing up his things, Jiang Xiao was ready to go out. Xiaoya came to the door to see Jiang Shao off. Looking at Xiaoya, Jiang Shao suddenly remembered that he had forgotten one thing. From the cabinet at the doorway, he took out 2 cell phone boxes, which were given to him when he did private banking at the bank before. An Apple 5S and a new Xiaomi. Use whichever of these 2 cell phones you like. I'll leave you some money to turn around and buy a phone card. Looking at the 2 brand new cell phones, Xiaoya's eyes revealed a hint of happiness. Her classmates all have cell phones, just her not. Because of this, often people laugh at her behind her back. Although she liked the cell phones in front of her, Xiaoya still didn't dare to accept them. Eating and living in Jiang Zhao's house had already made her feel that she owed Jiang Shao a lot. Seemingly seeing Xiaoya's thoughts, Jiang Shao rubbed Xiaoya's head. Lend it to you. Double it back to me later. After saying that, Jiang Shao left the room without giving Xiaoya time to react. The company registration was handled very quickly. After getting Jiang Zhao's identity information, the other party told Jiang Shao that he could get the formalities as long as he prepared the office location in 3 to 5 working days. And there was also the need to prepare the funds for capital verification. Jiang Shao spent the service fee. The whole process is almost a one-stop service. And Sun Bingbing out of the registration company after the 2 came to a tea house. Sun Bingbing has already contacted the headhunter at 3 o'clock in the tea house to meet. After ordering a pot of tea and a few snacks, Jiang Shao said, "Manager Sun, you can help me with the office location." Sun Bingbing smiled sweetly and then took out a notepad. "Mr. Jiang, this is all within my portion. You say your requirements." Doing company Jiang Shao truly has little experience. But Jiang Shao clear in the general direction is good in the case of their own as long as the management of money and people on the line. Do not engage in micromanipulation. Problem is not big. For the office location, Jiang Shao originally thought to wait until he found a reliable deputy to say, "Now look," can only be set down first. An internet technology company, an entertainment company, and an investment company. 3 companies, so let's rent 3 floors of office space. Jiang Shao broke his fingers and calculated the space needed. On the other side, Sun Bingbing was writing furiously and would repeat it back to Jiang Shao when she was done. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will identify the 3 most suitable office locations for you." In fact, helping Jiang Shao with these things was already beyond the scope of Sun Bingbing's position. But Sun Bingbing didn't care about that at all. As long as the gold master in front of her grasped it, then her future would be here. And even moving up a bit in the bank didn't seem to be a difficult task. Not to mention helping Jiang Shao do these chores. Even if Jiang Shao wanted her to warm the bed in this box, Sun Bingbing would not hesitate. Any slight hesitation on her part for even a second would be disrespectful to Jiang Zhao's huge billions of dollars. It's not 3 rooms, it's 3 floors. 3 whole floors. I'm not sure how many employees there will be. Jiang Shao corrected Sun Bingbing. After hearing Jiang Shao say that he wanted to rent 3 whole floors, Sun Bingbing's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mr. Jiang, the amount of money needed to rent 3 floors of an office building is a large amount. Are you considering buying a building now that you have plenty of money?" Sun Bingbing's words moved Jiang Shao. Buying a mansion didn't seem impossible. The people of the country were all in the habit of buying land. Buying a mansion to both live in and collect rent seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. "You have resources?" Jiang Shao asked. Hearing Jiang Shao ask this, Sun Bingbing's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Taking out her cell phone, Sun Bingbing intentionally or unintentionally approached Jiang Shao. "Mr. Jiang, look at this building. Although it's a mansion built in 03, but the quality is nothing to speak of. The style is also not outdated." Sun Bingbing was sprayed with a light perfume smell and the collar of her OL uniform was opened very low. Jiang Shao took a glance and then visually measured the size and found that it wasn't as grand as Mr. Bai's before looking at the picture of the mansion in his phone. A look at the building in front of him. Jiang Shao happy. This is not the place where he worked before? Torch Mansion. I know. Not bad. This place Wong me. Help me make an appointment with their boss and talk at night. Torch Mansion was Jiang Zhao's first stop in his rebirth, and it did have a commemorative significance to say the least. And Torch Mansion is located in the Bright District of Beijing State. Familiar with the future of Jiang Zhao's mind is clear. From next year the city of Beijing will transfer the development center to the Bright District, now by a steady profit. After hearing Jiang Zhao's intention, Sun Bingbing's smile at the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed. Facilitate this business. Sun Bingbing will have a very substantial benefit fee, reasonable and legitimate benefit fee, and it would also get a big favor from the building's owner. The main thing was that after Jiang Shao bought the building he could also let Jiang Shao use the building to make loans in the future. All of these were Sun Bingbing's future performance. Chapter 50 Brother Chang's Stunt, Gift Giving. Imperial Villa. A bald middle-aged man inside a villa was making a phone call. "Brother Lee, can you help me split a loan?" "Not much, $80 million. "Oh, the turnover is not good." "Well, let's drink together some other day." "Huazi, there's a shortfall in investment in my old brother's project recently. Are you interested?" Are you interested? Well, let's have a drink some other time. Dalu, you want to borrow money? How much? 500 million. Do I look like 500 million to you? Sister Homa. After making 7 or 8 calls one after another, the bald middle-aged man directly threw his cell phone on the coffee table. At this time the bald man beside a man with a beard faced indignation. Brother, I said that this bunch of grandson is not righteous. You give these people year after year to send a gift outside no matter whether it is to eat or go to the nightclub, met them to pay the bill. Now our family meets the matter did not have a pipe. The bald man looked at his brother helplessly, said, this is not the reality? Now it depends on Xiao Sun's side to find a good buyer for our family's building. Brother, that's the retreat you left for your niece. Sell it just like that. Or sell my limited edition sports cars. The bald man lit up a cigarette and smiled helplessly. Your little things are a drop in the bucket. Just when the bald man's brother wanted to say something else, the phone rang. Glancing at the phone number, which was Sun Bingbing, the bald man picked up the phone. Sister looking for your strong brother something? The bald man's asked in a very brash manner. Good thing. Brother Chang, the buyer of your building has been found. As long as we can negotiate a deal we can pay the full amount. Hearing Sun Bingbing's words, the bald man directly jumped up from the sofa. Really? Sister, you can't lie to your brother Chang. It's truer than pearls. Brother Chang, let's meet at night to discuss in detail. This boss is very good at talking. Understood. Understood. Tonight at the East Ocean restaurant. I'll be the host. I'll be the host. After hanging up the phone, the person called Brother Chang extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and then said to his younger brother Tao Zi, you go to the second floor, and move my good cigarettes, good lemongrass, shark's fins, bird's nests, and so on, into the car. There is also the study in the piece of Rolex full Skystar, gold bars, emerald and what not give me loaded on the car. Tao Zi confused asked, brother, and to whom to send gifts Brother Chang laughed loudly and walked to Tao Zi. Someone wants to buy our mansion. Full payment. With this money, our business will be alive and well. Hurry up. Your brother has only one guideline for doing business for so many years. Give gifts. Give gifts and be done with it. Brother Chang is the eldest in the family. After hearing his big brother's words, Tao Zi ran upstairs to move the gifts. Almost walking to the second floor of the villa, Tao Zi again heard his big brother shout, call Donghai Restaurant. Open that biggest box for me. Want the best seafood. Got it, brother. Inside the Cayenne, sitting in the back row, Sun Bingbing glanced at the big man watching the car in front of her, and then glanced at Jiang Xiao sitting next to her. She had long guessed that Jiang Xiao's identity might not be ordinary, until she saw the Dianwei who came to drive the car for Jiang Xiao. Sun Bingbing reinforced her thoughts. Working in a bank, Sun Bingbing had seen many rich people's bodyguards, but this was the first time she had seen one like Dianwei. Just after being glanced at by Dianwei, Sun Bingbing felt as if she was being stared at by a fierce beast. Looking at Jiang Xiao, Sun Bingbing said in a delicate voice, Mr. Jiang, I will continue to contact the headhunter for you. When Jiang Xiao met a headhunter at the tea house, that headhunter also provided a few lists. None of these people called Jiang Xiao satisfied. It's fine. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Let's talk about the boss of Torch Mansion. Know yourself and know your enemy in order to win 100 battles. It's not true that Jiang Xiao wants to acquire Torch Mansion, but he also doesn't want to be the wrongdoer. When it came to business, Sun Bingbing was still reliable. The owner of Torch Mansion is called Song Chang. The main business is real estate. Recently there are a few investment problems, need a large amount of money to turn over. Listening to Sun Bingbing's words, Jiang Xiao nodded. The real estate industry makes money, not false, but the real estate industry that dies is more. The reason is also very simple, that is the problem of capital turnover. All are taking the bank's money and playing real estate. A link has a problem is an avalanche. Like Song Chang can have assets to sell or good. Some people play to the end or all assets are set in. Of course, if the super large real estate enterprises, that is another story. After listening to the words of Sun Bingbing, Jiang Xiao heart also has a spectrum. The value of the torch building is probably in the 900 million or so. Now Song Chang urgent need of money, 750 million willing to sell. The conditions are only a full payment. Do not accept installments. 7.500 million to sell the torch building. Song Chang does not lose. The building itself is not very high construction costs. High is mainly the price of land. Torch building is a building built in 2003. When the price of land compared to now is the price of cabbage. Plus Song Chang received 10 years of rent. How to calculate is not a loss. The only variable was the question of future appreciation. But for a person in desperate need of money, this question was not in the realm of consideration. After the car arrived at the East Sea restaurant, Jiang Xiao glanced at Sun Bingbing and said, "Get off and wait for me." Sun Bingbing nodded obediently, then got out of the car. After seeing Sun Bingbing get out of the car, Jiang Xiao took out his cell phone. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I want to buy a copy of Far Realty Song Chang's information, mainly about the Torch Building. I want to know if there are any problems with this building. Jiang Xiao placed the call to Lu Tao, an intelligence broker in Beijing State. Mr. Jiang? Ha ha, you're my precious person. Lu Tao's words were obviously not nonsense. There were quite a few people who had bought Jiang Xiao's intelligence from him before. The previous business didn't work out. No problem this time, right? Mr. Lu, you say the price. For Lu Tao knows his cell phone number. Jiang Xiao is not surprised. As for Lu Tao sell their own intelligence, Jiang Xiao will not go to say anything. After all, people are eating this bowl of rice. Lu Tao laughed after hearing Jiang Xiao's words. No problem. I'll give Mr. Jiang a free pass on this business. The Torch Mansion itself doesn't have any problems, but there are people who want to eat Song Chang's industry, so they have united with many people who refused to borrow Song Chang's money for a turnaround. There were a few people who wanted to buy Torch Mansion before, and they were also stopped by this group of people. Mr. Jiang can completely eat Torch Mansion if he has the heart. After a pause, Lu Tao lowered his voice and said, free to gift Mr. Jiang one more piece of news. Not necessarily accurate, but highly probable. Next year, the center of gravity of Beijing State will be shifted to the bright area, and the Torch Mansion is a sure bet. After hearing Lu Tao's words, Jiang Xiao smiled. Thank you, turn around and have dinner together. Definitely, definitely. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao smiled. He was rich, not fake, but he also had to prevent Sun Bingbing the woman from setting herself up. Since the Torch Mansion didn't have any problems, then Jiang Xiao was relieved. As for those behind the scenes who wanted to set Song Chang up, Jiang Xiao didn't care even more. The current Hanong was Jiang Xiao's home turf. Chapter 51 Mansion Buy One Get One Free. As the premier seafood restaurant in Beijing State, the East Ocean restaurant had its own style of decoration. As soon as Jiang Xiao entered the front door, he saw a large sailboat scaled down. The entire sailboat was extremely well made, as if it was a work of art. Looking around, there were two men standing under the sailboat. One of them was in his 40s, bald, bearded, with a not-so-small beer belly, not too tall, not too short, about 1.7 meters. Standing next to the bald man is a man in his 30s, with a beard. Eyes are not big. The appearance is very similar to the bald man. Looking at the two men's appearance, Jiang Xiao knew that these two men should be Song Chang and Song Tao. Obviously Song Chang had been waiting here for a long time. He didn't recognize Jiang Xiao, but he saw Sun Bingbing beside Jiang Xiao. Sister, here. After seeing Jiang Xiao and his party of three walk in, Song Chang rushed to welcome them. Brother Chang, Brother Tao. Sun Bingbing gave a greeting and then said to Jiang Xiao, Mr. Jiang, this is General Manager Song of the Yuanda Group. This is General Manager Song's younger brother and the General Manager of the Far Glory Group, Manager Song Tao. Listening to Sun Bingbing's introduction, Jiang Xiao went forward and extended his hand. Hello, General Manager Song. I heard Bingbing say that Mr. Jiang is young. I didn't expect that he would be so young. A hero is a young man. Song Chang was very enthusiastic and extended his hands to shake hands with Jiang Xiao with an extremely low gesture. Regarding Jiang Xiao's war record, Song Chang had not heard of it. His wealth was not at the top of the list in Hanong, and the main thing was that a lot of Song Chang's business was not in Hanong. As soon as he met with Jiang Xiao, Song Chang sensed that the person in front of him was unusual, and this kind of calm aura was rarely seen in young people. When shaking hands with Jiang Xiao, Song Chang glanced at the bodyguard behind Jiang Xiao, Dian Wei. It didn't matter if he didn't look. Just by looking at it, Song Chang sucked in a breath of cool air. Businessmen of Song Chang's age had been through thick and thin. When Song Chang was young, he had more than once been held at gunpoint by outlaws, and the Dian Wei in front of him seemed to Song Chang to have an aura that was more outlaw than outlaw. Being able to use such a person as a bodyguard, Song Chang felt more and more that Jiang Xiao was unfathomable. After greeting the Song brothers, Jiang Xiao was brought by Song Chang to the Tianzino, one box of the East Ocean restaurant, which was considered the top box of the East Ocean restaurant, spending at least 100,000 yuan a night. After being seated one by one, Song Chang directly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Jiang, I'll be the host tonight. You cannot rob with me. Business success does not matter. I just want to make you this friend. Ding. Song Chang generated a consumption of 213,000 yuan. Emotional value 70. Cashback multiplier 700 times. Cashback amount 149. 100,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 6,477,698,056 yuan. Listening to Song Chang's words and the system's beep, Jiang Xiao knew that this boss Song should have already bought the bill. Jiang Xiao could see that Song Chang seemed to really want to talk about this business. Ha ha, Mr. Song is a senior in the business world in Beijing State, and I have a lot to learn. It's an honor to make friends with Chief Song. Jiang Xiao cheerfully responded to Song Chang. Listening to Jiang Zhao's words, Song Chang laughed twice with great gusto, then rushed to his brother and said, Taozi, go and carry over the gifts I brought for Mr. Song. Got it, brother. After saying that, Song Tao went out of the box. Soon Song Tao walked in with Song Chang's bodyguards, assistants, drivers, and a few hotel attendants, all of whom were holding gifts in their hands. Jiang Xiao froze, looking at the gifts placed on the table one after another. Jiang Xiao pondered in his heart, this person is trying to sell goods. Pointing to the gifts on the table, Song Chang said, Mr. Jiang, first time meeting, a little token of appreciation, please smile. Jiang Xiao smiled and shook his head. Mr. Song, I can't accept this without merit. The things on this table looked to be worth a lot, but Jiang Xiao was a bit puzzled by the routine of the person in front of him. Seeing that Jiang Xiao did not accept it, Song Chang feigned anger and said, Mr. Jiang, this is a little bit of my heart. It's not worth a few dollars. It has nothing to do with the business we are talking about. If you don't accept it, I can't drink this wine well today. Jiang Zhao's heart actually wanted to accept it. How many gold coins must be exploded from so many gifts? But the reserve should still be reserved. At this time, Sun Bingbing's roll came out. Close to Sun Bingbing hugged Jiang Zhao's arm, and then said with a mushy voice, Mr. Jiang, you just accept it. In our capital state, everyone knows that Mr. Song is a righteous person. Gifts and business are never put together to talk about. If you do not accept Mr. Song should be more cold-hearted. Listening to Sun Bingbing's words, Jiang Zhao's face deliberately revealed a trace of a difficult expression. Song Chang had seen this kind of expression too many times. Many people who received gifts from him would make this kind of reserved expression. It's settled. Tao Zi, put the gift on that table over there. Mr. Jiang, we have to not get drunk today. Song Chang waved his hand and Song Tao commanded people to put the gifts on a table next door again. Looking at Song Chang gesturing so much, Jiang Xiao said, Mr. Song, you're too polite. I'm a little embarrassed to be like this. Ding! Song Chang generated a consumption of 2,165,412 yuan, with an emotional value of 70 and a cashback multiplier of 700 times. Cashback amount is 15,157, 884, 400 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 7,993,486,456 yuan. Mouth said sorry, but at this moment Jiang Xiao inside has been fast laughing crazy. This wave of Song Chang burst too many gold coins. 5 billion out of the head. Not only to buy a mansion of money out, and even an additional gift of a mansion. Buy one get one free, there is a surplus out of a Rolls Royce too. Eat Song Chang exploded a wave. This gift gave another wave. At this moment Jiang Xiao look at Song Chang's eyes with look at the cat with no difference. If someone gives Jiang Xiao gifts like this every day, Jiang Xiao doesn't want to start a business. Listening to Jiang Zhao's polite words, Song Chang waved his hand and said, the children of Handong don't say that small family words. We just have to have fun today. Waiter serve the food. After that, Song Chang said to Jiang Xiao, Mr. Jiang, let's drink the wine I brought today. Good wine. As soon as Song Chang's words fell, his bodyguard took out 4 rectangular wooden boxes. These wooden boxes were very textured with a lifelike dragon carved on them. There was also a golden lock hanging on the joint of the box. The bodyguard took out a small key and opened the box. Inside was a bottle of Mao Tai wine lying in the middle. Mr. Jiang, 50 years of Dragon Mao. No headache. Song Chang personally opened the bottle of wine, then got up and poured a full glass for Jiang Xiao. Ding! Song Chang generated a consumption of 1,000,000 yuan. Emotional value 75. Cashback multiplier 750 times. Cashback amount of 750,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 8,743,486,456 yuan. Song Chang sends warmth trifecta. This instant Jiang Xiao is numb. If every day there is Song Chang like this to give gifts to himself, then the upgrade speed of Jiang Zhao's system will be faster than a rocket. Looking at Song Chang who returned to his seat, Jiang Xiao picked up his wineglass and said, Mr. Song, thank you for your hospitality. I'm interested in Torch Mansion, but the price I'm giving is not $750 million. When these words came out, Song Chang's expression stiffened for a moment, while a trace of anger surfaced on the face of Song Tao on the side. Chapter 52, Mr. Jiang, Benevolence. Song Chang's unnatural expression only flickered before he said with a face full of difficulties, Mr. Jiang, 7.5 billion is already the bottom line that I can accept. Truth be told, this mansion is worth at least 900 million or more, if not 4. Jiang Shao reached out and stopped Song Chang from saying what he was going to say next. Mr. Song, you're mistaken. I'm offering $1 billion for this building. 7.5 billion of it is the money to purchase the building. The remaining 2.5 billion is for you, Mr. Song, to split the loan, interest-free. When this statement came out, all the people around except for Jianwei froze. This is the boy who disperses money? Song Chang business so many years have seen too many people down the well. Have not seen if you can send charcoal in the snow. Don't say 2.5 million even if it is tens of millions of dollars sometimes for a business is life-saving money. Squeeze out a smile. Song Chang said, Mr. Jiang, this cannot joke I'm old. My heart is not good. Can't stand to be scared. Seeing Song Chang's unbelieving look, Jiang Shao directly took out his checkbook and casually signed a check for 2.5 billion. Placing the check on the table and turning it over, Jiang Shao said smilingly, Mr. Song, I know that you have a hard time with your capital turnover lately, so take this money to turn over first. Mansion things I can now finalize. Also do not need to see too many things. Formalities completed on the funds immediately too. Looking at the check in front of him, Song Chang was dumbfounded. This is to meet the timely rain Song Gongming. The check was a bit hot. Song Chang did not know whether to take it or not. This. Jiang Shao took out a cigarette. The sight of Sun Bingbing immediately came forward to Jiang Shao light the fire. Out of the hand is more than 200 million. In front of the eyes of this and Sun Bingbing seems to be simply trenchless. Spit out a smoke. Jiang Shao slowly said, Mr. Song, you do business in Beijing early. The reputation is also very good. Business well. Money does not matter. The main thing is not to make friends difficult to do. Mr. Song gave me enough face today, and I am willing to make Mr. Song a friend. Looking at Jiang Zhao's words did not look like a lie. Song Chang slammed his thigh. Oops. Mr. Jiang is benevolent. I'll drink 3 cups in a row. After saying this, Song Chang picked up the wine cup and drank 3 cups. East Sea restaurants white wine cups are 1 or 2 portions. Song Chang drink extremely well. 3 cups of white wine down. Song Chang's face is not red, not gasping. Mr. Jiang, today we must not get drunk. Doing business for so many years, I have never met you so benevolent. You can rest assured that this money I do not use in vain. 9 out of 13 into the interest I cannot afford to give. According to the rules of our Beijing Bridge daily interest rate of 1,0004, I now give you a note. I'll give you a note now. And tomorrow I'll give you an equity pledge. At the latest half a month. This money old brother must pay back. Daily interest rate of 1,000 for this profit is already very considerable. The daily interest is 1 million. Bridge borrowing funds is the usual trick of many enterprises. This kind of money is rarely used by enterprises for a long time. The interest rate is too scary. Looking at Song Chang already want to take a pen and paper to write a note. Jiang Shao stopped Song Chang. Mr. Song, writing a note is not scolding me? I can't lend you money like this. For a moment, Song Chang was a bit touched. He didn't feel that Jiang Shao was using himself for anything. Looking at Jiang Zhao's outburst, Song Chang knew that this was a person who had a lot more money than him. What did this kind of person plot against himself? What is this kind of person scheming about himself? Scheming about his age? Scheming about his 8 beard? Or scheming about his big bald head? If you want to scheme yourself, you can take money to kill yourself. You don't need to do this at all. Jiang Shao is not a good person. Not to mention that Song Chang gave himself so many gold coins. From a realistic point of view in the business world there is a reputation of benevolence and righteousness is not a bad thing. The king's way and hegemony are indispensable. The hegemony of this Jiang Shao has already passed out by beating up Shangguan Wenbin this thing. And now it is to pass on his own reputation of benevolence and righteousness in the businessman of Song Chang's level. As for the risk of Song Chang does not pay back the money Jiang Shao also considered. First of all, Jiang Shao does not care about the money. If Song Chang really dare not pay back the money, Jiang Shao will dare to call Deng Wei to his family sold to the north of Burma. A little touched Song Chang grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm. Nothing to say. Drink. I toast you Mr. Jiang. Taozi. Toast Mr. Jiang wine. A dinner party atmosphere is very in place. Song Chang drink to the end also do not call Mr. Jiang. A mouthful of a brother is close to worship with Jiang Shao. Drinking too much Song Tao is even more temperament. Directly with the KTV equipment in the box to Jiang Shao sang a father. Drunken Song Chang nonetheless not annoyed. On the contrary, clapping his hands and laughing, the brothers are also quite a treasure. Jiang Zhao's alcohol consumption is not very good. Even if the physical quality of the enhancement of alcohol consumption has not improved much, white wine is only about 8 taels. But the Song brothers are too enthusiastic. Jiang Shao drank to the end to see people are heavy shadow. Vaguely Jiang Shao remembers that he asked Duan Wei to send himself to the province hotel's room 8018. And then it seems that there is a woman who has been taking care of herself, followed by some indescribable memories. The next day, opening his eyes, Jiang Shao felt his throat dry, reaching out to get a bottle of water when Jiang Shao touched a soft body. A mushy voice reached Jiang Zhao's ears. Opening his eyes, Jiang Shao realized that Sun Bingbing was lying on the other side of the big bed and hadn't woken up yet. The bedroom was already a mess. Sun Bingbing's black work dress and torn stockings were thrown everywhere. Back to God, Jiang Shao thought about it. His own drunkenness turned into an animal, seemingly sensing the movement beside her. Sun Bingbing opened her eyes, seeing Jiang Shao. Sun Bingbing's face was also slightly red. After realizing Jiang Zhao's strength, Sun Bingbing couldn't help but move her heart. Jiang Shao is young and golden. What a good backer. Yesterday after sending Jiang Shao back to the hotel, Sun Bingbing currying favor generally helped Jiang Shao clean up a bit. And then Jiang Shao transformed. For a divorced woman like Sun Bingbing, this kind of thing is not unacceptable. And she has been in a window for a long time. The problem was that Jiang Shao was just too tossable. Especially last night when Jiang Shao led Sun Bingbing to a field she had never been to before. The current Sun Bingbing felt as if she had lost half of her life and her body was falling apart. Mr. Jiang, morning, good morning. Frowning, Sun Bingbing lay on her side and greeted. She was a little afraid to sit down. Looking at Sun Bingbing, Jiang Shao pondered what to do about this. Well, good morning. Last night, before Jiang Shao could finish, Sun Bingbing jumped ahead and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I won't say anything." Jiang Shao nodded. This was a smart woman. After glancing at Jiang Shao, Sun Bingbing lowered her head and said, "I'm going to take a shower." After having intimate contact, Sun Bingbing naturally didn't show any shy look. Watching Sun Bingbing walk into the bathroom with transparent glass, Jiang Shao got up and took out his checkbook. Clattering, the bathroom came the sound of water. Jiang Shao while enjoying Sun Bingbing the delicate body posture, while opening a $1 million check. It seemed that she didn't dare to ask Jiang Shao to wait more. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Bingbing took a good shower and walked out. Chapter 53, The Torch Building Changes Ownership. Sit. Looking at Sun Bingbing, who was wrapped in a bathrobe and had wet hair, Jiang Shao pointed to a chair opposite himself, but it was the fact that she had just taken a bath. Sun Bingbing's face was flushed and she whispered, I'll just stand. The current Sun Bingbing didn't quite dare to sit. She didn't expect Jiang Shao, who looked a bit thin and still well-mannered, to be so crazy after drinking. Thinking about the good things he did, Jiang Shao also did not force himself. Pointing to the check on the table, Jiang Shao said, "Sorry about last night, a little bit of mind. Don't talk nonsense after you go out." Sun Bingbing glanced at the amount of the check, then her breath caught a little. 1 million enough for her to earn for years. After looking at the check for a long time, reason overcame desire. Sun Bingbing shook her head. "Mr. Jiang, this is also my job. I can't take your money." Hearing Sun Bingbing say this, Jiang Shao became interested and asked, "So you've served other clients like this as well?" Seeing Jiang Shao saying this, Sun Bingbing got a little anxious. "No, absolutely not. You are my second man. Ha ha, I'm casually asking. Don't be anxious." Standing up, Jiang Shao picked Sun Bingbing's chin. Sun Bingbing didn't want money and obviously wanted more. "One question. Are you married? Do you have children? Are you single?" Jiang Shao said to ask one question, but it was actually 3 questions. But the meaning of the 3 questions was more or less the same. Divorced for 3 years. No children. Still single. Sun Bingbing answered very simply. Hearing Sun Bingbing say this, Jiang Shao has no psychological pressure. Although Jiang Shao is a bit of a chow thief's attribute, but really doing things that destroy other people's families, there is still a sense of guilt inside. Well, a little. Not much. Feng Zhuang, with others have a sense of guilt. With me you Wang Beiji punch out. Taking out a check again and signing it. Jiang Shao didn't write the numbers. "Now I'll give you 2 choices. You fill in the numbers yourself on this check, and write as much as you think you're worth. I'm very satisfied with your performance last night. As a reward for you. The second one, follow me in the future." Sun Bingbing didn't even look at the check and directly said, "I'll choose the second one. A saturation and a satiation." Sun Bingbing divided lightly. Jiang Shao sized up Sun Bingbing. This woman is only 31 years old, skin is very good, and her height is about 168 centimeters, and her appearance is also very charming. Very much like Hong Kong Island's former actress Wen Bixia. The face value is online, and the technology to make up foreign languages is also very good. Raising it was not much of a psychological burden for Jiang Shao. The only difference is that treating him as by Jiang Shao can give feelings. For Sun Bingbing directly talk about money. Each takes what he needs. Beckoning, Sun Bingbing obediently came into Jiang Zhao's arms. I'm a person who is reasonable. Follow me and you'll have everything you deserve. But from today onwards there can be no more relationships with other men. Of course, I am reasonable. Really have that mind to tell me in advance. Everyone get together and leave. Seemingly feeling happy to secure a package deal, Sun Bingbing hurriedly said. No, I won't. Jiang Zhao laughed. This kind of assurance he never believed. No need for guarantees. Remember what I said. I don't like betrayal. There are many abandoned mines in Handong. People can be buried anywhere. Jiang Zhao's words made Sun Bingbing shiver violently, knowing that Jiang Zhao had had human lives in his hands, and justifiable defense was also a human life. The killing aura that this kind of person unintentionally exuded. Ordinary people couldn't stand it. Got it, Mr. Jiang. Ha ha, that's the way to be good. Now what if I'm a little fiery? Looking at Jiang Zhao's fiery eyes, Sun Bingbing winks and squats down. Real men never say they're going to do something. More than an hour later, Jiang Zhao was talking to Bai Ning on the phone. Sister Bai, I might not be coming home recently. What? Swollen? Then I'll be gentler next time. Yeah, busy. Did you see the gifts my friends sent home? You take those gifts back to your aunt and uncle. I can't use them. Okay, hang up. Right after Jiang Zhao hung up the phone, Sun Bingbing raised her head and made a swallowing motion before running to the bathroom. Sun Bingbing, who had come back again, leaned and sat beside Jiang Zhao and asked daintily, Daddy, did I do well? Hearing Sun Bingbing's address, Jiang Zhao remembered his beastly behavior last night. This was the difference between walking the talk and walking the waste. With Bai Ning, Jiang Zhao was also crazy but in moderation. With Sun Bingbing he didn't have to think about that. Good performance. Turn around and reward you. Jiang Zhao said reward is really will reward. That 1 million check Jiang Zhao directly gave Sun Bingbing. At the same time also gave Sun Bingbing a credit card with a limit of 2 million. Before going to the bank to do private banking business, the bank in one breath to Jiang Zhao opened 7 credit cards. All are 2 million to 5 million ranging. Jiang Zhao's money clip are almost unable to put. Sun Bingbing was so happy that she didn't choose to take a day off, and she went out with her minor injuries to help Jiang Zhao with his search for a headhunter. Jiang Zhao didn't go home not to get tired with Sun Bingbing, but he really has a lot of things to be busy. His career had just started, and it was a time when he had a lot of things to do. After being busy for a while, it entered August, and as soon as it entered August, the temperature in Beijing state was hot as a furnace. On this day, in a conference room of Torch Mansion, Jiang Zhao and Song Chang formally signed the contract. Jiang Zhao acquired Torch Real Estate Company as a whole. Torch Real Estate Company as Song Chang in order to operate the Torch Building was established. The entire company only a property department and the Torch Building a building. Very streamlined. $7.5 million to buy is the entire Torch Real Estate. After signing the contract, Song Chang took Jiang Zhao to visit the Torch Building. Torch Building is not really a skyscraper. Is a single building, style moderate, 150 meters high, 32 floors above ground, underground, with a small plaza, outdoor 100 parking spaces. The ground floor has 123 parking spaces. The single floor construction area is 2,000 square meters, and the current rent per square meter is 98 yuan per month, and the property fee is 25 yuan per square meter per month. This price will last until the end of the year, and the rent and property fee of the whole Guangming district will increase by 1/3 by next year. The nature of the Torch Building belongs to the office building. The building is basically all kinds of companies, to live entertainment, financial companies and several modeling companies. Such an industry will continue to appreciate. The value of the buyer is undoubtedly very profitable. Just rent for Jiang Zhao is a considerable amount of money, plus the system to give them multiples of the cashback. A building on top of a few buildings. Listening to Song Chang introducing himself to the building, Jiang Zhao said half jokingly and half seriously, Brother Song, the bright area is not likely to be a big development next year. You just sell it to me, don't regret it when the time comes. After listening to the words of Jiang Zhao, Song Chang laughed loudly and said, this news I have long known. No way. Waiting for money to save lives. Brother, don't worry. Old brother is not that kind of person. Who regret who grandson. Chapter 54 Young Ye Group. Through the contact with Song Chang during this period of time, Jiang Zhao felt that this person could be a friend. Song Chang has the cunning of a businessman and the righteousness of a Jianghu man, and he knows what's right and what's wrong. This kind of person can be a long-term friendship. He may not be able to do the thing that sends charcoal in the snow, but he definitely can't do without the icing on the cake. Now Jiang Zhao needs to add flowers to the icing on the cake. Jiang Zhao is accustomed to doing things first after the gentleman. Like the building, land prices may rise in the future. Always have to say clear things. The answer of Song Chang. Jiang Zhao is still very satisfied. As to whether it is sincere depends on the next year after the takeoff of the bright area of his performance. If Song Chang mouth is not hard, Jiang Shao will have to think about sending his family to the north of Burma. After visiting the Torch Mansion as a host, Jiang Shao and Song Chang came to the office of the property company. Jiang Zhao's overall feeling towards Torch Mansion was okay. As the first stronghold where Jiang Shao started his career, Jiang Shao was merely satisfied with Torch Mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that the construction period for building a mansion was too long to consider, Jiang Shao would have had the heart to build one himself. After strolling around the building, Jiang Shao thought he would see Chen Xiaoye, but unfortunately reality is not a novel. There aren't that many face-punching episodes for Jiang Shao to run into. In the property manager's office, Song Chang received a cup of tea handed by Dian Wei. From a single move it can be seen that the Torch Mansion has changed ownership. After handing Jiang Shao and Song Chang a cup of tea, Dian Wei stood guard at the door like a door god. Dian Wei's temperament is very similar to Kai Muqing's bodyguard Dizzy. The only difference is that Dizzy has a cold face and a warm heart, and he is very chatty when he meets someone he likes. But Dian Wei is different. This super warrior basically does not speak. Many people think he is mute. Sipping a mouthful of tea, Song Chang took out a check from his briefcase. The check was divided into two, one amounting to 2.5 billion, and the other was a check for 10 million. Brother, the principal amount, plus 10 days of interest, not the slightest difference. Song Chang pushed the two checks in front of Jiang Shao, smilingly took back the principal. Jiang Shao originally thought that it would trigger a cashback, but the result was not prompted. It seems that this kind of money should be judged by the system as a malicious cashback. Older brother, I said no interest. As soon as Jiang Zhao's words fell, Song Chang said with a stern face, "What words? You're like this brother will still dare to ask you to borrow money in the future, right? Take it, take it." After saying that, he hardly stuffed the $10 million check into Jiang Zhao's arms. Song Chang has his own small mind. He does real estate with cash in many places, and Jiang Shao is the least lack of cash. The two people only know each other for a short time. Song Chang's intuition tells him that in the future, he will be begging for a lot of places to Jiang Shao. Received a check for 10 million. Jiang Shao heart lamented or play finance to money fast. Nothing to do. 10 million on the account. This 10 million profit in addition to the principal almost no cost. If replaced by industry to sell how many things to earn out ding. Generate business class cashback 10 million yuan. Business class cashback amount accumulated to the end of the month. The end of the month after the settlement host can choose to withdraw cash. Listening to the system's beep, Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly. This system seems to be not giving Jiang Shao any openings to drill. Originally, Jiang Shao thought that this kind of amount would be counted as giving consumption, but he didn't realize that it would be counted as a business-type cashback. After Song Chang returned Jiang Zhao's money, he once again played his ancestral art of giving gifts. Brother, long eyes. Song Chang handed over a small box. Jiang Shao opened the box and realized that inside was a piece of beeswax carved pendant with a red rope tied to it that seemed to be able to be worn around the neck. Brother, this thing is a good thing. Children wear on the body to tranquilize the gods and ward off evil spirits. If you have a backache, use this thing to soak water to drink, to ensure that the next day alive and well. Song Chang handed Jiang Shao a look that all men understand. Beeswax does have some special effects. This thing is one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism. Good beeswax is really hard to find, especially if it is carved so well. The role of the living dragon and tiger Jiang Shao does not need. His fighting ability Mr. Bai and Sun Bingbing know best. What Jiang Shao was interested in was that this pendant was carved with a rabbit. Beeswax was suitable for small children to wear. Thinking about the rabbit treasure he saved, Jiang Shao felt it was quite a match. Brother Song, this is good. It just so happens that I have a very kindred spirit in my junior. Jiang Shao put the beeswax in a box and put it away, ready to find a chance to give it to rabbit treasure later. When he thought of Bao Bunny, he couldn't help but think of Kai Muqing. What he had to say was that Jiang Zhao's mind had become wild. He kind of wanted to challenge the high-level copies. Ha ha, it's good that brother likes it. It's good that he likes it. Seeing that Jiang Shao had received something, Song Chang, the gift giver, was happier than the gift receiver. Ding! Song Chang generated a consumption of 350,000 yuan. Emotional value 80. Cashback multiplier 800 times. Cashback amount of 280,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 9,023,486,456 yuan. Listening to the system's reminder, Jiang Zhao's inner thought was to thank Song Chang for the $280 million sent by Old Iron. Looking at the bald fortune cat in front of him, Jiang Shao is the more he looks at it, the more he looks at it. Song Chang sends a few more gifts. Jiang Shao feels that his system will be upgraded, mainly because this fortune cat is particularly generous. Help Song Chang light up a cigarette. Jiang Shao said cheerfully, Song brother This person cannot stand others to me a little better. Look, every time I ask you to break the bank. What words? Isn't this what you should do as a brother? The speaker has no intention. The listener has the intention. Song Chang pondered Jiang Shao. This is like to be respected feeling This art can we old song good Send a gift on the end of the matter. After sending away Song Chang, Jiang Shao looked at a few business licenses on the desk. Registered companies receive money after the efficiency is very fast. At the moment Jiang Shao name has 5 specific business companies. These 4 companies are No Jumping Technology Company, main business internet industry. Yangye Entertainment Company, the main business of the film and television industry, is currently focusing on webcasting and short videos. Yangye Investment, the main direction of investment and finance. In addition, there is just acquired the Torch Real Estate. Jiang Shao pondered until the formalities are completely done. After the Torch Real Estate will be renamed Yangye Real Estate. In addition to these 4 companies, Jiang Shao also registered 2 holding companies, one of which is a High Latitude Investment Company 100% holding No Jumping Technology Company. The other Yangye Group, Ltd., is the holding of the remaining companies. The future of the road Jiang Shao has planned. One hand internet, one hand industry. Although the road has been planned, but everything is difficult at the beginning. Several companies are basically empty shells. Among them, No Jump is a little stronger. Jiang Shao has recruited a personnel director, recruited a group of programmers, and is currently testing No Jump's first product. Headline Hotspot. Yangye Entertainment's movie and television department is still in the planning stage, but Sun Bingbing helped Jiang Shao find a head of the live broadcasting department. And this person Jiang Shao was still a bit impressed in his previous life. Just as Jiang Shao was thinking, Dian Wei walked in. Boss, Lan Tianxiang has arrived. Chapter 55. When capital enters the live broadcasting world. Lan Tianxiang is the person in charge of the live broadcasting department that Sun Bingbing helped Jiang Shao find. Jiang Shao didn't expect that this woman, in addition to the high skill of the evening tuition, the external work is also very reliable. After all, Sun Bingbing works in the bank. The network is still relatively wide. When Sun Bingbing sent the resume of Blue Sky Xiang to Jiang Shao was still a little shocked. This Lan Tianxiang in Jiang Zhao's memory in the future is also a very famous professional manager in the live broadcast industry. Lan Tianxiang is from Ludong, 27 or 18 years old. Although young, but Blue Tianxiang's mind is very smart, very able to keep up with the trend of the times, because the body is not very good. Blue Tianxiang since childhood liked to surf the internet. About the time in 2009, Lan Tianxiang and the Raccoon Voice found business opportunities. Early Raccoon Voice platform has a huge amount of traffic. A lot of people set up clans and guilds. At first, these people set up family guilds because of hobbies, but Blue Sky found a business opportunity. Through the creation of the guild channel to sell channel access, Blue Sky earned money. A few $1,000s a month of income for Blue Sky to see the huge potential. With the Raccoon Voice opened the live function, Blue Sky Siang set up a small guild. By virtue of their own popularity and operation, now Blue Sky Siang every month can have 1 or 2 million income. This income has exceeded too many of his peers. In the Blue Tianxiang, small rich is safe when a big rich hit him. Lan Tianxiang's home was in a small city. When he first came to Beijing State, he was shocked by its prosperity. After following Dian Wei into Jiang Zhao's office, Lan Tianxiang was a bit overwhelmed. The headhunter who talked to Lan Tianxiang before gave him too good of an offer. 1 million to acquire his small guild. If the ability to be recognized after joining the annual salary of not less than $500,000. This figure is too attractive for Lan Tianxiang. After seeing Jiang Shao, Lan Tianxiang froze. Originally thought that his boss would be a businessman in his 40s. Who would have thought that he would be so young? Hello, I am Lan Tianxiang. Lan Tianxiang got nervous because he saw the Porsche keypad on Jiang Zhao's table. That keypad he had seen before. It was a Porsche Cayenne. In Lan Tianxiang's cognizance, those who could drive a Cayenne were all tycoons. Jiang Shao looked at the nervous-looking Lan Tianxiang and smiled, stood up and walked over to Lan Tianxiang and shook his hand. Hello, I am Jiang Shao. It's been hard work all the way. No hard work. First class is very comfortable. It's my first time to take an airplane. I didn't expect to sit in first class. Lan Tianxiang didn't tell a lie. That is, in the last 1 or 2 years he counted to earn some big money. All this money was bought by him for his family to buy a house. In the past when he went out he used to take the train. Led Lan Tianxiang to the office at the sofa. Jiang Shao handed Lan Tianxiang a cigarette. He noticed that the man's fingers yellowed. Obviously an old smoker. There will be many such opportunities in the future. Jiang Shao very politely helped Lan Tianxiang light the cigarette. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lan Tianxiang was a bit flattered. Smiling, Jiang Shao said, don't be nervous. A month ago I was also a child of a poor family. The conditions might not be as good as yours. I'm a person who values ability, not origin. Tell me your opinion about the live broadcasting industry. Lan Tianxiang knew that this should be the interview that belongs to him. After thinking about it, Lan Tianxiang said, nowadays, most of the live broadcasting industry is run on a family model. People talk about friendship, but in reality, it's all about interests. I think the future of the live broadcast industry should be dominated by capital. It will definitely be formalized and professionalized. Some people are born to eat this bowl of rice, and this kind of thing can't be envied. Lan Tianxiang's one sentence nailed the true meaning of the live broadcast industry in the next few years. And in Zhang Zhao's previous life, Lan Tianxiang also did the same thing. In 6 years before Lan Tianxiang founded the Painting Pavilion Beauty Guild has always been a small guild. Du is also not hot. Until 6 years, Blue Tianxiang introduced Big Capital. In that year's annual ceremony in the posture of a dark horse to beat a few guilds to lose armor. This person is a talent. After chatting with Lan Tianxiang for a few sentences, Zhang Xiao nodded his head with satisfaction. There is no deviation. Although a little younger but still the same Lan Tianxiang in his impression. The ability is enough to be competent as the head of the live broadcasting department. The two people chatted for a long time, and soon it was more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the time, Zhang Xiao made a call to Lu Xiao, the manager of the Province Hotel. Sister Lu, help me arrange a private room and open another suite. Cuisine. Lu cuisine I think. Wine. Ah, you wait. Putting down the phone, Zhang Xiao asked, can I drink white wine or beer? A little flattered. Lan Tianxiang hurriedly said, I can do both. Mr. Zhang doesn't need to be so troublesome. White wine then. Sister Lu, help me prepare a few bottles of 50-year-old Mao Tai. Good, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiao said to Lan Tianxiang, it's time for dinner. Let's eat and talk. Looking at Zhang Xiao, Lan Tianxiang had a feeling of being respected for the first time. Half of the reason Zhang Xiao was so courteous was because of his personality, and the other half was because Lan Tianxiang's ability met Zhang Zhao's expectations. The live broadcast industry helped Zhang Zhao's subsequent plans a lot, because now these anchors who did live broadcasts were all with traffic. Zhang Xiao is not short of money. What he lacks is the means to quickly turn money into traffic. After all, his subsequent plan is to prepare to launch ace products like short video platforms. The traffic in the early stage is very important to Zhang Xiao. And these anchors on the webcast are the best source of traffic in the early stage. Take these big anchors as the foundation, support their own anchors, and then let these anchors go to the slow claw short video platform that is now doing the fire to suck the traffic, and finally feed back to their own short video platform. The operation is so simple and direct. In addition to the live broadcast industry, Zhang Xiao is also ready to start from the film and television industry. After all, for those actresses in this era, Zhang Xiao is still very interested. It's just that right now Zhang Xiao hasn't found an entry point for the movie and television industry. After coming to the Province Hotel, Lan Tianxiang was once again shocked. This kind of star-level hotel was also his first time to come, especially looking at the hotel's big manager with a bunch of men coming in to toast. Lan Tianxiang once again guessed the identity of Zhang Xiao. Being a Ludong big man, Lan Tianxiang's alcohol consumption is very good. Zhang Xiao clinked his glass with him and asked, how do you feel about the building where we talked about things today? Lan Tianxiang, who didn't know what Zhang Xiao meant, honestly answered, it's very majestic. There is no such high building in my hometown. And such a high building can only be seen in the provincial city and several big cities. Ha ha, I bought the place today. You will work there in the future. Looking at the shocked Lan Tianxiang, Zhang Xiao said with a big smile, you've said that the live broadcast industry is capital-oriented in the future. Then I'll tell you, when the Painted Pavilion Guild reopens, I'll call the shots for Raccoon Live. Chapter 56, Digging for an Anchor. At noon the next day, Lan Tianxiang opened his eyes in a daze. Looking at the two big black and white ponies beside him, Lan Tianxiang felt the paper thinness of the rich. At the same time, Lan Tianxiang also strengthened his determination to hug his thigh. In the afternoon, Lan Tianxiang came to Torch Mansion. After waiting for almost an hour, Zhang Xiao also came to Torch Mansion. After seeing Zhang Xiao, Lan Tianxiang directly handed Zhang Xiao a schedule that he had prepared in advance. The core of the entire schedule was just one, and that was to dig up anchors. Holding the schedule, Zhang Xiao pushed the cigarette case to Lan Tianxiang, signaling him to smoke first. Looking at the schedule in his hand, Zhang Xiao was satisfied. The blue sky siang in front of him was obviously something. The entire schedule analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each guild on the Raccoon Life platform, and which anchors were more promising. Not bad. How much money do you budget for roughly? Zhang Xiao sent down the planner in his hand, and the people in his heart were more agreeable to Lan Tianxiang's plan. The core asset of the live broadcast industry is the anchor. Cultivating their own anchor is not impossible, but the effect is slow. Poaching is the most appropriate. If you don't commit to helping some anchors play the annual competition, almost $8 to $10 million or so is enough. The signing fee for anchors is not expensive. In the flooded era of the live broadcast industry, the signing fees of these entertainment anchors really weren't expensive. The real reason for hitting the anchor signing fees up was still the later entry of capital, and the several major live broadcast platforms frantically dug people to give some anchors a price that directly dug up to the sky. So cheap? Jiang Shao did not expect to use only this amount of money. Lan Tianxiang smiled mysteriously and said, Mr. Jiang, currently the two biggest guilds in the entire Raccoon platform are Deep Blue Guild and Royal Guild. I have news that the boss of the King's Guild went bankrupt, and it's estimated that he'll be in jail for a few years if he doesn't handle it well. This insider Jiang Shao really don't know. For the Royal Guild, Jiang Shao is clear. In the game, entertainment industry have dabbled in. The later generation of the famous electric campaigner Crazy Puppy is from the Royal Guild of the electric gaming team. As for the Deep Blue Guild is not simple. The boss behind the scenes should also be a tycoon. In the Raccoon platform is also famous for a long time. Blue Tianxiang in the Raccoon platform is very good. He and the King's Guild anchor personal relationship is also very good. According to his knowledge of the insiders, the King's Guild is the most magical places that most of these anchors in their own hands in the contract. Not only is the King's Guild like this, Deep Blue Guild also has quite a few anchors whose contracts aren't in the guild's hands, and everyone is still playing with the so-called camaraderie. After understanding the inside story, Jiang Shao smiled and said, let's do it this way. Don't go from 800 to 10 million. You give these anchors a direct assessment of a price. Within a rise of 300,000 you can directly make the decision. Tell those anchors who want to go on the annual. As long as they sign to my company, the annual I guarantee them first. Jiang Zhao's words said lightly. Blue Tianxiang thought about it or reminded said, Mr. Jiang, playing the annual financial pressure is very big. Jiang Shao naturally knows that every year's live annual competition is burning money, but Jiang Shao truly does not lack money. Without much explanation, Jiang Shao directly handed his cell phone balance to Lan Tianxiang. When seeing the series of zeros behind the balance of Jiang Zhao's cell phone, Lan Tianxiang's breath caught, and even for a moment Lan Tianxiang wanted to tie Jiang Shao up. Of course, Lan Tianxiang just thought about it. Jiang Zhao's bodyguard Dian Wei he had seen. Lan Tianxiang felt that bodyguard was able to reboot his life with a single punch. Understand how to do it? Jiang Shao asked. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I understand too well. Smiling, Jiang Shao said, how about this? You, on one side, do a good job of integrating your previous guilds, which anchors are worth cultivating to do in your heart. Turn around and show me. On the other side you contact these big anchors. If they don't feel at ease you can invite them to come to Beijing State to have a look. Food, accommodation and airfare will be paid for by the company. After determining the tone, Lan Tianxiang returned to an office on the 9th floor to prepare for action. This office was the preparatory office given to Lan Tianxiang by Jiang Shao. The entire 9th floor later was the territory of Jiang Zhao's live broadcasting board, and along the way, Lan Tianxiang saw quite a few rooms being renovated. These rooms are all going to be converted into live broadcasting rooms. Just as he arrived at the office Lan Tianxiang saw Dian Wei. Brother Dian. In front of Dian Wei, Lan Tianxiang always felt a little uncomfortable. There was no expression on Dian Wei's face, only placing the keypad of an Audi in front of Lan Tianxiang. Boss sent this to you. After saying this, Dian Wei directly left Lan Tianxiang's office. Looking at the A6 key on the table, Lan Tianxiang clenched his fist. This day is getting more and more promising. In the evening, Jiang Shao returned to Wutong Court. Jiang Shao had come back twice in recent times, and the moment she saw Jiang Shao, Ms. Bai warmly greeted her. Bai Ning's own exotic fragrance drifted into Jiang Zhao's nose. Looking at the more and more charming Bai Ning, Jiang Shao whispered, Miss me? Bai Ning shyly lowered her head and gave a eating the marrow to know the flavor. From the pseudo-young woman to the real young woman, Bai Ning was a bit obsessed with that feeling. Looking at Bai Ning and Jiang Shao who were getting tired of each other, the little cook Xiaoya didn't dare to look at them at all. Now every time she saw Bai Ning and Jiang Shao, Xiaoya would think of that night's live broadcast. Dinner was still rich, but the dishes were a bit intriguing. Fried cashew flowers, garlic oysters, and a great tonic soup. Looking at these things Jiang Shao felt insulted. When Jiang Shao felt insulted, Mr. Bai suffered the old sin. At night, when Jiang Shao smoked 2 cigarettes, Mr. Bai recovered his sanity. This is the second intimate contact between the two people. The last time Mr. Bai recuperated from his injuries, he came to the relatives, which did not just leave the relatives called Jiang Shao back. Recovering her sanity, Ms. Bai struggled to get up. Looking at Ms. Bai's marvelous figure, Jiang Shao asked, what are you taking? As he spoke, Teacher Bai took out a cell phone box in the drawer. Looking at the cell phone box in front of him, Jiang Shao asked curiously, what is this? Bai Ning spoke in a breathless voice. Riddle's cell phone. I saw so many people using this. Bought one for you. Ding. Bai Ning generated a consumption of 150,000,000 yuan. Emotional value 100. Cashback multiplier 1000 times. Cashback amount is 150,000,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 9,173,486,456 yuan. Ding. Bai Ning's emotional value reaches 100. The host obtains the black iron treasure chest *1. Looking at the cell phone in front of him, Jiang Shao felt that Bai Ning was really willing to spend money on himself. Riddle the cell phone Jiang Shao had heard of. The standard of the rich. Although it was a bit of an IQ tax collection. Mr. White can always give Jiang Shao a surprise. He just gave Mr. White a few hundred million. Mr. White turned around and returned more than 100 million. The main thing was that he also gave Jiang Shao a black iron treasure chest. Without bothering to look at his cell phone, Jiang Shao directly transformed into a werewolf once again. Take a break. Take a break, okay? Chapter 57, The Minds of the Anchors. Early the next morning, Jiang Shao woke up and realized that Xiaoya's eyes were a little dark. Touching Xiaoya's forehead, Jiang Shao asked with concern, "Are you sick? Why is your spirit so bad? Should I take you to the hospital?" Xiaoya shook her head sheepishly and said, "I'm fine, uncle. I probably just didn't sleep well." Jiang Shao didn't think too much. "If you're not feeling well, just say so. Don't hold it together." Xiaoya nodded obediently. After seeing Jiang Shao walk into the bathroom, Xiaoya's face was full of grudges. This time, although he didn't see the live broadcast, but the night of concerts. Glancing at her bedroom, Xiaoya knew that not only did she have to wash her own personal clothes, but the bed sheets as well. Breakfast was still prepared by Xiaoya. After eating breakfast, Xiaoya ran to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Jiang Shao sat in the living room and said to Bai Ning, "I see that Xiaoya seems to be a bit tired lately. No, you can't take her out to play for a few days. Don't make up classes every day." In order for Xiaoya to get into a good university next year, Bai Ning had hired quite a few tutors for Xiaoya. Handing Jiang Shao a cup of juice, Bai Ning asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "The child has dark circles under her eyes, as if she didn't sleep well." Bai Ning had a brain of question marks. Xiaoya's sleep was good, hadn't seen any dark circles under her eyes. Suddenly, Bai Ning thought of something and said, "Don't be in this room next time." Jiang Shao, Mr. Bai's sentence directly broke the case. Handed over the rations of Jiang Shao began to busy again. The recent period of time Jiang Shao almost every day there are meals. Business is inevitable and various departments of the people to deal with. And now Jiang Shao under no available people can only be personally. In the Jiang Shao busy time, Blue Tianxiang also did not idle. Almost he recognized those face value good potential size anchor Blue Tianxiang are notified. It all boils down to one sentence. The big gold master. Money quickly. Quite a few anchors had a heart after receiving Lan Tianxiang's message, but they seemed to be ready to discuss it again. Yang Chang, inside a room. Yu Peng had just finished a day of live broadcasting. Years of live broadcasting life let Yu Peng from a thin teenager into a big fat. Although people fat but money, Yu Peng also earned a lot. From the voice chat era, Yu Peng has begun to make money. A few years ago met a big brother after Yu Peng joined the King's Guild. In all fairness, Yu Peng ate a few years full of rice, but now Yu Peng encountered a choice. His big brother has no money, and Yu Peng heard some wind. Some things if not dealt with his big brother cannot get into a few years to step on the sewing machine. A guild without the support of the gold master is not far from the fall. Currently in Yu Peng in front of the road there are two. The first is to join a other guild. The second is to set up a guild of their own when the boss. Yu Peng is a raccoon platform of the first line anchor. Popularity is not lacking, but he has no idea how to run a guild by himself. Although he still knows a lot of big brothers, but those big brothers out of a little money does not matter. Support a guild is still difficult. There were a few guilds that had thrown olive branches at him, but the conditions didn't really fit Yu Peng's mind. According to Yu Peng's idea, signing up with another guild is not impossible, but the signing fee should be at least $2 million, and at the same time, he also has to guarantee him the first place in this year's annual ranking. This condition almost all the guilds do not want to agree. These people give the upper limit is 1 million signing fee and guarantee the annual top 3. Yu Peng, this person is grassroots origin, have their own wisdom, but also a little stubborn. Not up to the psychological expectations of him, a little want to go it alone. Just at this time Blue Tianxiang's phone call came. The phone Blue Tianxiang agreed with his conditions, but there is also a requirement. That is, to the King's Guild of those molding the big anchor all over, at least to bring over a large part. After ordering a snack, Yu Peng pulled a chat group, and soon several big anchors of the Wang clan were added in. The number of people not counting Yu Peng is only 7 people, but these people are raccoon platform famous anchor. Belong to the kind of anchor can be in the annual competition to fight for the name of the anchor. Yu Peng, Blue Sky Xiangnet name, have called you. What is the opinion of the group? Pigeon, old you. Big brother really no money ah? Yu Peng, don't ask. Yun, I'll go wherever I want. Whoever gives me $500,000 I'll sign. I'm here to make money. Right ear, me too. $500,000. I'll go if I can pay that. By Liang, you brother? Blue Sky said this big brother is really rich or fake rich ah. Don't be like our big brother. Brush no money. By Sharo, I will not go. A guild contacted me. Not the big brother on a whim to play a game of guild. Said to be behind the investment. You have no with me to go together. By Liang, old bye. Wait for a private chat. Wainer, I also do not go. These 2 years saved some money. Live too tired. I plan to do some business. Where there are people, there is a Jiang Hu. Although they are all anchors of a guild. But everyone has their own mind. Yu Peng thought about it and slowly typed a few words on his cell phone. Yu Peng, I'm going to take a look and sign if it works. Is there anyone who will go to Beijing State with me? Blue Sky said that he will arrange the airfare, food and accommodation. Yun, let's go and have a look. It's just a free trip. Right ear, it's okay to go and take a look. Brother you, do you need to bring some gifts for your big brother? By Liang, there's no place to spend the money? Right ear. One ear, I'm not going. I'm going on a trip. I don't have time. Pasaro, I'm not going either. Pigeon, I'll go. Idle is idle. After a group of people discussed, Yu Peng and the 5 people. Right ear. Yun. By Liang and Pigeon decided to go to Beijing State to have a look around. Blue Sky was their friend. Not so much to lie to them. Besides, as long as they didn't sign up, they couldn't lie to them about anything. As for Warner and Bisharo, they simply refused the offer. The discussion between the people of the Royal Guild was just a microcosm. Many people from the Raccoon platform had received invitations, and many of them were moved, while others were waiting to see what would happen. Those who were moved were represented by some medium-sized anchors. As for those big anchors who still wanted to be on the lookout, 2 days later, the number of live broadcasts that were determined to come to Beijing State to talk about it was determined. There were more than 20 people. When Lan Tianxiang showed the list to Jiang Xiao was quite satisfied with Lan Tianxiang's efficiency. Many of these anchors are the head anchors of Raccoon Live in the next few years, and some of the rest are anchors that can make money. Not bad. Turn around and I'll give you the phone number of Hotel Province's manager Lu. These anchors must be entertained well. Pick up, accommodation, excursions and whatnot. Don't let everyone think we're cheap. Got it. Mr. Jiang. When that person arrives, will you meet him? Naturally, we have to meet them. We can't let these people not know who their future boss is. Chapter 58. Take a van to pick me up. Not like a rich man ah. One day in early August, Yu Peng bought some cigarettes, wine and gifts and boarded a plane from Yangcheng to Beijing. After a short flight, Yu Peng arrived at Hanong International Airport. As soon as he went out, he saw Lan Tianxiang who picked up the airplane. Brother Tian. Yu Peng cheerfully went forward and greeted Lan Tianxiang. Lan Tianxiang and Yu Peng were old friends. The two had met in the early days of Raccoon Voice, and were considered old friends. In private, they have met a few times and have a good relationship. After joining Yangye Entertainment, Lan Tianxiang's whole temperament is different. Went up and shook Yu Peng's hand. Lan Tianxiang said cheerfully, "Fat again ah? Why didn't the younger siblings come? The body is not comfortable. Cannot sit on the airplane." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lan Tianxiang helped Yu Peng take the suitcase out of the airport. After arriving at the parking lot, Lan Tianxiang rang a Land Rover. Looking at the Land Rover in front of him, Yu Peng's eyes lit up. "You can Brother Tian, are driving a Land Rover." Lan Tianxiang smiled and said, "The company allocated car. If you join the company, you can also buy Land Rover Jiang Xiao gave Lan Tianxiang an Audi A6. As long as Lan Tianxiang worked in Yangye Entertainment for 1 year, the A6 belonged to him. In addition to this, Jiang Xiao also bought 10 office cars in one breath, which are mainly Mercedes-Benz, Audi and other business cars, as well as a few SUVs and nanny cars. Considering Yu Peng's large size, Lan Tianxiang drove this Land Rover out. Listening to Lan Tianxiang's words, Yu Peng's eyes glowed as he asked, "Your boss really agreed to bail me out of the annual and $2 million signing fee?" Yu Peng came from grassroots. Want more? Name he wants. Money he also want. Lan Tianxiang smiled and said, "Boss special approval, but to sign a time-long contract. If you agree, none of your conditions are a problem." Hourly contract was proposed by Lan Tianxiang. He knows these anchors too well. Many anchors are grassroots origin. When they have money, they don't love live broadcasting. Especially the Yu Peng in front of him is notorious for his love of pigeonholing. Sign must sign. Although there was no one else in the car, but Yu Peng still lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Tian, how exactly is your boss's strength?" Looking at Yu Peng's appearance, Lan Tianxiang said mysteriously. The strength of the boss. Beyond your imagination. Compared to the big brother before bankruptcy that? The past big brother had become a reference in Yu Peng's eyes. The boss's one building is more than your big brother's fortune. Do you think it can be compared? Hearing the words of Lan Tianxiang, Yu Peng sucked in a breath of cool air. This tycoon has a mansion. One car after another traveled to and from Hanong International Airport and Province Hotel. Zhang Shao arranged for these anchors to live in suites, not presidential suites. And at the same time, all the consumption in Province Hotel was also counted on Zhang Zhao's account. At night, Bai Liang arrived at Hanong International Airport. Bai Liang is in his early 20s this year, with a mushroom head and a gold chain around his neck. His appearance is a little handsome, but his eyes reveal a hint of madness. Looking around, Bai Liang saw Xiao Zhang, who was holding up the receiving sign. This person was one of Lan Tianxiang's previous subordinates. Ha! Shucks! Hurry up and go. It's hot as hell. Bai Liang spat on the ground and said in a somewhat impatient tone. The weather in Beijing state was quite a bit hotter than his hometown. Xiao Zhang brought Bai Liang to the parking lot, and looking at the Alpha Nanny car in front of him, Bai Liang grinned. Turning his head, Bai Liang asked, the air conditioning in your van is good, right? Xiao Zhang had a head full of question marks. Although this Alpha looked like a van, it really wasn't a van. Hurry up and drive. It's hot. Not to mention, the interior of this van is not bad. Without waiting for Xiao Zhang to answer, Bai Liang got into the car. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the anchors who came to Beijing state arrived one after another. And this night, although Jiang Shao also stayed at the Province Hotel, he didn't show up, and the whole time was entertained by Lan Tianxiang. The next day, Lan Tianxiang took more than 20 anchors to the Torch Building, mainly visited the Young Ye Company. The whole Lan Tianxiang did not mention that this building is Jiang Shao. These people are choosing, and how Jiang Shao is not choosing. After visiting the Torch Mansion, Lan Tianxiang took a group of anchors to the Royal Rong Villa. And tonight Jiang Shao will entertain these people at the Royal Rong Villa. The Royal Rong Villa is the top clubhouse in the capital state. A group of anchors entered the Royal Rong Villa and had mixed reactions. Some felt that this place seemed to be very uncomplicated, while others felt that it was not just a villa that was opened in the outskirts of the city. The anchor of the flood period has not seen much of the world, and many of them money comes too fast, and do not know what the life of the really rich is like. Sitting on a battery car, Bai Liang grinned. Last night Lan Tianxiang arranged the hotel is okay. But today's dinner was even brought to the suburbs. Times, just don't see which good hotel opens in the suburbs. Not many people come here. Bai Liang muttered in a low voice, obviously not too satisfied with the environment here. The dinner was arranged in the Hibiscus Hall, a separate 3-story building that had entertainment facilities in addition to meals. A bunch of anchors were gathered together in 2s and 3s, and one of them, a girl of little height, had a twinkle in her eye that wouldn't stop. This girl's live name on the Raccoon Life platform was Jia Jia. Her real name was Zhang Wenjia. She was an old hometown friend of Lan Tianxiang, and she was affiliated with a medium-sized guild. Zhang Wenjia is in her 20s. She can sing and dance. Her face value is also online. In all fairness, there is potential for fire, but unfortunately her guild's ability is limited to give her too many resources. This time in Beijing, Zhang Wenjia is also holding the attitude of trying to come, not as a public expense travel. After arriving at the Royal Rong Villa, Zhang Wenjia felt that this place was not simple. But Zhang Wenjia couldn't tell exactly where it was not simple, because he didn't belong to a guild with many people. Zhang Wenjia sat alone in one place, and after ordering a cup of coffee, Zhang Wenjia called out to the waitress who delivered the coffee. Beauty, I would like to ask, is your consumption here expensive? Zhang Wenjia felt that the waitress in front of him was very elegant, better looking than many of the female anchors present. It wasn't just one waitress like this, all the way over. Zhang Wenjia realized that the waitresses in this manner were all good-looking and had an unusual temperament regardless of gender. Hello, ma'am. The Royal Rong Mountain Manor is a membership system, and the membership is divided into 7 levels, with the most initial level of membership requiring an annual recharge of 5 million yuan. An initial member needed $5 million, which made Zhang Wenjia suck in a breath of cool air. Not to mention Zhang Wenjia, even if some of the big anchors present may not be able to earn 5 million a year. As for her to earn 200,000 a year even if her ancestors' graves are smoking. Zhang Wenjia, who had a clear mind, didn't ask Jiang Shao what level of membership he was. She felt that the attendant in front of her wouldn't necessarily know, and wouldn't say if she did. But even if it is the initial level of membership that can prove that the mysterious boss's wealth, this thigh can be hugged on a hug. Can have Zhang Wenjia such a mind as not many people? Many people just feel that the environment is good. The service attitude is very good. This wave, in addition to knowing some inside information Yu Peng, Zhang Wenjia stood a layer higher than those anchors. Chapter 59, Bai Liang runs away. Province Hotel. Inside room 8018. Wearing a work skirt and white shirt, Sun Bingbing is half kneeling to help Jiang Xiao wear leather shoes. Jiang Xiao is sitting on the sofa like a grandpa, and from time to time, he also glances at Sun Bingbing's Snow White. The money will really make people fall fast. Jiang Xiao is enjoying this kind of degeneration. Sun Bingbing is also enjoying this kind of degeneration. After helping Jiang Xiao put on his shoes, Sun Bingbing took out a Rolex Full Skystar. This watch was a gift from Song Chang before, worth $1 million. Taking the Rolex Full Skystar and walking in front of Jiang Xiao, Sun Bingbing asked, "Do you want to take this watch?" Jiang Xiao stood up with a bad smile on his face. "You know I don't like the feeling of being tied down." A double entendre. Sun Bingbing pouted. The price of Jiang Xiao not liking bondage was that she had to take medication for a long time. Looking at Sun Bingbing's flirtatious appearance, Jiang Xiao just wanted to flirt a bit when the doorbell rang. Sun Bingbing went forward to open the door. It was the hotel housekeeper. "Mr. Jiang, the batch of watches you ordered has been properly handed over with your assistant, Mr. Dian Wei. These are the ones you specifically explained to order separately." The hotel butler respectfully held up a silver tray with 3 watch boxes on it. Jiang Xiao nodded and signaled for the watch boxes to be placed on the table in the living room. Sun Bingbing was a bit puzzled and asked, "These people don't have to sign up to be so generous?" Sun Bingbing knew that Jiang Xiao had ordered more than 20 Omega watches priced around $200,000, which were given to those anchors as a meet and greet gift. "Know why I don't ask Lan Tianxian to tell these people that Torch Mansion is mine?" Jiang Xiao asked. Sun Bingbing shook her head. Gathering Sun Bingbing into his arms, Jiang Xiao began to become dishonest. A couple million in cash has a big impact on a person, but if the balance is in the hundreds of millions or billions, they won't have any concrete senses. Luxury goods like watches can give them a more intuitive feeling. Sun Bingbing didn't know if those anchors would feel the impact. At the moment, she kind of wanted to feel the impact. Looking at Sun Bingbing's appearance, Jiang Xiao let go of her with a big smile. "Not enough time today. I'll reward you next time." After saying that, Jiang Xiao was about to go out. He didn't plan to bring Sun Bingbing to today's dinner. When he was about to go out, Jiang Xiao glanced at Sun Bingbing, who was full of grudges. "That piece of brigade is for you." After saying that, Jiang Xiao went out the door. Sun Bingbing's eyes lit up at the words and walked to the place where she had just put the watch. 3 watch boxes on it. Looking at the appearance, they all seemed to be ladies' watches. Opening that brigade watch box, Sun Bingbing revealed a smile. This watch was worth more than $1,200,000. Putting the watch on her hand, Sun Bingbing couldn't help but glance at the remaining 2 watch boxes. "I don't know which woman is so lucky." At 6 o'clock in the evening, 2 large tables were set up in the main hall of the Hibiscus Hall of the Royal Rong Villa, and the anchors who had come to Beijing State and the staff of the live broadcasting department of Yangyang Entertainment had almost filled up the 2 tables. One of the main seats was empty. As soon as 6 o'clock passed, 2 Cheongsam-clad attendants pushed open the door, and Jiang Xiao walked into the hall with the Riddle cell phone that Bai Ning had given him. The phone still on. "Mr. Jiang is here." Lan Tianxian stood up after saying this. The crowd of anchors also stood up. A few of the female anchors who weren't too old lit up in front of their eyes. They didn't expect this person who might be their future boss to be so young and still so handsome. With a cigarette in his mouth, Bai Liang looked at Jiang Xiao and then at the crowd and reluctantly stood up. "What's the point of pretending to be low-key when you're holding a magically modified Nokia 1110? Bai Liang muttered in a low voice. Jiang Zhao's version of the Webtoon and the Nokia 1110 did look a bit similar. The only difference was that the back of this cell phone was encrusted with diamonds. Looking at the crowd that stood up, Jiang Xiao smiled and signaled everyone to sit down. "Good. Just follow the pre-scheduled buy-in. I have something on my side to hang up beforehand." Jiang Xiao knew that the stock of Raccoon platform would have a period of sustained gains in the coming period, and he was ready to enter early to earn some pocket money. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao sat down on the main seat. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Jiang Xiao was happy. There are quite a few people in here that Jiang Xiao is familiar with. Of course, in his previous life, there were also a few people who had left their names in the history of internet live broadcasting. Everyone don't need to be polite. All sit. Today is just a casual meal. I'm Jiang Xiao. I may work with all of you here for a long time in the future. All sit. Jiang Xiao pressed his hands down to signal everyone to sit. Most of the anchors had a good first impression of Jiang Xiao. At the very least, he was not as overbearing as everyone imagined. And although he was young, he was not arrogant, because we were all young people of similar age. After introducing each other and getting to know each other, everyone became active. Many female anchors also ran over to toast. Among the group of anchors present, Jiang Xiao had the deepest impression on 4 people. These 4 people were Yu Peng of the Royal Guild, Zhang Wanjia, who was still in a medium-sized guild, Liang, who was known as the first beauty of the Raccoon platform nicknamed Magic Pill, and a girl with short hair in the screen named Face, whose real name was Li Tingting. Among these 4 people, Zhang Xiao thinks the most interesting is Yu Pang and Zhang Wenjia. In the future, these 2 people are the head anchor of the Raccoon platform, and both of them have a very similar character, belonging to the kind of player who can lose money to fight for the name. The main thing is that now the 2 people seem to have just met, but also quite a good match. In the previous life of these 2 people's brains almost did not hit the dog's brain. As for the magic potion, Li Ying is also a Raccoon platform of a legend. Present in the anchor to Li Ying face value is the highest, and even in the entire platform Li Ying is the kind of super high face value of the anchor. Otherwise there will not be a Raccoon platform of the first beautiful girl's name. In her previous life, this girl retired from the network at the peak for several years to go to the entertainment industry to develop, and after the return of the mix can still rely on a beautiful face to get a huge signing fee, typical of God's reward for food. As for Li Tingting, currently also belongs to the head anchor, but did not keep up with the trend of the times. The guild resources are not enough, and finally fell into the 2nd or 3rd line anchor. The 4 people in front of me are all very valuable for investment, but also Zhang Xiao must be signed down this time. Are young people? Constraints are not a lot. Like Yu Pang, Zhang Wenjia and Li Tingting, these people are more cheerful personality. Inevitably, and Zhang Xiao drink a little more. As for Li Ying, she was slightly cold, apparently still a little bit unable to let go of the feeling. Bai Liang felt that he was not taken seriously, because Zhang Xiao did not pay much attention to him except for clinking a glass of wine with him at the beginning, thinking that he is at least a quasi-tier anchor of the Raccoon platform, although not a tier, but also should not be this treatment. The white bright in the heart is not happy in the drink. At this time, Bai Liang's cell phone came to a message. After glancing at the message from his cell phone, Bai Liang's eyes lit up. Brother Liang, come drink. A second-tier anchor with false eyelashes and heavy makeup found Bai Liang with a wine glass. Bai Liang's live broadcast popularity was high, and this female anchor thought about whether she could get on good terms with Bai Liang to let him increase her popularity, or even if she could give a little something. A friendship cut wasn't out of the question. With a twinkle in his eye, Bai Liang glanced at the anchor woman and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a while to drink." The anchor woman took it seriously, but she didn't wait for Bai Liang to come back until the drinking game was almost over. Chapter 60, Sitting on the Ground. When the dinner party was about to break up, Lan Tianxian's assistant Xiao Zhang took one Omega watch after another to hand out gifts. The people who got a watch worth $200,000 for nothing were very happy. For many anchors, this piece of watch is enough for them to earn several months or even half a year. Even for a big anchor like Yu Pang, $200,000 is not a small amount for him. After every anchor had received a watch, Xiao Zhang realized that there was still one left. Taking the remaining watch, Xiao Zhang came to Zhang Zhao's side. At the moment, Yun Yun of the Royal Guild was getting tired of being beside Zhang Xiao. Zhang Zhao's display of financial power made Yun Yun's eyes glow, and she couldn't wait to eat Zhang Xiao right there in the hall. Mr. Jiang, there's still a piece left. Xiao Zhang held the watch box and didn't know what to do with it. Oh, what's going on? The batch of watches ordered by Zhang Xiao were all based on headcount, and the fact that there was one piece left meant that there was one person missing. Afraid that something might happen to someone, Zhang Xiao called out to Lan Tianxiang, who checked the people after learning about the situation and found that one Bai Liang was missing. Drinking lost a person. Zhang Xiao called the manager of the Hibiscus Hall. More than 10 minutes later, the manager of the Hibiscus Hall told Zhang Xiao, Bai Liang has long gone. Now, Lan Tianxiang was a bit embarrassed. It doesn't matter if you don't agree to sign, but it's a bit rude to say goodbye without saying goodbye, and it's obvious that you don't look down on Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao was also a bit annoyed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't snap on the spot. It's fine, as long as people are safe. Let's drink well and move on to the next game. Tian Xiang, arrange everyone. I still have some things to take care of. Bai Liang's matter was a bit disgusting and obviously affected Zhang Zhao's mood. Looking at Zhang Xiao who left, Yun Yun was secretly annoyed in her heart. What a great opportunity. If she can get on the lap she still be what anchor. On the way back, Zhang Xiao originally wanted to find someone to check the bottom of the white bright. Thought and felt unnecessary. It's not worth it to get angry with such a small character. At night, after a period of conquest on the body of Sun Bingbing, Zhang Xiao was in a better mood. Wearing a collar, Sun Bingbing can always give Zhang Xiao to play some new tricks. The next day was the day of signing for a bunch of anchors, which were partly the pending anchors from various guilds, and partly the anchors from the original Painting Pavilion Beauty Guild. Painting Pavilion Guild's anchors have been streamlined. The previous anchors who love to touch the fish are all released from their contracts, leaving behind some particularly diligent anchors. Zhang Xiao could substitute the role of a capitalist very well. He didn't mind giving more money to laborers, but he didn't like people who took money and didn't work. In the morning, the fleet of cars received a group of anchors to the torch building. Lan Tianxiang's side had already prepared the contract. More than 20 anchors basically all chose to sign the contract today. Perma head of curly hair Pigeon in the conference room waiting a little bored. Pick up the bag Pigeon came to the bathroom makeup. To the bathroom of the Pigeon just made up lipstick phone rang. After a glance at the caller ID is white bright. The Pigeon connected the phone. By Liang, you can go early yesterday. We one person got a piece of Omega watch. 200,000 that. Pigeon looked at the wristwatch deliberately angry at Bai Liang. On the other side of the phone, Bai Liang snorted coldly. You're no good, Sister Dove. I've signed up for the Godfish Guild, and the signing fee is $1 million, guaranteeing first place in the year. You haven't signed yet, have you? Come or not? It's also 1 million if you come. What? Pigeon's voice jerked up. Finding a partition room, Pigeon lowered his voice and asked, Are you telling the truth? Bai Liang did not explain more. Directly WeChat to the Pigeon sent a photo. Looking at the amount of the contract above, the Pigeon I read. After thinking about it, Dove said, You wait for my news. Dove did not hastily promise Bai Liang. She wanted to see if Yangye Entertainment side can open the same conditions. Not only did Dove receive an invitation from the Divine Fish Guild, but everyone present received a call. Many of them chose to wait and see, just like Dove, and there were also a few who were quick-tempered and ran away directly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lan Tianxiang began to sign the first contract with Yu Peng. Into the Blue Sky Xian's office. Yu Peng looked a little strange. Why this expression? Our relationship has what to say straight. Lan Tianxiang looked at Yu Peng's fat face, cheerfully asked. Yu Peng thought about it and said, Brother Tian, Godfish's people came to dig me up. Signing fee 6 million, guaranteed annual. Listening to Yu Peng's words, Lan Tianxiang frowned. Lighting a cigarette, Lan Tianxiang asked, Old you can't play with your brother Tian. You were named by the boss, and for you, the boss holds you in high regard. Yu Peng was also a bit torn. On one side was money and on the other side was friendship. Now the trade-off was whether friendship or the extra $600,000 was important. 600,000 for Yu Peng is not a small amount. Can buy a favorite Land Rover? Looking at Yu Peng did not speak. Blue Sky Xiang continued, Old you, choice is greater than effort. I can't say some things explicitly. The boss's strength is unfathomable. It's not something you can imagine. With skepticism in his eyes, Yu Peng asked, Really? Don't give up your future for petty gains. Think about it. What is the strength of someone who can afford to buy a building and still have no external debts? Lan Tianxiang's words made Yu Peng's determination firm, and he didn't want to fall into the reputation of a villain. After thinking for half a day, Yu Peng gritted his teeth and said, I'll sign. After signing the contract with Yu Peng smoothly, Lan Tianxiang was not in a good mood. This variable was out of his expectation. The signing fee given by Yangye Entertainment was not low. For a 5-year live broadcast contract, head anchors like Yu Peng, Lai Ying, and Li Tingting ranged from 1 million to 2 million, while those like Pigeon, Yun, and Bai Liang ranged from 500,000 to 800,000. The rest of the second and third tier anchors are ranging from $200,000 to $300,000. Maybe 10 years later this amount of money was just what many anchors earned in a day. But in 13 years, this amount was genuinely not low. Yu Peng's smooth signing did not make a good start. The second signing of the Pigeon is very frankly said to want $1 million signing fee. Under the same conditions, Dove naturally wanted more money. 1 million was already beyond Lan Tianxiang's authority. Dove, I won't hide it from you. The most I can give you is $700,000. Lan Tianxiang gave his psychological bottom price. It wasn't true that Jiang Xiao had a lot of money, but too much of the boss's money woes would affect his impression in Jiang Zhao's heart. Pigeon sniffed and lit a lady's cigarette and said, Then I can only say I'm sorry. To be honest, Brother Tian, I think I'm quite worth $1 million. I have a big brother and a consortium at home. Lan Tianxiang placed his hands in front of the table and nodded. In that case, I'll think about it. Also report back to the boss. Then I will stay in Beijing State for one more day. Brother Tian, you give me news earlier. After saying that, Dove turned around and left Lan Tianxiang's office. Lighting a cigarette, Lan Tianxiang calmed down. I don't believe it. Still can all fall in the eye of money. After cursing, Lan Tianxiang called in Zhang Wenjie. Chapter 61 Play Dirty. Zhang Wenjie didn't make any trouble, and signed the contract smoothly, not even mentioning a word about wanting to increase the signing fee the whole time. This is a smart woman. She believes in what her eyes see. Through observation she thinks that the strength of the boss that she has only met once is stronger than the Divine Fish Guild. At the same time, her sixth sense also told her that signing up with Yangye Entertainment would definitely not be a bad choice, and that this choice could even lead her to soar to the heavens. Zhang Wenjie's smooth signing led Lan Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately after the moth came again. There are a few anchors people directly disappeared. Some people are sitting on the ground. There are even a few anchors from the Painting Pavilion Guild who want to cancel their contracts. And as for the Magic Pill Lai Ying and the King's Guild's Yun Yun, they want to talk to Zhang Xiao face to face. For a while, Lan Tianxiang was a bit unable to play. Things were already out of his control. Helplessly, Lan Tianxiang ran to Zhang Zhao's office. After listening to Lan Tianxiang's report, Zhang Xiao was happy. Interesting, sitting on the ground. Tianxiang, do you think I should add this money? Zhang Xiao asked rather playfully. Lan Tianxiang, who couldn't see Zhang Zhao's joy or anger, said stiffly, Boss, it can't be increased. If I give them an increase, should I add it to the people who have signed the contract? Should I add it to the people in the future? And what if the people from Godfish continue to increase the code? Looking at Lan Tianxiang, whose mind was still rational, Zhang Xiao smiled. It can be seen that from this moment onwards capital has begun to enter the live broadcast industry. These people's money is spent very punchy. As Lan Tianxiang said once, the price increase, that is the war of the fight for money. Zhang Xiao is not afraid to fight for money. But money is not spent this way. Just when Zhang Xiao wanted to say something, Lan Tianxiang's phone rang. You answer the phone. Zhang Xiao lit a cigarette, signaling Lan Tianxiang to answer the phone first. Lan Tianxiang took out his cell phone, and just after listening to 2 sentences his face changed. Mr. Jiang. Hang up the phone. Blue Tianxiang words have not finished. The phone rings again. One after another. Lan Tianxiang received 3 or 4 calls, all of which were bad news. Mr. Jiang, the recommended resources that Raccoon Live platform promised to give us are gone. And the 36 small anchors that we promised to sign have all signed up with Godfish. There's also the fact that Godfish wholly acquired the Entertainment Guild of the Wine Clan. This several news is not a good news. Yangye Entertainment's sign anchor is divided into 2 steps. The first step is these first and second tier anchor offline signing. The second step is the online signing of those small anchor as a reserve talent. The most important thing is that the Raccoon Live platform recommended resources. This resource is very important to the development of a guild. After hearing Lan Tianxiang's words, Zhang Xiao smiled instead of being angry, spitting out a cloud of smoke. Zhang Xiao said cheerfully, Fine, played dirty. Tianxiang, you go and tell those anchors who raised their prices. I won't add a single penny to the money. As for those who cancelled their contracts, to pay the full amount of termination fee and let them get lost. Lan Tianxiang nodded, then asked, What about the Raccoon Live platform resources? Compared to signing, this matter is the most tricky. Zhang Xiao sneered. Call their key account manager and tell them I'll recharge $20 million first for fun. Listening to Zhang Zhao's words, Lan Tianxiang sucked in a breath of cold air. Raccoon Live broadcast platform has been operating for 2 years. These 2 years, the most bullish heroes only accumulated consumption of nearly 20 million. In front of this master even said that the first charging 20 million to play. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night. Zhang Xiao to solve the recommended resources quickly. Call the Raccoon Live platform account manager, and then transfer recharge. When the 20 million Raccoon coins were recharged to Zhang Zhao's account, the site immediately promised half a month of top recommended resources, and guaranteed that in the future, it would give enough Painting Pavilion Duty Guild resources to recommend. Raccoon Live platform can recharge a lot of Tycoon, but a one-time recharge of 20 million on Zhang Xiao 1. To know 20 million in the bank a day is also a large interest. After solving the problem of recommending resources, Zhang Xiao met with the 3 female anchors who wanted to talk to him. In the 3 female anchors, the face value is undoubtedly the highest of the magic potion Liang. Yun Yun and Li Tingting's face value can only be said to be moderately high. After glancing at a few female anchors, Zhang Xiao said, Let's be clear with a few of you. I don't care about the signing fee money, but I don't want to be treated like a little cutie. A few of you have any ideas to say straight out. If it's reasonable, we can work together. Otherwise, I can only say I'm sorry. Several female anchors had their own thoughts. Yun Yun was a bit anxious. She didn't want to increase the signing fee, she simply wanted to hug Zhang Zhao's thighs. In other words, Yun Yun kind of wanted to be the boss's wife of Yangye Entertainment. But Yun Yun can't say this kind of words in front of others. The first to speak was Magic Pill Lai Ying. Lai Ying, who was wearing lavender eyeshadow, said with a cool expression, Mr. Jiang, I don't need to increase the signing fee. I can also do without the annual ranking. I just don't want to sign a live hour contract. I'm already making a lot of money and don't want to be that tired. Looking at the famous Pigeon King in front of him, Zhang Xiao was a bit speechless. This was making money too easily. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiao said, Let's do it this way. The live hourly contract will be signed normally. As long as the hours are guaranteed, everyone has to say the past. Zhang Xiao was no longer hinting. This was explicit. For Zhang Zhao's proposal, Lai Ying felt that it was acceptable. Guaranteed hours? It was possible to swing for the fences. Having gotten the result she wanted, Lai Ying turned around and went out to sign the contract. Looking at the remaining Yun Yun and Li Tingting, Jiang Xiao asked smilingly, "You guys also dislike live broadcasting, too tired and don't want to sign the hourly contract? If that's the case, then you can also be treated the same as Lai Ying." People like Lai Ying were only a minority. Most people still wanted to make money. Li Tingting of the screen name Face took the lead and said, "Mr. Jiang, I can guarantee the hours. I just don't want to lose money on the annual." Every year, the Raccoon platform's annual ceremony was the goal of a host of anchors' efforts. But this battlefield was so bloody that many anchors were losing money to fight for the sake of their rankings. Obviously Li Tingting had such scruples. Compared to Lai Ying's condition, this condition of Li Tingting was conversely the best solution. In this way, the rules of the guild can't be broken, and the money given to you for the previous year should be returned however you want it to be returned. In addition to that, if you last year I will step in at the critical time. Don't worry, you won't lose any money. Luck may even make a profit. Looking at Li Tingting, who seemed to be a bit hesitant, Jiang Xiao directly handed Li Tingting his raccoon number that had just been covered by a beautiful number. When Li Tingting saw the series of zeros, her breathing became rapid. Not far away, Yun Yun stretched his neck to see what was on there, but unfortunately he didn't see it. "I'm fine with it, boss. I'll go sign immediately." This thigh was so thick that Li Tingting felt that she didn't need to hesitate. Not at all. There was only one Yun Yun left in the room. Looking at Yun Yun, Jiang Xiao asked with a smile, "You that? What conditions do you have? Say it." All the way through the words, Yun Yun had a shy look. "Brother Xiao, I don't have any conditions. It's just that I want to meet you." Looking at Yun Yun's appearance, Jiang Xiao smiled. This woman's great name in the later life Jiang Xiao was like a thunderclap. In the future Yun Yun claimed to be explicit. There was no shortage of tycoon husbands. Chapter 62 Dry Anchor is not easy. Yun Yun's mind Jiang Xiao is naturally clear. In front of this girl does not want to work hard. She wants to take shortcuts. To be honest, if Yun Yun has the face value of the magic potion Liang, Jiang Xiao does not mind eating a fast food. Unfortunately the Yun Yun in front of her did not grow on Jiang Xiao's aesthetic point, and this woman was born with a restless heart. The woman dedicated to the tycoon Jiang Xiao does not want to mess with. Jiang Boss although amorous, but this does not mean that he hopes that his woman is also amorous. The body Jiang Xiao is impossible to give Yun Yun, but the big cake is still there. When the boss is the best is to draw a cake. Not yet refined Yun Yun was Jiang Xiao's cake drawing art to draw confused to go to sign the contract. Although this fast food is not to Jiang Xiao's liking, this woman is really able to make money, and she is still qualified to be a laborer. After watching Yun Yun go out of the office, Jiang Xiao pondered about Godfish, a guild that would reign supreme in the Raccoon platform in the future. Godfish was a pure capital type guild. Everything was formalized, and the funds behind it were relatively strong. The original Time and Space Shanwenjia and Yun Yun, both of whom were held up in the Godfish Guild, only to be intercepted by Jiang Xiao in this life. Jiang Xiao thinks it's good to have such a guild. New guilds always need a stepping stone and a whetstone if they want to become famous. Godfish Guild is the most suitable. In the end, Godfish Guild is to make money, while Jiang Xiao is for the flow. Make money. This kind of thing in the eyes of Jiang Xiao priority is very low. Strictly speaking, the signing of this time is quite a failure. In addition to a few head and first line anchors, those second and third line anchors almost all ran away. Even the Painted Pavilion Guild's anchors have terminated several contracts. A team of more than 20 anchors. In the end, there are 10 people left, running away a big half. Most of these anchors returned to their own cities after signing the contract, and after the official side of the Raccoon platform finishes the procedure, they will all belong to Yangye Entertainment's Painting Pavilion Beauty Guild. Among the anchors, only Liang did not go. This Pigeon King cannot live as never live. Liang has a bosom friend in Beijing State. After signing the contract, Liang went directly to find her bosom friend. That night, in the torch building, Jiang Xiao and Blue Sky Xiang talked about recruiting anchors. After streamlining the Yangye Entertainment live department, only less than 40 people. Although less can be elite. But a guild can't be full of these anchors that need big resources, or need some small anchors to embellish and cultivate. Jiang Xiao gave Lan Tianxiang two ideas. One is to go to the art school recruitment. The other is to go to the nightclub. You have to know that in the future, these two places have countless beautiful women breaking into the industry of live broadcasting. Jiang Zhao's wild ideas stunned Lan Tianxiang. He thought about the art school, but he never thought about the nightclub. This is what the tart said. It turned back to the Blue Tianxiang introduction of resources after Jiang Xiao went to the 10th floor of the node jumping company. Live layout in the end is still for the internet, this aspect of the service. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the programmers in the node jumping company are still working overtime. With the code provided by Jiang Xiao, the progress of the headline hotspot is very fast. It is expected that in the middle of the month we'll be able to test on a small scale, and at the end of the month we'll be able to formally online. At the same time, Some supporting products such as Funny Dwanzi, Bagua Video and other products are also in the test. A group of programmers can be said to be full of energy. Jiang Shao opened the salary than the current internet big factory BTA 10% higher. Welfare benefits compared to these big factories is also not bad at all. The ideal of the workers is very pristine. Money in place glass can be dry broken. After encouraging some morale, Jiang Shao called Dian Wei to drive himself back to the province hotel. Tonight there was no one for Jiang Shao to serve in bed. It was a coincidence that Bai Ning had taken Xiaoya to accompany his parents to Linchang and Sun Bingbing's family gathering. Just as Jiang Shao was about to go back to bed, a message came from WeChat. Taking a look, it was a message from Lai Ying. Previously, Jiang Shao had left contact information with all those contracted anchors, which was also considered to be a way of showing his proximity. The price for leaving contact information was that Yun Yun, the woman who wanted to be the boss's wife, sent Jiang Shao one after another small video of a very serious talent show. Clicking on Li Ying's message, the corner of Jiang Zhao's mouth hooked up a smile. Li Ying, boss, are you asleep? Do you want to come out to pick up a bar? A girl calling you to go out to a bar may not really want to call you. It's very likely that she's calling you to pay the bill. Jiang Shao, who was tantalized by Yun Yun's talent mini video, didn't care about going to pay the bill. His boss Jiang's money wasn't that easy to spend, and this was something that Sun Bingbing had the most right to say. In order to get rewarded by Jiang Shao, Sun Bingbing had become an all-rounder. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao sent over a message. Jiang Shao, location to me. Soon Lai Ying sent a location. A big nightclub on Bar Street called Ditka. Returning to the hotel and changing his clothes, Jiang Shao told Dian Wei to drive to the Drika nightclub. This nightclub was very famous in Beijing State, and was much larger than the several nightclubs that Jiang Shao had previously resided in. Lai Ying was already waiting for Jiang Shao at the entrance early. During the daytime, Lai Ying dressed more conservatively, but at night, Lai Ying seemed to have let go of the bar. A white halter top with a short skirt. A perfect body for Jiang Shao to see. After seeing Jiang Shao, Li Ying waved her hand, walked up. Li Ying sat on Jiang Zhao's arm. With a single action, Jiang Shao knew that he was afraid that tonight was not as simple as letting himself pay the bill. Looking at Jiang Zhao's playful expression, Lai Ying playfully spat out her tongue. Boss, this nightclub is too miscellaneous. I'm a bit scared. I'm your employee. You'll protect me, right? The coolness in the daytime seems to be just a disguise for Lai Ying, and the somewhat quirky look in front of her seems to be Lai Ying's real face. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that not only actors have two faces, but anchors are also the same. It is indeed not easy to be a dry anchor. It's fine. You are a guest when you come to Beijing State. It's only right to take care of you. Jiang Shao, who never refused to take a loss, smoothly wrapped his arms around Lai Ying's thin waist. Lai Ying froze for a moment, and for a split second Lai Ying felt as if she had led the wolf into the house a little bit. As soon as he entered the nightclub, Jiang Shao felt a wave of heat. The smell of perfume, tobacco and all kinds of alcohol came to his face. The nightclub was filled with fast-paced music, and many men and women dressed coolly or appropriately were indulging themselves on the dance floor. Jiang Shao gave a sign to Dian Wei, who was following him, who nodded and found himself a place to sit down. As far as Dian Wei looked as if he was carrying 10 wanted posters. Jiang Shao wouldn't need to play if he brought him along. Soon, Lai Ying brought Jiang Shao to a large card seat. There were 7 people sitting in the card seat, 4 men and 3 women. Among them, the man who didn't have a woman to accompany him had his face crumpled when he saw that Lai Ying had brought Jiang Shao. Medicine, this is your boyfriend. Quite handsome? Hello, I'm Medicine's best friend Sulu. Just call me Lulu. What's your name? Sulu was 23 years old, the same age as Lai Ying. Sulu, who had big waves, was wearing heavy makeup, and looked rather alluring, but she wasn't sure what kind of makeup she was wearing when she took it off. Hello, I am Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao greeted Sulu. Sit down and play together. Don't be polite. Oh, Medicine and I are very good friends. After greeting Jiang Shao and sitting down, Sulu as the host introduced Jiang Shao to the few men and women present. Chapter 63, Wine bottles and heads go better together. Sulu was a dance teacher at a dance school, and Lai Ying was a college classmate, and the two were very close. The men and women who followed her were all her friends. One of them, Li Fei, was her boyfriend, aged around 28 or 89, a middle management of a trading company. The other few were Li Fei's classmates. Most of them came with their girlfriends. One of the single man called He Wenjie, tall almost 1 meter 9, a muscle mass, is a fitness trainer. He Wenjie is a little handsome, and when he came here to play at night, he was attracted by Lai Ying. As a result, a Jiang Shao came out halfway which made He Wenjie very upset. Growing up like a little white boy, who knows if he's a soft eater. He Wenjie looked at Jiang Shao who was sitting with Lai Ying and thought secretly in his heart, He Wenjie had watched the live broadcast and knew that Lai Ying's annual income was very high. In addition to being attracted by Lai Ying's face value, He Wenjie also had the intention of eating soft rice hard. If you fall in love with a rich girl like Li Ying, you will have to struggle for 10 years less. The age difference between the people present was not too big, and they soon chatted together. Noisy sounds in the nightclub. He Wenjie took a bottle of beer and shouted at Jiang Shao, "Buddy, where is the high job ah?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Still in school, did not graduate that." Oh. He Wenjie asked a question and then concluded that Jiang Shao was a soft eater. There is not a single piece of precious jewelry on his body, although he wears a famous brand, but it is not possible to say that it is bought by Li Ying. The most important thing is that Jiang Shao is using a not very expensive Huawei cell phone, webtoon Dianwei. He Wenjie does not think that this is a rich person. The eyeballs turn around. He Wenjie pondered whether to find a way to count Jiang Shao a bit. This kind of thing he did not do a lot of work before. Find a girl to seduce Jiang Shao to create conflict between the two. He will have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Just when He Wenjie was blindly pondering, Su Lu shouted, "Let's go dance." A few girls quickly responded, but on the contrary, Li Fei and the others were probably tired and didn't go dancing. Jiang Shao didn't go either. When he wasn't picking up girls, he had little interest in picking up nightclubs, and dancing was even less interesting. Lai Ying seemed to enjoy the feeling of the dance floor. Lai Ying, who was a dance student, immediately became the brightest pup in the room after entering the dance floor. Not far away, Jiang Shao looked at Li Ying's slender thighs and the waist, cannot help but sigh, really a waist fine. The same type of waist A4 paper of Li Ying. The dance floor Li Ying twisted, and from time to time also looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Boss felt as if he was going to change again. A few girls are dancing. Li Fei and a few classmates are also chatting. Li Fei treating people to do things is still very much in place. Although not familiar with, but from time to time will also chat with Jiang Shao a few words, but not to call Jiang Shao feel the cold. Jiang Shao is also indifferent, drinking beer and looking at beautiful women to enjoy very much. He Wenjie mind wandering, while holding a cell phone while thinking of finding which girl to seduce Jiang Shao. Just at this time, not far away, came the sound of quarrel. Jiang Shao looked along with the sound and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It was true that bringing a pretty girl to a nightclub would always cause problems. No! A young man with dyed yellow hair was beside Lai Ying, not knowing what to say. Talking, Lai Ying suddenly slapped that yellow hair. "It's over. We have to fight." As soon as Jiang Shao saw Lai Ying making a move, he knew that tonight was going to be lively. The sound of the quarrel reached the card seat where Jiang Shao and his friends were sitting. Li Fei heard the sound and immediately rushed over with his classmates, of which He Wenjie was the most aggressive. Heroes do not positively save. The beauty of the brain has a problem. At this time, not far from Jiang Shao, Dianwei looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao, signaling him to be calm, at the same time with his cell phone to send him a message, told him to torch building security collection over. Carrying a bottle of wine, Jiang Shao wandered over. At this moment, the entire dance floor had already given up a place to the crowd. The rules of the nightclub: fights must be watched. Yellow Hair sneered after being slapped, then waved his hand as 7 or 8 young men surrounded him. These people are not very old, all in the 24 or 25-year-old model. Most of them had dyed colorful hair, red, green, purple, all kinds of colors, the same as the Kilmart family coming out for a reunion. What for? What for? Bullying people. He Wenjie, all in one big guy, rushed at the front, shouting while still sneaking a look at Li Ying. Li Ying also regretted after slapping. If not for the yellow hair talking too hard, she would not have done it. Subconsciously glanced at Jiang Shao. When Li Ying saw Jiang Shao happily stood at the end of the heart, unexplained a burst of peace of mind. Scum! Oh! The stout He Wenjie did not give Li Ying any feeling. On the contrary, a little thin Jiang Shao gave Li Ying an inexplicable sense of security. Yellow Hair squinted his eyes at He Wenjie, his tone filled with disdain. "Life screwed. Dare to manage my business." Looking at the yellow hair, less than 1.7 meters in height and weighing less than 120 pounds, He Wenjie's inner heart was full of confidence. "Don't look for trouble. You several are not enough to fight." On the scene indeed, Yellow Hair's traffic light Killmonger family were all as thin as hemp poles. On the contrary, He Wenjie's side had fewer people, but their physiques were quite strong. Ha! Yuck! Yellow Hair spat a mouthful of saliva on He Wenjie's face. The furious He Wenjie clenched his fists and was about to go forward, but immediately after Yellow Hair's words made He Wenjie stop in his tracks. "I'm Guiyao. Come hit me. Hit me." After saying that, Yellow Hair turned his head and shouted, "Fatty Huang, where did you die? If I take a beating today, I'll dismantle your drop card." Yellow Hair's words made He Wenjie stop in his tracks, and Sulu on the side tugged on Li Fei's coat. Guiyao's fame in Beijing State can be too big. Known as the nightclub little bully, famous savage, as the yellow-haired Guiyao shouted, "Around!" Fat Man walked over with a group of nightclub insiders. "Brother Yao, You're my brother. Don't make a scene here, please. The fat man directly bowed with both hands as soon as he came over. Afraid of pissing off Gui Yao, the fat man was called Huang Wei, nicknamed Fatty Huang, a small shareholder of Ditka, usually in charge of management here. After seeing Gui Yao, Fatty Huang's posture was very low. Gui Yao turned his head and pointed at He Wenjie. You, kneel down, or else your legs will be broken. He Wenjie didn't even hesitate and directly knelt down, although he did not look at He Wenjie, but after all, he was helping himself out. Lai Ying voiced, don't you go too far. If you do this again, I'll call the police. Gui Yao laughed and said, report. I don't believe that gang of uncles can protect you 24 hours a day. There's a time for one, right? You. Lai Ying was clearly infuriated by Gui Yao. Seeing that he had control of the whole scene, Gui Yao said with a strange smile on his face, I'll give you two choices. You come with me yourself and I'll play the game with you alone tonight. If I take you away, a bunch of our brothers will play games with you. I give you a. Hey, who hit me? Gui Yao words have not finished. A beer bottle exploded in his head. Summer beer bottles and head melons sometimes more match. Chapter 64. Why did you mess with the god of fear? Being smashed to the ground by a bottle of wine. Gui Yao touched his head and saw a handful of blood. Gui Yao was furious. The number of times Gui Yao has suffered a loss is few and far between. Jiang Shao happily threw away the half bottle in his hand, looked at Gui Yao and said, how can you talk so much nonsense? Walking over to Lai Ying, Jiang Shao pinched Lai Ying's collagen-filled face. Scared? Lai Ying shook her head and said in a slightly aggravated tone, I didn't mean to hit him. He's not honest with his hands and feet. Alright, it's fine. Jiang Shao smiled and rushed at He Wenjie again. Don't kneel. They say that there is gold under a man's knees. No one will give you money even if you break this leg. At this moment, He Wenjie felt that his face was lost. He did not resent Gui Yao. Instead he felt that Jiang Shao was going to bring big trouble to himself. According to the plot development he knelt down. Gui Yao took Lai Ying away and nothing happened to him. Now that Jiang Shao has beaten Gui Yao or exploded his head, how can Gui Yao, the little bully king, be willing to let go? He Wenjie felt that he might not be able to keep these legs and did not dare to get up at all. Sitting on the ground, Gui Yao was helped up by his own traffic light family, and after seeing that the one who hit him was Jiang Shao, Gui Yao angrily shouted, give me a fight, beat him to death. As soon as Gui Yao's words fell, the traffic light family rushed over. Fatty Huang on the side shouted, don't, quickly stop them. Obviously, Fatty Huang shouted slowly, before the nightclub's internal security guards rushed over. A figure was like a tiger descending from the mountain as it rushed towards the traffic light family. The next moment Fatty Huang saw an unforgettable scene in his life. 7 or 8 members of the traffic light family flew out one after another. The lucky ones were smashed into the sofa gap of the card seat. The unlucky ones directly smashed on the coffee table. The fierce man, Dian Wei, didn't even give Jiang Shao a chance to perform. Looking at Dian Wei who was straddling in front of him like a mountain, Gui Yao sucked in a breath of cool air. Whose general is this? How can he be so brave? With a slightly trembling voice, Gui Yao colorfully said, You dare to hit me. Do you know who my uncle is? Jiang Shao directly waved his hand and said, he likes to tell people to kneel. Let him talk to me on his knees. Just after Jiang Shao finished his words Dian Wei directly rushed over. Dian Wei rushed to Gui Yao a back knuckle and then rushed to his knee socket and kicked him lightly. Gui Yao directly knelt in front of Jiang Shao. Fatty Huang also ran to the front of Jiang Shao and said, You, who's your family? Do you know who this is? You're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Gui Yao, who was pressed by Dian Wei, wailed in pain. Do you dare to let me make a phone call? My uncle will come to get you killed. Get you killed. Glancing at Fatty Huang, and then Gui Yao, Jiang Shao said cheerfully, let him kneel and make a phone call. Let him find someone, black and white as he pleases. Turning his head, Jiang Shao pinched Lai Ying's cheeks and said, don't worry, whoever he finds is not as hard as me. Looking at Jiang Shao in front of her, at this moment, Lai Ying's sense of security was overwhelming, and she almost became Jiang Zhao's little fangirl. For Jiang Zhao's orders Dian Wei never discounted. Flipping out his cell phone and throwing it to Gui Yao, Jiang Shao directly wrapped his arm around the little waist spirit Li Ying and returned to the card table. Listening to the other side of Gui Yao on the phone, Jiang Shao took out a cigarette. This time Li Ying is not cold. Directly helped Jiang Shao light up the cigarette. Looking at the other side and He Wenjie kneeling symmetrical Gui Yao, Li Ying a little worried said, otherwise we still go first. He looks very bad to mess with. The appearance of the boss of the nightclub are afraid of him. Su Li's boyfriend Li Fei also rushed over and said, brother, you go first. This person cannot afford to mess with. Hearing the words of several people, Jiang Shao smiled and signaled the crowd not to panic. Taking out his cell phone, Jiang Shao dialed a number. Da, in Beijing State? Just got back. That's a coincidence. I beat up someone at the Ditka bar. Seems to be a bit of a head. Good. Wait for you. After learning that Detzi will be coming, Jiang Zhao's heart has more confidence. He is not afraid of fighting. Just a Dianwei is not exaggerated to say that he can protect him. Called Dizi in order to avoid the other side does not follow the common sense. Fatty Huang in the distance has the heart to let the internal security to pull Dianwei called Guiyao up, but thinking of Dianwei's hands he did not dare. If it was 10 years ago, Fatty Huang would have dared to ask someone to shoot Dianwei, but times have changed, and if he dares to shoot today, he will be in big trouble tomorrow. And looking at Jiang Zhao's emboldened look, Fatty Huang didn't dare to act rashly. After giving the big boss a call to request tactical guidance, Fatty Huang got the latest instructions. Look at both sides to call who came over. Evenly matched who do not help. The gap is too big to help the strong, do not help the weak. The situation for a time stalemate. Dianwei is no longer anti-joint Guiyao. The entire nightclub presents a bizarre side. A crowd of people do not dance on the look Guiyao and He Wenjie couples to worship. This picture is quite comical. 10 minutes later, the first to arrive is not Guiyao's people but Jiang Zhao's security team. The number of Jiang Zhao's security team is not large, only more than 20 people. Our Jiang Zhao entrusted Song Chang from a local security company to poach. The original torch building security people are not much. Are a group of mixed life fish people. Now this more than 20 people are elite. In the torch building they are security. Out of the door is the bodyguard. Can added money other work also do. Looking at more than 20 wearing black t-shirts. Physical fitness security. Guiyao is not afraid at all. Look at Jiang Zhao's eyes are also full of evil. Guiyao has already thought about how to shell Jiang Zhao in a while. He wants to play games with Li Ying in front of Jiang Zhao. He wants to break Jiang Zhao's legs and feet. Jiang Zhao's security team was well disciplined and stood around Jiang Zhao's card without saying a word. Looking at the surrounding security guards and bodyguards, Li Ying was not surprised. Jiang Zhao's so large family could not be without a little heritage. Su Lu and Li Fei, who are not clear about the details, are confused. Whose son is this so fierce? After another 5 minutes, Wei Yao's reinforcements arrived. Watching a group of big men with only stubble showing in their hair walk into the nightclub, many of the people who were watching the fun backed up a few steps. These people were all in their 30s and 40s, and some of them had knife scars on their bodies, clearly not like good people. Who's so bold, daring to tell Xiao Yao to kneel and talk? A man in his 40s wearing a white shirt and glasses walked in with more than 20 big men. After glancing at Guiyao who was kneeling on the ground, and then at Dianwei, the man finally looked at Jiang Zhao who was being escorted by a group of security guards. The moment he saw Jiang Zhao, the man in the white shirt's heart skipped a beat. Knee times. Cursing in his heart, the man in the white shirt took another look at Guiyao, followed by another look at Jiang Zhao. All of a sudden the man in the white shirt's heart went cold. This was a bit big. Seeing that the man in the white shirt didn't say anything, a burly man following him asked, "Brother Wen, to fight or not to fight?" The man called Brother Wen turned around and glared at him, saying, "Hit the jib cat, do you know who that is? That's a ferocious god, killing one person with his bare hands, crippling 2 others, and turning one into a vegetable. Which one of you has that record? He's not even the one who. Why am I telling you this?" After saying that, the man called Brother Wen put on a smiling face and went forward. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to see you again." Chapter 65, Bear Children specializing in bear children. Brother Wen walked forward with a smile on his face and was stopped by 2 security guards in black t-shirts reaching out before he even reached Jiang Zhao's card seat. The big man with green stubble following Brother Wen shouted angrily, "Let go of your hand." Jiang Zhao's security guards simply ignored these fighters in front of them. In terms of fighting, these people who had been poached from the security company by Jiang Zhao for a heavy amount of money were professionals. Jiang Zhao glanced at Wen and knew that this was the rescuer Guiyao had hired. Guiyao on the side also shouted after seeing Wen, "Old uncle, beat him to death. Beat him to death for me." Listening to Guiyao barking there, Dianwei lightly gave a big sinus towards Guiyao's head. It was really just a light hit. If Dianwei had exerted himself, he would have killed Guiyao. "Don't hit! Don't hit!" Wen saw Guiyao was beaten and shouted, then rushed to Jiang Zhao and said, "Mr. Jiang, I know you, can we talk?" Jiang Zhao looked at the person in front of him a little familiar, but should not recognize, then spoke out and said, "Let him in." 2 security guards put down their hands and let Wen walk in. Wen behind the beaters also want to follow and directly by Wen called outside. Walking forward, Brother Wen stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, my humble self, Gao Wenyuan." Jiang Zhao did not extend his hand and just looked at Gao Wenyuan. Gao Wenyuan's hand hanging in mid-air was neither retracted nor continued to be stretched out, so he could only say, "My brother is Gao Jicheng of the Gao Group. Mr. Jiang, we have met in the Emerald Hall of the Royal Rome Villa. I still can't forget Mr. Jiang's poise that day. When Gao Wenyuan mentioned Gao Jiqiang, Jiang Shao remembered who this person in front of him was. On that day in the Emerald Hall of the Royal Rong Villa, this Gao Wenyuan had been following behind Gao Jiqiang. After Gao Wenyuan introduced himself, Jiang Shao changed his face, stood up and said, "So it's Mr. Xiao Gao. Nice to meet you, please have a seat." Seeing that Jiang Shao shook hands with himself, Gao Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Shao didn't give any face, he would lose face tonight. After taking his seat, Gao Wenyuan said smilingly, "Mr. Jiang, that child is my nephew. I don't know where he offended you." Jiang Shao glanced at Li Ying, who was sitting obediently beside him, then said, "Little Mr. Gao, your nephew is very powerful to take my girlfriend away to play games." Hearing Jiang Shao say that he was his girlfriend, Li Ying had an inexplicable feeling in her heart and secretly looked at Jiang Shao. At this moment Li Ying felt that Jiang Shao was handsome. In a moment Gao Wenyuan felt his head was big. What kind of virtue this nephew of his is, he knows clearly. No less because of women's things let the family wipe his ass for him. Looking at Li Ying does not seem to have suffered the appearance, but also looked at the head full of blood Gui Yao. Gao Wenyuan thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Jiang, Xiao Yao is still a child at a young age. I wonder if I can be an adult." Looking at the more sincere Gao Wenyuan, Jiang Shao thought for a little while and then said, "Originally, I was going to break both of his hands, but since Mr. Xiao Gao has spoken, let him apologize to my girlfriend." When these words came out, Gao Wenyuan was a bit unhappy, although nothing could be seen on the surface. But for so many years Gao Wenyuan rarely spoke so lowly. In Beijing State and even Hanong, there were not many people who could make him so lowly angry. Smiling, Gao Wenyuan said, "Mr. Jiang, everyone has suffered a loss. Forget about it. Just consider it as giving me a face and giving Gao Group a face." Gao Wenyuan had heard his elder brother Gao Jiqiang say that the Jiang Shao in front of him had a mysterious background, but even more mysterious couldn't ignore his Gao family so much. You have to know that Gao Jiqiang has been doing business in Hanong since the 80s, and many people in the whole of Hanong have been favored by Gao Jiqiang. It was not true that the Gao family were good old men, but they were not without temper. Jiang Shao looked at Gao Wenyuan playfully and relit a cigarette. "Oh, according to this, shouldn't I still make a little compensation to your nephew? Beat him because he deserves it. Apologize. I accept the apology because you spoke. The face I gave is sufficient. Can Jiang Shao defeat the Gao family?" It was impossible to fight alone, but that didn't stop Jiang Shao from scaring people. Hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Gao Wenyuan frowned and said, "Mr. Jiang, should I give my big brother a call?" Facing this kind of mysterious person, Gao Wenyuan could not make a decision. Listening to Gao Wenyuan wanting to call Gao Jiqiang, before Jiang Shao could say anything he heard a cold voice coming from behind him. "Gao Wenyuan, then should I call my sister-in-law to comment?" Gao Wenyuan turned around violently. When he saw Detzi the person went numb. When he was young, Gao Wenyuan was also in existence like a small bully in Beijing State, but since he was shooed 3 streets by Detzi with a shotgun like a rabbit, when he saw Detzi again, Gao Wenyuan had a stress reaction. Detzi. After seeing Detzi arrive, Jiang Shao smiled and stood up. After a greeting, Detzi sat beside Gao Wenyuan. Looking at Gao Wenyuan, who was a bit fidgety, Detzi said, "Xiao Gao, there is no shame in apologizing to Mr. Jiang. Your nephew did go too far. It's easy to suffer big losses if you don't take care of it anymore." The moment Detzi appeared, Gao Wenyuan knew that he had little chance of winning, especially when he saw those fighters he brought with him as regular as kittens. Gao Wenyuan cursed that these people were useless. After thinking about it, Gao Wenyuan said, "Then Mr. Jiang, should we tell Xiao Yao to get up first?" Jiang Shao nodded at the sight of Dian Wei, who directly carried Gui Yao over. "Old uncle, hit him, beat him to death. Our family has plenty of money." Gui Yao obviously couldn't see the situation clearly. Just now he was far away and didn't hear the conversation between Jiang Shao and the others. "Shut up." Gao Wenyuan couldn't wait to slap his nephew, his eyes full of hatred. The Gao family had a total of 7 siblings, of which Gao Jiqiang was the second in line, the eldest of the male members of the family. From a young age, the Hai family conditions are not very good. Parents are working in the mine. Is the Hai family's eldest sister, that is Gui Yao's mother, to a group of siblings to bring up. Gui Yao's mother has brought up all of his siblings, treating Gui Yao. These people in the Gao family are more intimate than their own biological sons, spoiling more naturally developed Gui Yao's lawless character. After being yelled at by Gao Wenyuan, Gui Yao froze for a moment and then shouted, "Old uncle, you yelled at me. You even yelled at me." In an instant, Gao Wenyuan's head was about to explode. What could he do if he had such a bare child at home? Detzi glanced at Gui Yao, then said, "You are that nephew of Mr. Gao Jiqiang Gao?" Gui Yao did not recognize Detzi. Stalking next said, "Why? Who are you again ah?" Z said with a cold face. "It doesn't matter who I am. Do you want to call Xiaobo to come and talk to you?" If Gao Wenyuan saw Detzi, he had a stress reaction. Then Guiyao heard the name Xiaobo reacted more stressfully than Gao Wenyuan saw Detzi. Because this person called Xiaobo almost didn't push Guiyao into the refining furnace barbecue off in the first place. Chapter 66, Lying becomes a fangirl. Hearing Detzi mention Xiaobo, Guiyao instantly remembered who the person in front of him was. Xiaobo's original name was Ma Bo. This person was also in the second-generation circle in Beijing State. However, it is not the second generation of the rich and not the second generation of the government but a member of the second generation of the Jianghu. Ma Bo is Detzi's own nephew. His own father is the Beijing State Jianghu oldtimer. His own mother back then was also 2 kitchen knives to cut through a street player. Ma Bo is considered to have inherited the fine tradition of the family, fighting crazy since childhood, with Detzi embracing the thighs of the Guanyi group. Mabua's family also went ashore to do business. A few years ago, Guiyao and Mabua because of a girl conflict. After 2 fights, Mabua even Guiyao tied to a funeral parlor. Almost did not Guiyao to the living barbecue off. Guiyao from the heart is afraid of Mabo's. Heard Mabo's name Guiyao a little goat. Glancing at the crowd, Guiyao still want to mouth a bit. I also suffered you see my head. Such a big mouth. Disfigured what to do. With a bang, the wine glass in Jiang Zhao's hand smashed heavily on the coffee table. Lying on the side was startled. No more chatting. Jian Wei, break both his hands. With Jiang Zhao's words, Guiyao, who had only stood up for a short while, knelt down again. Looking at Dian Wei about to break his nephew's hands, Gao Wenyuan immediately said, "Wait, Mr. Jiang, let me make a call. Just one call. Stop." As soon as Jiang Zhao's words fell, Dian Wei's pair of big feet could stop at Guiyao's wrist. If this foot stepped down, Guiyao's hand couldn't be picked up even if the gods came. Looking at Gao Wenyuan, Jiang Zhao cheerfully said, "Little Mr. Gao, then I will give you this face. You know me. I don't dare to beat anyone. No." Jiang Zhao has become more and more skillful in pulling the tiger skin and tree flag. Gao Wenyuan's brain was sweating. If an ordinary person Gao Wenyuan would have flipped his face, but he didn't dare to face Jiang Zhao. This person is too tiger. Even Shangguan Wenbin dared to hit what else he could not do. And Gao Wenyuan recently heard some rumors. Some people say that Jiang Zhao is likely to be Guanyi Group Kaimuqing's secret lover. And there is also the possibility of a big brother's illegitimate son. Gao Wenyuan couldn't afford the risks involved. Gao Wenyuan's phone call went directly to Gao Jiqiang. After explaining the situation, Gao Wenyuan handed the phone to Guiyao, who was kneeling on the ground next to his ear. "Xiao Yao apologize to Mr. Jiang. Do as you're told." Gao Jiqiang's voice on the side of the phone could not be heard as happy or angry. He just instructed Guiyao to apologize. Guiyao still wanted to struggle a bit and said, "Big uncle, I was beaten. Apologize. If you don't listen, I'll send you abroad." Listening to Gao Jiqiang's tone a bit moved with anger, Guiyao drooped his head. Turning around, Gao Wenyuan took the phone and came to Jiang Zhao. "Mr. Jiang, my big brother wants to have a word with you." Jiang Zhao took the phone and said, "Hello, Mr. Gao." Gao Jiqiang's bright laughter came from the side of the phone. "Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, big water has washed over the Dragon King temple. The little kid doesn't know what he's doing, so you'll have to forgive him. I've instructed him to apologize to you. What's the damage on your end? I'll let my brother come and make compensation for you." Face. Gao Jiqiang gave enough. "Where are the words, Mr. Gao? You also said that children don't know what they're doing. I still have to give this face to you. Mr. Gao, no need to apologize. Tell General Manager Gao to take the person away. It's also considered a no fight." Jiang Zhao's words made Gao Jiqiang secretly cursed a little fox, while the other side of the cold-faced Detzi almost didn't laugh out loud. Originally it was a matter that offended the Gao family, but now it was Jiang Zhao who gave face instead. This hand played too high. Detzi now are curious. Jiang Zhao, this brain is how long? It is likely that the beginning of Jiang Zhao is waiting for Gao Jiqiang's call. He did not want to call that Guiyao apologize. "Mr. Jiang atmosphere so some other day I host. We get together. I heard that Mr. Jiang is in business lately. If you need help, just open your mouth." Gao Jiqiang still had a pattern, and quickly offered an invitation. Jiang Zhao also wanted to meet up with this good old man from Beijing State, and both parties hung up the phone after agreeing on a time. Signaling Dian Wei to stop controlling Guiyao, Jiang Zhao poured 3 glasses of wine and handed one to Detzi and also Gao Wenyuan. Raising his glass, Jiang Zhao said, "Little Mr. Gao, I always have to give face to Mr. Gao. I apologize for any offenses tonight." Clinking his cups, Gao Wenyuan didn't say much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Wenyuan left the bar with Guiyao and his traffic light family. After watching Gao Wenyuan walk away, Dazi smiled in a rare moment and clinked glasses with Jiang Shao. Dazi said, "This hand of yours?" "Hi-ah." Jiang Shao smiled without saying anything. After chatting casually with Dazi for a few moments, Jiang Shao realized that Dazi seemed to have something to say. "Dazi, something?" Jiang Shao asked. The next moment, Jiang Shao actually saw a hint of embarrassment on Dazi's face. "There's something. I don't know if I should say it or not." Looking at Dazi rubbing his hands there, Jiang Shao was happy. This cold-faced bodyguard can still be difficult by what things? We must know that the hand of the city bureau and Detsi very polite. In the capital state, Detsi can't handle things is not no but not much. Something you just say, "Can help, I will try my best." After hesitating for a while, Detsi said, "My brother-in-law has spotted a piece of land in Ilzu and wants to build a commercial plaza. But he lacks a little bit of money. There are still a few days left before the land there goes up for auction. So I would like to." Detsi words have not finished. Jiang Shao laughed, lit a cigarette. Jiang Shao said, "Dege, I thought it was a big deal. How much money is missing? You open interest do not have to mention. Mention is to look down on me." Looking at Jiang Shao so fast, Dazi breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not a small amount. It's probably going to be more than 500 million, maybe even more. Why don't we have a meal together in the next 2 days and let my brother-in-law talk to you in detail?" If it was just $1 or $200 million, Detsi himself could figure out how to solve it. But the amount Detzi's brother-in-law needed was a bit too big. Detzi's face was definitely worth so much money, but he didn't dare to ask outsiders to borrow it. The after effects would be too great. "Then let's meet and talk. Money is not a problem." Using money for Detzi's favor, this kind of thing, Jiang Shao was too willing to do it. He was worried that the money in his hand didn't know how to spend that. Nearly tens of billions of cash. Leaving it in the bank is also a waste. Sitting beside Jiang Shao, Lai Ying felt herself listening to the clouds. Today's matter gave her too much impact. A rich second generation who seemed to be very powerful in Beijing state was cleaned up by Jiang Shao without any temper. And several $100 million was just like a few dollars in Jiang Zhao's mouth. At this moment, Lai Ying's eyes were already full of little stars when she looked at Jiang Shao. "The boss is so rich and handsome. It would be nice if he could be my boyfriend," Lai Ying thought secretly in her heart. Chapter 67. Look at my invincible one-word horse. For Jiang Zhao's performance, Lai Ying showed shock, while those friends of hers were no longer shocked but numb. Gao Wenyuan and Detsi, which were legendary figures in the capital state, were now talking and laughing with Jiang Shao. Only when they looked at Jiang Shao again did the crowd realize that the one in front of them was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Sulu, a few people sitting in a disciplined manner aside words do not dare to say. Jiang Shao and Detsi chatting but also did not cool down these people. "You are friends of medicine. Don't be formal. Want to drink what you want to order." "Hey, why is he still kneeling there?" Jiang Shao finished his sentence and glanced at He Wenjie. At this moment, He Wenjie wanted to die of the heart. He misses such a big brother's woman. He will not retaliate against himself. From Gui Yao told He Wenjie to kneel down. He Wenjie has been kneeling on the ground, did not dare to get up. Legs are kneeling numb. Looking at Jiang Shao looking at himself, He Wenjie squeezed out a smile and said, My legs are numb." He didn't have the heart to say that he didn't dare to get up. Jiang Shao cheerfully called the security guard to help He Wenjie up, and then called out to the waiter to ask for a few bottles of foreign wine. Sulu on the side of the bar often. As soon as he heard the name, he knew that those bottles of foreign wine would cost more than $100,000. Secretly staggered, Sulu has begun to guess Jiang Zhao's financial strength. Letting Dian Wei follow the waiter to swipe the card, Jiang Shao looked at Lai Ying on the side and said, "Relieved?" Gui Yao to not give Lai Ying to apologize is actually a matter of indifference. Today's discipline for him has been enough. This kneeling in the future after the drop card this store, Gui Yao estimated that it will not come. Lose people have lost big. Lai Ying asked in a low voice, "Boss, I did not give you trouble." Pinched Lai Ying's cheeks, felt the delicate touch. Jiang Shao said, "Small things." Just at this time Jiang Zhao's mind resounded with the system's beep. Ding! Huang Wei generated a consumption of 168,800 yuan. Emotional value 34, cashback multiplier 340 times, cashback amount of 57,392,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 9,230,878,456 yuan. Frowning slightly, Jiang Shao didn't know who Huang Wei was and where this was generating consumption. Just at this time Dian Wei walked over with a fat man. "Boss, the owner of the bar refuses to collect the money," Dian Wei said with a cold face. The fat man who came was the owner of the nightclub. Huang Wei. Huang Fatty. Huang Fatty was holding a wine glass in his hand and said cheerfully, "Hello Mr. Jiang, my humble self, the owner of the drip card. Huang Wei, this is my business card." After saying this, Fatty Huang handed over a business card. Jiang Shao took the business card and signaled Fatty Huang to sit down. Then asked, "What does Boss Huang mean by this? It's always a bit strange to come with money for nothing." Fatty Huang smiled and said, "Today's incident is blamed on our lack of management. Let Mr. John's friend be frightened is very sorry. These bottles of wine counted as a little bit of my heart. Please Mr. Jiang do not blame. Fatty Huang is clear in his heart. In the future, Guo Yao is not expected to come to his own nightclub. As for retaliation he is not afraid, and it is not the person he hit. And the big boss behind Fatty Huang is also a person with energy. The Jiang Shao in front of him is worth investing in. At the very least to be able to sit with Detsy has the value of investment." Jiang Shao also counted on hearing Fatty Huang's meaning and smiled. After collecting Fatty Huang's business card, Jiang Shao said to Dian Wei, "Go charge a $2 million card." After hearing this, Dian Wei walked towards the cashier with a cold face. Fatty Huang was confused and his eyes were full of doubts. When he saw the wineglass handed over by Jiang Shao, Fatty Huang hurriedly greeted him with the mouth of the glass placed very low. "Boss Huang, I'm a person who loves to make friends. I appreciate your good intentions, but it's not good to let a friend suffer, you say, right?" Jiang Zhao's words made Fatty Huang secretly give a thumbs up. Looking at Jiang Zhao's age was not as old as Guo Yao, but this style of doing things was too much different. Nothing more to say. "Mr. Jiang, in the future you come to Ditka is our most expensive guest. I'm dry. You feel free." After saying that, a large glass of whiskey was poured into the stomach by Fatty Huang like drinking water. Since then Jiang Shao became the main character. Lai Ying's friends were even more flattering to Jiang Shao. In the past, they could not get in touch with such a godly man. Jiang Shao is also very happy to play. Fatty Huang is more frequent to let the host cue Jiang Shao. That blessing words in New Year's Eve knocked the same popping out. Jiang Shao is not stingy. The reward money gave nearly 200,000. This night even a small rich woman Lai Ying were shocked. "Money is so spend it? This is a piece of paper?" According to Ri Ying's visual estimation, this night just to serve Jiang Shao this card seat waiter a person have got nearly $10,000 of tips. For this, Li Ying can only say that money can do whatever it wants. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Shao and his entourage walked out of the bar. Jiang Shao arranged for his own security guards to drive Lai Ying's friends home. And even that guy He Wenjie didn't fall behind. It can be said to have given Lai Ying enough face. Lai Ying also drank a lot of wine. Her little face was red and especially cute. "Boss, are you going home?" Leaning beside Jiang Shao, Lai Ying said with a mushy voice. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I have a suite at the Province Hotel. I'll stay there at night. Send you back first." "Oh." Lai Ying lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. After returning to the hotel, Jiang Shao sent Lai Ying to the door of her room. Lai Ying said in a low voice after dawdling for half a day, "Boss, do you want to go in and have a seat?" After Jiang Shao heard Li Ying's words, the corner of his mouth hung up a smile, and then he walked into Li Ying's room. After a busy night Jiang Shao felt that it was not too much to go to Li Ying's room to have a sit. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Lai Ying opened her eyes, looking at Jiang Shao beside her. Lai Ying blushed. She didn't expect that Jiang Shao wouldn't leave once he sat there, and everything behind became logical. Looking at Jiang Zhao's handsome face, Lai Ying stretched out her slender fingers and drew circles on Jiang Zhao's chest. When Jiang Shao opened his eyes, Lai Ying was startled and hurriedly hid under the quilt. Looking at the frightened Lai Ying, Jiang Shao smiled. Lai Ying, who practiced dance, brought a different experience to Jiang Shao, and the Chaotian one-horse stunt made Jiang Shao linger. Looking at the time, Jiang Shao knew why so many kings liked to skip the early morning court. Quietly revealing a small head, Lai Ying whispered, "Good morning, boss." Favoring Lai Ying's head, Jiang Shao asked, "Hungry? I'll ask the waiter to deliver the food." "Aha." Lai Ying responded and then wanted to get up. Immediately afterward, she felt a trace of discomfort. Quietly glancing at the plum blossom formation in the quilt, Lai Ying's face reddened again. After getting up and washing up, the waiter brought the meal. Jiang Shao looked at Lai Ying, who was taking small sips of milk, and asked, "Do you want to stay in Beijing State?" Lai Ying, who was holding a spoon, froze slightly and then asked, "Will it be inconvenient?" Chapter 68 Raccoon Platform's newest divine hero. Li Ying is not simply a silly white sweet. She knows what she wants. When the anchor so many years is not no so-called heroes want to treat her as a canary. The reason why Li Ying has been held, or because those so-called heroes are not really trench. For the circle of rich people Li Ying is very clear. Like their own kind of even worse than the theater anchor want to marry into the family is a very difficult thing. The big brother of those who give themselves to brush money quite a lot of family. Li Ying to be a lover of this kind of thing is not particularly resistant. But when the lover is also to choose a good target. She has seen the kind of money spent when particularly generous breakup after joining forces with the original spouse to send gifts. Houses, cars are to go back to the god of the hero. If you really meet that kind of person, you really want to cry. There are also some people brush money is not their own, although not from the law, but lying clear that those people's money to take also easy to get into trouble. The main thing is that those godly men who want to develop further with themselves are not as good looking as Jiang Shao. And lying also looks at the face. Jiang Shao was young, handsome, rich in gold, and had good physical strength. He also seemed to be particularly powerful in the local area, a quality that was unattainable for Lying. So Lying directly bet herself out. When it was time to gamble, Lying would not hesitate at all. As for whether there will be other women beside Jiang Shao, Lying also considered. But Lying also have confidence. She is young, pretty and also has a great skill of a word horse. What kind of future is still unknown that? When Jiang Shao asked himself to stay in Beijing state when Lying just a little reserved. Distance produces beauty is not false. But the distance will also produce enemies. Lying decided to take the initiative. Jiang Shao himself is running an entertainment company. Lying is afraid not to stay here after so many warblers to take their own position. It can be said that Lying has robbed Yun Yun of the planned route. The only difference is that Jiang Shao did not look at Yun Yun but looked at Lying. After dinner, Jiang Shao told Lying to stay at the hotel and rest while he went to the company. As soon as he entered the office, Jiang Shao saw his office piled high with all kinds of gifts and Lan Tianxiang was holding a list. What's the meaning of this? Opening a grocery store? Jiang Shao asked, pointing at the various gifts. The whole office was piled up with gifts of tobacco, wine, gold, ginseng, silk and so on. With a smile on his face, Lan Tianxiang took out a list and handed it to Jiang Shao, saying, Mr. Jiang, this is the gifts that those anchors who came to Beijing state before brought for you. Ding! Yupeng generated a consumption of 58,200 renminbi, emotional value of 66, cashback multiplier of 666 times, cashback amount 38,761,200 yuan, current cashback amount accumulated 9,269,639,656 yuan. Ding! Zhou Xiaoyun, Yun Yun, generated consumption of 36,880 yuan, emotional value 54. Cashback multiplier 540 times. Cashback amount of 19,915,200 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 9,289,554,856 yuan. Ding! Lying generates a consumption of 60,000 yuan. Emotional value 69. Cashback multiplier 690 times. The cashback amount is 41,400,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 9,330,954,856 yuan. Ding! Current cashback amount accumulated 9,430,954,856 yuan. More than 20 anchors more or less brought gifts to Jiang Shao. Before all placed in the blue sky Siang there. In addition to that called white bright anchor points force did not spend. These anchors basically per capita consumption are more than 10,000 yuan. Like Yu Peng, Lying, Yun Yun, these anchors are spending tens of thousands of dollars. Do anchor few like white bright so do not understand the world? Gift many people do not blame this reason most people understand. Looking at the system cashback of 200 million cash, Jiang Shao smiled, which does not pass the raccoon live money out. Looked at the time, Jiang Shao asked, sign anchor background contract or turn over it? At 10 o'clock in the morning. The raccoon platform official speed is very fast. There is Jiang Zhao's 20 million recharge bottom. That raccoon live platform efficiency called a high. Jiang Shao nodded, then said, notify all the contracted anchors to come online at 7 o'clock in the evening. Lan Tianxiang said with a bit of confusion, boss, what are you doing? We have to let these anchors see the strength of their new boss. Listening to Jiang Zhao's words, Lan Tianxiang knew that his boss was going to send out benefits. At 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Shao asked Duan Wei to buy a little barbecue. While eating barbecue with Lan Tianxiang and the others, Jiang Shao used his laptop to click into the raccoon live platform. Beside Jiang Shao was a printed A4 paper with the room numbers of those gift-giving anchors. Jiang Shao does not want to call these anchors in the future behind the back of their own. They send gifts to the money. Jiang Shao directly doubled to brush them back. Of course, is for those who run away anchors. Jiang Shao first into the pigeon live room. This woman's lifetime is 4 to 7 o'clock in the afternoon. 6:30 o'clock when it is almost over. Hun with the Godfish Guild. Best of the pigeon is with the Godfish Guild of an executive chat. Mainly the executive and the guild of the future development plan, referred to as the cake. The eyes of Pigeon who was chatting suddenly lit up. Thank you for the set of 66 diamond rings sent by Big Brother Xiaoyan. Big Brother, you are too handsome. The perfume, diamond rings, necklaces, and lipsticks on the raccoon platform were the most expensive gifts per unit, with one gift costing 19 Manhwa yuan, a group of up to 66, and a group costing $13, $4. After giving gifts, the public screen of the live room will appear a purple light. The effect is quite explosive. Dove's live room is usually not a lack of consumption of tycoon, but send diamond ring into a group to send is not a lot. Originally, the melon eaters in the live broadcast room thought that it was just to send a group, but soon they realized that something was wrong. Xiaoyan gifted 66 diamond rings multiplied by 1. Xiaoyan gave away 66 diamond rings multiplied by 2. Xiaoyan presents 66 diamond rings by 3. Xiaoyan presents 66 diamond rings multiplied by 4. Xiaoyan presents 66 diamond rings multiplied by 88. This time and space of the raccoon platform function compared to Jiang Zhao's previous life to be a lot more. For example, in Jiang Zhao continuously gifted 8 sets of diamond ring after there is an anchor where the guild of the banner notice. Generally we all call this banner notice as a small plane. And when Jiang Zhao consumed 115,579 2 yuan to give away 88 groups of diamond rings, a service-wide golden banner notice flew over the top of the live broadcast room. This is called a big airplane. After a group of big airplanes flew over, the original only 10,000 online live number of Pigeon live room popularity broke 20,000 people. Looking at the big airplane in front of him, Pigeon was also confused, and quickly asked, "Big brother, who are you? Such a large amount of landlord truly rare." Just as Pigeon was ready to give Jiang Zhao a hug on the mic sequence on the vest, channel access, Jiang Zhao directly a flash to the next live room. Soon another whole service banner big airplane crossed the Pigeon live room. Chapter 69 Whose divine hero is this? Looking at the name of the live room prompted on the banner, Pigeon quickly reacted. Taking out his cell phone, Pigeon sent a WeChat to Blue Sky Xiang. "Pigeon, brother Sky, is that Xiaoyan Mr. Jiang?" Not a moment later, Pigeon received a message from Blue Sky Xiang in reply. "Blue Sky, you guess?" Putting down the cell phone, Dove knew that 9 times out of 10 this Xiaoyan is Jiang Zhao. Immediately Dove mind flashed a trace of doubt. They have signed up to other guilds and also gave himself to brush money. What is the meaning of? Could it be that he was attracted to himself? Soon the Pigeon realized that he thought too much. That day went to the capital of the anchor no matter whether online or not, got a group of 88 large aircraft. Looked as if Jiang Zhao in the return gift. Jiang Zhao is not money, no place to spend. With the same in Beijing state, Jiang Zhao is buying fame. After Jiang Zhao went 7 or 8 live rooms, the attention of his account has broken 100,000. There are a lot of people who are following Jiang Zhao. They want to see how much money this newly minted god Ho can actually brush. In less than half an hour, Jiang Zhao had already brushed more than 1 million raccoon coins worth of gifts. According to the ratio of 1 raccoon coin to 1 Chinese dollar, Jiang Zhao had spent more than 1 million. And according to the raccoon platform's rules for brushing gifts, if an account accumulates more than 1 million in consumption within a month, that user's name would turn red. In less than half an hour Jiang Zhao was red. Bai Liang also got the news that Jiang Zhao was madly brushing gifts. Bai Liang, who was originally drinking outside, rushed back home like a little mad dog. After turning on the live broadcast, Bai Liang turned on the wild licking mode. "Brothers, you all don't know who that godly hero named Xiaoyan is, right? I can know. Big brother. Absolutely powerful big brother. Of course I've seen it. Young and handsome. Definitely more handsome than me. What stature? There's no way for you to guess. I estimate it has to be a few $billion. That's for sure. I know the inside story." Bai Liang waited for Jiang Zhao to come to his own live room like a silly boy. In his opinion, the anchors who went to Beijing state that day got gifts, then he couldn't be worse. At the same time, the more than 40 small and large anchors of the Painted Pavilion Beauty Guild all opened their live broadcasts at 7 o'clock. They didn't know that their boss was going to give out benefits today. They just got a notice from the guild management. So they all opened the live broadcast. In a certain neighborhood in Beijing state, Sula looked at Lai Ying, who had already put on makeup, and felt incredible. This sister of his usually travels but never live broadcasts. Today changed her nature? Sulu occasionally live broadcast to play a game. The home is a device. Li Ying looked at the time, directly opened the live broadcast. If the general boss Lai Ying estimates that the direct Pigeon, but Jiang Zhao after all is not the same, will their raccoon nickname change to the prefix of the Painting Pavilion Guild? Li Ying in 7 o'clock on time to open the live broadcast. Li Ying's usual popularity is around 8,000 to 10,000 people. If not for the frequent pigeonholing, her popularity would be higher. In 13 years, 10,000 people anchor is already a big anchor. Even in the later can have 100,000 people has been counted as a super big anchor. Those so-called hundreds of thousands of millions of popularity anchor, look at it. A lot of them are robots. The real popularity can reach hundreds of thousands of anchors, have not? There are, but those are basically reality stars. Lai Ying's real popularity of nearly 10,000 people is very high. Lai Ying came in more than 6,000 people as soon as she started broadcasting. According to the rhythm of the past days, Li Ying and these fans chat for a while after the day sang a song. A song is not yet finished. Li Ying found the wrong place. Today's popularity on a bit fierce awe. According to the past rhythm in the opening broadcast, an hour after the popularity of Li Ying will remain in 9,000 to 10,000 or so. Today just opened broadcast 10 minutes live room popularity has reached 12,000. And is still increasing. Just at this time, Li Ying realized that her management had hugged a person named Xiao Yan onto her mic sequence. After glancing at the private message, Li Ying knew that this person was Zhang Xiao. "Welcome brother Xiao," Li Ying said sweetly. This sentence from Li Ying made the fans in the live broadcast room confused. Their own anchor is usually quite high and cold. Today this is a change in nature. Soon these fans were no longer confused, because they blew up. Congratulations to Raccoon number 88,888's user Xiao Yan for becoming the honorable king. The king is the highest knighthood on the Raccoon platform. It takes 120,000 to open the king and 20,000 to renew it every month in the future. Li Ying froze, his cherry mouth slightly open. He did not expect Zhang Xiao to be so trenchant. A king was just the beginning. Soon Zhang Xiao showed his exclusive talent of brushing gifts. Xiao Yan gifted 66 necklaces times 1. Xiao Yan presents 66 necklaces times 2. Xiao Yan gifted 66 diamond rings multiplied by 188. After Zhang Xiao brushed out 188 sets of necklaces totaling more than 200,000 gifts, the popularity of Li Ying's live broadcast room had already broken through 30,000 and was running straight towards 40,000. Many fans thought that Zhang Xiao's gift brushing stunt had ended, but Zhang Xiao just typed out a sentence on the public screen of the live room. "Xiao Yan, wait for me. Change the mouse. The mouse point is broken." Zhang Xiao's hand speed. Li Ying was aware of it, and had already known about it when performing a one-word horse for Zhang Xiao. Raccoon Tourist A, Big Brother. Are you serious? Raccoon Tourist B, this Big Brother has already brushed out more than 1 million. Considered medicine this hundreds of thousands has almost 2 million. This is who's God's hero. Will not be which Big Brother's trumpet. Swear to guard medicine, no. This is brother-in-law. The Raccoon Tourist C? Soon the entire public screen was brushed up with the words brother-in-law. And Li Ying instantly blushed. Sitting beside her, Sulu keenly discovered something wrong. Suddenly Sulu remembered that today, Li Ying's walking was quite unnatural. After changing a mouse, Zhang Xiao performed a gift brushing stunt, and brushed a set of 188 diamond rings. Zhang Xiao typed a paragraph on the public screen. "Xiao Yan, I'm going to go to the other anchors of the guild to sneak around. You rest earlier." After saying this, Zhang Xiao directly flashed into Yu Peng's live room. In Yu Peng's live room, this fat man had been eagerly waiting. The moment he saw Zhang Xiao come in, Yu Peng immediately shouted, "Welcome my righteous father, brother Xiao." On the whole living effect, Yu Peng is much stronger than Li Ying. Yu Peng's popularity is also very high. Live peaked to reach 20,000 people online. The old rules, followed by Zhang Xiao together in the blue sky. Xian directly opened a king. When seeing the top of the painting pavilion vest blue Tian, Xian opened the king. After all the visitors understand, this called Xiao Yan's God Hero is the Painting Pavilion Guild's exclusive God Hero. Zhang Xiao and Yu Peng chatted a few words directly after 2 sets of 188 diamond rings, followed by the next live room. Yun Yun had long gotten the news of the big boss sending benefits. In order to attract the gaze of his own boss, Yun Yun directly changed into a set of stewardess uniform. This stewardess uniform almost did not give the visitors in the live broadcast room greedy cry. In the live management is not strict 13 years. Yun Yun's this body of stewardess uniform always show not too serious. Chapter 70, Destroy What You Can't Get. When Zhang Zhao's reddish account entered Yun Yun's live broadcast room, Yun Yun excitedly shouted, "Welcome my Xiao Yan father." Immediately after that, Yun Yun carried Zhang Zhao's account to the second mic sequence, and then dressed Zhang Xiao in the VP orange vest of the live broadcast room. The orange vest was the vest with the highest authority in the live broadcast room other than the anchor. While putting on Zhang Zhao's vest, Yun Yun said, "Dad, just stay down here. I'll do it myself." As soon as Yun Yun's words left his mouth, the public screen in the live broadcast room immediately rolled up a screen full of 666. This female driver driving always catches people off guard. Zhang Xiao is still the same old rules. A management number of the Painted Pavilion Beauty Guild directly opened a king, followed by 2 sets of 188 diamond rings from Zhang Xiao. At this moment, many people feel that the anchor Yun Yun's color has become abnormal. His eyes are confused. His face is red and drunk. Brush through the gift of Zhang Xiao left a word of encouragement. Then is the next live room. This time Yun Yun live room people found Yun Yun surprisingly did not live, but went to the bathroom. Soon Zhang Zhao's WeChat received a photo sent by Yun Yun. A close-fitting garment that did not look so dry. After secretly cursing a little wavy hoof, Zhang Xiao entered the live broadcast room of face-facely ting. For Zhang Zhao's starting style many people are numb. Into the live room is a king, followed by hundreds of thousands of gifts. Many people have discovered the law. These live broadcasting room anchor is basically the new signing to the painting pavilion anchor. Some old oil in the heart to understand that this painting pavilion guild to take off. Many people follow Jiang Zhao's number to see the gifts in each live room, while counting the names of these anchors. Magic Medicine, Yu Peng, Face, Yun Yun, Right Ear, Winter Dream. These people's live room and the Jiang Zhao into the after are a king plus 2 sets of 188. The most expensive gift. The first few are painting the cabinet newly signed anchor. That Winter Dream is the original cabinet anchor. Is the earliest cabinet anchor? It can be seen that these anchors should be the next painting cabinet to promote the anchor. In addition to a number of small and medium-sized anchor also got Jiang Zhao's gift. These anchors to get the gift from a group of 188 diamond ring to 88 diamond ring ranging. In short, all eaten up. Zhang Wenjia looked at the airplanes flying around the whole service with incomparable envy in his heart. As a medium-sized anchor with only 4 or 5,000 popularity, Zhang Wenjia's live broadcasting career has reached a bottleneck. Zhang Wenjia knows in his heart that he can only break through this bottleneck by relying on the resources of the guild. Zhang Wenjia's heart was also a bit bottomless when Jiang Zhao was late. The boss won't forget about me, right? Zhang Wenjia didn't have the luxury of the same treatment as those few big anchors. But who wouldn't want to be valued that? Just at this time Jiang Zhao flew in. Zhang Wenjia's heart was happy, and hurriedly shouted, "Good evening, big brother." At this moment followed Jiang Zhao to watch brush gift tourists have more than 50,000 people. This one night Jiang Zhao's consumption plus painting pavilion guild number consumption has more than 5 million. To these tourists are looking numb. Jiang Zhao's consumption in less than 2 hours has exceeded the career of many of the so-called gods' heroes. Some people take a small notebook in the calculation. It is estimated that Zhang Wenjia here is the last stop. The entire painting pavilion of more than 40 live has been almost brushed in place. Just when Zhang Wenjia gave Jiang Zhao on the authority vest she found that the popularity of the live broadcast room on too fast. From Jiang Zhao brought 50,000 people directly soared to 100,000 people. Taking another look, Zhang Wenjia realized that the entire painting pavilion guild's anchors were all here. And the smart Zhang Wenjia knew that her boss was trying to promote herself. At this moment, Zhang Wenjia almost cried out. After so many years of simmering, is it going to simmer out? Jiang Zhao did have the intention of holding Zhang Wenjia, although Li Ying became his woman. But Li Ying is not suitable to be the first sister of the entire painting pavilion guild. This girl is truly do not love live broadcasting. Zhang Wenjia is not the same. Known as the full-time player, Zhang Wenjia does not even need to sign a contract with her hours live when this is called a model. The future of the entire painting pavilion of a brother and a sister Jiang Zhao has basically been determined. First brother Yu Peng, first sister Zhang Wenjia. These two people in the future have proved themselves with strength. Yu Peng's popularity already doesn't need Jiang Zhao to continue to hold up, while Zhang Wenjia still needs Jiang Zhao to take a hand in the back. Zhao started with the king starting, followed by 2 sets of 188 diamond rings. Zhang Wenjia was confused. She did not expect Jiang Zhao to give himself the same treatment as the big anchors. Looking at the screen full of 6666, Jiang Zhao felt that he should say a few words. At this moment Zhang Wenjia's live room popularity exceeded 110,000. Zhang Wenjia became the first anchor whose real popularity broke 100,000 in the entire Raccoon platform. Many anchors and tycoons had opened their trumpets to Zhang Wenjia's live room, and there were even anchors who directly relayed Zhang Wenjia's live room. During the period Zhang Wenjia performed a lot of talent, singing, dancing, shouting, upside down. If not live room cannot drink, Zhang Wenjia would like to spin alive. Looking at so many people are in. Jiang Zhao signaling that he wants to talk. To be honest, this kind of thing is really easy to get addicted to brushing gifts, especially when tens of thousands of people are watching their own performances. In a sound after a sound of mighty Jiang Zhao felt a little lost. Can you hear me? Jiang Zhao finished a sentence that filled the screen with 111, signaling that he could hear. Jia Jia is a very hard-working anchor. The same in the Painting Pavilion Guild, there are also many very hard-working anchors. I hope that in the future, you brothers will support the Paint Pavilion Guild. I also hope that the guild's anchors do a good job of broadcasting content. You just work hard. Rankings the competition these are left to me. Left to the guild. The Painting Pavilion will not let down every hard-working anchor. Listening to Jiang Zhao's so grounded words, public screen exploded again. Falling flowers are merciless, I cried to death. A night brushing 5 million of God's hero called me a brother. Foot-picking little lowly, the actual Hammer Show is the backstage boss of the Painting Pavilion. But this boss is really trenchless tourist, it's like I witnessed the rise of a guild. The speed of the public screen scrolling is extremely fast. Jiang Zhao cannot see at all. Encourage the anchors a few sentences. Jiang Zhao called Blue Sky Siang up to play the advertisement of recruiting anchors. Originally, Jiang Zhao wanted to recruit anchors as ordinary people. the results of those who are not interested. So Jiang Xiao showdown. Jiang Xiao, who was a bit unfulfilled, exited the raccoon platform, and the curtain fell on this gift-brushing drama. After receiving the news that Li Ying wanted to perform a one-word horse for himself, Jiang Xiao returned to the Province Hotel, and the entire raccoon platform blew up. Many of the live rooms were discussing this newly minted godly hero Xiao Yan, while Bai Liang's face had collapsed in his own live room. He had been frantically licking Jiang Xiao all night, and as a result, Jiang Xiao had not come at all, which had caused Bai Liang's self-esteem to suffer a blow. A tycoon who usually spent a lot of money in the live room opened his mic and asked, "Bright, have you seen this godly man? What's his strength?" Bai Liang sneered before saying, "Humph, a godly man? I don't think so." A sentence many people heard something different. Could it be that there is something else to hide? Chapter 71, The God of Fortune of Beijing State. Listening to Bai Liang's words, the public screen of the live broadcast room was filled with question marks. Bai Liang revealed a mysterious smile after seeing the rhythm being brought up by himself. "There are some things that I would have been too embarrassed to say. Let's put it this way. If you all want to know the details of my trip to Beijing State this time, come to my live room tomorrow. I'll give you all a good talk about my experience in Beijing State this time. TSK, real God ho or fake God ho, you guys will savor it then." Bai Liang can play as a big anchor is also a bit of a brain. At this time Bai Liang obviously feels that he can't eat Jiang Zhao's welfare. Since this is the case, Bai Liang has to eat a wave of traffic. For the anchor to have traffic will not lack of money. Now for the entire raccoon platform, Jiang Xiao has become the biggest topic, and Bai Liang is also keen to find the opportunity. As soon as Bai Liang's words were finished, a Divine Fish Guild number brushed 8 groups of 66 diamond rings. After seeing this group of gifts, Bai Liang had a bottom in his heart. This was the guild also supporting himself. "Brothers, this is it for today. I won't see you tomorrow. I'll give you a good reveal." After leaving a sentence, Bai Liang directly closed the live broadcast. The next day, inside Li Ying's room, Jiang Xiao, who woke up, felt a burst of refreshment, possibly stimulated by yesterday's gift. Li Ying, who had brought her injuries to the battlefield, was extraordinarily energetic, and even gave Jiang Xiao a performance of the dance's stunt of the upside-down one-horse. Jiang Xiao, who had enjoyed a night of kingly treatment, felt unreasonably happy, and after getting tired of Li Ying for a while, Jiang Xiao sent Li Ying to the airport. Because she was moving to Beijing, Li Ying had to go back to her hometown to pack up her things, and she would only come back after a period of time. After sending off Li Ying, Jiang Xiao felt that he should buy a house or a few houses to hide the golden house. Always bring the girl back to the hotel seems not so much. And now the general manager of the Province Hotel, Lu Xiao. Look at their eyes are a little bit wrong. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Jiang Xiao and Detzi had already made a dinner appointment to talk about borrowing with Detzi's brother-in-law today. After giving Dian Wei a place, Jiang Xiao and Dian Wei arrived at a restaurant. This restaurant was decorated in an ancient style, especially specializing in the whole fish banquet, and was the property of Detzi's brother-in-law. As soon as they entered the hall, Jiang Xiao saw Detzi. Detzi. Jiang Xiao cheerfully greeted Detzi. "Coming, brother. Let me introduce you. This is my big sister, brother-in-law." Beside Detzi stood a middle-aged couple, followed by a young man with a somewhat frenzied look. Listening to Detzi's introduction, Jiang Xiao went forward and extended his hand and said, "Hello, big sister, brother-in-law." Detzi's big sister was in her 40s, nearly 50-something, a bit rich in person, with a short hair, looked as if she was just like the neighboring big sister, very amiable. After seeing Jiang Xiao, Detzi's big sister immediately went forward and said, "Hello, brother Jiang Xiao, you really are a talented person. I am Detzi's big sister Yu Xiao Chui. This is my husband Ma Fuguei." Ma Fuguei's age looked like he had to be in his early 50s. He had a bald head. A few scars could still be seen on his big bald head, and he was even very brash. "Welcome, brother Jiang Xiao. You are a valuable person in our family. Older brother will have to honor you a few more times in a while." Ma Fuguei was wearing a black shirt with a gold ring on his hand and a gold necklace around his neck. Looking at the temperament and the same as a thug, in reality, Ma Fuguei's family was worth almost more than $3 billion, and was also a full-fledged tycoon. "You're welcome, brother-in-law." Listening to Jiang Zhao's words, Ma Fuguei shook his head and said, "It's not polite at all. What kind of friendship is it to be willing to lend money in these years? Just for this, brother, I'll make a deal with you." After saying that, Ma Fuguei rushed behind him and waved his hand. The young man with a frenzied look immediately walked forward. Pointing at the young man, Ma Fuguei said, "Brother, this is my son Ma Bo. Xiao Bo is called Uncle Xiao." In one sentence, Jiang Xiao went numb. He was only 21 years old, while the Ma Bo in front of him looked to be 27 or 18 years old. Who knows that Ma Bo didn't care at all? With a frenzied look, Ma Bo went forward and stretched out his hands and said, Uncle Xiao, I'm Ma Bo. I have heard of you. 1 against 4, killing 1 and crippling 3. One of them was beaten into a vegetable. You are my idol. Looking at Ma Bo's demeanor, the whole thing was a little fanboy of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao said, slightly embarrassed, Brother, we are of similar age. Otherwise, why don't we talk about each other? Before Ma Bo said anything, Yu Xiao Chui on the side said, What words, brother? In the future this is your own nephew. Xiao Bo is fine to play on the street. If there is anyone who messes with you, just tell him to do it. This kid has loved dancing with guns and sticks since he was a kid. Ma Bo nodded his head quickly after hearing his own mother's words. Right, Uncle Xiao. If anyone is looking for trouble, just give me a call. Last time I heard that Gui Yao molested my aunt. You are not angry. Not angry back to me to send him to practice body furnace to skate around. This big family kind of let Jiang Xiao opened his eyes. Jiang Hu Qi full awe. Soon a line of people to a luxury box. In addition to Jiang Xiao, several people in the box is the service staff. After seated, Ma Fugui to Jiang Xiao filled a cup of white wine, while ordering to serve food while chatting with Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao and Ma Fugui clinked a glass of wine and said, Brother-in-law, I'm a person who is used to doing things before eating. Otherwise it's a short mouth. Upon hearing this the people at the table all laughed out. Brother is really painfully honest. Then I'm not hiding anything. I've got my eye on a piece of land. And I've also taken on 2 old city remodeling projects. The current funding gap needs about 800 million. Brothers, our first meeting. I am a person who does not like to make things difficult for friends. So you help my brother to borrow 300 million. The interest rate according to the daily interest rate of 15,000 to go. I take a piece of land in the center building area as collateral. That piece of land is worth 400 million. Absolutely not let brother you suffer losses. Ma Fugui is obviously very generous. The rules of Beijing state borrowing funds is the daily interest rate of 1,004. Ma Fugui directly gave 1 more interest. And collateral. Previously, Detzi had said that his brother-in-law needed at least $500 million or more. And now it seemed that this one didn't want to put too much pressure on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, this person's biggest advantage is the knowledge of respect. Not to mention the Ma Fugui family to their own so polite. Even if not so polite, there is the relationship between the Detzi Jiang Xiao is to borrow money. Without much thought, Jiang Xiao directly waved his hand, and the side of Dian Wei took out a checkbook. Taking the checkbook, Jiang Xiao said while signing the check, Brother-in-law, since you need 800 million then you can take 800 million and use it. I have a good relationship with De. No need to be so polite. As for the interest mortgage and whatnot, you are scolding me for mentioning these. After saying that, Jiang Xiao wrote a check for 800 million and handed it to Ma Fugui. The whole table froze. Had seen the bold but hadn't seen such bold. That is 800 million. Not 800, 8,000, or 80,000. Holding the check, always known as the old man Ma Fugui a little bit will not play. He was 14 or 15 years old on the street to mix. Have seen countless rich people, but like Jiang Xiao such a god of wealth he has not seen. Chapter 72 Speculation Heat. Jianghu origin businessman to be more temperament than the ordinary businessman. Obviously Jiang Xiao's brash behavior gained Ma Fugui's friendship. The specific embodiment is the atmosphere on the table is very strong. Drinking happy Ma Fugui almost did not call Ma Bo recognized Jiang Xiao as godfather on the spot. After 3 rounds of wine Jiang Xiao also drank a little confused. Although his body has been strengthened, but the amount of alcohol is not much growth. White wine is the amount of 8 tails. And then some more to see people become a multiple shadow doppelganger. After Ma Bo and Dian Wei helped Jiang Xiao to the back seat of the Cayenne, Ma Fugui's family sent Jiang Xiao to the gate until the shadow of the car disappeared before the family went back. Ma Fugui's drinking was very good. Except for his red face he couldn't see any effects at all. After the family returned to the box, Ma Fugui said, Detzi, this friend of yours isn't very old and is really righteous. Yu Xiao Chui said after pouring a cup of tea for her brother. You don't look at who this is brother. Our Yu family has been without the for so many years and would have collapsed. Detzi's words were still not much. He just instructed, brother-in-law, I've got the money for you, don't make it difficult for me. This time Detzi also counted on shedding his old face. 800 million in cash. Jiang Xiao hesitated, not even hesitated. This favor can be owed big. Ma Fugui burped, said cheerfully, your brother-in-law you still cannot trust? Don't worry. If something goes wrong, I'll sell my house, land and shares to Jiang Xiao brothers money back. Hearing his brother-in-law's assurance Detzi nodded. This matter is really not a big problem. Really want to have any accidents? Detzi shed this face also have to plug this hole. Yu Xiao Chui has a very fine mind. Looked at the side of the Ma Bo said, son, you later more with your uncle Xiao more close to close. This is a capable person. It's not true that your uncle is Guanyi's man, But just because he is Guanyi's man, so many people are staring at him. You and Jiang Shao age difference is not too big. Some of the things he is not convenient to do. You to do. Favor that's how it accumulates. Although Ma Bo was a bit crazy and insane, his brain was good enough. First of all, Jiang Shao to his appetite. And secondly, Jiang Shao rich, also seems to have a mysterious background. This kind of people do not befriend that is not a little cute. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that I have a good understanding of what I'm doing. Drunken Jiang Shao returned to the Province Hotel Rest. His entrepreneurial road is much easier than many people. Basically in the state of corporate casualties. Jiang Zhao's side of the loose. Underneath the people who do things have to be more laborious. That night, Lan Tianxian was skulking around the live rooms of various anchors. After Jiang Zhao's wide range of brush money yesterday after the Painting Pavilion Guild's heat has come up, basically all the anchors have 1,000 to 2,000 popularity rise. Among them, Zhang Wenjia's rising momentum is the most fierce. The peak of the live room has reached 12,000. And there are also a few big brothers who can brush money. Lan Tianxian has already added friends with a few big brothers, which is a customary practice. Just as Lan Tianxian was patrolling the various live rooms, his assistant Xiao Zhang ran in. Brother Tian, open a small number and go to Bai Liang's live room to take a look. He's opening a special show for Mr. Jiang. As soon as Xiao Zhang's words were finished, Lan Tianxiang immediately opened a small number to Bai Liang's live room. Usually the popularity is only about 8,000 white bright. At the moment live room popularity has reached 30,000. Blue Sky Siang, look at a lot of Godfish Guild anchor are in white bright on the wheat sequence. Raccoon Live platform is not a concert. This kind of special show is usually a ripoff. Similar to a condemnation meeting. Looking at the popularity of the live room is getting higher and higher. Bai Liang looks a bit excited. When the popularity of the live broadcast room reached 40,000, Bai Liang began his own special. There's really nothing big today. Just talking to the brothers about my previous experience of going to Beijing State. I've seen that godly hero. Early 20s I think. Quite young. I won't say what exactly he does. At this age everyone savors it. Strength Anyway, pick me up with a van. People are also quite low-key. The cell phone used is Nokia 1110. Maybe afraid of being robbed. Dinner? That place is great. It's big, empty, and in the suburbs. A meal in our area would cost at least $500. Quite a lot. What's wrong with swiping that much money? Is a raccoon looking at how much money you can swipe at once? You have to be able to spend it consistently. Did you see him come online today? Besides, brothers, you think it's expensive to spend a few $1 million on an advertisement. Opened a small number of Blue Sky Siang or listening to music. White bright with the rhythm is very interesting. The theme is Jiang Shao is not so too rich people. Even if rich is not their own money. After all, it is too young. This kind of second generation that takes the family's money to play live can brush money is really can brush, but it is not stable. Once the family knows it will be very troublesome. What must be said is that this wave of rhythm has been brought up by Bai Liang. And soon Bai Liang changed from targeting Jiang Shao himself to targeting the anchor of the Painting Pavilion Guild. Gossip not necessarily accurate. There are a few female anchors and the Painting Pavilion signing conditions were talked about individually. Is there anything in this that people want? I can't say. There's also the fact that the Painted Pavilion Guild actually treats them quite poorly. There are anchors in our family that were previously in the Painted Pavilion Guild. I'll let them come up and say it. Soon a few defecting anchors opened their mics to speak. The core point was that the treatment of the Painted Pavilion was poor. The upper event guild wouldn't brush money. And the recommended resources weren't there or anything. These anchors all deliberately avoided one point. That is, they confused the previous Painted Pavilion with the current Painted Pavilion. You have to know that the current Painted Pavilion is a top treatment, and half of the big picture recommendations on the Raccoon Live platform are from the Painted Pavilion. Jiang Shao personally recharged 20 million. The Painting Pavilion Guild recharged 5 million. This money is not white charging, is to Raccoon Live platform to come up with recommendations to support. By Liang this wave of rhythm is considered to be brought up. Blue Sky Siang slightly frowned. The heart has a countermeasure. Although there is a countermeasure, but Blue Tianxiang still want to ask Jiang Shao. In accordance with the usual practice, Lan Tianxiang first called the phone to Dianwei, learned that Jiang Shao had time to report the situation with Jiang Shao. After sleeping for the afternoon, Jiang Shao also woke up and was drinking seafood congee in the dining room of the presidential suite. After listening to Blue Tianxiang finish what happened, Jiang Shao smiled. This dude is a good person. This is not sending an assist? Hearing Jiang Shao say so, Lan Tianxiang was also happy. Obviously the two of them thought of going together. Boss, then you see. This kind of opportunity to stir up the heat Jiang Shao naturally will not let go. In this way, a moment you take my account to those neutral guilds to sneak around. Especially to sneak around those gossip anchors. One person brushes a million or two. They all know what to do. After a pause, Jiang Shao continued. First warm up 2 days. Every day to brush some money. That fall headline activities do not start well. 2 or 3 days after the rhythm to the headline activities. This time we play a good game with this Godfish Guild. Chapter 73, Ancestor Sacrifice. The live broadcast industry was sometimes much like the entertainment industry. It needed heat. Bai Liang opened a special show for the heat. And Jiang Shao naturally wanted to hype up this heat. The heat is not one person's. Whoever can get it is the one who gets it. Coincidentally, the Raccoon platform was about to have a fall headline event. And this kind of pure money swiping event was Jiang Zhao's favorite. Firing up the heat and pulling the hate is able to increase the anchor's popularity. But this kind of mouthpiece must have a war of brushing money in order to maximize the benefits. Live broadcasting is a winner-take-all industry. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many anchors losing money to fight. Winning will result in a rise in popularity, while losing will result in many fans being disenchanted. It's that realistic. What Jiang Shao wants to do now is to bring this wave of rhythm. And the best way is to mobilize those gossip anchors. In the live broadcast industry there is a class of anchors do not rely on talent to eat but rely on gossip to make a living. This kind of anchor does not have too much iron powder but a lot of mobile fans. Earn a lot. The gift of 1 or 2 million is enough for these anchors to stand in line. The Godfish Guild, after all, just entered the live broadcast industry. Although there is a perfect system, but some of the small means did not Jiang Shao play slippery. Before this guild dirty Jiang Shao once. Now Jiang Shao is ready to retaliate back. Of course, simply to engage in public opinion is useless, and ultimately to rely on money to speak. To say to spend money Jiang Shao think they should be quite a right to speak. Jiang Shao this hand manipulation of public opinion obviously had an effect. After 3 days of blue sky siang with Jiang Zhao's account ran a lot of gossip anchors live room. These people are recognize money not recognize the player. Soon this wave of rhythm was fired up. Painting Pavilion Guild and Godfish Guild also gradually presented a state of confrontation. The beginning of the two sides are still relatively subtle and patient. But in a Raccoon live platform official channel activities of the two families of the contradiction completely erupted. In mid-August, after Jiang Shao accompanied Mr. Bai for a Valentine's Day, the first product of No Jump's headline hotspot began to go online for internal testing. In the office of No Jump, Jiang Shao nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the data in front of him. The strategy of using anchor traffic to drive the product was initially successful, and headline hotspot was online for less than 24 hours, with more than 300,000 downloads, and the user activity level was in a good state. Project manager Li Bin looked at his big boss and said cautiously, Mr. Jiang, so far this product of ours can dominate the market. I wonder if we need to increase the promotion. Headline Hotspot was one of the more successful apps that Jiang Shao knew in his previous life, and it could be said that the byte system in his previous life relied on Headline to lay the foundation. There is no doubt that the Headline Hotspot in this life is still a successful product, mainly because the data analysis push function used by Jiang Shao is too unbelievable. Accurately analyzing the user's behavior, this kind of function can be said to be a little bit counterintuitive in this era when the cell phone app has just become popular. Jiang Shao learned from the background data. In the nearly 300,000 download users, more than 2/3 of the user use time has been more than 2 hours. This viscosity is already very big, already has the trend of the latter-day Douyin. We must know that most of the headline hotspots are textual content. This is the power of the user's precise placement. Listening to the words of the project manager, Jiang Shao said, first look at the situation. Within 3 days if the download volume exceeds 1 million to start launching Funny Duanzi. Funny Duanzi download volume exceeds 1 million to launch Bagua video. At the end of the month if everything reaches the standard then put advertisements on a wide scale. Listening to Jiang Shao ready to pressure resources, Li Bin looked happy. He was originally a project manager of a certain easy, was dug over. Vaguely Li Bin felt that this just established company will have a big job. Soon Li Bin thought of a tricky thing. Mr. Jiang, our company is now many department heads have not been recruited. Business, administration, legal affairs, these have not been recruited in full. The problem that Li Bin was talking about was naturally clear to Jiang Shao. Not to mention no jumping, even Yangye Entertainment was now in a state of not being fully staffed. You don't need to be anxious about these. I've made an appointment with a CEO, and may come for an interview at the end of the month. In fact, this is also Li Bin's intention. The snake without a head will not work. The entire no jumping now on Jiang Shao a big boss, but this big boss basically not much in charge. Stay in the entertainment company's time than to stay in the internet company's time much more. Li Bin knows his own caddy. He is qualified enough to be a project manager, and further up will not be able to do, but he is genuinely interested in doing a good job with these products. And these are all resumes, right? The content of the product must be well regulated. You can drive but not allowed to engage in too revealing things. especially some of the bottom line things cannot be touched. Understand? Jiang Shao, who thought of some, deliberately instructed a few sentences. He clearly remembered the previous life of the funny paragraph is how to die. The product is a good product is not good supervision. After instructing a few sentences, Jiang Shao ran to the office floor of Yangye Entertainment. At this moment the Yangye Entertainment staff has been more than enough, especially some anchors more than enough. Through Detzi's introduction, Jiang Shao recruited 100 retired nightclub princesses. These girls were not released into the Raccoon live broadcast platform but were arranged into various small live broadcast platforms. Compared to those small anchors who were still figuring out how to broadcast live, these battle-hardened girls could be considered a descending blow. Less than a week into the job, these people actually created more than $1 million of pure profit. To Lan Tianxiang are looking confused. This money earned a little fast came to the office of the Blue Sky Xiang. Jiang Shao directly asked, "Our family that gossip anchor how to sentence?" Some time ago in the Raccoon Live platform official channel hosted activities. The Painting Pavilion Guild of an Anchor and the Godfish Guild Anchor contradictions. And then the Godfish Guild of a Gossip Anchor directly opened the microphone scolding. The Painting Pavilion of a Gossip Anchor also launched a retaliation. The two people's scolding didn't last long, but this is also counted as the trigger for the two guilds to go to war. Lao San's live room was blocked for 3 days, and the Divine Fish Guild's anchor was blocked for 7 days. Listening to the results of the treatment that Lan Tianxiang said, Jiang Shao was happy. Well, this is a big contradiction. Just read the headlines for 2 days. Lan Tianxiang also laughed and said, "Boss, you charged another $30 million. The Raccoon platform dare not give face." Jiang Shao thought about it, counted the recharged funds and felt that the money was almost there. So he instructed, "You turn around and talk to the Raccoon live streaming platform people. The 10 cents headline gift is not enjoyable to brush. Tell them to come up with some large gifts." Success, boss. Just at this time, Jiang Zhao's phone rang, and after glancing at the phone, Jiang Shao immediately picked up the call. "Third uncle, why are you calling me?" The person on the side of the phone spoke with a hint of accent. His voice was very loud. Shao, it's almost the Mid-Yuan festival. Do you want to come back? If not, I'll help you pay tribute from my side." Chapter 74, Harry Little. "Third uncle, I'll go back. I've prepared everything." Mid-Yuan festival ancestor sacrifice, this kind of thing Jiang Shao naturally won't forget. Being reborn once and also got a system, Jiang Shao felt that he really had to thank his 8 generations of ancestors. For his own encounter, Jiang Shao felt that this was not his ancestral tomb smoking. This was his ancestral tomb blowing up. "That's good. Come back, Uncle San will make you a delicious meal." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao looked at Lan Tianxiang and asked, "Are all the things I told you to prepare ready?" Lan Tianxiang smiled and quickly said, "All ready, boss. The Yuanbao candles for memorial service, and all kinds of gifts are all ready." Nodding his head, Jiang Shao said, "Well, ask the company to give me a driver to go to Jinshan County with me tomorrow." Lan Tianxiang hurriedly answered. For the small mountain village where he came from, Jiang Shao was emotionally attached. When he was young, his parents died and he had no immediate family. It was the village folks who raised him. Before, Jiang Shao did not have the ability to only that. Now he has the ability to naturally want to return some of the villagers. If possible, Jiang Shao even do not mind to the village wild dog to get a preparation. Of course, how to help Jiang Shao heart is also a spectrum. To now Jiang Zhao's segment can only give him. He does not give, others cannot want. The next day, 2 land cruisers from Beijing State to the city of Iwatai subordinate Jinshan County. Jingzhou is only 80 kilometers away from Jinshan County, but just this 80 kilometers distance makes Jingzhou and Jinshan County look like 2 worlds altogether. Beijing State was already a first-tier city, while Jinshan County had only just removed the hat of a poverty-stricken county. 2 land cruisers entered Kings County. Jiang Shao felt a burst of desolation. The whole county is like just entering the 21st century. The county's highest building is a 10-story building. The good thing is that the road condition of Jinshan County is still relatively good. The car drove on the road. Jiang Shao rolled down the window and found that there is almost no change here, with their own year when they left here to go to college at the same time. Suddenly a scent drifted into the car. Jiang Shao looked at a stall by the roadside with a twinkle in his eye. "Stop the car." Dian Wei parked the car on the roadside. Jiang Shao got out of the car and walked towards the opposite side of the road. This was a street selling snacks. Jiang Shao used to occasionally come here to improve his meals when he was in high school. The most famous thing in Jinshan County is the smoked rabbit meat. All kinds of practices can be described as one of the best, and even a lot of outsiders will come here. After finding a stall, Jiang Shao went up and said, "Master, 5 rabbits, 2 spicy and 3 5-spice ones." Jinshan's special smoked rabbit meat Jiang Shao has not eaten for a long time. Just now this fragrance tickled his appetite. "Okay, Lu, do you want to cut it?" Listening to the voice of the speaker, Jiang Shao felt a bit familiar. After measuring a bit, Jiang Shao found that the owner of the smoked rabbit meat is a young man. Age in Jiang Shao similar to leave a plate-inch head. Skin a bit white. Wearing a mask cannot see the appearance. Master, can you take off the mask? I see you look a bit familiar. Jiang Shao asked tentatively. The boss selling smoked rabbit meat also froze for a moment. Just now he had been working with his head down and didn't get a good look at Jiang Shao. Raising his head to take a look, it was as if the stall owner had been casted in a fixation spell. Shao, brother Shao? Is that you, brother Shao? Shao Wei, when did you come out? On hearing this, the person called Shao Wei took off his mask and walked out with tears in his eyes. Jiang Shao also felt surprised. He didn't expect to see his hairdresser Chang Wei here. Just came out for a week. My sister helped me get a stall here. Can't even live after being in there for too long. Chang Wei smiled nervously, a look that made Jiang Shao almost unrecognizable. Jiang Shao clearly felt something was wrong. In his previous life, Chang Wei was only released at the end of the year, and after his release Chang Wei was taken under the wing of a big brother who was in real estate. The next few years is Chang Wei's highlight moment of the family once reached more than 1 billion. The original time and space Chang Wei in 18 years or so had an accident and ran abroad. How should not come to set up a stall to sell smoked rabbit meat? I'm still ready to go see you recently. You even came out early. Why didn't you tell me when you came out? Jiang Shao said with a bit of complaint. Chang Wei is his hair small. The two people are classmates in elementary school. Junior high school is also a class. The only difference is that Chang Wei did not graduate from junior high school and went to the boxing team of the physical fitness team. The bastard's own father used to be a boxer. Chang Wei small practiced boxing hands very good. 13 years old when his own father died, Chang Wei has become a wild horse, often outside the fight, and occasionally helps some big bosses to stand field. Don't look at Chang Wei's age is small, but the hand is particularly black. In the whole of Kings County are a little bit of fame. Less than 20 years of age of the group of punks are not afraid of him. 17 years old. Chang Wei's mother remarried. Stepfather often domestic violence his mother. In a stepfather drunk with a kitchen knife to cut Chang Wei's mother. The result was Chang Wei to kill back. This is in itself self-defense. Coupled with the fact that Chang Wei was young, there is no problem at all. However, the stepfather's family is not convinced. Turned out several cases of injury Chang Wei, and finally Chang Wei was sentenced to 7 years. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. Originally, Jiang Shao also intends to help Chang Wei operation. Who thought that this guy even released early? Say what? Just came out unlucky. You're a college student. Can't affect your future. Chang Wei laughed nervously, completely unable to see the previous appearance of the little bully. Old friends reunion is naturally very happy. Jiang Shao put his arm around Chang Wei's shoulder and said, other than that, with me to find a place to drink. Tomorrow is only the Mid-Yuan festival, so Jiang Shao is not in a hurry to go back to the village, although he said it was unlucky on his lips. In reality, Chang Wei was merely inferior and was naturally happy to see his old friend. Chang, I'll give my brother-in-law a call and ask him to come and watch the stall for me. After saying that, Chang Wei took out a Nokia 1110 cell phone and dialed the number. Waiting for Chang Wei's brother-in-law's time, Chang Wei moved out 2 plastic benches. Jiang Shao handed Chang Wei a cigarette and the two chatted. Brother Shao, all smoked Chinese. It's getting better. Looking at the Hua Zi in his hand, Chang Wei put it on his nose and smelled it. Jiang Shao smiled and said, in the future, if you want to smoke this cigarette, I'll supply you. How is Auntie's body? And how did you release early? This was the point that Jiang Shao was most puzzled by. Just as Chang Wei was about to speak, a noise came from the distance. Jiang Shao took a look. It turned out to be a fruit stand selling watermelons being lifted. That group of people can have 7 or 8 people. Look like not like what good people. Help Chang Wei light up cigarettes. Jiang Shao cheerfully asked, so horizontal. City management? Chang Wei said with a bitter smile, what city management? Now the network is so developed, city management is not as arrogant as before. Collect sanitation fees. Jiang Shao was stunned. Health fee? Soon Jiang Shao reacted. What health fee? This is a protection fee. Chapter 75 Tiger Falls in Pingyang. The group of health fee collectors had already come to Chang Wei's stall with a square step. The leader of a person's age is about 24 or 25 years old. Hair only a layer of stubble, still wearing a gold chain. Looking more than Chang Wei is like just put out of the people. Coming to Chang Wei's stall, the leading man took away 2 smoked rabbits without even greeting him. Brothers, extra meal for the night. After the leading man finished speaking, one of the juniors behind him took the 2 smoked rabbits, and after glancing at Chang Wei, the leading man said viciously, Shao Wei, didn't see me? Roll over. In Jiang Shao impression, General people if so talk to Chang Wei not out of 10 seconds should be lying on the ground. If Chang Wei point wine that person to get a few knives are possible. But the next scene made Jiang Xiao froze. Brother Tiger, I'm coming. I'm coming. Chang Wei ran over with a smile on his face. The man called Brother Tiger looked at Chang Wei with cold eyes and said, you just came over here. You know all the rules, right? Chang Wei smiled and said, I understand. I have prepared for Brother Tiger. After saying this, Chang Wei took out an envelope and handed it to Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger opened the envelope and nodded with satisfaction, patting Chang Wei's shoulder. You know what you're doing. If there's anything on this street in the future, give Brother Tiger a call. I'll cover you. Thank you, Brother Tiger. Thank you, Brother Tiger. Jiang Xiao looked shocked at the side. Is this the Chang Wei he knows? The previous Chang Wei had a very strong character and was extremely belligerent. Now how did he turn into a little sheep? Frozen Jiang Xiao did not notice that the cigarette in his hand burned out, almost did not burn his fingers. Hey! Jiang Xiao cursed and threw away the cigarette, and then took out another cigarette. This time Jiang Xiao were skeptical of their own this hair small is not also crossed, otherwise how would it become so egregious? Originally called the tiger is going to go, but saw Jiang Xiao threw aside the Chinese cigarettes after the tiger eyes bright. Taking 4 square steps, Tiger came to Jiang Xiao's side. Without even looking at Jiang Xiao, Tiger directly picked up Jiang Xiao's box of just opened Huazi. Nice cigarettes. I'll take it. After saying that, Tiger was going to put the box of cigarettes into his pocket. Jiang Xiao looked at Brother Tiger with cold eyes and said faintly, put it down. Tiger, who had already turned around, was obviously stunned and turned his head to ask, are you talking to me? Jiang Xiao stood up and changed his expression. The hidden aura that Tiger could not help but take a step back, seemed to feel a bit humiliated. Tiger boldly and viciously said, do you know who I am? Looking for death aren't you? This side Jiang Xiao already did not want to bullshit. He was already ready to smack people with his big mouth. At this time, Chang Wei quickly stopped in front of Jiang Xiao and said, Tiger, my friend, don't know anything. This cigarette you take to smoke. This money you take. Buy 2 more boxes. Buy 2 more boxes. After saying that, Chang Wei stuffed $200 into Tiger's pocket. There is a step after the Tiger brother also know to see the good. The key in front of the Jiang Xiao he a little bit cannot hold. That momentum is too scary. Then his big brother's big brother is still scary. Jiang Xiao has been a little speechless. Looking at the faces still full of smiles Chang Wei sent away Tiger. Jiang Xiao asked, you this? Seems to understand what Jiang Xiao means. Chang Wei smiled bitterly. Brother Xiao, they are all the gangsters of this street. They are Zhao Laosher's people. Zhao Laosher is now the best big brother in Jinshan. Can't afford to mess with him. Messing with him I won't be able to do this business. The Chang Wei in front of him seemed to have smoothed out his edges, but Jiang Xiao knew that this dude was not such a character at all. Nodding his head, Jiang Xiao didn't say anything and didn't even tell Dian Wei, who was following in the shadows, to do something. Just like what Chang Wei said, beating up that tiger wasn't a difficult task. But later that? Although this kind of thing is not a big deal for Jiang Xiao, but for Chang Wei it is a big deal. He had just been released from prison and was having a hard time making a living himself, and it wasn't easy to run a small business. Sighing, Jiang Xiao secretly remembered the man called Tiger and called Manhwa to come over to clean him up. Patting Chang Wei's shoulder, Jiang Xiao didn't say anything. Soon Chang Wei's brother-in-law came. Is a 30-something years old man? Looks very loyal. Heard that Jiang Xiao is Chang Wei's friend to Chang Wei also took $300 called Chang Wei to treat. Chang Wei brought Jiang Xiao to a barbecue restaurant. Jinshan near the mountain. Barbecue restaurant has a lot of specialties. Grilled mushrooms is a masterpiece. After ordering some barbecue and a case of beer, the two chatted. After some chatting, Jiang Xiao knows why Chang Wei will be released early. To say that Chang Wei early release is really with Jiang Xiao a little relationship. Before Jiang Xiao hit the Shangguan Wenbin after Kai Muqing cleaned up a group of rich merchants in Hanong. One of the rich merchants confessed to a prisoner with the same number of Chang Wei. The prisoner was going to be released, this time to step on the sewing machine for another 10 years. A moment of thought that the prisoner committed suicide. The results were Chang Wei to save. In this way, Chang Wei was released half a year ahead of schedule because of his significant performance, normally not so fast. Don't worry about it. And through the chat Jiang Xiao also suddenly remembered. As if by Kai Muqing sent in a rich businessman is the former life of Chang Wei's big brother. From a certain point of view, it was Jiang Xiao who kicked Chang Wei's road to riches to death. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiao poured Chang Wei a glass of wine and said, remember what we said when we first started middle school? Chang Wei smiled. Lit a cigarette. Go rich, do not forget each other? Brother Xiao, so many years you often go to see me. This sentiment brother remember. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, then I really have something to ask you. Hearing Jiang Xiao say this, Chang Wei was happy. You said brother Xiao, for the sake of life I can endure. If someone bullies you, it's definitely not okay. Waving his hand, Jiang Shao said, I've been doing business recently. I'm short of manpower. Come and help me? This sentence made Chang Wei freeze. Aren't you in school? How? I can't say it in a few words. Just like you said, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Shao Wei, you are a wolf. Don't live like a dog. Wolves have to eat meat. Jiang Zhao's words deeply stimulated Chang Wei. Since childhood he is the king of children. In addition to Jiang Shao, there is no Chang Wei served people. Even into the prison no one dares to bully him. To be honest, there has been a fire inside Chang Wei during this period of time. Looking at Chang Wei's expression, Jiang Shao patted his shoulder. Come over and help me. If there's a bite of food for me, there's a bite for you. After thinking about it, Chang Wei said, Brother Shao, I don't know anything. Can. Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, he felt his shoulder being tapped. Brother, seeing you again. Yo ho, rich or Chinese cigarettes. I take away ow. By the way, turn around and you'll buy me the bill for my table. Jiang Shao turned around and realized that the person who tapped his shoulder was actually that tiger. Seeing Tiger's hand going to take the cigarettes on the table, Jiang Shao heard a ding before he could say anything. Chapter 76, A Wolf is Always a Wolf. Tiger felt that he lost face today. Face is the most important thing when you come out to hang out, and he was actually intimidated by Jiang Shao. This made Brother Tiger very upset. Even he felt that the eyes of his several little brothers looking at him were not right. Coincidentally, when Tiger brought these juniors out for dinner, he saw Jiang Shao and Chang Wei again, which made Tiger interested in getting his face back. So there was a scene where Tiger asked for cigarettes again. Who knows that his hand has not yet touched the box of Chinese cigarettes Chang Wei hands. Holding an iron stick in his hand, Chang Wei directly stuck on the wooden table, only 1 centimeter away from Tiger's palm. Tiger saw Chang Wei's action after a clear stun, then shouted angrily, Chang Wei, you looking for death? As soon as Chang Wei pulled out the iron stick, he said with cold eyes, Lu Hu Fu, try stretching your paw again? The first time, Chang Wei could give face. He had a life to live. But the second time Chang Wei couldn't help it. Jiang Zhao's words stimulated him. Chang Wei grew up as a wolf, a meat eater. Tiger obviously didn't believe that Chang Wei could change that much. In his eyes Chang Wei was a goon, a stinky seller of rabbit meat, and he obviously didn't believe that Chang Wei really dared to make a move. I'll take it, and still, ow. The disbelieving Tiger reached his hand over again. Chang Wei didn't have the slightest intention of spoiling the sick, and directly nailed Tiger's palm to the table with an iron sign. Jiang Shao was at the side with eyes full of appreciation. This is the right thing. When the wolf can still let a husky to scare Chang Wei with a shotgun to help those big bosses fight when this tiger still do not know what to do that. Give me to hit him, give me to kill him. Tiger ought to eat naturally cannot come on their own. He brought 7 or 8 little brother has long been staring at this side. See Tiger suffered these people have rushed over. Rushed the fastest a yellow hair has not waited to rush to the table in front of Jiang Shao. A wooden chair on his body exploded. That yellow hair also flew out. Jiang Shao stood up and lit up a cigarette, shook his hand and asked, Little Wei, how many years has it been since we fought together? Chang Wei grinned at his words. It seems like the year you went to high school and got charged protection money. The two of us fought 13 of them. That time, the two of them, Jiang Shao and Chang Wei, could be described as crunching and killing indiscriminately. Jiang Shao was responsible for crunching and Chang Wei was responsible for killing indiscriminately. No unnecessary nonsense. Since childhood there is a tacit understanding of the two people directly rushed a group of people rushed over. Punks can only be punks. Not to mention with Jiang Shao this kind of human top physique then. But on Chang Wei such a killing god to deal with this group of people are more than enough. Jiang Shao hadn't even finished a cigarette. Tiger and a few of his minions were all lying on the ground. Tiger lying on the ground was obviously unconvinced. Still yelling and shouting, I'm fourth brother's man. Chang Wei, you're finished. You're finished. After the demon in his heart was released, Chang Wei didn't care about that at all. Walking up to Tiger, Chang Wei said in a cold voice, You probably don't know me. Back in the day, people on the road called me Little Bully. Fourth brother is Zhao Laoshi, right? You ask him, who broke the legs of his most capable brother Kong Liang. As soon as the words finished, Chang Wei directly stepped on Tiger's calf. Aside Jiang Shao did not even need to see to know that this bastard's leg broken. Clapping his hands, Chang Wei said, Tell your fourth brother that your leg's broken. Have any tricks to come at me? I'm barefoot, so ask him if he's willing to touch me. Jiang Shao needs to admit that Chang Wei is really suitable for eating this bowl of rice in the Jianghu, but it is a pity that the birth is too late. If Chang Wei can be born 10 years earlier and then meet the nobleman, future is unlimited. Taking out his money clip, Jiang Shao pulled out $1,000 and threw it on the barbecue restaurant's bar. Boss, I'm sorry, please call 120 for them. I'm a kind-hearted person. After saying that, Jiang Shao directly led Chang Wei out of the barbecue restaurant. After leaving the door, Chang Wei asked Jiang Shao for a cigarette. After lighting the cigarette, Chang Wei said, "Brother Shao, you go first. I'll take care of this matter." Jiang Shao could vaguely guess how Chang Wei wanted to solve it. Smiling, Jiang Shao said, "Just now there is a sentence you said is not right. Now we are the ones wearing shoes." Chang Wei didn't quite understand what Jiang Shao meant. Jiang Shao didn't explain much and directly waved his hand. Soon 2 land cruisers drove in front of the two. The moment Dian Wei got out of the car, Chang Wei felt his body's sweaty hairs explode. The man in front of him was too fierce. "Boss," Dian Wei said with a cold face. Jiang Shao nodded and then said, "Shao Wei, go to your house and pick up your aunt, big sister, and brother-in-law all together and come with me to the village for 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll pay homage to my ancestors. So after you're done with this and I'll go to meet this Zhao fourth brother." Chang Wei was recognizing the Land Cruiser in front of him. When he didn't go in, those Jianghu big brothers were especially fond of this car. "Brother Shao, are you really developed?" Chang Wei asked tentatively. Jiang Shao put his arm around Chang Wei's shoulders and said, "Go rich, do not forget each other." In his previous life, Chang Wei did. In the developed genuinely did not forget Jiang Shao. If not, Jiang Shao Goodface may have been living a rich life. But also because Jiang Shao Goodface did not accept Chang Wei too many benefits, he did not have an accident. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would have had to run away with Chang Wei in his previous life. Jiang Shao is not a little cute. The tiger ate such a big loss is very likely to retaliate. He and Chang Wei is not a matter of concern, but Chang Wei still has a family. Bringing people to Jiang Zhao's village will not be a big problem. At the very least, the gang will not be able to find there for a while. As for Tiger's behind-the-scenes boss, Zhao Laoshi, it truly wasn't a big problem for Jiang Shao, and it wasn't even necessary to find Detsy. Soon Jiang Shao and his group picked up Chang Wei's family. Chang Wei didn't explain much, just said that he had gotten into trouble, and Chang Wei's family followed Jiang Shao as if they had rehearsed it beforehand, without taking a few pieces of clothing. I think years ago, Chang Wei in the outside trouble, was seeking revenge to run away is commonplace, are used to it. On the other side, Tiger was sent to the hospital, and his big brother Wu Tian also rushed over. Looking at the henchmen whose palms were pierced and calves were fractured, Wu Tian asked with a black face, "Who did this?" Tiger's voice trembled as he said, "Big brother, it was Chang Wei who did it. Big brother, you have to give me revenge. I have reported the fourth brother's name he even hit. He also asked me to bring a message to the fourth brother." "Chang Wei? How is this name so familiar that?" "What did he say?" Tiger repeated Chang Wei's words. Wu Tian instantly remembered who this Chang Wei was. Back then, the little bully Chang Wei was indeed a bit famous. A child in his teens could whisk away a group of old geezers to fight. But times are different. In the past rely on ruthlessness, now rely on money. Wu Tian naturally will not be afraid of Chang Wei, commanded his men to go to Chang Wei's home to arrest the results of people empty. Looking at the face full of expectation of Tiger, Wu Tian said, "You first recuperate. Recently the fourth brother called me to collect fruit. No time to care about your business. I will help you out when I catch someone." After saying that, Wu Tian threw down $2,000 and left. The little brother's matter is a small matter. The big boss fourth brother's matter is a big matter. Chapter 77, A Poverty-Stricken Mountain Village. The two land cruisers left Jinshan County and drove along the national highway for less than 20 kilometers before turning into a country road. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Shao saw a lot of people selling fruits in stalls on both sides of the country road. Seeing these fruit sellers, Jiang Shao smiled, parked his car and came to a stall. Jiang Shao said loudly, "I'll take all of your fruits." The vendor at the stall was a small old man in his 50s, wearing a sweatshirt and a straw hat, holding homemade cigarettes. When Jiang Shao came, the little old man was chatting with an older woman next to him. As soon as he heard Jiang Shao say that he wanted to buy all the fruits, the little old man's eyes lit up. When he saw it was Jiang Shao, the little old man was happy. "Brat, tease your third uncle." The little old man is Jiang Zhao's third uncle. Of course not pro. In the village everyone's name is usually more affectionate. The third uncle's first name is Niu Bolchu. Is the village head of Yellow Peach Village? When Jiang Shao was admitted to the university, it was Niu's third uncle who put together money from one family to another to help Jiang Shao put together a portion of the tuition fee. "Uncle Niu, how are the peaches selling?" Jiang Shao finished picking up a yellow peach and directly took a bite. Yellow Peach Village's specialty yellow peaches got its name because of this, and it was said that the yellow peaches of Yellow Peach Village were still a tribute product back then. The entire Yellow Peach Village was mountainous, with very little arable land, and the entire village made a living by planting fruits. Uncle Nyo-san sighed, barred a mouthful of cigarettes and said, do not say this troublesome. You haven't eaten, right? I asked your third aunt to kill a big rooster, and we'll have a few drinks tonight. How do you come back? Luggage that, I call a tractor." Between words, Jiang Shao hands of a yellow peach has been into the stomach, the peach kernel casually thrown. Jiang Shao pointed to the roadside cruiser said, "Get on the 3 uncle." Seeing the 2 cruisers, Uncle Nyo-san was confused. The best car he's ever had in his life is a Jetta, and the car in front of him he's never seen before. If Jinshan County has just taken off the hat of the poor county, then Yellow Peach Village can be said to have just solved the problem of food and clothing. The whole village with a word to describe is poor, especially poor. This, Uncle Nyo-san couldn't even speak. "Don't do this. Get in the car." Third uncle. "By the way, do you recognize this person?" Jiang Shao pointed at Chang Wei. Uncle Nyo-san took a look and then thought for a while and said, "Chang Wei, isn't it Chang Wei?" Chang Wei on the side smiled and said, "Good day third uncle. All grown up so big. I'll ask your third aunt to go to the countryside to buy some more vegetables." Although the people of Huangtao village are poor, they are enthusiastic. Their own family members should be entertained, and even more so when they come to friends. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I brought a lot of food. Let's go home." Uncle Nyo-san still wanted to excuse himself for being dirty, but as a result, he was directly pushed into the car by Jiang Shao. All around the stalls are 10 miles of villagers. Looking at the 2 land cruisers' eyes are showing envy. We all know that the relatives of Nyo Lasan's family has made a fortune. The car down the country road after the road is difficult to say. This is also Jiang Shao did not open the Cayenne back to the reason. The road is too difficult to go. Most of Huangtao village is hilly and mountainous. The road is uneven. And only when he was almost into the village did he see a small piece of plain. This small plain was the only cultivated land in the village, planting rice. On both sides of the road there were some children in their 8s and 90s playing, and when they saw the land cruiser, these children all gathered around, running and playing behind the car. Soon the car stopped at the home of the Cow 3 uncle. The Cow 3 uncle's home is considered to be a better condition of the village of Yellow Peach. 3 large tiled houses in the entire village of Yellow Peach belongs to the mansion. Many of the houses in Huangtao village were built in the 1970s and 1980s, and there was no need to make special sets for period dramas. As soon as he got off the bus, Uncle Nyo-san started to blast those kids. "Go go go. Do not touch the bad. You know how expensive this car." A bunch of children just surrounded the car laughing. The village children skin very much. Jiang Shao happily got out of the car, took out a big bag of snacks from the trunk. Taking a bag of chips, Jiang Shao came to a little girl and asked, "Whose kid are you?" The little girl is also 8 or 9 years old appearance. Looks as pretty, is outside the wild day small face into a small flower cat. Looking at the potato chips in Jiang Zhao's hand, the little girl said in a small voice, "My mom is Ma Guihong, dad is Nyo Xiaoyu. My name is Nyo Tsue. Nyoma was the 2 major surnames in Huangtao village, and more than 80% of the entire village had these 2 surnames. Ma Guihong and Nyo Xiaoyu were 5 or 6 years older than Jiang Shao, and when they were young, they often took Jiang Shao down to the river to touch the fish. After handing the chips to the little girl and distributing other snacks to the children, the group of children happily dispersed. Don't say is 13 years. Even if it is Jiang Shao later life, there are a lot of village children when they are small can rarely eat snacks. After all, China is too big. The poor place is too much. Looking at those children, Jiang Zhao's heart is quite touching. This is the place where he was born and raised. He is in the city and still poor here. Jiang Shao always felt that he should do something. Uncle Nyo-san is very enthusiastic. Even if the family of Chang Wei all came to Uncle Nyo-san did not see the slightest impatience, and even the only sheep in the family to slaughter. Jiang Shao stopped Nyo-san Jun, signaling that he had brought a lot of ingredients in his car. Shao, eat some fruits. They are all grown in your own home. There are no pesticides. You chat with your third uncle. Third auntie is going to cook for you. Uncle Nyo-san's wife, Auntie Nyo-san, is also a very simple housewife. Her skin is a bit rough and she's about the same age as Uncle Nyo-san. Thank you Auntie Nyo. After Jiang Shao thanked her, Auntie Nyo-san went to the kitchen. After helping Uncle Nyo-san to light a cigarette, Uncle Nyo-san was the first one to say, "Your kid has made a fortune. Again big car and Chinese cigarettes." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I took 2 for you. Don't be shy to smoke." Uncle Nyo-san looked at Jiang Shao with a rather pleased look. He could feel that this nephew had really made a fortune. If you have good cigarettes you keep them for yourself. What Uncle San smokes is not smoking. After chatting casually with Uncle San, Jiang Shao said, "Uncle San, I came back this time with 2 things. The first thing is that I want to repair the cemetery in our village. And the second thing is to think of a way to get rich for the townspeople. Repairing the cemetery is something that Jiang Shao has always wanted to do. There is a hill in Yellow Peach village that is the graveyard of the deceased villagers. Jiang Zhao's parents, grandparents are all buried over there. As for what to get rich for Jiang Shao is not a difficult thing. He now has the money to invest in anything that is enough for the villagers to eat a full meal. In his previous life, Jiang Shao watched the name of the name when quite sympathetic to the QI director. This was raised by outsiders of love sometimes to be more difficult to return than the love of biological parents. As soon as Jiang Zhao's words were spoken, Uncle Nyo sighed. This matter of repairing the cemetery, our third uncle cannot stop you. You do this filial piety. Our village also followed the light. As for getting rich or something, forget it. Our village can grow some yellow peaches. Now even the yellow peaches this way of life are almost cut off. Chapter 78 Problems that can be solved with money are not called problems. Listening to Uncle Nyo-san's words, Jiang Shao frowned slightly. The yellow peaches of the Yellow Peach Village were very tasty and of excellent quality. Although it was said that the villagers sold them at a price that was not expensive, but it was enough for the village to support their families. Working in the winter and growing and selling fruits the rest of the time was the life of an ordinary villager for a year. The village's yellow peaches and other fruits are mainly sold in three ways. The first is the cannery in the county. High-quality yellow peaches and fruits made of canned fruits taste very good. The second is some fruit sellers to collect, and then sold to the major farmers markets and supermarkets. The third is in the roadside retail. Kings County, although poor, but the surrounding scenery is very good. These years the surrounding cities have developed economically. Driving tourists will buy some yellow peaches and a variety of specialty fruits to eat. The road is cut off? That is something that can kill the villagers. Jiang Shao wanted to hear what was going on. After relighting a cigarette for Uncle Nyo-san, Jiang Shao asked, "Who is it? So capable?" Uncle Nyo-san took a drag on his cigarette and drank a mouthful of tea. A boss named Wu Tian in the county town. 2 days ago Wu Tian said that in the future the yellow peaches and other fruits in the village can only be sold to him. There was a group of fruit vendors who didn't obey. The result was beaten. Now no one dares to come to collect the fruit. Jiang Shao was happy. This was to create a monopoly. Not only the Yellow Peach Village. The entire Jinshan County is mountainous and hilly with a lot of arable land, and a lot of people rely on growing fruits for a living. Jinshan County is also a big fruit county in Hanong. More than half of the county's agricultural population relies on fruits to eat. It's good to say so. At the very least the sales are not a worry. They give a low price? If it was just a monopoly there was actually not much of a problem. After all, the fruit thing was sold to anyone. But a lot of people will maliciously suppress the price after monopolization, which is not something that fruit farmers can afford. And in itself their profit level is already very low. Uncle Nyo-san smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, the price is low, okay? They simply do not want us to make money. If we sell according to their price, not to mention making money, we may have to lose money." As expected, Jiang Shao thought the same thing. This one called Wu Tian played dirty. Then don't beat him? When have we in Yellow Peach Village been afraid of fighting? Most of the villagers in Yellow Peach Village are either surnamed Ox or Horse. Although there is no ancestral hall, but this bloodline relationship makes the whole village extraordinarily united. Or else Jiang Shao wouldn't have been raised by 100 meals back then. It's useless to fight. The fruit vendors don't dare to come. The canneries in the county are all on good terms with that Wu Tian. With one word from him, we won't be able to sell our fruits without a fight. Times are changing, and so are these hooligans' tactics. If before, they would only play violent tactics, but now these people are starting to play business. Not accepting our stuff. Then just don't accept it. Hearing the other side play business war, Jiang Shao was not trapped. What is the essence of business war? Playing with money. Money was now a pile of numbers in front of Big Boss Jiang. Silly boy. If you don't charge us folks what to eat and drink, what to give to the kids to go to school. Uncle Nyo-san was happy. He thought Jiang Shao was talking angry. I'll just buy it. Third uncle, how much fruit does our village need to sell now? Forget it. I won't ask. How much is the same? This way. Third uncle, you tonight you go and inform down. I'll buy all the yellow peaches and all kinds of fruits in the village this year. With one sentence, Uncle Nyo-san froze. Don't be ridiculous. Our village has planted more than 2,000 acres of fruits, and 1,500 acres of yellow peaches. You've wrapped it all up and eaten it yourself. Crazy? Probably because the village has a mountain spring plus soil and water. The quality of yellow peaches in Yellow Peach Village tastes very good, and the yield can reach 1,000 pounds per acre. But this is not a small amount. An acre of 1,000 pounds of yellow peaches. 500 acres is 1.5 million pounds of yellow peaches. A total of 750 tons. Yellow Peach Village in previous years to sell peaches a caddy in 280 cents or so. According to this price, the entire Yellow Peach Village each year, not counting other fruits alone, is the yellow peach has more than $4 million in income. More than 4 million look up a lot, but a per capita calculation is not so much. The entire Yellow Peach Village, more than 300 fruit farmers, more than $4 million to take out the cost of the remaining money is really not much. And that called Wu Tian per caddy of yellow peaches only give 2.5 price. According to this price to sell not lose money is almost. This you do not have to care. 3 Uncle. This year's yellow peach I according to $3 a caddy to collect. I'll collect as much as there is. In cash. In an instant. Uncle Nyo-san won't play. That's called more than $4 million. Uncle Nyo-san has lived for more than 50 years. He doesn't know what concept is more than 4 million. You kid. Drunk without drinking? No. Xiao. Uncle can see that you have developed. Have money to save up to marry a daughter-in-law in the future to give your Zhang family a branch. People in our village can't scourge their offspring. People and people are different. Some people see you developed hate to suck all your blood. Some people are afraid to give you trouble. Undoubtedly Jiang Shao is lucky. Although the people of Huangtao village are poor, they have backbone and principles. Seeing that Nyo Sanjun didn't agree, Jiang Shao wasn't in a hurry and just said, in that case, I'll make a phone call for you to see if it's okay. Looking at Nyo Sanjun's skeptical appearance, Jiang Shao directly took out his cell phone. This kind of thing didn't even need to call Detsy. Song Chang would be able to solve it clearly for Jiang Shao. Hey, brother Chang. Jiang Shao directly called Song Chang. Song Chang on the other side of the phone said with a big smile when he heard it was Jiang Shao, brother, what are you busy with? Come out for a drink tonight. I've recently found a nightclub where the chicks are especially pretty. Let's not talk about the drinking first. There's one thing that brother Chang, you have to help. Hearing Jiang Shao ask for help, Song Chang quickly said, you said, brother, your matter is my matter. I have more than 700 tons of yellow peaches in my hands right now. Jinshan yellow peaches. Have you heard of it? Brother Chang. Song Chang on the other side of the phone was confused. How much is more than 700 tons of yellow peaches worth? It wasn't like it was over 700 tons of gold. After thinking about it, Song Chang tentatively asked, I know about Jinshan yellow peaches. I've eaten them a few times and they taste very good. Brother, are you asking me to find a sales outlet? That's pretty much the idea. There might be some other fruits to follow. Brother Chang, do you have a way? Ha ha ha, I thought it was something big. No, brother, how much can that thing be worth? You want to find a project? Brother, I have it here. Song Chang dreamed of finding Jiang Shao to invest in himself, but the projects he had in his hands were relatively small and Jiang Shao wasn't very willing to do them. Then there is a way. Song Chang had been in business for so many years. His connections were naturally enough. Hearing Jiang Shao ask this, Song Chang said, another 700 tons is no problem. You so brother. I give Taozi a call. Taozi's daughter-in-law has a farmer's market at home and can consume some of it. I also have a few friends from the food factory. More than 700 tons is a small problem. That's good. That's it. Jiang Shao phone is on speakerphone. As soon as he hangs up the phone on the side of the cattle, 3 uncle will not speak. Now you believe it. 3rd uncle. You guys sell me the yellow peaches. I can still make a profit that. Just as I have cash in my car. I'll sign a contract with the village tomorrow after the ancestor worship. And I'll manage the sales of yellow peaches in the village from now on. Some things are a big deal for a fruit farmer like Uncle Nyo-san. But for people with connections and resources it's no big deal at all. If it wasn't for saving the emergency and not saving the poor, it wouldn't matter if Jiang Shao gave money directly. Chapter 79 Grievance. Acquiring the village's yellow peaches was to help the village's villagers, but at the same time Jiang Shao was also helping himself. If he hadn't gone home to pay homage to his ancestors, if he hadn't heard Uncle Nyo-san's complaints, Jiang Shao wouldn't have suddenly flashed this inspiration. In Jiang Zhao's business map the weight of the short video platform is very heavy. And in the short video platform to help farmers is a very good plus point. There is no need to calculate the economic account. The reputation of helping farmers is enough to give Jiang Shao a golden body. With the Yellow Peach Village as a base, to create a future short video platform to help farmers model village. The benefits are simply not too much. It could improve the living conditions of the villagers, reap the reputation, and also enchant the golden body. This kind of positive energy thing Jiang Shao is a little cutie if he doesn't do it. Jiang Shao is very clear that the future more than 10 years of poverty alleviation to help farmers is the general direction. Follow the general direction will not be wrong. Jiang Shao is not short of money. He is short of social status. Now his position in Beijing state is frankly a fox and tiger out of the foundation is not stable. Always do not let a person rest assured of things. Yellow Peach Village of Yellow Peach is a good entry point. Simply sell Yellow Peach also cannot. Jiang Shao Heart already has a plan, such as boutique fruits, net red fruit, dried fruit or something. With the ideas of the later life, plus Jiang Shao has a flow engine in the future. It's hard not to take off. That night, the whole Yellow Peach village exploded. The child who ate 100 meals that year came back to repay the favor. Although each caddy of yellow peaches is only 20 cents more, but this is already much better. Some people even heard that in the future, the wild dogs in the village will be able to mix with the establishment. That night, Jiang Shao was drunk by the enthusiastic villagers, the unconscious kind. The next day Jiang Shao came to the mountain to offer ancestor worship, and the entire Yellow Peach Village household sent out representatives to help. Now Jiang Shao is not the child who couldn't eat before. This is the god of fortune of the Yellow Peach Village. A good luck charm. In front of his parents' graves, Jiang Shao knelt on both knees and burned a lot of yuanbao candles, reliving a life Jiang Shao to live well. After a busy morning, Jiang Shao and Niu Sanjun said something about repairing the cemetery, and before the people could go down the mountain, a half-grown child dragging a snotty nose ran to the mountain. Third grandpa, the bad guys who robbed our yellow peaches are here again. They've brought a lot of people with them, and they've got knives, and those knives are old and long. Uncle Neo San's face darkened when he heard this, the same as Chang Wei. In order to live, these simple villagers can endure, but if you break their way of wealth cannot, that is to play with life. Asterisk countered him. I will go to see. Jiang Shao also happy. Play business war 800 Yellow Peach Village is not that called Wu Tian's opponent, but you have to say fight. Jiang Shao think he can watch the show. Chang Wei came to Jiang Shao said, I will also do it in a while. 3 Uncle, they are all villagers. Do not suffer. I've heard of Wu Tian, an old geezer. That Zhao fourth brother values him a lot. Listening to Chang Wei's words, Jiang Shao laughed out loud and said, haven't seen the Yellow Peach Village people fight, have you? I'll let you see it today. Looking at Chang Wei's puzzled face, Jiang Shao added, the people of this place are simple, and are dedicated to goodness. The villagers who went up the mountain with Jiang Shao dispersed quite a lot. The villagers helped the ancestor festival. Jiang Shao is to set up a flowing banquet. At the moment most people have gone down the mountain waiting for the opening of the banquet. Followed in the cattle 3 Uncle beside more than 10 people. Everyone from the mountain down straight to the village committee. Rushed to the village committee when Jiang Shao saw in front of the village committee parked a Mercedes-Benz. There are 7 or 8 sets of van. There were 40 to 50 people gathered around the caravan. All of them were young and strong people in their 20s and 30s. These people gathered together in groups of 3 to 5. Some people also carry a machete in their hands. It does not look like a good person. There were also a lot of villagers surrounding them, looking at these people with angry expressions. Uncle Neo San, who was wearing a sweatshirt, was in his 50s, but his legs were fast. Walking to the Mercedes-Benz, Uncle Neo San saw Wu Tian. Boss Wu, what do you mean by this? Uncle Neo San opened his mouth and asked. At this time, Jiang Shao also saw the man called Wu Tian. In his 40s, his appearance was gentle, not at all like someone who had been in the jungle. Hearing Uncle Neo San asked, Wu Tian smiled and said, Neo old brother, what do you mean come to collect peaches before not said well, after the Yellow Peach Village's peaches we wrapped, not for sale, the price you give is bullying, we don't sell. Uncle Neo San said firmly. Last night he saw the deposit that Jiang Shao brought. Jiang Shao had the habit of leaving cash in his car. Originally Jiang Shao had prepared $500,000. He was going to give red packets to some widows and orphans in the village, and repair the ancestral graves in the meantime. Catching up with the matter of collecting yellow peaches, Jiang Shao directly took out more than 300,000 as a deposit. Uncle Neo San's words were obviously out of Wu Tian's expectation. With a cold snort, Wu Tian said, if you don't sell, who will I sell? If you don't sell me, no one in the whole Jinshan will dare to buy your peaches. Do you want the peaches to rot on the tree? Just after Wu Tian finished his words, Jiang Shao slowly stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wu. I'll take the peaches from the village. You are in big business, so don't make it difficult for these common people in Yellow Peach Village. With cold eyes, Wu Tian glanced at Jiang Shao and asked, what are you, talking to me like that? Hearing Wu Tian's words, Jiang Shao laughed, taking out a cigarette. Jiang Shao said to Chang Wei beside him, this person is really rude. Chang Wei also laughed. He had a wood knife behind his back. He had just come back when he secretly took it. By this time Chang Wei was already thinking about where to lay the knife towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was just about to say something else. This time one of the juniors beside him suddenly said something beside Wu Tian's ear. Wu Tian frowned and looked at Jiang Shao and then Chang Wei. Taking 2 steps forward, Wu Tian asked, you are Chang Wei. Were you the one who broke Tiger's legs yesterday? Chang Wei knew that Tiger's behind-the-scenes boss was Zhao Laosher, but he really didn't know that Wu Tian was Tiger's big brother. Although younger than Wu Tian, Chang Wei's aura was not at all inferior to Wu Tian's. With cold eyes, Chang Wei said, I hit it. What's wrong? Wu Tian laughed at Chang Wei's words. It's really a narrow road. Yesterday I went to find you and let you run away. Today you have no place to run, right? Uncle Neo San, who was on the side, looked at Wu Tian's unkind appearance and sneaked out of the crowd and ran to the village committee. Wu Tian didn't notice Uncle Neo San but rushed to Jiang Shao and said, you collected the yellow peaches. It seems you are very rich. This way 2 things to talk together. The first, your hands of yellow peaches I want. Only give you $2 a caddy. The second thing, Chang Wei hit Tiger. You have to pay $1 million in medical expenses. $1 less you can't get out of here. After a pause, Wu Tian added, I said so. Jiangshao are happy, in their own birth village to beat themselves. This joke is big. Yellow Peach Village people poor but really did not wimp out. Just when Jiangshao was about to speak, a piercing sound, the village with the current murmur of the loudspeaker rang. Attention villagers! Attention villagers! I'm Niu Laosan. A group of bandits are now coming to the village to rob the peaches, so please have every household gather at the village committee. It's everyone's responsibility to protect their own peaches. It's everyone's responsibility to protect their own peaches. All hurry up. Chapter 80, Investing in a Factory. Uncle Nyo-san was worthy of being a village chief. This little old man knew how to fight. One sentence not only characterized Wu Tian's group as bandits, but also tied the interests of the entire village together. The sudden loudspeaker startled Wu Tian. Before Wu Tian could say anything else, something that shocked him happened. Only to see the distant dust-rushing sky. Ran to the rolling long dragon. A close look at the rolling dragon are running villagers. The first to come is in the village threshing floor ready to wait for the opening of the villagers. Most of these people were women, old people and children, but almost all of them had a plastic chair. This was followed by the sound of tractors and motorcycles. There were basically no private cars in Yellow Peach Village, but there were quite a few motorcycles and tractors. Tractor after tractor was parked in front of the village committee, and on the tractors were all the village's young and strong. Some of these young and strong people had bronze-colored skin, and they were not fat, but their regular farm work made them extraordinarily strong. This group of people are holding weapons in their hands. Shovels, forks, sickles, guillotine knives. There are also some people holding more than 2 meters long red tasseled spears. Looking at the more and more people gathered, Wu Tian was confused. Fixing his mind, Wu Tian shouted, Martyr, do you know who I am? My elder brother is Zhao Si of Jinshan. Do you want to die? Wu Tian did not shout okay. This shouting completely provoked the villagers of the ferocious gas. A middle-aged man in his 40s heard Wu Tian shouting, and cursed, dare to run into the Yellow Peach Village. Get you killed. After saying that, the middle-aged man directly took out an old shotgun from the motorcycle he rode, and fired a shot at the sky. General villagers will be afraid when they hear the sound of gunfire. But the people of Yellow Peach Village are different. The bigger the scene, the more excited they are. Accurately speaking, the people of Yellow Peach Village are mountain people. More than 20 years ago, almost every household here has a shotgun. And then the law and order is good. A lot of guns are collected up, but there are still a lot of people who have shotguns in their homes, just no one to check it. Good job Ma. Hey Dan, take the gun and blast him. Son, if he dares to go on the rampage, blow him up. I'll take the blame if anything happens to your father. Come on, dare to cut off our way of life. I'll kill you. Wu Tian went numb. He knew that he seemed to have kicked the iron plate this time. He had brought just 40 to 50 people, while the villagers of Yellow Peach Village had already gathered more than 100 people, and many more were on their way. Just at this time 2 old grandfathers with half of their teeth gone and aged in their 70s rushed over carrying an object wrapped in black cloth. Make way for the 4th grandpa and 5th grandpa. Paddling a bit, the villagers flashed a path. The 2 old grandpas panted and put the thing they were carrying on the ground. As soon as they lifted the black cloth, not to mention Wu Tian, even Jiang Shao was confused. It was a clay cannon. Who dares to come to our Yellow Peach Village to spread wildness? I will blow you up with a cannon. Wu Tian brought a group of people have been completely numbclaws. They have fought and chopped people but really have not seen this position. And is a gun and cannon. This is to start a war? At this time the cow 3 uncle backhand, with a square step came over. This is a small scene in the opinion of Uncle Nyo-san. That is, the times are good. 20 years ahead of the Yellow Peach Village mortar barrel semi-automatic rifles can be taken out. Looked at the face of Wu Tian. Cattle 3 uncle shouted, hurry up and get out. Other places we cannot control. If you dare to come to Yellow Peach Village, I'll kill you. See that mountain? I'll bury it for you as fertilizer to raise peaches. Get lost. Wu Tian stretched out his finger and pointed at Uncle Nyo-san and said, good, good. You guys are good. This is not over. Before Wu Tian could finish his words, Ma Haiden, who was holding a shotgun, fired a shot at his feet. What are you doing? Wu Tian took 2 steps back in fear. Ma Black Egg went forward 2 steps and put the shotgun on Wu Tian's head and said fiercely, try pointing at my 3rd uncle again and I'll kill you. Wu Tian was abashed. This situation really killed him is not good to reason. The whole Yellow Peach Village people have gathered more and more. Really accident who cannot protect him. Tail. Wu Tian ran away. Looking at the distant Wu Tian Yellow Peach Village villagers broke out a cheer, as if a big victory. Chang Wei was dumbfounded. He used to be known for his ability to fight, but if he really encountered this situation in Yellow Peach Village, he would have to be confused. Who would dare to fight with such a group of villagers? Looking at Chang Wei, Jiang Shao cheerfully said, I've told you. Our people are simple and kind-hearted. Listening to Jiang Zhao's words, Chang Wei gave a thumbs up. True to goodness. Let's go. Drink. In the threshing floor, Jiang Zhao set up a flowing banquet of hundreds of tables, and the cooking team alone had invited 3 groups. After saying some words of thanks, Jiang Zhao sat at a table with several elders from the village. Third uncle, several uncles and uncles. You guys help me entertain the villagers. I'll go to the county after I finish this cup of wine. The village can't rely on selling peaches alone if it wants to be rich. That won't earn a few dollars. Uncle Nyo-san took a sip of the Woolianya liquid that Jiang Zhao bought and said with misty eyes, Xiao Xiao. Other things Uncle San doesn't understand. Do whatever you want. The village supports you unconditionally. You are a college student. Your brain is alive. Let go and do it. Don't worry. Whoever in the village dares to cheat on this, I'll clean them up. After saying a few words, Jiang Zhao asked Dian Wei to drive a car to take himself and Chang Wei to Jinshan County. Wanting to be rich simply selling peaches definitely wouldn't work. A caddy of peaches would only cost $4 or $5 even if it reached the end of sale retail, but it would be different if it was processed into an industrial product. Jiang Zhao to do is to invest in Jinshan County to build factories. Jinshan County. This place is too poor. There has been no investor willing to come, but Jiang Zhao think this place is good. Surrounded by beautiful scenery that could develop the tourism industry, and with the reputation of being the hometown of fruits, the resources were not fully utilized. Jiang Zhao gave Sun Bingbing a phone call. It just so happens that she has a classmate in the Investment Promotion Bureau of Jinshan County. Jiang Zhao can go directly to find Sun Bingbing's classmate to talk about this matter. The car re-entered Jinshan County. Chang Wei gave the directions to Dian Wei and soon arrived at the county government. Looking at the county government's compound, Jiang Zhao felt that Kings County's team was quite a practical person. All the way to Jiang Zhao found the entire Kings County best building is 2 middle schools, while the government compound is still the late 80s building. Only in recent years to do a little renovation of the facade only. After registering at the doorman, Jiang Zhao brought Chang Wei to the office of the Investment Promotion Bureau, knocked on the door and a female voice came from inside. Enter. Jiang Zhao entered the door and found a woman wearing black framed glasses in the office. Sisters, see you guys. I'm Bingbing's friend, Jiang Zhao. The woman in front of her was called Su Xin, a classmate of Sun Bingbing, aged in her early 30s, a deputy director of the County Investment Promotion Bureau. Hearing Jiang Zhao speak, Su Xin raised her head, stood up and said with a smiling face, Hello, it's little Jiang, right? Bingbing said that you have some things to talk to me about. Have a seat. With a slight handshake, Su Xin smelled a smell of alcohol. Subconsciously this deputy director frowned. Chapter 81 First invested 1 billion. Su Xin shocked. Su Xin is a very strict person. Otherwise she would not have become the youngest deputy director of the entire Jinshan County. The director of the Investment Promotion Bureau is about to retire. Su Xin's call has been very big. Sun Bingbing called her. She thought it was Sun Bingbing's friend wanted to come to Kings County to do business. Let her take care of 1 or 2. This kind of thing for Su Xin is nothing. After all, also belongs to the Kings County income generation. But Jiang Zhao drinking wine came to make Su Xin's first impression of it is very bad. And Jiang Zhao is too young. In the heart Su Xin gave Jiang Zhao a frivolous label. Su Xin did a good job of managing her expression. This kind of person usually has multiple faces, and the slight frown was just a flash. But that hint of dissatisfaction was still captured by Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao naturally understood where Su Xin's dissatisfaction lay, but he really didn't care about that. Su Xin said that she was a deputy director, but in reality, she was only at the deputy section level, a level that was scary for ordinary people but was really nothing for a $10 billion tycoon. What's more, Jiang Zhao is here to send her rich and powerful. Jiang Zhao knew in his heart that when dealing with these people he must firmly grasp the initiative, otherwise there would be a lot of trouble to follow. Su Xin was still in the same smiling manner. After giving up her seat, Su Xin took out 2 cups and poured 2 cups of boiling water, and at the same time said apologetically, I'm sorry, little Jiang. There is nothing that can entertain you. Jiang Zhao smiled and signaled that it was no matter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Xin took the lead and said, Little Jiang, what kind of business are you planning to do in Jinshan County? What are the difficulties despite tell me? Big favor Su can't help. Some small things are still no problem. Listening to Su Xin's words, Jiang Zhao happy. The subtext of this is that you weigh the opening. Do not say what excessive requirements. Whether it's a big or small matter is still not Su Xin's call. Looking at Su Xin's appearance, Jiang Zhao directly opened the door to enlarge the trick. Sister Su, Jinshan County has a lot of high-quality resources, such as fruits, freshwater fisheries, and landscapes. I'm more attracted to Jinshan County's fruit industry, and would like to invest in a food factory in the county. Su Xin nodded. although Jiang Shao looked a bit unreliable. His vision was still quite good. The three things he said were considered the pillar industries of Jinshan County. The food factory is very good, and the fruits in Kings County are of high quality. But the fruit farmers are simply selling the fruits. The added production value is not high. When the food factory is run well, the earnings are also considerable, and the county has policies to support this aspect. Su Xian's business ability is not to say. Heard Jiang Shao want to invest in building a factory also put away some prejudice. After all, a food factory small-scale investment has to be a few million. The mosquito is also meat. Su Xian thinks that the amount of investment of Jiang Shao is also a few million model. Or even not even a small workshop is to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars. Since the county has support it's good. I want to invest 1 billion in Jinshan County for the development of the fruit industry in Jinshan County. If it's possible in the future this food factory I intend to develop into the largest food processing center in Handong. 1 billion. Jiang Shao said lightly. This 1 billion will not be a one-time investment in nature. But 1 billion investment in a food factory is also Jiang Shao. This kind of money is blowing and the wind talent will do so. The food industry is extremely voluminous. Especially if Jiang Shao wants to enter the industry with fruit food. It is a voluminous industry that can no longer be voluminous. Su Xian nodded and said, well, just don't invest too much money is a good thing. 1 billion yet. Wait, how much did you say you invested? For a time Su Xian did not react. Investment of 1 billion, this is a joke? The past 3 years of foreign investment in Jinshan County is 9 billion. Jiang Shao a person to invest 1 billion? For a moment Su Xian was a little unhappy. He felt that Jiang Shao was teasing himself. Jiang Shao was very calm. Asked, 1 billion? A lot of it? Su Xian said with forced anger. Little Jiang this joke is not funny. If it is not that this person is Sun Bingbing's friend, Su Xian would like to throw people out. There are 10 billion to go to Beijing state investment is not good? Can't you go to Linchang Tulvzo? This amount of investment to go where can become a guest of honor, but also to come to Jinshan County this dog do not come to the place? Looking at Su Xian's angry look, Jiang Shao asked, Sister Su thinks I can't afford to invest? Su Xian looked at Jiang Zhao's appearance as if he wasn't joking, but she still didn't believe it. Seeing that Su Xian didn't say anything, Jiang Shao laughed again, taking out his cell phone and flipping out his balance. Jiang Shao said, mouth says nothing. Sister Su obviously can't trust my strength. Ha! Su Xian didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. This kind of pie in the sky thing, Su Xian didn't believe in it. Turning his cell phone around, Jiang Shao signaled Su Xian to look at his balance. Sister Su, I have a lot of idle funds. I just don't know if Kings County can take it. When Su Xian saw the large pile of zeros after Jiang Zhao's balance, her eyes flashed through a variety of emotions. There was shock, surprise, and skepticism. Just this I play has already killed too many actresses who relied on white porridge to get out of the circle. After 30 seconds of silence, Su Xian came back to her senses and said, oops, Xiao Jiang, your water is cold. Sister Su went to get you some hot water. After saying that, Su Xian took the kettle and left the office. Looking at Su Xian who left, Chang Wei who had been silent asked, Brother Xiao, what is she? Jiang Shao took out a cigarette and lit it before saying, going to inquire about the situation. Xiao Wei, you remember, these people are not see the rabbit do not spread eagle lord. Dealing with them must hold the initiative. Money can be invested anywhere. Don't throw money out like a grandson, so they will eat you to death. Chang Wei nodded his head. On the other side, Su Xian where to get hot water. She ran to the bathroom, locked the door and dialed Sun Bingbing's phone number. Bing Bing, that friend of yours is a 10 billionaire? Su Xian lowered her voice and asked. The series of zeros dazzled her. Xin, why are you asking this? I'll just give you a piece of advice. Entertain my friend, and at the end of this year, I guess I'll have to call you Director Su. Sun Bingbing just kindly reminded Su Xian. Hanging up the phone, Su Xian's hands trembled. Not just her hands, her entire body began to tremble. With her legs turned on like a turbocharger, Su Xian ran to the prefect's office. As soon as he entered the office, Jin Dapeng, the governor of Jinshan County, was in the process of correcting the documents, and as soon as he saw Su Xian's fidgety appearance, Jin Dapeng smiled and said, Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? You're so fidgety. Su Xian asked while rummaging through the box. Uncle Jin, your can of tea that. It's what your old comrade in arms sent you. Jin Dapeng held up his glasses and said, it's all been said. Call your position at work. It's a bad influence to be heard by other comrades. Su Xian's voice violently raised 8 degrees. Said, Uncle Jin, come to the god of fortune. To invest 10 billion to build a factory. 10 billion. Jin Dapeng dangled for 3 seconds. Then asked, how much? 1 billion. Not 100,000. Not 1 million. Not 10 million. It's 1 billion. The last sentence Su Xin almost didn't break her voice. Righteous fathers, come to add more activities. Look at the bottom to talk about it. Chapter 82 10,000 acres of land. Jean Dapeng this year has been more than 50 years old. In the career Jean Dapeng basically has been almost to the end of the city's leadership and Jean Dapeng has spoken. Next year Jean Dapeng basically will be retired to the second line. For the future Jean Dapeng did not have the luxury of too much what? He belongs to the traditional Confucianism influenced by the readers, talking about a cultivation of the family and rule the country. Ruling the country he is not so big stage, but he would like to put King's County development. Jinshan County is too poor. Jean Dapeng has been in Jinshan County since the beginning of politics. It can be said that all positions in Jinshan County have his footprints. Jean Dapeng has seen a family in Jinshan County, for children wearing a pair of pants seen, but also seen some good results of the children because they cannot afford the tuition fees to go out to work. These are like a brand carved in the heart of Jean Dapeng. 30 years of political career. Jinshan County took off the hat of poor counties, but this is not enough. Jean Dapeng knows that there are still many poor people in Jinshan County. 10 billion investment in Su Xian's mind is a huge amount of money. But in Jean Dapeng's heart this is the gas pedal of the development of Jinshan County. A billion investment projects can drive a lot of industry. And radiation down is the enhancement of the overall income of Jinshan County, which is a virtuous cycle. Why was no one willing to invest in Jinshan County before? Because of the invisible return. If there can be an investment benchmark then the future of Kings County is all of a sudden clear. People, where are the people? Quickly take me. Jean Dapeng took out a box of tea from his own drawer and his voice was already shaking a little as he spoke. Just like Su Xian said, this was really the god of wealth. Jiang Shao and Chang Wei were chatting in Su Xian's office when the door was violently pushed open. Which one is Mr. Jiang? Jean Dapeng asked with a smile on his face. Jiang Shao sized up Jean Dapeng. He was in his 50s, wearing a pair of thick glasses, and was as gentle as if he was a teacher. Su Xian stepped forward and said, Mr. Jiang, this is our Jin County Governor of Jinshan County. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao stood up and extended his hand and said, Hello, County Governor Jin. I am Jiang Shao. Jean Dapeng very enthusiastically went forward and shook Jiang Zhao's hand. It's true that you are young and talented. Mr. Jean, I thank you on behalf of the 1.5 million people of Jinshan County. This investment of yours is simply sending charcoal and snow. Listening to Jean Dapeng's words Jiang Shao smiled. This is the old geezer. One sentence directly tied Jiang Shao down. Where are the words? I am also a Jinshan person. It is right to do something for my hometown. Jiang Zhao's words evoked Jean Dapeng's good feelings and asked, Mr. Jiang is also from Jinshan County? Nodding, Jiang Shao said, Right. I'm from Phoenix Township, Yellow Peach Village. Then we are old folks. I'm from Phoenix Township. Turning his head, Jean Dapeng said to Su Xian, Deputy Bureau Su. See, Phoenix Township has a talent. Su Xian had already changed her face, and said with a smile, Phoenix Township is a feng shui treasure, but for many years, it has delivered a lot of talent for the country's economic development. After half a day of mutual pleasantries, Jiang Shao directly opened his mouth and went straight to the point. Jin County Magistrate. I personally am very optimistic about investing in this matter. I just don't know if there are any requirements on the side of Jinshan. Jean Dapeng which dares to mention the requirements in the face of this kind of god of fortune also dare to mention the requirements that is not looking for their own uncomfortable well? Soon, the two sides set up a preliminary investment agreement. Jean Dapeng direct board to do the main Jiang Shao 10,000 acres of industrial land used to build factories. Industrial land prices in Jinshan County is extremely low, only $4,000 an acre, and is the first to pay after the complement. Within 5 years will also be returned to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao looked at the land on the map is also very satisfied. Are completed 3-through-1 leveling of industrial land, from the provincial highway and highway location are very close. 10,000 acres of land has been completely enough for Jiang Shao to use. Some of the more famous food factories in the country occupies an area of just a few hundred acres. That is, Jinshan County is not much foreign businessman investment by Jiang Shao picked up a big bargain. Looking at the land map, Jiang Shao suddenly bright eyes asked, Jin County Magistrate, this mountain someone contracted it? Jean Dapeng shook his head after a glance. See this Jiang Shao hearted joy. The name of the mountain on the map was called Zixia Mountain. The scenery was very good but there were no special resources. But Jiang Shao knew that after 2 years a natural hot spring was found on Zixia Mountain, and it was a hot spring with excellent texture. In his previous life, when the Zixia Mountain Hot Spring Resort was established, tourists came here every year. According to rumors, the bidding of Zixia Mountain that year was priced out of the sky. The current Zixia Mountain is just an ordinary mountain that happened to catch up. Jiang Shao decided to take this Zixia mountain. Governor Jean. Let's do it this way. I don't want the return money for the land. I want to contract this Zixia mountain, what do you think? The money returned to the county will help me build a provincial road to the mountain to complete the 3 passes, and the rest of the money will be counted as my contribution to the development of my hometown. In later years, the Zixia Mountain Resort was built at the foot of Zixia Mountain. The hot springs were also found there. And now there is no complete road to Zixia Mountain. And the whole mountain is a barren mountain in the eyes of many people. This kind of good thing Jin Dapeng naturally begged for. 10,000 acres of industrial land is worth $40 million. From the provincial highway to the foot of Zixia Mountain is less than 2 kilometers. Repair a less than 2 kilometers of road only with how much money? How much money can be spent on wires and water pipes? Jin Dapeng rubbed his hands together and said cheerfully, how can this be good? How can this be good? Jiang Shao smiled without saying anything. The concessions given by Kings County were great, and he naturally had to give some back. With this relationship, Jiang Zhao's future business in Kings County will basically be smooth sailing. Preliminary agreement negotiated. Jiang Shao made a phone call to Beijing. Tomorrow there will be a financial and legal team to come here to finalize the contract. Jiang Zhao's investment plan is mainly divided into 2 steps. The first step is to build a factory in Jinshan County, which is the big head. Zixia Mountain project is completely by hand. The other is to build a boutique factory in Huangtao village. This factory is not a big investment but will become a key project with Jiang Zhao's short video platform in the future. Both sides talked to 7 o'clock in the evening, still have some intention to finish. Jin Dapeng looked at the time and said, Mr. Jiang, tonight in any case, let me host hospitality you. Some of our Jinshan County's cuisine is still very good. Jiang Shao didn't refuse. This kind of favor is always something that can't be pushed. Soon a group of people came to a hotel 10 kilometers away from the county government. Jiang Shao originally thought that it would be a big hotel, but he didn't expect it to be a bungalow. Being able to bring himself to this kind of store, Jiang Shao knew that the craftsmanship of this one would not be too bad. As soon as he entered, a man in his 40s came forward and said cheerfully, Old brother Dapeng, come to eat. Jin Dapeng nodded and said with a smile, Your skillful craftsmanship. Mountain goods are coming some. There are honored guests today. The middle-aged man answered and then went to prepare the ingredients. While at this time a small back head glanced at Jiang Shao and his party. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao's appearance, the small back head's eyes lit up. You guys eat first. I'm going out to make a call. Chapter 83. Zhao Laosher, what are you doing? Little Back got into his car after leaving the restaurant, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Big brother, I'm Xiao Bei. I saw the person who called out to you in Yellow Peach Village today, right at Big Head Lee's restaurant. No villagers, just a few people. Aha, I'll keep an eye on it here. The little backstabber called Xiao Bei was Wu Tian's subordinate. He also participated in the battle of attacking the Yellow Peach Village Gellier during the daytime, only that he was hiding at the end at that time. On the other side, Wu Tian was discussing his strategy with his big boss, Zhao Laosher. The fierceness of the Yellow Peach Village villagers had obviously scared Wu Tian, and it was definitely not possible to play hardball. But if the other villages followed suit, then how could the monopolization of Kings County's fruit industry be carried out? Zhao Laosher smoked a cigar, looked at his backbone as a burst of annoyance. One of the muscular men looked at his big brother, did not say anything, said in a jar, Brother, you do not worry. Big deal. I'll lead people to fight. They have guns and so do I. The fierce man who spoke was called Kong Liang. People in the Jianghu of Jinshan County called him Kong Cripple. This guy was the #1 fighter under Zhao Laosher. Because the people who played the Jianghu had rarely fought in the last few years, Kong Liang had not been able to do much. He felt that he was going to be marginalized if he continued like this. Wu Tian looked at Kong Liang, who had muscles but no brain, and snorted coldly. Fight? Thousands of villagers in Yellow Peach Village. You have a life to enter without a life to come out. It's fine for this group of people to beat you to death. The law is not against the people. You injure one of them, try? Afraid of what? A shot down they do not fall off. And what's that Chang Wei? If he hadn't sneaked up on me back then, I could have let him live. Go on then. Go show your brave stance. Wu Laoer, what do you mean? Looking down on me, isn't it? Looking at his men. A man of letters and a man of arms. 2 great generals quarreled. Zhao Laosi angrily roared. What's the point of quarreling? I asked you guys to come and think of countermeasures. I didn't ask you guys to come and quarrel. Zhao Laosher still had majesty. With one sentence, both men stopped talking. At this time, a man wearing gold glasses slowly opened his mouth and said, Big brother, if I look at it, the key to the problem is not in the group of unruly people in Yellow Peach Village, but in the person called Jiang Shao. Zhao Laosi also frowned and said, Yeah, where did this person come from? Never heard of him. Jiang Shao appeared too mysterious. Zhao Laosher inquired around the neighborhood and didn't find out who this person was. As for the higher circles, he Zhao Laoshi couldn't get in touch with them. Just at this time, Wu Tian's phone rang. After picking up the phone, a hint of joy appeared on Wu Tian's face. Boss, that Jiang Shao is eating in Jinshan County. There are not many people around. You see? Hearing this, Kong Liang on the side shouted. Then what are you looking at? Big brother. I'll go and tie him up. If he dares to compete with us again, I'll waste him. Looking at Kong Liang's demeanor, Zhao Laoshi was worried to death. You stop for a while. This way, Lao Shao. Wu Tian. You guys go with me to meet this Jiang Shao. Let's talk to him. Zhou Laoshi is still relatively stable. Decided to talk to Jiang Shao first. Of course, this talk will definitely not be a peaceful one. Old Shao was the man with the gold glasses who just spoke. Pushing his glasses up, Old Shao asked. If he doesn't agree then. Speaking of this, Zhao Laoshi's eyes showed a trace of ferocious color. Ruthlessly extinguished the cigar in his hand. Do not agree? Jinshan Road is uneven. Isn't it normal to have car accidents? We have raised so many consumptive ghosts for what purpose? Old Shao sniffed, nodded and said, good. I'll call Li Ping and ask him to prepare a candidate. Not half an hour later, Li Ping, who had a flat head, brought a middle-aged man with a pale face. The middle-aged man was very thin and weak, and his face had even less blood on it, coughing with every step he took. After leaving the middle-aged man outside, Li Ping entered the room where Zhao Laoshi was talking. Looking at Li Ping, Zhao Laoshi asked, are the people ready? Li Ping nodded and said, yes, boss. Terminal stage cancer. Won't live more than 3 months. Zhao Laoshi nodded in satisfaction and said, tell him to come with me at night. No need to show up. Give him $20,000 up front. And if you use him for work, give his family another $500,000. Li Ping nodded and then went down to arrange the rest of the matters. After arranging everything, Zhao Laoshi took his 4 beams and 8 pillars and drove 5 Mercedes-Benz cars and ran to the restaurant where Jiang Shao was eating. Jiang Shao today counted to understand what is called wine is not afraid of deep alley. The small restaurant, although inconspicuous, but the dishes are absolutely first class. A variety of mountain products made of dishes delicious. Especially their own home brewed a kind of rice wine flavor is even better. This meal is simply contact feelings. Jin Dapeng and Su Xian are extremely talkative. Amildon Jiang Shao has no longer called Jin Dapeng Jin Governor but called Jin Old Brother. Drinking a cup of rice wine, Jin Dapeng cheerfully said, Mr. Jian, you first eat and drink. Old age I go to facilitate. After saying this, Jin Dapeng staggered to the backyard of the restaurant. Jiang Shao chatted with Su Xian while eating a few more pieces of fried mountain mushrooms. This kind of mountain mushrooms didn't know if it was good quality or the chef's skill. It was the same as a lot of mushrooms that Jiang Shao had eaten. Just at this time the restaurant's door curtain was lifted. The boss sitting at the bar, Li Daodu, immediately greeted the visitor after seeing him. Fourth brother, you haven't been here for a while. Zhao Laoshi was well known in Jinshan County and would usually come to eat at Li Daodu's place occasionally. Looking at Big Head Li, Zhao Laoshi nodded lightly. Not eating, looking for someone. Looking at the few people Zhao Laoshi brought behind him, Big Head Li seemed to understand what Zhao Laoshi was up to. Fourth brother, Jin. Big Head Li was just about to remind Zhao Laoshi that a big shot was there today when Wu Tian pointed at Jiang Shao. Fourth brother, it's that person. After saying that, Zhao Laoshi and his group ran directly to Jiang Zhao's table. You are Jiang Shao, right? Zhao Laoshi sat directly beside Jiang Shao uninvited. Jiang Shao, who was chatting with Su Xian, frowned slightly and asked, and you are? Chang Wei was recognizing Zhao Laoshi and said beside Jiang Zhao's ear, Brother Shao, this is Zhao Laoshi. Jiang Shao nodded and said, something wrong? Zhao Laoshi sneered and took out a cigar. Wu Tian, who followed behind him, immediately helped Zhao Laoshi light the cigar. A cloud of smoke rose. Zhao Laoshi glanced at Su Xian and felt familiar. Mr. Jiang, I can't stop you from getting rich, but you can't cut off my path to wealth. You cut off my financial path, and you still want to leave Jinshan in one piece? You go. Jinshan's business is not your turn to intervene. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Su Xian frowned slightly and said, you are Zhao Shan, huh? I know you. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Snapping, Zhao Laoshi slammed the table and shouted, whoever breaks my path of wealth will die. That's what I mean. In an instant, Zhao Laoshi felt like he was a bad cow, as if he was the judge of life and death in Jinshan County. At this time Zhao Laoshi suddenly heard a furious roar. Zhao Laoshi, what are you doing? Chapter 84 Mabo, come on, show, plus more. Jiang Shao clearly saw Jin Dapeng's Mediterranean hairstyle exploded. The not-so-tall Jin Dapeng directly flew to Zhao Laoshi's side. His face was almost close to Zhao Laoshi's face. The moment he saw Jin Dapeng, Zhao Laoshi was confused. This moment Zhao Laoshi pig brain overloaded. He did not know why Jin Dapeng would be here. Who do you want to die? Are you the king of hell? You have the book of life and death. You tell me what you want. Jean Dapeng are almost mad. Tomorrow we'll sign the contract. Today this Zhao Laosher made such a mess. This moment Jean Dapeng killed Zhao Laosher's heart half. Jean, brother Jean, why are you here? Zhao Laoshi's brain capacity of 512 RAM obviously can't handle the 16G of information in front of him. This scene is not right. Don't climb with me. I'm just asking you. You want do sh what? Jean Dapeng's last sentence was almost roared out. Spittle sprayed onto Zhao Laosher's face. He and Zhao Laoshi were very familiar with each other. The two had been classmates since childhood and had a good personal relationship. Zhao Laoshi was barely the richest man in Jinshan County, although the process of making a fortune was not very honorable. But at that time Jean Dapeng was not in his position. Jean Dapeng won the governor Zhao Laoshi also not less investment in Jinshan County. For Zhao Laoshi, Jean Dapeng is still relatively care. In order to economic development, Zhao Laoshi do some things Jean Dapeng is also turn a blind eye, as long as it is not excessive by him to go. But now cannot if you scare away their own god of fortune, Jean Dapeng cry no place to cry. You know that even the richest man in Jinshan County, Zhao Laosher, is less than $2 billion? And Jiang Shao just investment shouted out $1 billion. Even if the implementation of half of the $5 billion, which is Zhao Laosher can be compared to it, I'm not doing anything. I didn't hear that you have guests here, so I came to perform a program. Yes, I'll perform the program. Zhao Laosher's cold sweat came down. He saw that he understood. This Jiang Shao in front of him seemed to be unable to mess with him. At the very least, he couldn't play hard to get. Perform a program? You think I'm a little cutie? Well, is not others do not get angry you take others as a little cute. Jiang Shao happy. Identity this thing will always be equal. He can in Jean Dapeng wine talk. But if you meet a hand of Beijing state that also want to respect some, Zhao Laosher this is the same thing. After spraying a few sentences, Jean Dapeng looked at Jiang Shao and said, Mr. Jiang, you say, how to deal with him. I'll call right now. Investigate him severely. Laughing coldly inwardly, Jiang Shao understood that Jean Dapeng was acting. Really want to check can directly just call someone to check. Elder brother Jean, there might be some misunderstanding. This program is good. I like it a lot. Does this friend want to stay and eat together? Jiang Shao asked cheerfully. He didn't expect Jean Dapeng to come and fix Zhao Laosher because Jiang Shao didn't think that Jean Dapeng would directly knock Zhao Laosher into the abyss. This kind of person didn't clean up honestly, he was a scourge. Let him eat what he eats. Zhao Laosher, disappear for me right now. I'll settle your score with you later. Glaring at Zhao Laosher, Jean Dapeng said without a good mood. Zhao Laoshi let out a sigh of relief and immediately left the restaurant. As soon as he was out of the front door of the hotel, Li Ping, who had been waiting outside, asked, Boss, are you going to work or not? Zhao Laoshi waved his hand and said, Go. Hurry up. The incident had completely gone beyond Zhao Laosher's expectations. Zhao Laosher knew very well that the people who could be brought out for dinner by Jean Dapeng were big businessmen who were going to invest in Jinshan County. And if he dared to sabotage Jinshan County's investment, Jean Dapeng really dared to peel his skin. After getting into the car, Wu Tian couldn't help but ask, Boss, is this matter settled? At this time, Zhao Laosher also came to his senses and said, Forget it, don't be anxious, wait for his investment all in place and then slowly play. Have never seen a strong dragon can crush the snake. Old Jean may be retired next year. Bear with it, and then bear with it. Let's go back and study it. We can't come to a hard place. After thinking about it, Zhao Laosher also said to Lao Shao, you go and inquire about what projects this person is investing in. The east is not bright, the west is bright. For how to find wealth from foreign investors. Zhao Laosher heart door clear. On the other side, Jiang Shao seemed as if nothing had happened, and even bought the order when he went out. And Jean Dapeng can't see the appearance of anger just now. When going out, Jean Dapeng held Jiang Zhao's hand and said, Mr. Jiang, tonight's hospitality is not good. Hospitality is not good. Don't worry. With me in Jinshan, no one will cause trouble to your investment. Jiang Shao smiled and said, I believe in this. By the way, old brother Jean, there is something else I need to tell you. Jean Dapeng froze, then said, You say, when I first came to your precious land, there are some local friends that I always have to pay a visit to. I heard that boss Zhao is the richest man in Jinshan County, and he might not be clear about what I am and have some misunderstandings. I'm going to let him know about it. A fierce dragon crossing the river always needs to kill to sacrifice its flag. This kind of thing doesn't need to be done by Jean Dapeng. Jiang Shao does it himself. Weighing the pros and cons, Jean Dapeng slowly said, Mr. Jiang, be cautious. Jiang Shao nodded. Don't worry, old brother Jean. We are friends. I don't give trouble to friends. There was no need to speak too transparently between smart people. Between words, Jin Dapeng agreed to Jiang Zhao's idea of establishing authority. A group of people separated. Jiang Xiao went directly to one of the best hotels in the county. Once in the hotel, Jiang Xiao directly dialed the phone number of Ma Bo. Xiao Bo ah, I Jiang Xiao. The other side of the phone is full of powerful music. Ma Bo seems to be in a bar. Uncle Xiao, you wait. I'll find a quiet place. A minute later, Ma Bo's side was quiet. Uncle Xiao, what happened? Jiang Xiao told Ma Bo what he encountered in King's County. Then said, Xiao Bo, don't hurt him, but you have to make him afraid. There is no way. Ma Bo over there was happy to hear this and said, Uncle Xiao, Zhao Laoshi still dares to call you out? He came to Beijing State to play and was beaten by me 3 times. Don't worry about this matter. Tomorrow morning at the latest, I'll tell him to go to your place and apologize on his knees. Be sure to pay attention to the scale. Jiang Xiao still instructed a sentence. The first time he asked Ma Bo to do something, if not for debts, he said that Ma Bo was calm and steady. Jiang Xiao really did not dare to ask him to do this matter. Don't worry, Uncle Xiao. As soon as the phone hung up, Ma Bo was full of excitement. Not bouncing. Ma Bo directly began to call the deployment of troops up. Less than an hour, nearly 100 luxury cars parked in front of the bar where Ma Bo is. One out of the bar, Ma Bo directly on a Mercedes-Benz Big G. 100 luxury cars are filled with people. The fleet played double flash directly to the Jinshan County. More than an hour later, Ma Bo's fleet rushed to Jinshan County. In the provincial road junction, a Jetta car parked there with double flash. After seeing Ma Bo's fleet arrive, a young man came down from the Jetta. Skinny Monkey. Ma Bo got out of the car and waved his hand. And the person called Thin Monkey greeted him. Brother Bo, lead the way in front. Go to Zhao Laoshi's house. I'm going to raid his house today. Thin Monkey answered and led the entire convoy to run towards Zhao Laoshi's house. Zhao Laoshi, who was still fantasizing about making a fortune on Jiang Xiao at the moment, didn't realize that a catastrophe was coming. Chapter 85. Dig a pit and bury it. Zhao Laoshi's name is Zhao Shanhe. When he was young, he went to prison 3 times. In the 90s, Zhao Laoshi mixed some fame in Jinshan County, opened 2 sand farms. There are very few owners of sand yards who are not involved in the Jianghu, and this business is also the favorite industry of many Jianghu people. In the 90s, Zhao Shanhe was not the most powerful Jianghu person in Jinshan County. Then, with a group of old Jianghu people either retiring or having accidents, Zhao Laoshi became a big brother in Jinshan County. Zhao Laoshi, this person is tough enough, but also smart enough. Into the 21st century, after Zhao Shanhe no longer simply fight and kill, but began to gradually learn to do business. More than 10 years in the past, Zhao Shanhe also saved a lot of money. But the economic conditions in Jinshan County is so. The ceiling is not high. Originally, Zhao Shanhe thought of a new business is to monopolize the fruit industry in Jinshan County. The result is out of a Jiang Xiao. This Jiang Xiao is still the largest investor in Jinshan County at present. A Jin Dapeng enough to pack dead Zhao Shanhe. To hard, certainly not. But this kind of thing is not difficult to Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe, this kind of old man, also has his own mind and means. Back to his villa, Zhao Shanhe gathered his men together. Hard cannot then come to soft. Investment in building factories need building materials. Right. Need sand, cement. These industries Zhao Shanhe are involved in. 1 in 1 out, all is money. Old Xiao took a cigarette, said cheerfully, Boss, we are still the old ways. The so-called old ways is before they clean up some real estate business sets. These real estate business, if they do not use their building materials and cement, San Zhao Laoshi gang will find trouble. And these tactics belong to the soft knife to kill. For example, at night you shed workers are sleeping, a string of firecrackers thrown in to blow you a person. And then, for example, the truck was deflated. The most damaging is in the workers eat time. This group of people will throw Ali to, who met such means are confused. Fight not necessarily over. The police, this kind of thing cannot catch people, not to say that even if they catch people cannot be closed for a few days. Businessmen meet hooligans if there is no greater power can only be broken. That is, in recent years the main law and order. Similar to Zhao Laoshi, such a person convergence of a lot. If more than 10 years ago, in a strange place to do business, not to give these local Jianghu some shares of the business cannot go on. Listening to the old Xiao so asked, Zhao Laoshi sneered and said, just do it. I do not believe that Lao Jin can still be everything in charge of him. The investment is in place. The schedule delayed a day, that kid will lose a day of money. I'll see how he begs me then. Jie, boss, I heard that he spent $40 million to buy the land. This has to build how big a factory? Such a big factory is enough for us to eat for several years. Wu Tian was also very excited. If he could really become Jiang Zhao's building materials supplier, as long as he did something with the materials, it would really be a great source of wealth. Just as Zhao Laoshi's group was thinking about the future, the door of the villa was tapped. Open the door, open the door. Zhao Laoshi, open the door. I know you're home. The voice outside the door was incomparably arrogant. Zhao Laoxi's eyes had a slight hint of confusion. This voice was a bit familiar. Kong Liang crossed his eyes and cursed. Who is it? Calling for souls, said Kong Liang, got up and went to open the door. A door opened. Kong Liang slightly stunned. Outside the door stood more than 20 people. These people are in the age of more than 30 years old. At a glance is the Jianghu people. The leader is young, 20 years of age, dangling a cigarette with a look of nothing. What an inkblot. The young man in the lead didn't even look at Kong Liang. As soon as he peeled Kong Liang to the side, he walked into the living room in large strides. Upon seeing the appearance of the visitor, Zhao Laoshi shivered. Hastily getting up, Zhao Laoshi said with a smile on his face, Xiao Bo, why are you here? Rare guest. Rare guest. The person who came was no other than Ma Bo. Ma Bo shook his head, cold eyes holding a cigarette. Looking at Zhao Laoshi, Ma Bo directly reached out and pinched his face. Call me what? Little Bo? Call brother Bo. Don't look at Ma Bo in front of Jiang Shao as a little fanboy. That's because Jiang Shao has a war record and is righteous. In front of these old geezers, Ma Bo is as arrogant as he wants to be. Brother Bo, don't. Zhao Laoshi grinned in pain. He was afraid of Ma Bo. Zhao Laoshi had been beaten 5 times in his life in Beijing state. The first time was at the end of the 80s. Zhao Laoshi went to Beijing to play and then saw Ma Bo's own mother in the stall. He wanted to flirt with. The result was Ma Bo's own mother Yu Xiaotsui with 2 chopping knives and whisked out of the 3 streets. The second time was in the 90s when he went to Beijing to collect a debt, and was almost killed by Ma Bo's own father, Ma Fugue, who broke his legs. The remaining 3 times were all beaten by Ma Bo in the last few years. Old Ma's family seemed to have a special affinity for Zhao Laoshi. On the side, Wu Tian and Old Xiao were not fighters. Seeing this scene, they had already wimped out. Kong Liang's eyes also fluttered, but he felt as if he should protect his master for a bit. Ma Bo, 4th brother is older than your father. You are also a Jianghu player. Do you know a little bit about honoring your master? Kong Liang sort of bravely finished these words. Ma Bo glanced at Kong Liang. Without waiting for Ma Bo to speak, the several big men who followed him indirectly pulled out a shotgun and put it on Kong Liang's head, letting go of Zhao Laoshi. Ma Bo walked to Kong Liang and said, What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Kong Liang looked at Ma Bo's somewhat maniacal look, also goaded. He is more than 40 years old this year. When he was young, he could really fight, but the older the Jianghu, the more timid. Facing Ma Bo, the second generation of the Jianghu with background and money, Kong Liang really didn't dare to have the mind to fight a little. No, I didn't say anything. At this time, Zhao Laoshi rubbed his face and said with a smile, Little brother Bo, I really didn't go to Beijing state recently. I didn't even dare to go if you didn't let me. Ma Bo turned around and sat on the sofa, looked at Zhao Laoshi and said, I came to find you for one thing. Did you mess with someone named Jiang Shao? All of a sudden Zhao Laoshi's brain buzzed. No, just a little misunderstanding. Zhao Laoshi's brain was spinning rapidly at the moment. The fact that Ma Bo could ask this meant that he was on good terms with Jiang Shao. Sure enough, Ma Bo's next sentence made Zhao Laoshi sweat all over. Jiang Shao, that's my uncle. You messing with him is no different than messing with me. You're a person who remembers to eat but doesn't remember to fight. I wouldn't even bother hitting you. Just as Zhao Laoshi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Ma Bo's next sentence directly caused him to be scared out of his wits. My uncle Xiao is going to do business in Jinshan County. Keeping you must be a scourge. I'm not going to beat you up. I'll just find a pit to bury you in. After saying this, Ma Bo stood up, pointed at the few people present and said, Take them all away. Find a place to dig a pit and bury them. Zhao Laoshi looked confused and quickly shouted, Brother Bo, have a word. As soon as the words fell, a big man standing behind Zhao Laoshi directly smashed the butt of his gun on Zhao Laoshi's head. Zhao Laoshi's eyes went black and fainted. Chapter 86. Zhao Laoshi, too scary, really buried me. Agu. Zhao Laoshi groaned before waking up ghostly. At the moment he felt his head buzzing. When he opened his eyes and looked around, Zhao Laoshi saw that his surroundings were pitch black. And when he wanted to move, Zhao Laoshi realized that he was tied up tightly. At this time, the old Xiao who was tied up with him looked pale and said, Boss, you're awake. Quickly give in. That madman is really going to bury us alive. One sentence scared Zhao Laoshi with a jolt. Wu Tian on the side also said anxiously, Boss, this madman has brought over 100 cars. There are more cars than our brothers. What to do? I don't want to die yet, boss. I just found a little wife. I really don't want to die. Kong Liang, who was tied up, also wanted to say something, but after looking at the several big men who were digging a pit not far away, Kong Liang didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Laoshi was also confused. How much revenge? He is going to bury him. Looking around, Zhao Laoshi saw Ma Bo who was on the phone. Uncle, don't worry. I'll make sure it's handled cleanly. Don't worry about how it's handled. While talking on the phone, Ma Bo shouted at the few Hans digging the pit, "Dig deeper. Don't let the smell out. I want them to never see the light of day." Hearing Ma Bo's words, Zhao Laoshi was completely confused. Ma Bo is crazy. This thing he knows. Many Jianghu friends in Beijing State have said to Zhao Laoshi that Ma Bo is a bit abnormal, like a mental illness. Back then, there was a second generation who messed with Ma Bo and was almost thrown into the corpse furnace by Ma Bo. Thinking of this, Zhao Laoshi shouted, "Ma Bo, let me off the hook. Let me off the hook. There's not much of a grudge and you're done for if you kill someone." Ma Bo looked at Zhao Laoshi's side with cold eyes and said in a loud voice, "Uncle Xiao, wait for me for a while. This old boy is still not convinced. I'll go and clean him up." After saying that, Ma Bo collected his cell phone. No one noticed that Ma Bo's cell phone wasn't even on a call. Slipping in front of Zhao Laoshi, squatting down, Ma Bo and Zhao Laoshi had parallel lines of sight. Patting Zhao Laoshi's face, Ma Bo said, "How do you still dare to be so arrogant that?" "Not arrogant, not arrogant. Brother Bo, you let me go. How much money do you want?" I'll give it, okay." Zhao Laoshi is really scared. He already knows where this place is. This is the western suburb of Jinshan County, 7 or 8 kilometers from the county. Originally here is to build a villa area. The results of the developer run away. This place is also deserted. Really give him buried here that will really never see the light of day. Ma Bo hemmed and hawed. Said, "I lack of money? Okay, Zhao Laoshi. You are also a senior in the Jianghu. Don't lose your temper. What are the last words? No." At this time a big man came over and said, "Brother Bo, the pit is dug." Ma Bo nodded and walked over to take a look. A 4 to 5 meter deep pit was big enough to bury 4 people. Nodding with satisfaction, Ma Bo said, "All right, throw the people in. Bring the stuff. Brother Bo, don't. Not only was Zhao Laoshi begging for mercy, even the few brothers beside him began to ghostly cry, and Kong Liang, who had always created a tough guy persona, cried his nose out. "Brother Bo, I have an old man and a young man. You can't kill me, you can't kill me, Kong Liang was crying. As for Wu Tian's pants were wet, scared to pee. Flop. All 4 people were thrown down the big pit. "Bring the stuff." With Ma Bo's shout, one of his men brought quite a few yuanbao candles. The few people in the pit couldn't see what was going on up there at all, only to see a ball of fire rising up in no time. "Zhao Laoshi, don't say I'm not benevolent. I'll burn some yuanbao candles for you, and there are flowers on the road. When these are burned out, I'll send you on your way out." "Hey, this is good. Look at Zhao Laoshi. There's a beautiful woman here. You're a big colorful man. It's just right to keep it." Zhao Laoshi has not waited to react to a figure lightly down. Through the light of the fire above, Zhao Laoshi fixed eyes to see even a paper beauty. "Oh my god. Take it away. Take it away. Take it out, take it out." Zhao Laoshi's nerves have been almost removed. Living for more than 50 years, his first time to feel so close to death. 2 bags of yuanbao candles quickly burned out. Ma Bo squatted next to the big pit, said, "There are no last words. No, I'm going to break ground." Zhao Laoshi was scared, all shivering. Said, "Brother Bo, Father Bo, Grandpa Bo, let me off the hook, please. Whatever you say, I promise you." Ma Bo shook his head and said, "No, you can still live after offending my Uncle Xiao. Then my Uncle Xiao shall not say that I am not doing a good job." No. Well, the time is almost up. On the road. Finished. Ma Bo waved his hand and shouted, "Buried." Words fall. Has been followed by a big man beside Ma Bo asked in a low voice, "Small Bo? Really buried, The big man who spoke was called Peng Hai. His age was in his early 30s. He was the son of one of Ma Bo's father, Ma Fugui's brother, and he had a good relationship with Ma Bo. Hearing Peng Hai so asked, Ma Bo lowered his voice and shouted, "Are you stupid or am I stupid? For lives this call. Who can swing? Slowly buried." Hearing Ma Bo say this, Peng Hai understood what it meant. Picking up a shovel, Peng Hai shouted, "Don't move. I'll do it. I'll carry it alone if anything happens." A handful of yellow soil was raised to Zhao Laoshi's head. Zhao Laoshi directly sat on the ground, and at the same time shouted, "Brother Bo, I can't do it. I'm having a heart attack." No one paid any attention to him at all. Kong Liang's voice on the side was crying and splitting, and old Zhao's entire eyes had begun to freeze. Nearly 5 meters deep pit. Peng Hai busy half a day to bury a small point. Just at this time in the pit, a few people suddenly heard Ma Bo's phone rang, and then they seemed to hear a burst of heavenly music. "Uncle Xiao. What? Just straighten them out. Bury them here, God knows where." Okay. Listen to you." More than 10 seconds later, Ma Bo shouted, "Stop." Peng Hai was tired and only gasping for air. At that, Peng Hai threw away the shovel and lit a cigarette and ran to the side to rest. Ma Bo came to the edge of the pit. Looking at the pit, a few people, Ma Bo suddenly laughed. Your life is really good. My uncle Xiao home hard ah. A few people who had not yet understood the situation quickly reacted. Manhwa was not afraid to kill like a madman. But Jiang Xiao was not ah. It was very likely that Manhwa's men called Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiao called off Manhwa for fear of an accident. At this moment the four people felt that the sky was bright. After dragging the four people up, Manhwa smelled a strange odor and asked, "What kind of odor?" Zhao Laoshi's old face turned red. He was also scared to pee. Seeing Zhao Laoxi's pants wet apiece, Manhwa laughed loudly and said, "Zhao Laoxi, Zhao fourth brother, you are also an old man. Scared to pee ah?" Zhao Laoxi squeezed out a smile and said, "Brother Bo, in the future you can just call me Xiao Si." Call Xiao Si. Chapter 87 wants to recognize Jiang Xiao as godfather. Zhao Laoshi was almost scared confused. Manhwa has really buried him on no hesitation. If not the phone, Zhao Laoshi estimates that he is going to be buried alive. In Zhao Laoshi's opinion, the horse in front of him is a madman. Thinking about the phone call that came in time, Zhao Laoshi felt that he may really be his own destiny should not be extinguished. Looking at Zhao Laoshi, Manhwa cheerfully said, "Tomorrow, remember to go to my uncle Xiao to respectfully apologize. You this little life I first give you to stay. After you a little bit of crooked thinking cannot have. Understand?" Zhao Laoshi quickly nodded and said, Yes, brother Bo, I'll do whatever you say." When Zhao Laoshi and his group were sent back to his villa, Zhao Laoshi felt that he had really walked through the ghost gate, and Ma Bo, the god of murder, was too scary. Looking at the several brothers behind him, Zhao Laoshi said fiercely, "No one is allowed to say anything about today's incident. Do you hear me?" Old Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Boss, should we let Li Ping?" Hearing Lao Xiao say this, Zhao Laoshi exploded. Without even thinking about it, Zhao Laoshi threw Lao Xiao a big slap. "You want to die, don't bring me along. If you can kill Jiang Xiao, can you kill Ma Bo? If you mess with Ma Bo, will Ma Fu Gue come to fight you? Also, do you know who Ma Bo's real uncle is?" Seeing old Xiao froze, Zhao Laoshi said, "His real uncle is Yu Debiao, the Detsi of Beijing State Guangyi Group. Whoever sees him must call him Master Day. Old Xiao, I warn you, put away your crooked mind. You want to die, don't take me with you." Lao Xiao belongs to the villain. The villain is the most life-threatening. The idea to call Zhao Laoshi charge can. But if you call Lao Xiao himself to go forward, he would not dare. Covering his face, Lao Xiao did not say anything more. Zhao Laoshi lit a cigarette and said, "Tomorrow you all follow me to find that Jiang Xiao to make amends. Wu Tian, your injured brother also bring me. Limping also bring me. Marred, where did such a bogeyman come from?" The night was silent. Early the next morning Ma Bo came to the hotel where Jiang Xiao lived. Jiang Xiao woke up very early, saw Ma Bo came and shook hands with Ma Bo warmly. After taking a seat, Ma Bo cheerfully said, "Uncle Xiao, Zhao Laoshi just called me. He will be here soon. If you don't feel angry, beat him up. I'll throw him into the mine pit if he dares to be dishonest in the future." Jiang Xiao is more and more appreciate Ma Bo. Not old but do things absolutely clean. For people look crazy actually means wrist extremely chapter. Handed Manhwa a huazi. Jiang Xiao himself also took out a. Manhwa hastily got up to help Jiang Xiao lit the cigarette. "What did you do to him last night?" Jiang Xiao was quite curious about how Manhwa cleaned up Zhao Laoshi. When he heard Manhwa say that he dug a pit and almost didn't bury Zhao Laoshi, Jiang Xiao was happy. This Manhwa is specialized in treating difficult cases. Just at this time outside the door, Dian Wei walked in. "Brother Dian." Ma Bo and Dian Wei greeted each other. To be honest, Ma Bo admired Jiang Xiao, but was a bit scared of Dian Wei. Ma Bo, who has always been fearless, feels uncomfortable every time he sees Dian Wei. Aha! Dian Wei Hund is already considered very polite. Looking at Jiang Xiao, Dian Wei said, "Boss, people are coming." Jiang Xiao nodded. "Bring them in." Soon Zhao Laoshi and his group plus Tiger, who was in a wheelchair, were brought in. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Laoshi could no longer see the arrogant look he had that day. Holding the gift in both hands, Zhao Laoshi said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Jiang, Brother Bo, I'm coming." Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "Boss Xiao, have a seat." Seeing Jiang Xiao's amiable attitude, Zhao Laoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Zhao Laoshi put the gift aside and wanted to sit down, Ma Bo snorted coldly, "Sit down for what? Uncle Xiao, he will have to talk to you on his knees. Kneel down." Ma Bo suddenly bellowed, startling Zhao Laoshi. He didn't wait to react to what the aside. Wu Tian directly knelt down. Jiang Xiao knew that Ma Bo was going to sing Red and Black with himself. Waving his hand, Jiang Xiao said, "Hey, Xiao Bo, don't be like this. That brother don't kneel. All sit down. There's just a little misunderstanding between us. It's good that we've solved it." Wu Tian just didn't even know how he kneeled down. This night he didn't sleep well. The moment he closed his eyes was the scene where Ma Bo wanted to bury himself. Hearing Jiang Xiao say this, Ma Bo said grimly. My Uncle Xiao is good-tempered and nice. Zhao Laoshi. I'm telling you there's no next time. I know. Brother Bo. Mr. Jiang. It's my fault. I wasn't a human being before. After saying this, Zhao Laoshi directly slapped himself. Looking at Zhao Laoshi in front of him, Jiang Xiao knew that he was truly convinced. He couldn't fight for financial strength. He couldn't fight for connections. And now he wasn't a match for playing the Jianghu. Zhao Laoshi is undoubtedly a person who can afford to put down. The attitude of apologizing is called a sincere. And even finally to recognize Jiang Xiao as a godfather. It is called a fawning. Jiang Xiao naturally will not recognize such a big godson. Can call Jiang Xiao godfather can only be a beautiful girl. Did not stay Zhao Laosi line of people too long? Let them stay for a while after Jiang Xiao directly said away. After Zhao Laosi left, Jiang Xiao looked at Ma Bo and said, Xiao Bo, thank you this time. You keep this check. Ma Bo called in several hundred of his brothers yesterday to set up a battle. People eating and chewing on horses all cost money. Jiang Xiao was absolutely not stingy with his own people, and directly gave Ma Bo a check for 5 million. Looking at Jiang Xiao to give money, Ma Bo was not happy. Uncle Xiao, aren't you scolding me? It's not like I'm helping you for money. The money you borrowed from my family before has not been paid back. If I take this money, what will I become? There was a lot of money, but Ma Bo didn't want it at all. Looking at Ma Bo's look like you're looking down on me by giving me money. Su Xiao couldn't say anything else. After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao asked, what are you busy with now? Strolling blindly. Nothing serious. Ma Bo said cheerfully. How come you didn't go to your dad or Guangyi to find something to do? Jiang Xiao is a little curious. With Ma Bo's ability to do things unlike this kind of people waiting for death. Speaking of this, Ma Bo had a depressed face. Don't mention it. My dad's company, he is the major shareholder, is not true. But there are other investors. At the beginning, we have set the rules. Their own relatives are not allowed to enter the company. As for my uncle's place, I can't go even more. My uncle is in the end someone's vassal. What's the point of arranging me in there? Ma Bo was close to saying the words born at the wrong time. 10 years earlier, he would not be like this. Looking at Ma Bo's depressed appearance, Jiang Xiao was happy. To make money, it's very simple. This way Kings County's Yangye food factory is going to break ground and start construction. After that you are my chief distributor. Is there any problem? A sentence. Ma Bo froze. What is the general distributor? That is to say that in the future all the construction materials, engineering equipment, production equipment including employees' work clothes of Jiang Xiao factory will be bought from Ma Bo here. What if Ma Bo doesn't have these things? It is very simple. Go to other producers to talk about. Alone this middleman's difference is enough for Ma Bo to eat. Chapter 88 System Upgrade Again. Uncle Xiao. This. The always bold Ma Bo was a bit unable to speak. Jiang Xiao patted his shoulder and said, what? Afraid that someone will fool you on the material? With one sentence Ma Bo blew up. They dare. Whoever dares to fool me, I'll push him into the corpse refining furnace. I just think this is too big. I'm afraid I can't do it well. It's okay, if you can't do it well, you can learn slowly. No one knows everything at the beginning. Okay, it's settled. I've opened a room for you next door. You rest for a while, and eat together later. At noon I'll treat the brothers you brought with you to dinner. Giving all the purchases to Ma Bo was also something Jiang Xiao had thought long and hard about. Ma Bo had connections in Handong, especially in the area of building materials, and by handing over to Ma Bo, Jiang Xiao could also rest assured that he would be a hands-off shopper. Between friends is like this. You help me, I help you. A long time have a common interest in the friendship will be deep. After sending Ma Bo away, the system in Jiang Zhao's mind suddenly came a beep. Ding! Zhao Shan had generated a consumption of 3,265,412 yuan. Emotional value 51. Cashback multiplier 510 times. Cashback amount 1,665,360,120 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated 11,096,314,976 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host's cumulative cashback amount reached $10 billion. The system is upgraded. Ding! The current system level is 2. Open the system store. Ding! System upgraded to level 2. Personal consumption cashback multiplier increased. Current multiplier 1 to 2,000 times. Ding! System level 2. Cashback multiplier for business class has been increased. Current multiplier 5 to 10 times. Ding! The system has reached level 2, and the accumulated amount of the system can be exchanged for trading points. For details, please click on the system store transaction details. Ding! The next upgrade of the system requires an accumulated amount of 100 billion. Ding! Looking at the gifts brought by Zhao Laoshi on the table, Jiang Xiao knew that this dude really broke the bank this time, directly getting the system upgraded. This system upgrade didn't bring Jiang Xiao any extra earnings, but this system store seemed a bit interesting. Subconsciously, Jiang Xiao ignored the fact that the next system upgrade was going to be a $100 billion cashback accumulation. The figure of 100 billion can be a bit scary. Jiang Xiao can't ask Ma Bo to scare people to give himself gifts every day. As for what to open a live broadcast to ask people to brush gifts for themselves is estimated to be judged as a business type of cashback. That way the amount of cashback is not much. Looking at the gifts brought by Zhao Laoshi, Jiang Xiao knows that this is really afraid. Some cigarettes and wine and gold jewelry and whatnot. Inside the 2IC jadeite bracelet is not mortal. This bracelet is quite in line with Mr. Bai's temperament. After playing with the 2 emerald bracelets for a while, Jiang Xiao studied the new function of the system store. According to the rules of the system store, every point of cashback accumulated could be exchanged for a point of transaction points. The transaction points could be used to purchase system goods and also refresh the system interface. It's not expensive. I now have over 10 billion accumulated amounts that can be exchanged for over 10 billion transaction points. It's great. Looking at the system's introduction, Jiang Xiao felt that this thing was quite conscientiously priced. All along the system's accumulated amount figure was just that, a figure, and it didn't have any effect on Jiang Xiao's real money. Now this waste could be utilized. However, when Jiang Xiao saw the empty store and the price of the refreshed store, he wanted to curse. Marred. Trader. At this moment, there was nothing in the system store. And the first thing to do was to refresh the store with trading points. And the price of refreshing was very touching. Ordinary refreshment costs 1 million trading points. Designated refreshment costs 5 million trading points. And only 5 commodities will appear in each refreshment. Nima this system is even more black-hearted than Penguin. Thinking that he could exchange more than 10 billion trading points, Jiang Xiao cursed before exchanging 10 million trading points. Compared to 10 billion, a few million was just a drop in the bucket. Ding! Redeeming 10 million transaction points. Current transaction point balance 10 million. Ding! The cashback amount has decreased by 10 million. Current cashback amount accumulated, $110, 863, 149, 776. Watching the cashback amount accumulation figure decrease, Jiang Xiao could only recognize it. After all, this is how the system plays. Holding the hot 10 million transaction points, Jiang Xiao directly came with a wave of refreshment, consumed 1 million trading points and obtained the following items. 1. Blade C-Class 10, 000 ton large drive construction drawings. Transaction price, 10 billion transaction points. 2. Nimitz nuclear-powered aircraft carrier construction drawings. Trading price, trading points 10 billion. F-22 Raptor stealth fighter combat drawings. Trading price, trading points 10 billion. 4. Super invincible golden gun pill to maintain male virility. Trade price, trade points 100,000. 5. Charming male pants. Trading price, 100,000 trading points. Looking at the 5 items that were refreshed for the first time, Jiang Xiao was confused. I'll go to your spicy potpourri. Asterisk and Yuan. A phrase with an extremely high amount of moments was shouted out by Jiang Xiao. Bang! Dianwei thought Jiang Xiao out of what happened, ran in. Saw Jiang Xiao there after cursing Dianwei and back out. Lighting a cigarette. Jiang Xiao himself was there breathing heavily and angry. He felt that the system was playing with itself. That the aircraft carrier drawings and stealth fighter drawings themselves used to what? Take it out and sell it to whom to go sold out of their own can have good? He is to give a photolithography machine Jiang Xiao cannot curse. And that Blade C level of 10,000 tons of large drive. This thing now drawings have long ago. And then wait a few years on the launch of the water. He took this thing out and estimated that he would be arrested. There is also what golden gun pill. Jiang Xiao wants to let the system to ask MS. Bye. Ask Sun Bingbing, and then ask Lai Ying if she uses this thing herself. As for what charming male pants is even more bullshit. Jiang Xiao bank card more than 10 billion is not more charming than that pants. The more Jiang Xiao thought about it, the more angry he became. After a long time, Jiang Xiao suddenly smiled. He also looked away. The system may be this virtue. How will let himself so easily get good things? Just like many online games, the best equipment is not difficult to get. But if you want to maximize the power of the equipment, you have to charge money to strengthen. Anyway, Jiang Xiao wasn't short of money, so charging would be the end of the matter. The system continues to refresh. Jiang Xiao, who had thought about it once again, chose to refresh the store. This time the system was super powerful and gave Jiang Xiao a controllable nuclear fusion device. This thing could be said to be a divine weapon, but Jiang Xiao couldn't afford it. A controlled nuclear fusion device sold for 300 billion trading points. It was simply not a number that Jiang Xiao could touch right now. After refreshing the system store 9 times, Jiang Xiao also found some patterns. Each time he refreshes the system will give 3 similar goods and 2 random goods. There is a pattern but it's not much use. Thinking that he'll just brush it once more and call it a day, Jiang Xiao refreshed it once more. When he saw the goods in the store again, Jiang Xiao's eyes lit up. Chapter 89 Li Ku is back. High concentration fruit quality enhancer, quantity 600 tons fruit quality enhancer from a high civilization level planet. It can enhance the quality of fruits to increase the nutritional value, and it is most effective when used before the fruits are hung. It can be diluted. This thing can be interesting. Looking at the introduction, Jiang Xiao understood what the function of this thing is. Simply put, it can make the fruit quality better, taste better, nutritional value is higher, and there is no side effect. Then the current agricultural chemicals much stronger. According to the planting scale of the Yellow Peach Village, 30 kilograms of quality enhancer can cover the range of 1 acre of land, and only 60 tons of quality enhancer is needed for 1 year to enhance the quality of fruits in the entire Yellow Peach Village. The system's refreshing portion of enhancer this time has 600 tons, and it can be used for 10 years at full concentration. Not to mention that it can also be diluted away. Jiang Xiao does not need all the fruits to use the full concentration of enhancer. After all, things are more expensive than they are rare, and Jiang Xiao feels that he can completely build a brand of fine fruits. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiao had an idea in his heart. The high concentration fruit quality enhancer in the system store is very expensive. It costs 1 billion trading points, but there is a reason why it is expensive. Not to mention that the quantity is here. 600 tons of full concentration can be used for 10 years. 100 million a year is not expensive. Without too much hesitation, Jiang Xiao directly exchanged 1 billion trading points and purchased this item that he was more interested in. Ding! Redeeming transaction points for 1 billion points. Current balance of transaction points is 1 billion points. Ding! The cashback amount has been reduced by 1 billion. Current cashback accumulation, $10,086,314,976. Ding! Purchase the quantity of high concentration fruit quality enhancer 600 tons. Transaction points reduced by 1 billion. The current transaction point is 0. Looking at the high concentration fruit quality enhancer within the system, Jiang Xiao took out a bucket. This bucket was 10 kilograms, colorless with a faint fragrance. Without researching anything, Jiang Xiao directly put the high concentration fruit quality enhancer back into the system's own space. A storage space appeared after the system was upgraded. This storage space couldn't put things in reality, but it could store things produced by the system. Making a phone call, Jiang Xiao ordered a batch of agricultural drones and at the same time hired another batch of drone operators. He wanted to see how effective this quality enhancer was. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiao officially signed an investment agreement with Jinshan County. He would develop both Yangye Food Factory and Zixia Mountain Resort and Villa in Jinshan County. The next day after signing the agreement, Jiang Xiao ran to the Yellow Peach Village again. At this moment, the Yellow Peach Village villagers have already started to wait for Jiang Xiao's order to start picking peaches. However, Jiang Xiao indicated that the people do not need to rush. The village committee, Jiang Xiao and Cattle 3 uncle and a few village cadres are studying a map of what? Jiang Xiao has already talked with Uncle Niu-san about the development plan of the Yellow Peach Village. Jiang Xiao's Yangye industry will jointly develop the fruit resources of the Yellow Peach Village with the Yellow Peach Village. In the Yellow Peach Village, Jiang Xiao will set up a branch of Yangye industry. This branch of Yangye industry accounted for 80% out of all the capital equipment, while the Yellow Peach Village is to land, barren mountains and orchards into shares. All villagers accounted for 20% of the shares. At the same time was named Peach Gold Branch will be for the Yellow Peach Village villagers out of 2 welfare policies. The first is the annual Yellow Peach Village fruit. Peach Gold Company will be a guaranteed price to buy. At the same time, the Yellow Peach Village fruit cannot be sold to others. The second is that each fruit farmer will have a Peach Gold Company's formal labor establishment. This formal labor is on all kinds of insurance, including medical and pension insurance. It is no exaggeration to say that these 2 benefits can be said to be a real hit with these villagers. If there is no system store to give the high concentration of fruit quality enhancement, Jiang Xiao is trying to give the villagers 49% of the shares. But with the quality enhancer, this artifact obviously cannot continue to do so. Do rice into grace, rise rice into hatred of the road. Jiang Xiao still understands. Peach Gold Company and Yangye Food Factory located in Jinshan County has the potential to become a giant in the fruit industry. Such an enterprise to give the villagers too many shares in the future will be trouble. Even the shares that Jiang Xiao is giving now belong to the shares that cannot be traded within 10 years. And if they want to trade, they can only be sold to Yangye industry as a priority. It is not an exaggeration to say that now Jiang Xiao and Huang Tao village is the existence of the Emperor of the Earth. His words are more effective than anyone else. Inside the village committee, Jiang Xiao has already let Niu Sanjun divide the orchard of the whole Yellow Peach Village into different areas, according to the quality of the fruits produced in the past years, divided into 5 areas from A1 to A5. These 5 areas correspond to 5 different qualities of fruits in the future. And the prices of different qualities of fruits will be different. Among them, a 1 grade is the lowest and a 5 grade is the highest. Uncle Nyo-san didn't understand what Jiang Zhao's operation meant, but Jiang Zhao was rich and educated, and the villagers of Yellow Peach Village did whatever he said. When the entire 5 areas were divided, Jiang Zhao commanded the drone operator to start the enhancer spraying. According to the different degrees of dilution, the 5 areas were sprayed with different concentrations of enhancers. Among them, the A5 area was sprayed with the full concentration of the enhancer. The enhancement agent's effective time was 7 days, so 7 days later the Yellow Peach Village would start picking. Jiang Zhao would also send all these yellow peaches to a private testing organization for testing it the first time. Although the system said it was non-toxic and harmless without fear of testing, Jiang Zhao was also afraid of problems. A little problem in the food industry is a big deal. Jiang Zhao is very busy these days, not only to busy Jinshan County factory building problem, but also busy Yellow Peach Village factory building problem. The Yellow Peach Village factory belongs to the boutique factory. The scale does not need to be too big, but Kings County is different. Previously, Jiang Zhao shouted out the investment of 1 billion is only a cake. Specific investment will have to look at the effect of the follow-up, but now it is not the same. The body with a sharp weapon to kill the heart. With enhancers, Jiang Zhao naturally want to play this card well. The first investment does not count the money to buy land. Jiang Zhao invested 200 million, obviously ready to do a big job. Soon Jiang Zhao felt too few people available around him. In addition to fighting, Deng Wei will not do anything. Cattle 3 uncle can understand the village of Yellow Peach acreage. Chang Wei is able to do. But now the big picture is still a little worse. Lack of people is the biggest problem facing Jiang Zhao now. Good thing there is Zhao Laosher, this living treasure in. Since to Jiang Zhao after soft Zhao Laosher began to Jiang Zhao close. Not to mention that there is this local snake in the trouble are a lot less. Jiang Zhao had no choice but to let the headhunter again to look for available talent. But unfortunately the food industry can stand up to the side of the talent is too little. Jiang Zhao had no choice but to take the lead. In the Jiang Zhao Daily Jinshan County and Yellow Peach Village 2 points a line run, he suddenly received a phone call. The caller is elementary school sister Li Ku. Where are you? Senior? I'm back. On the phone, Li Ku's mood was a bit low, as if she had met something troubling. In Jinshan County. You're back? Chapter 90, a sleepy man sends a pillow. Li Ku and her parents had been traveling for some time now. Originally scheduled to go to Hong Kong Island to play 7 days. The results of Li Ku's father's company and temporarily assigned Li Ku's father to go to Europe. This is almost a month away. Before he was born again, Jiang Zhao was very envious of such a family. The middle class on the upper side, but also can travel at public expense is not too cool. Hearing Jiang Zhao's inquiry, Li Ku said, yesterday just came back. Senior, I can find you to talk? So unhappy. Jiang Zhao heard Li Ku's words happy. This girl is usually very optimistic. She is not many times unhappy. Thinking about already soaking in the construction site for many days, Jiang Zhao also wants to go back to relax. And Li Ku about the place. Jiang Zhao let Dian Wei drive to take himself back to Beijing State. Beijing State is not far from Jinshan County. More than an hour later, Jiang Zhao met Li Ku in a cafe. Looking at the cafe in front of him, Jiang Zhao vaguely felt that something was wrong. Previously, Li Ku did not lack of money. In and out are medium and high-grade cafe. Today how to change sex? Switched to a civilian cafe. Senior, over here. Seeing Jiang Zhao come in, Li Ku waved her hand with a smile. Today's Li Ku was dressed very plainly. A black short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. The only difference was that Jiang Zhao realized that this chick's headlights seemed to be bigger, and with Li Ku's baby face, it was a bit of a childish giant G feeling. Why is your face full of unhappiness? Jiang Zhao asked as he sat across from Li Ku. Although Li Ku was smiling, Jiang Zhao could still see her sad face. Li Ku smiled bitterly and then handed over a cup of coffee. Senior, this is the coffee ordered for you. Obviously Li Ku had calculated the time when Jiang Zhao would come. Ding! Li Ku generated a consumption of 20 yuan, with an emotional value of -70, and a cashback multiplier of 1,400 times. Cashback amount is 28,000 yuan. Current cashback amount accumulated, 10,086,342,976 yuan. Looking at Li Ku's emotional value, Jiang Zhao directly good guy. This chick's mood value was already almost negative full value. Obviously she was in a bad mood right now. What's wrong with you? Jiang Zhao asked in disbelief. Li Ku looked at Jiang Zhao. Then her head climbed up with her hands on the table. Senior, it seems like my dad is going to lose his job. Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned. Reasonably speaking, Li Ku's father Li Ming had been working in his unit for more than 20 years. It was no one's turn to lose his job. Before Jiang Zhao could say anything else, Li Ku suddenly got up and said, "Oops, I'm so stupid. The gift I bought for senior didn't bring over. Jiang Xiao laughed. Don't talk about the gift. What happened to your father? Li Ke sniffed and beamed. People are so bad nowadays. They called my dad to go on an expedition actually to steal my dad's project. With that, Li Ke talked about her recent troubles. The thing is not complicated. Is Li Ke's father recently with a big project? This project if negotiated Li Ke's father not only can get a large sum of bonus and hope in the position further. Just when the project was at its most critical point, the other party to the negotiations suddenly said that they hope to join forces with Li Ming to enter the Hong Kong island in European markets. So Li Ke's father went to Hong Kong island, but also with the family to travel at public expense. By the time Li Ming came back hilarious, Li Ming's deputy had already negotiated all the details with that company, which had no intention of entering the Hong Kong island in European markets. This is just a bureau, supporting Li Ming to support his deputy to the throne. Now Li Ming has been completely hollowed out. Department deputy promotion order has been issued to his department. It will not be long before Li Ming will be transferred to a clear water department, receive a basic salary. This treatment was similar to being unemployed for Li Ming, who had an annual salary of nearly $600,000. It was important to know that according to the basic salary, even if he had a high rank, he would only be paid $6,000 a month, which was only a few tens of thousands of dollars a year. This gap is too big. Listening to Li Ke's narrative, Jiang Xiao smiled. Large enterprises are indeed like this. Factional disputes. What means are used out? Rubbing Li Ke's head, Jiang Xiao smiled and said, are you afraid that your pocket money will not be enough in the future? Li Ke shook his head and said, it's just that I look at Dad's sad face every day in a bad mood. These people are too bad. Indeed, this fallout is generally not acceptable. After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao asked, what kind of work does your father do? Jiang Xiao only knew that Li Ke's father was a middle-level leader of a state-owned enterprise, but he was really not clear about what kind of enterprise it was. Kirin Food Group, our old enterprise in Hanong. The speaker was not interested in listening. Once he heard that it was an old food enterprise, Jiang Xiao came to be interested. Kirin Food Factory is not famous outside of Hanong, but locally it is very famous. A lot of children in Hanong grew up eating Kirin Food Factory snacks. Asked in detail again, Jiang Xiao was happy. This is not a sleepy pillow. Li Ke's father, Li Ming, began as a factory director under the Kirin Foods Group, and then because of strong business skills were transferred to the company's headquarters as a mid-level leadership. Understand the technology, understand the management, also understand the business. If it is not nothing backing is not so much more than 40-year-old people have been in the middle of the mix. This person can be used. Jiang Xiao understands a truth. Judging whether a person has the ability to work depends on whether he will be targeted on it. If this person is targeted, throwing out the factors of character misbehavior people cannot. It can only show that his ability is very strong. Not absolute, but most of them are so. Li Ming was targeted so miserable, think not because of the reason for people can educate Li Ke's so understanding daughter. Li Ming character will not be poured aware. After thinking about it, Jiang Xiao said to Li Ke, I have a friend who recently opened a food company and has been unable to find a general manager. Do you want your father to try? Really? Li Ke's eyes first lit up, then shook her head and said, not really, my mom won't agree. Even transferring to a state-owned enterprise is an iron rice bowl. My mom is very traditional. This is true. Stability is the first choice of many people. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people who take the public examination. You can discuss this with your dad in private. That company is newly established and the benefits are good. The main thing is that the boss doesn't care about anything. Your dad is totally a handful when he goes there, and there aren't that many constraints. Really? Then I'll go back and discuss it with my dad. Senior, my dad has been drinking a lot lately. He didn't even drink before. It's fine. Just persuade him more. After all, there are times when bad things can turn into good things. And your dad might do better in a different environment. Aha! I'll go back and discuss it with my dad. If there's any news, let you know first. Jiang Xiao smiled and finally said, by the way, tell your father that that company can offer an annual salary of millions. Chapter 91. A phoenix with falling hair is not as good as a coon. Kirin Food Group headquarters. Early in the morning, Li Ming drove his Audi A4 to the company with a gloomy face. The headquarter building of Kirin Foods was very grand, and also arranged parking spaces for every employee. As for the location, it was divided according to the level. As the middle level of the company, Li Ming had his own fixed parking space. Driving the car to the entrance of the underground parking lot, he waited for a full 2 minutes before the security guard lazily came over and lifted the railing open. While opening the gate of the railing, the security guard muttered, rush, rush, what rush? Li Ming saw the security guard muttering, but he didn't have to bother with the security guard. Only Li Ming didn't realize that his salary would soon be on the same level as the group's security guards. Li Ming drove his car to the underground parking lot D area. This is a parking lot specially prepared for the middle level of the group. Special people and special spaces do not need to grab a parking space every day like ordinary employees. By the time Li Ming arrived at the parking lot, he found a car parked in his space. Getting out of the car, looking at the BMW X5 that had not yet been licensed, Li Ming was puzzled. At this time there were two patrolling security guards came over. Li Ming went forward and asked, "Whose car is this? Why is it occupying my parking space?" The patrolling security guards glanced at Li Ming and said with a twinkle in their eyes, "Oops, I really don't know about this. Wait for me, Minister Li, I'll go and ask for you." After saying that, the security guard disappeared in a puff of smoke. Waiting for almost 10 minutes, Li Ming did not see people back. Face has become more and more ugly. Li Ming put the phone to the logistics management parking space supervisor. That side is polite. After listening to Li Ming's words, said, "Brother Li, I'll help you check." Not long after that, the person from logistics said, "Brother Li, I'm really sorry. Your parking benefits have been cancelled. The new parking space has been attributed to Vice Minister Ding." No, accurately speaking, from today onwards you should be addressed as Minister Ding. Although the person from the logistics spoke politely, the cynicism in his tone was audible to Li Ming. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming hung up the phone. Big business is so realistic. When you are good you are surrounded by good people. When you are bad no one will treat you as a human being. Everyone knows that Li Ming has lost his power. Holding back his anger, Li Ming went to the general employee parking lot to find a parking space. Along the way, he met a lot of employees on the same floor, and the people who used to greet Li Ming cordially when they saw him pretended not to see him this time. Li Ming took the briefcase in sullen face toward the elevator. The morning rush to take the elevator, a lot of people. When Li Ming walked into the elevator after the whole elevator has been stuffed with people, just when the elevator door was about to close, someone outside suddenly said, "Wait a minute." A person beside Li Ming quickly pressed the elevator and then said with a smile on his face, "Brother Ding, good morning." The person called Brother Ding laughed and said, "Old Lu, you're over 40 years old. Don't call me brother." Old Lu said with a fawning face, "That's not good. Society doesn't look at age. Brother Ding, please." Li Ming glanced at this Brother Ding, and there was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Brother Ding's full name was Ding Li. His age was in his early 30s, and his appearance was a little gloomy. Half a year ago, Ding Li parachuted into Li Ming's department. The group leader personally found Li Ming, told him to bring Ding Li. Li Ming also attentive. Less than half a year the entire department's business Ding Li all on the hand, and then appeared before the scene. In a large contract is about to be negotiated when Li Ming was kicked out. Looking at Ding Li, Li Ming did not say anything. To say that there is no resentment in his heart is false, but the situation is not as good as others Li Ming can only endure. As the victor, Ding Li naturally saw Li Ming, went forward and patted Li Ming's shoulder. Ding Li said smilingly, "Good morning, old Li." While talking, Ding Li walked into the elevator. As soon as he entered the elevator issued an alarm that it was overweight. Ding Li said with a natural look, "Overweight? I'll take the next trip." When he said that he was going to take the next trip, but Ding Li didn't have the slightest intention of going out, the old Lu at the side quickly said, "How can I let you go out, old Li? You rush to the next trip. Brother Ding still has a lot of big things to deal with that. Even if it was made of clay, there were 3 points of fire." Li Ming frowned and said, "On what grounds? It's not like I'm the last one up." Before old Lu could say anything, some people on the side who wanted to flatter Ding Li opened their mouths. "You're such a big man, how can you be so calculating that? Waiting for the next trip won't take much time." "That's right, don't waste everyone's time. Quickly go out. You like this, everyone cannot go." Li Ming was instantly enraged. Having been robbed of his position he was already furious, and today he ran into such a group of people with such faces. In an instant, Li Ming's stubbornness came up. Whoever comes up last, whoever goes down, there's still a reason to add congestion. Before Li Ming finished speaking, he felt that he was pushed by someone, and then the whole person was pushed out of the elevator. Li Ming staggered a few times and managed to stabilize his body, turned around and looked at the elevator. All one after another face of ridicule. Ding Li was also laughing in a very reserved manner. Ding! The elevator door was closed. Li Ming gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. People in their middle age encountered a midlife crisis, which made Li Ming, who had been smooth all his life, incomparably annoyed. Resignation. Mad. "I don't believe I can't find a better job than this." Li Ming thought so and did so. Waiting for an elevator again, Li Ming came to his office. Although he lost his power, but after all, his rank was still there. The office was not given back to him for the time being. All morning, Li Ming was on the phone, asking if there was a suitable position for him. But before and Li Ming good friends with some enterprises seem to be greeted like, are politely rejected Li Ming. At noon, when the lunch break was approaching, the orders from the logistics and the company's personnel came over at the same time. The order from the logistics was that his office had been taken back, while the order from the personnel was to wait for his post to study, telling Li Ming to wait for a new post to be allocated, compared to the office being recovered. This standby order was the most frightening. This is a common tactic used by some companies to adjust employees to standby. You have to go to work every day, and the work is to learn all kinds of company rules and regulations in business. The salary will also be given to you. The basic salary. Li Ming this level has long said goodbye to the stage of living on basic salary. Standby for a month is only $3,000, not even the previous $6,000 expected. At this moment Li Ming knows that this is the company to force himself to resign. As long as he resigns, then this company can save a lot of compensation. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Li Ming sat on his office chair and kept smoking. Just at this time the office door was pushed open. A look at the appearance of the people coming in, Li Ming's eyes flashed a cold light. The person who came was no one else but Ding Li. Chapter 92, You don't want your dad to lose his job either. Old Li, have you eaten? Ding Li cheerfully walked in, just like returning to his own home. Looking at Ding Li's look, Li Ming resisted the urge. I'll pack up my things later. No need for you to rush me. Ding Li sat opposite Li Ming with a swagger, lighting a cigarette to himself. Old Li, don't look like this. You also do not have to look like a bitter hatred. To be honest, this position I really do not want to sit. No way home arrangements. Forgive me. Suddenly Li Ming thought that the boss of the enterprise that he had talked about cooperation with before was surnamed Ding, and then Li Ming thought of a rumor that had been circulating in the company before. Looking at Li Ming's appearance, Ding Li cheerfully said, I figured it out. So you don't have to be unconvinced. I'm just familiarizing myself with Kirin Group's business in advance. It won't be long before our Kirin Food Group will have to be surnamed Ding. Seems to be a little bit not yet finished. Ding Li continued, You Hanong people are really embracing we these outsiders pin not into the water splash, not into the, but private enterprises you can embrace. Kirin such enterprises you cannot say forget it. Okay, I've come to find you to let you die with a clear understanding. Peaceful to stay on duty. Maybe when I am in a good mood to give you official reinstatement that. Ha ha, ha ha ha. After saying that, Ding Li got up with a victorious look and prepared to go out. Coming to Kirin Food Group, Ding Li came with a mission, and removing a stalwart like Li Ming was one of Ding Li's tasks. This time Ding Li had performed very well, and his family had praised him, so for a while Ding Li had gotten a little carried away. Before he could reach the door to Li Ming's office was pushed open. For a moment, Ding Li's eyes lit up. At the doorway came in a girl wearing a blue ultra-short skirt and a white t-shirt. The girl was not tall, but her appearance was very good looking. Her body was even hot. In an instant Ding Li only had one thought, that was to ruthlessly ravage the girl in front of him. Li Ku entered the door and saw a stranger. Quickly asked, Dad, you have guests? Seeing that it was Li Ming's daughter, Ding Li said with a smile, Old Li, your daughter? So beautiful. Turning around, Ding Li said, Hello. Li Ku nodded, counting it as a greeting. Ding Li didn't linger too long and directly left the office. The moment he left the door, a thought had already crossed Ding Li's mind. Seeing Li Ku coming, Li Ming showed a rare smile. Why did you come? Li Ku held up a lunchbox and said, To send you food. You taste. I personally made. Can be delicious. Li Ming's office has a small coffee table. Open the meal. Li Ming heart very pleased. Li Ku has been especially understanding since she was a child, and this is what makes Li Ming most proud. After casually chatting with Li Ming, Li Ku said the things that Jiang Xiao had explained to her. After hearing Li Ku's words, Li Ming frowned slightly. Jiang Xiao? Is that the boy who came out of the bar with you last time? Mentioning Jiang Xiao made Li Ming uncomfortable. He always felt that Jiang Xiao wanted to arch his family's little cabbage. The old man and yellow hair were mortal enemies, and although Jiang Xiao was not yellow hair, there was no difference between Jiang Xiao and yellow hair in Li Ming's eyes. Yes, Dad. This matter is especially on the senior. The annual salary can be 1 million. Oh, 1 million. Li Ku said while also gesturing with her hand as if she was drawing a big cake for her father. To be honest, this annual salary, Li Ming heart moved. $1 million of salary is likely to be his ceiling in Kirin Food Group, and it is a ceiling that is difficult to reach. But Li Ming was afraid that Jiang Xiao was unreliable. For Jiang Xiao he did not understand. Seems to see Li Ming's doubt. Li Ku embraced Li Ming's arm and pampered, Oops, Dad. You just go and take a look. Just take a look. If you can't earn money in the future, what can I do? I don't even dare to spend money on things now. Please. Looking at Li Ku's appearance, Li Ming smiled. Okay, I'll go and take a look, but I made a deal. I don't always agree. For Li Ming, although there were doubts, but this was undoubtedly an opportunity in case it was true. Hearing Li Ming agree to it, Li Ku was so happy that she directly barfed on Li Ming's face. When Li Ming finished eating, Li Ke helped Li Ming pack up things. About the time to go to King's County, Li Ke left the company. Just out of the company door to go not far, Li Ku was called by someone. Turning back to see it was actually Ding Li. Li Ku, is it? I am your father's superior, Ding Li. Ding Li revealed what he thought was a charming smile and stepped forward to call out to Li Ku. Hello, what can I do for you? Li Ku didn't know why this person was calling out to him. Ding Li took 2 steps forward. Smelling the fragrance of the young girl's body, Ding Li was a bit mesmerized. Pointing to the cafe on the side, Ding Li said, let's go over there and talk. I want to talk to you about your father's work. Li Ku looked at the cafe on the side and directly shook his head. No way. With one sentence, Ding Li froze. Looking at Ding Li without saying anything, Li Ku added very firmly, no. Li Ku to Jiang Xiao is love at first sight. Not no one has pursued Li Ku, but when a person's heart has a person later can no longer tolerate another person. Going to a cafe alone with another man is something that violates Li Ku's psychological bottom line. Ding Li's face was a little bit unable to hang on. After thinking, Ding Li said, then let's go to the side to talk about it. Came to the shade, Ding Li opened the door and said, your father is in a very bad situation. He has been pending. Li Ku, oh. Ding Li's brain was full of question marks. What does oh mean? Do you understand what standby means? Ding Li thought that Li Ku didn't know what standby meant. Li Ku nodded to show that he understood. Although he's on standby, I can help him, Ding Li said with a smile. Oh, then you're still weirdly nice. But why are you saying that to me? Li Ku tilted her head and asked. Li Ku was innocent, but she was not stupid. The person in front of her said these words to herself as obviously not good intentions. Ding Li's inner possessiveness grew stronger as he looked at Li Ku's pure lustful appearance in front of him. Your father's income will drop to a very low level if he stays on duty. I can help him. But, the latter words Ding Li didn't say explicitly. He felt that he had already implied the obvious. So that, you're such a nagging person. If there's anything you have to say, just say it directly, or I'll leave. Li Ku was a bit anxious. Jiang Xiao said that he would come to pick her up in a while, and now the time was almost up. Seeing Li Ku saying this, Ding Li directly opened the door and said, I can help your father, but you have to pay a certain price. I quite like you. Follow me and I won't treat you badly. I don't lack money. If you agree that every month I can spend no less than what your father used to earn every month for you. After a pause, Ding Li said grimly, otherwise, you don't want your father to lose his job either. After Ding Li's words, Li Ku stared at him for 3 seconds. Just when Ding Li thought that his carrot and stick would make Li Ku compromise, Li Ku directly hit him with a big sinus. Chapter 93, Jiang Xiao is rich and loves to play dirty. Although Li Ku was petite and didn't have a strong hand, she had long nails. This slap directly broke Ding Li's face. Feeling his face burning hot, Ding Li was enraged. For Ding Li, this kind of rich second generation for picking up girls never have any affection. Can use money to use money, cannot use money to take the soft underbelly to threaten. This is the first time that Ding Li, who has always been unbeatable, has been defeated. Under the rage, Ding Li did not even think about waving his palm. Ding Li is not short, but also fitness. This slap, if you hit a solid estimate of Li Ku's face, will be swollen. Seemingly not anticipating Ding Li's reaction to be so intense, Li Ku was shocked and closed her eyes. For a long time, Li Ku did not feel like she was being hit. Quietly opening one eye, Li Ku saw Jiang Xiao standing in front of him, and Ding Li's slap that hit her was also held in Jiang Xiao's dead hand. Jiang Xiao was holding Ding Li's wrist in one hand and had a cigarette in the other. Smiling at Ding Li, Jiang Xiao said, friend, how classless to hit a woman. Ding Li struggled a bit, but Jiang Xiao grabbed his hand as if it was like a vice. Ding Li couldn't struggle away at all. Mard, who are you? Spread your hands. The furious Ding Li cursed angrily. Jiang Xiao wasn't annoyed. His hand holding the cigarette flicked. The remaining half of the cigarette tip drew an arc and flicked directly into Ding Li's mouth. Jiang Xiao then pushed backward and Ding Li's entire body sat directly on the ground. Ba ba ba. The burning cigarette burned a big blister to Ding Li's mouth. Spitting out the cigarette, Ding Li wailed in pain. Turning around, Jiang Xiao looked at Li Ku, who was full of adoration, and rubbed her head. What's more to say to this kind of scum? The hand didn't hurt. Jiang Xiao had arrived long ago. At the time Ding Li stopped Li Ku at the gate, he had been hiding behind a big tree to eat melon. Li Ku's sudden violent slap gave Jiang Xiao a shock as well. This girl looks soft and weak. The nature is also very strong. Listening to Jiang Xiao's words, Li Ku naughtily spat out her tongue. Collapsed on the ground, Ding Li stood up. The whole person has been in a state of rage. Once he got up, he was going to charge at Jiang Xiao rushed over. However, he didn't rush 2 steps before a big mountain blocked in front of him. In an instant, Ding Li felt as if the sun had been blocked. Looking in front of him, Dingley subconsciously swallowed his saliva as he was over 1 meter 90 in height and weighed more than 300 pounds, and was obviously full of powerful muscles. In Dingley's opinion, what was in front of him was not a person but a beast. Move a little and I'll kill you. Dian Wei still had that cold look. Taking 2 steps back, Dingley didn't dare to make a move. Who are you? Dare to leave a name? No. Dingley knew that he would definitely not be able to get a bargain today. He wanted to know who Jiang Shao was, and he wanted to get his revenge afterwards. Signaling Dian Wei to get out of the way, Jiang Shao looked at Dingley and said, Yang Ye Group. Jiang Shao, come find me if you want to take revenge. I'll play with you anytime. Dingley nodded his head. Alright, I'll remember you. After saying that, Dingley was about to turn around and leave. After thinking about it, Dingley turned around and pointed at Li Ku. Don't worry, I will treat your dad well. Wait for your dad to guard the gate and scrub the toilets. As soon as Dingley finished speaking, the insulated lunchbox in Li Ku's hand flew over. If it wasn't for Dingley dodging and dodging fast, this insulated lunchbox could have cracked his head open. Try pointing at me again. Li Ku crossed her waist, spirited and incomparable. 1 to 3. Dingley felt that the advantage was not in himself and immediately ran away gray. After watching Dingley leave, Jiang Shao asked, he's the one who set your dad up? Ha? Li Ku's small head nodded straight. It's this bad guy. Putting his arm around Li Ku's fragrant shoulder, Jiang Shao said, okay, I'll make a phone call and clean him up. Let's eat. While walking with Li Ku towards the parking place, Jiang Shao dialed Lu Tao's phone number. As a famous intelligence peddler in Handong, Lu Tao quickly picked up the phone. Mr. Jiang, what are your instructions? On the side of the phone, Lu Tao asked cheerfully. Jiang Shao laughed and said, help me check the information of a person called Dingley, a minister of the Kirin Food Group. No problem. I'll give Mr. Jiang the news later. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao brought Li Ku to a Western restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Li Ku said that his father had agreed to go to Jinshan County to have a look around. After thinking about it, Li Ku said, Senior, otherwise forget it. That person looks like he's not to be messed with. Jiang Shao laughed and took out a cigarette. The waiter on the side just wanted to come forward to remind Jiang Shao that smoking is not allowed here was stopped by the foreman. This Western restaurant taste is good. Jiang Shao directly do $1 million card. This kind of customer don't say smoking. Even if the house is torn down, the restaurant have to hand tools. There are times when the rules are not set for rich people like Jiang Shao. Listening to the idea that Li Ku wants to make peace, Jiang Shao said, hatred has to be the first to strike. Since that person is not simple, how will swallow this breath? You almost didn't scratch his face. Li Ku hit him pretty hard, and after scratching him, he could vaguely see the flesh in his fingernails. Hey, who told him to keep me? If you want to adopt me, you have to adopt me as a senior. That person is ugly. Suddenly Li Ku seemed to realize something. Senior, are you rich? After coming back this time, Li Ku felt that Jiang Shao was a bit off. The whole person's temperament became different. The Porsche Cayenne that came to pick her up today, as well as the super fierce bodyguard beside her, all surprised Li Ku. Jiang Shao also hit anything. It's not like there's any shame in having money for this kind of thing. Luck, now it's considered financial freedom. Li Ku inwardly all of a sudden coiled up a small number. In the past, when Jiang Shao had no money, he recruited girls to like him. At that time, Jiang Shao was hanging on a crooked tree in Shanxiaoyet, so other women had no chance. But now it is not the same. Jiang Shao has nothing to do with Chen Xiaoyet, and got rich. Li Ku feels that she should be more active, or else she will have no chance at all in the future. Li Ku's big eyes blinked and said, Senior, let's go take a bath in a while. Okay. In an instant Jiang Zhao's expression became playful. This girl is so spontaneous now? No. I know a newly opened large-scale bath. It is said that it is specialized in learning the style of Xincheng bath. Inside can be good. Knowing that he misunderstood Li Ku's meaning, Jiang Shao smiled and agreed. Thinking about it, before being reborn, Jiang Shao would often go to this kind of bath. After all, when washed to see Xincheng is not a joke. The bath over there has become a culture. Rushing to the bath on the way, Jiang Shao received a call from Lu Tao. Dingley's information has been sent to Jiang Shao. Open your own mailbox. Look at Dingley's information. Jiang Shao secretly marveled that it is really a fierce dragon over the river. After pondering for a while, Jiang Shao has a plan. This time he intends to play dirty. Chapter 94, Inviting the King into the Jar. Gu, Senior, save me. It hurts. Li Ku was sweating profusely in pain and kept shouting. The female technician who was pressing her feet pursed her lips and smiled. The force on her hands lightened a bit. The 30-something female technician is a big sister from the northeast. A room asked Li Ku. Old sister surprised. Li Ku does not understand what it means to say surprised and then a howl. Jiang Shao aside to take the blanket to cover their bodies. The girl called cannot help but call to mind. This newly opened bath center in Jiangshao, reborn before some of the authentic Shin City bath, is very similar. There is a bath. There is steam. There is a place of entertainment and eat buffet place. There are also more massages than you can count. Jiang Shao and Li Ku after the bath steam came to a box called 2-foot technician. Just when Jiang Shao and Li Ku enjoyed the massage, Jiang Zhao's phone rang. Xiao Bo, how did things go? Uncle Xiao, I've already found all the people. Just wait and watch the show. Uncle Xiao, this is a really insidious move. In the future, I'll have to keep an eye out for girls. Jiang Shao laughed and said, it's not that simple. Just transfer the money after you're done. Ha, ha ha ha. Uncle Xiao, I'm going to do my errands. Good, pay attention to safety. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao had a mysterious smile on his face. This Ding Li was not simple. His family was very strong. Ding Li was one of the young proprietors of Guanghua Group in the next province over. A young proprietor who was not very well received within the family. Said unpopularity wasn't because the boss of the Guanghua Group didn't like him, but because he was an illegitimate child. Photosynthesis Group was a diversified enterprise, with food, real estate, and foreign trade as its main businesses, and was very large in scale, not much worse than Guangyi Group. The most important thing was that this enterprise had the background of Neon Capital. This time Ding Li came to Beijing State as for Photosynthesis Group acquisition Unicorn Food Group this matter to play the front. Photosynthesis Group has been craving for Handong's market for more than a day or two. A few years ago, Photosynthesis Group once tried to enter the real estate market in Handong. The result was Kaimuching with a group of Handong real estate developers to beat out. This time Photosynthesis Group changed to track. Intends to directly acquire Kailan Food Group. The idea is good. Kirin Foods Group is a state-owned enterprise, under the jurisdiction of the Asset Department of Beijing State. In the past few years, the efficiency of Kirin Foods is not very good. The reason is also very simple: products cannot go out, can only be in the hand on this acre of 3 parts of the ground to mix. For the Capital State Assets Department of the Kirin Foods Group is a bit tasteless to eat the feeling of abandonment, coupled with the food business itself is not an important asset, so the Capital State intends to sell the enterprise as a whole. Photosynthesis Group wants to enter the hand-on market. This matter originally has nothing to do with Jiang Shao, but now there is a relationship, because Jiang Shao also want this Kirin Foods, this enterprise. You should know that although Kirin Foods is not well known outside the country, it is a household name in Handong. In the 80s and 90s, if anyone can enter the Kirin Foods company as an employee, that is the right of preference. Although Jiang Shao invested in the food industry in Jinshan County, but from scratch to have a process. Now if the acquisition of Kirin Foods Group, Jiang Shao instantly in the food industry will have a basic disc. The most important thing is that, after Jiang Shao is to be mixed in the Handong business circle, want to mix in this circle without a record how to do. The Photosynthesis Group to fight out is exactly Jiang Zhao's battle to establish prestige. Ding Li, this chess piece is very good to use. Business war is also a war. Ding Li, this chess piece will have a surprising effect when used well. Ding Li, the mansion bastard, does not know that he was stared at. Depressed Ding Li after work to the Ditka bar drink. Along the way he was pondering whether to tell his family about it. And after thinking about it, Ding Li didn't dare. This time, Ding Li's father instructed him to keep a low profile, for fear of causing alarm in Handong. Handong business circle is extremely xenophobic. Small business does not matter. Open a nightclub, get a hotel or something does not matter. No one will care. But when it comes to big business, you can't do it without having a good relationship with the locals in Handong. If Photosynthesis Group is a not too big enterprise, then in the worship dock after Handong business is not difficult, but the volume of this enterprise is too large. Once into Handong will inevitably attract the vigilance of others. After all, it is easy to invite God, to send God is difficult. Photosynthesis Group's president's meaning is also very obvious, is to enter the ownership of Kirin Foods and then Kirin Foods factory, thousands of employees and upstream and downstream enterprises as the capital to negotiate with the businessmen in Handong. The businessmen in Handong may not care about this, but those politicians in Beijing? Once there is a conflict, the Beijing side will definitely come out to mediate, which Photosynthesis Group has already calculated. Even if you have to pay some price, as long as you can establish a firm foothold in Handong, it will be fine. Once the Photosynthesis Group is firmly established, many large enterprises will follow suit. Then the future of Handong's business circle will not be these local natives, to say nothing. Everything is based on the acquisition of Kirin Foods, so Ding Li did not dare to make any big moves. Without the means to take revenge, Ding Li could only use alcohol to drown his sorrows. Not long after Ding Li entered the bar, someone at a card table not far away had their eyes on him. Ma Bo said to a tall and powerful man, "See anyone, Meng Laosan?" The man called Meng Laosan nodded his head in a hurry. "Got a good look, Brother Bo. I'm a professional in this matter." This Meng Laosan is a person who specializes in doing fairy jumps. 2 years ago a girl under him hooked up with Ma Bo. Then Meng Laosan brought people to surround Ma Bo. The result naturally went without saying. Meng Laosan was locked up in a dog cage for 3 days. And the man was almost not stupid. This time to set Ding Li up. Meng Laosan was naturally the best person to do it. Ma Bo nodded, signaling Meng Laosan to go to work. And then he had a look on his face as he watched the show. Ding Li hadn't been to Drika much. He had only heard that the girls here were of high quality. Today, having been aroused by Li Ku, Ding Li was a bit impatient to get rid of the fire. After ordering a table of high-grade wine, Ding Li pulled his sleeve upwards to reveal his Rolex full star. This trick Ding Li often use. To play in the nightclub, girls have a lot of knowledge of the goods. Ding Li's a watch is enough to attract over the quality of high enough girls. It didn't take long for a young girl with light makeup and wearing a blue hip-hugging dress to sit over. "Handsome man, can you buy me a drink?" The girl naturally sat over against Ding Li. Ding Li laughed and asked, "What's your name?" The girl let out a delicate laugh and said, "My name is Nana. Feel free to order whatever you want to drink." Even though a table of wine had already been set up, Ding Li still did not skimp. The girl called Nana had a hot body and looked young. The main thing was that the baby face was very much to Ding Li's liking. Nana was not polite and ordered a few glasses of very expensive wine. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Ding Li's hands began to be dishonest. Nana symbolically resisted and said, "Brother, I'm a little drunk." After saying that, Nana's whole body leaned on Ding Li. Ding Li looked at Nana's appearance in front of him and knew that it was a done deal. "Tired? Then I'll send you home." Aha! Chapter 95, Animal. My sister is only 18 years old. Ding Li naturally would not send Nana home. After leaving the bar, Ding Li directly brought Nana to the hotel. Looking at the confused Nana leaning on Ding Li's side. After receiving the room card, Ding Li directly brought Nana on the elevator. As soon as he entered the room door, Ding Li instantly transformed into a werewolf. The current Ding Li had a lot of fire. The original confused Nana also came to her senses, and with a delicate smile, Nana gently pushed Ding Li away, taking out her cell phone from Ding Li's pocket. Nana said, "Brother, want to play something exciting?" In an instant, Ding Li's eyes lit up. When Guanxi teach her this kind of thing, Ding Li really did not do less. But in the past those girls are not very cooperative. Today Meta willing to cooperate, Ding Li happy. 5 minutes later, Ding Li panting lying on the bed. In the past, Ding Li was a 10-minute warrior, but today there was the addition of the cell phone camera. Plus Nana resisted for another while Ding Li simply couldn't stand the excitement. "Get me a cigarette." Ding Li lying on the bed simply do not want to move. This time aside, Nana is still there crying and crying non-stop. "Aya, you are still quite into the drama. Okay, take a break. I have to slow down." Slow down. Ding Li had already drank a lot of wine, and by this time, he was already a bit sleepy. Just as Ding Li was drifting off to sleep, a bang suddenly came from the door of the room, and Meng Laosan barged into the room with 7 or 8 strong men. As soon as she saw Meng Laosan come in, Nana cried out loudly, "Brother, this asshole spoiled me." Meng Laosan was furious and grabbed Ding Li to go up for an old punch. Asterisk 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 ah. My sister is only 18 years old and still in school. How can you lay your hands on her? Give me a beating. The 7 or 8 people brought by Meng Laosan went up and punched and kicked. Ding Li's brain went down for a moment, and he soon reacted that he had been made a fool of. Holding his head in both hands, Ding Li shouted, "Brothers, don't fight. Don't fight. I know what you guys do. How much money do you want to talk? I have money. Money." Meng Laosan grabbed Ding Li's hair. Ding Li grinned. Meng Laosan shouted, "Being rich is marvelous. Having money can be forced. I tell you, you're finished. I'm going to make you sit through the bottom of the jail. Take away." Ding Li still wanted to say a few more words. One of Meng Laosan's brothers took an electric baton and rushed to electrocute Ding Li's back waist. With a shiver, Ding Li's entire body went numb, truly numb. With a black eye, Ding Li directly fainted. Looking at Ding Li fainted, Nana also stopped crying, smilingly picked up Ding Li's cell phone. Nana went up and said, "Third brother, it's all recorded." Meng Laosan picked up the phone and looked at the video and smiled. "That used umbrella, paper towels, all brought with you. This is all evidence. Let's go." A group of people work extremely skillfully. Into the house in less than 5 minutes took away Ding Li, at the same time also took away a multitude of evidence. In the western suburb dog factory, Ding Li woke up. Woof woof woof. A barking sound startled Ding Li. At the moment, Ding Li found himself locked in a dog cage. And in a cage next door there was another Tosa Inu with a big grin and barking furiously. Not far away, Ding Li could even smell the fishy odor. "Help! Help! Woof woof woof! Woof woof woof! Ow! Ow!" When Ding Li barked, the entire dog park boiled over, and an unknown number of dogs started barking. Under the scene of 10,000 dogs barking in unison, Ding Li just screamed his throat out and no one would pay attention to him. Just at this time Ding Li suddenly realized that the Tosa dog next door to him suddenly clapped his tail and shrunk to the corner of the cage. In the distance, a young man with a cynical face walked over, and behind him was a strong, burly man like a hill. Manhwa came to the cage and swung his neck. Looking at Ding Li, Manhwa smiled. You're so lucky. If it wasn't for my Uncle Xiao saying he knew you, you would have been sent in. I'm telling you, a strong pointy criminal like you would have suffered a lot if you really went in. Listening to Manhwa's words, Ding Li's mind was spinning rapidly. When he saw the person behind Manhwa, Ding Li understood at once. Jiang Xiao. It was Jiang Xiao who set me up. I know you. You are that bodyguard of Jiang Xiao. At this moment Ding Li counted to understand. What fairy jump is fake? This is all a conspiracy of Jiang Xiao. Hearing Ding Li's words, Manhwa was not happy. What words? What words is this? My Uncle Xiao came to buy a dog and saw you at a glance. No, it's a glance that I saw you. This is not thinking of having a side to save you. You're so rude. You don't thank my Uncle Xiao and you're spitting on him. Brother Dian. No, we'd better go. This person is not worth saving. After saying that, Manhwa made a gesture to leave. Wait. Ding Li hurriedly called out to stop Manhwa. What? Still have something to say? Manhwa turned around and asked. Ding Li was also clear that it was useless to say anything by himself at this time. The most urgent thing was to meet Jiang Xiao. He wanted to know what exactly Jiang Xiao was going to do, and at the same time, he also wanted to use his family's power to suppress Jiang Xiao. Let me see Jiang Xiao. This matter can be talked about. Okay, as you wish. Dian Wei stepped forward and opened Ding Li's cage. After getting out of the dog cage, Ding Li felt like he hurt all over. Mang Laosan's gang had hit him pretty hard. Following Manhwa and Dian Wei, Ding Li was brought to a bungalow. In the bungalow there was a table with a copper hot pot on it. A young man was holding a piece of mutton in the hot pot. Jiang Xiao. Ding Li looked at the person in front of him and shouted out Jiang Xiao's name almost through gritted teeth. Looking at the bruised and swollen Ding Li, Jiang Xiao was happy. Mr. Ding, have you eaten? Jiang Xiao asked cheerfully. Taking a deep breath, Ding Li tried to control his emotions as much as he could. One had to bow his head under the roof. Mr. Jiang, thank you for saving me. If there's nothing else, can I go now? Ding Li asked. Jiang Xiao took a sip of the coke on the table and casually picked up a cigarette. What's the rush? Mr. Ding, this is not a small matter for you. The video, the evidence is all there. The girl's voice is almost shouting. Told you not to put it in, you do not listen. You're going against the will of women. This is not a good thing to do. Ding Li's brain are all veins. This pit is really his own digging for himself. Nothing to record what video. Teacher Chen's video recording was cool, and Teacher Li's video recording went in. He, Mr. Ding, was also in danger this time. Tell me, what do you want? At this moment, Ding Li also knew that he had planted himself. Jiang Xiao also did not bullshit, directly threw out a cell phone and said, call your home. There is no need for me to talk to you about this matter. You are not equal to me, and you can't give me what I want. Ding Li sneered and said, do you know whose son I am? You're not afraid? With one sentence, Jiang Xiao laughed. If I didn't know your identity I would save you? Alright, make a call. Call your family. Maybe you don't have to step on the sewing machine yet. Of course, if your family is not so attached to you as a bastard, there's nothing you can do. Jiang Zhao's words were murderous. Looking at the phone on the table, Ding Li was in a deep tangle. Chapter 96, Wanghe Zhao Huai. Looking at the cell phone on the table, Ding Li was incomparably torn. If this phone call is made, he will be finished. In the photosynthesis group and the Ding family his status will be in ruins. What future? Career all gone. From now on he is just a monthly living expenses received, a waste of second generation. But if he does not fight, he believes that the opposite Jiang Xiao will definitely send himself in to step on the sewing machine. Being able to set up such a bureau in Beijing state naturally wouldn't be an ordinary person. If what happened today happened on Ding Li's side of the family, he wasn't afraid at all. Not to mention being a bureau. Even if he really used force, Ding Li was confident that he could keep things down. But here is Han Ong. His family's relationship simply cannot reach the side. The main thing is that he is not clear about the details of Jiang Xiao, the lesser of two evils. Ding Li picked up his cell phone and called his own mother. Watching Ding Li dial the phone, Jiang Xiao smiled. After waiting for Ding Li to hang up the phone, Jiang Xiao cheerfully said, Xiao Bo, bring Mr. Ding a pair of dishes. Jiang Province, the provincial capital, Linchang. As Handong's neighbor, Jiang Province's economy was quite a bit more developed than Handong's, and there were quite a few similarly large conglomerates. Photosynthesis Group, as a local enterprise in Linchang, had started early and could be said to have deep roots in Linchang. As the boss of Photosynthesis Group, Ding Su was a legend in the business circle of Jiang Province. Rumor has it that Ding Su came out from a mountain village and built up a large photosynthesis group by his own efforts. The rumor is very inspiring, but the details are unknown. On the outskirts of Linchang there was an estate where Ding Su lived. At this moment, inside a villa, a woman in her 50s was crying and complaining about something. Ding Su, who was already close to 60, couldn't see his joy or anger, and no one knew what he was thinking. Brother Su, you must save Xiao Li. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to live either. The crying woman was called Wen Hong, Ding Li's biological mother. Wen Hong had followed Ding Su when she was in her 20s and gave birth to a son. Although she was not Ding Su's original wife, Ding Su also had feelings for Wen Hong's mother and son. At this time, a man on the side suddenly said, Auntie Hong, I told Ding Li a long time ago that he should control his lower body. It doesn't matter how he plays in Linchang, we can wipe his ass. But after going to the capital, after going to Handong, how dare he still be so arrogant? Handong people, famous savages, the ones who do things without any consequences at all. The person who spoke was called Ding Chang, Ding Su's eldest son, also the son of Ding Su's original wife, but also Ding Su's designated successor for the next generation. Wen Hong was still in that weeping and wailing manner. After glancing at Ding Chang, Wen Hong said, Chang, I also know that Xiao Li did not do the right thing this time, but he was framed. You have a wide range of contacts. Let's see if we can think of a way to smooth things over. Ding Chang thought about it and said to Ding Su, Dad, I'll go to Beijing State. Jiangshao? Handong hasn't heard of this one. I'll go and bring Xiao Li back. As the eldest son, as the successor of photosynthesis group, Ding Chang was patterned. He could see that after this incident, Ding Li was ruined, and would not pose any threat to himself in the future. For a loser, Ding Chang was willing to show his generosity. He was also clear that his father didn't like their brotherly infighting. As soon as Ding Su's words fell, a man on the side said in a jar, Big brother, what's to talk about? I'll bring someone to snatch Xiao Li back and forget about it. This man who called Ding Chang's big brother was called Ding Jian, Ding Chang's own brother, 2 years older than Ding Li. Ding Su had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Except for Ding Li, who was an illegitimate child, the remaining 2 sons and 1 daughter were all biological siblings. These 4 people are just Ding Su's explicit children, who have the right to inherit. In private, Ding Su also has a lot of illegitimate children, but those children are not very old, and they are not valued by Ding Su. Hearing Ding Jian say that he wanted to rob people, a 25 or 26-year-old woman laughed. Second brother, what's the point of robbing someone? Now that the other party is taking up the weapons of the law, you're no more powerful than the law. Turning her head, the woman who spoke said, Dad, why don't I go find Kai Muching to have a chat? This face Kai Muching will give me. Looking at his eldest daughter, Ding Su nodded in satisfaction. His most valued son and daughter each had their own skills. The eldest son Ding Chang had a strong outlook on the big picture. Everything in the group Ding Chang handled in an organized manner. And the eldest daughter, Ding Cheng, was extremely good at socializing. Photosynthesis group and Guanyi group can be said to have an enmity, but Ding Ching and Kai Muching have a surprisingly good personal relationship. Just as Ding Su wanted to say something, a man walked into the villa hall. Xiao Cheng, that Jiang Xiao and Kai Muching have a good relationship. Kai Muching owes him a big favor. Uncle Huai, Uncle Huai, Uncle Huai, Brother Huai. Seeing the man enter, the 3 siblings of the Ding family and Wen Hong all stood up to greet him. Seeing the man who came in, Ding Su asked, Did you find out the details of this person? The man who came in found a seat and sat down, then said with an odd face, Found out. Very evil. With one sentence, Ding Su's face changed slightly. Coming to this man was no ordinary person. This man was called Zhao Huai, Ding Su's most valued beloved, and the butler of the Ding family. Although said butler, but in the young time Zhao Huai is Ding Su's personal bodyguard plus think tank, able to write and military a person. It can be said that everyone in the Ding family respected Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai had followed Ding Su for most of his life. It could be said that he had seen a lot of wind and waves, and it wasn't easy to be told by Ding Su that he was evil. Tell me. Slightly contemplating, Zhao Huai said. This person also popped up in Handong only in recent times. Before Kai Muching's daughter was kidnapped, it was this person who came to the rescue. There is no family background, but the cash flow is extremely terrifying. It is said that the cash in hand is no less than $10 billion. A sentence of the people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. All are in the business world to hang out. The family tens of billions, assets tens of billions and cash tens of billions. That is a different concept. A person with little family background could have nearly $10 billion in cash. Indeed evil. After a pause, Zhao Huai added, moreover, he has beaten Shangguan Wenbin. Shortly after he beat Shangguan Wenbin, something happened to Shangguan Wenbin. These news were considered to be more explosive than one another. After a moment of silence, Ding Su asked, What do you mean by this person? Could it be related to our plan? It's not clear. But, yes or no, we have to bring Xiaoli back. Everything is better when people are brought back. Whether it's a war or peace. It's all good. The big deal is to arrange Xiaoli to leave the country. After Zhao Huai finished his words, he inadvertently glanced at Ding Chang, who slightly moved his eyes and did not say anything more. Ding Su thought for a moment and said, then go to Beijing State. Bring the person back. Then don't stay and directly send Xiaoli to Hong Kong Island. Don't come back for a short period of time. This matter is not appropriate for Ding Chang to step forward. Nor is it appropriate for Ding Jian to step forward. Only his own beloved Zhao Huai can step forward to be the most secure. Chapter 97, Wanting Land? After Ding Su set the tone, Zhao Huai directly from Lincheng to the capital. As Ding Su's most trusted henchman, Zhao Huai is naturally not an idle person, but a person with courage and knowledge. Only with a driver Zhao Huai went to Beijing. On the way, Zhao Huai and Jiang Shao passed a phone call. About to meet in the dog park after Jiang Shao did not go. Inside the bungalow of the dog park, Jiang Shao, who had eaten and drunk enough, called out to Ma Bo and Ma Bo's brother Pang Hai, and the three of them got together to play poker. On the side, Ding Li just sat there, and no one cared about him. Run! Ding Li is afraid to run. Dian Wei at the door was like a door god, his two big eyes just glaring at Ding Li, as if to say that if you have the slightest misbehavior you will be torn apart alive. It was almost dawn when Jiang Shao threw away the cards in his hand and said cheerfully, no more games. Ma Bo on the side said, thank you Uncle Shao for the reward. In these few hours, Jiang Shao had lost more than $300,000, and there was already a lot of cash on the table. A few people were playing fighting landlord. If it was before Jiang Shao was going to go for a reckoning when he played cards. But now that Jiang Zhao's stature was different, he played cards a little more casually. The card is good to call the landlord. Call not doubled. He does not lose money who lose money. After the card game was dispersed, the factory manager of the dog farm cheerfully walked in. Mr. Jiang, Brother Bo, Lin Cheng's people have arrived. Bring them in. After Jiang Shao said this, the factory manager of the dog farm directly walked out cheerfully to bring in the people. After stepping down from a champagne-colored Bentley, Zhao Huai frowned slightly. The dog farm in front of him covered a large area, and there was a bad smell in the air. Negotiations, Zhao Huai often talked, but it was the first time to talk in a place like this. Along with the director of the dog farm, he walked into the courtyard, and as soon as he arrived at the door of the bungalow, Zhao Huai saw the door god, Dian Wei, at the door. The moment he saw Dian Wei, Zhao Huai's heart thumped. When he was young, Zhao Huai was also a great general who was capable of writing and fighting, and as soon as he took a look at Dian Wei, he knew that this man was not simple, and was tougher than all the bodyguards he had ever seen. Even some of the so-called mercenaries and super bodyguards did not have such a ferocious temperament as Dian Wei. Someone who could afford such a bodyguard would definitely not be an ordinary person. How could Xiaoli provoke such a person? With a secret sentence in his mind, Zhao Huai arrived at the door. Walking to the door, Dian Wei reached out and stopped it, then took out a metal detector. There was no abnormality, and Dian Wei released Zhao Huai into the house. Upon seeing Zhao Huai, Ding Li was like seeing a relative. Uncle Huai. Zhao Huai nodded as if he didn't see Ding Li's bruises. He was here to fish for people, not to take it out on Ding Li. Which one is Mr. Jiang? My humble self, Zhao Huai of the photosynthesis group. Zhao Huai sized up the three people in the room. These three people were all young, but Zhao Huai still recognized who was Jiang Shao. That smell of money and unique aura couldn't be blocked at all. Zhao Huai, the Ding family's head butler. Ha ha, nice to meet you Mr. Zhao. I'm Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was still relatively facetious, standing up and walking forward. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Huai extended his hand. Both sides shook hands and took their seats. Jiang Shao was the first to speak. Mr. Zhao, I've had a chance with Mr. Ding. Seeing him in trouble, naturally, it's not good to stand by and watch. But Mr. Ding has caused a lot of trouble with this matter. Looking at Jiang Zhao's expression and listening to his words, Zhao Huai cursed in his heart. This person in front of him was too sinister. After digging a hole, he still had to sell it. In his heart, he thought so, but in words, Zhao Huai still had to thank Jiang Shao. Many thanks to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang has done us such a great favor. The Ding family will be grateful. Listening to Zhao Huai's words, Jiang Shao knew that Zhao Huai was trying to ask him to make conditions. There was no need for Jiang Shao to play riddles with Zhao Huai. Mr. Zhao, I have some spare money in my hands. I'm also very optimistic about the real estate business in Linchang, and I heard that photosynthesis group recently auctioned off Lot 10 and Lot 18 in Linchang. I'm very interested in these two parcels. In this case, $1 billion. I'll take these 2 parcels. The corner of Zhao Huai's mouth twitched at Jiang Zhao's words. Jiang Zhao was really daring to make an offer. The 10th and 18th parcels in Linchang were good locations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were prime locations. 1 billion seems to be a lot of money. But the problem is that the transaction price of these 2 pieces of land was 1 billion. And now both pieces of land have completed the demolition and relocation work and are waiting for the construction to begin. Jiang Zhao doing this is picking peaches. Mr. Jiang, this is a bit too much. If you ask for a price, you have to sit on the ground and pay it back. Jiang Zhao took out a cigarette, and Ma Bo on the side helped Jiang Zhao light the cigarette. Money, earn endless. People, it's really gone without it. People, the Ding family cannot care. Face cannot care about it? This sentence is considered to hit Zhao Huai's 7 inches. Although Ding Li is an illegitimate son, but Ding Li is an illegitimate son with the right to inherit, is recognized by Ding Su's illegitimate son. If all of Ding Su's own sons are folded in the capital state, or sent in for the crime of strong tip, the Ding family this person can be a big loss. The Ding family is accurately said to be the mansion. The mansion is the most important face. After contemplating for a while, Zhao Huai said, "Excuse me for a moment. I'm going to make a phone call." Jiang Zhao made a pleased gesture, and Zhao Huai went out and dialed Ding Su's phone. After explaining the situation, on the side of the phone, Ding Su directly said, "Promise him, come to the city and I'll tell him to die without knowing how much he ate he has to spit out." Ding Su has this confidence. He can be said to be deeply rooted in Linchang. His things are not so good to take. Back inside, Zhao Huai said, "Mr. Jiang, so the matter is settled?" Jiang Zhao laughed and said, "Painful. I'll ask my team to find you guys to sign now. The people are already in Linchang." Looking at Jiang Zhao's appearance, Zhao Huai could only say that the young man in front of him was really wild enough. Zhao Huai didn't leave either. Both sides moved very quickly. The team that had been renamed Yangye Real Estate with the contract that Jiang Zhao had signed had arrived in Linchang a long time ago, and it only took a morning for the team from Yangye Real Estate to sign the contract with the Ding family. $1 billion to take away 2 pieces of gold land. This business Ding family lost at least $300 million. $300 million to save his son. Old Ding also belongs to the more willing to spend money. Getting the news that the deal was successful, Jiang Zhao was full of smiles. Standing up, Jiang Zhao shook hands with Zhao Huai. "Mr. Zhao, happy cooperation. In the future, if you have any trouble in Beijing State, just look for me. I will definitely help if I can." After saying that, Jiang Zhao waved his hand and Ma Bo handed Zhao Huai a cell phone and a plastic bag. The cell phone was Ding Li's cell phone that recorded the video, and in the plastic bag was Ding Li's used small umbrella, paper towels, and a pair of that Nana girl's chaps. Looking at the things in his hand, Zhao Huai took a deep breath. This is the loser. In order to have a good time lost the family 300 million. And, if you calculate the subsequent profit that is more than 300 million. Happy cooperation. If Mr. Jiang goes to Linchang in the future, the Ding family sweeps the couch to welcome. Chapter 98 Kaimuching. How did you grow this brain? Zhao Huai took away Ding Li. After seeing Zhao Huai leave, Ma Bo said, "Uncle Xiao, there's something in this man's words. Anyone else who suffered such a big loss wouldn't be convinced." Photosynthesis group. The Ding family are not fooling around. Jiang Zhao laughed. He naturally heard and understood the meaning in Zhao Huai's words. Ma Bo on the side asked in confusion, "Then we still go to Linchang?" In Jingzhou, in Hanong is Jiang Zhao's home turf. But if they go to Linchang, the offense and defense situation will be different. Go, why not go? But not now. From the beginning of staring at Ding Li, Jiang Zhao figure is not a momentary win or lose. This time, Jiang Zhao want to play a big one. Sending Ding Li to step on the sewing machine didn't make any sense. On the contrary, it would also create a deadly enmity with the Ding family. The business world can be used outside the dish, but not too much. In the end, it was still a matter of strength and brains. Right. The video backups are all left behind, right? Jiang Zhao asked. Ma Bo nodded. Ding Li's wonderful video Jiang Zhao would naturally stay. This would be a weapon in the future. After arranging everything, Jiang Zhao went back to the province hotel to take a nap. At night Jiang Zhao came directly to the headquarters of Guanyi Group. Jiang Zhao's ultimate goal in this game was to establish a stable name in the Hanong business district. He couldn't do this kind of thing alone. He had to find someone to help. Jiang Zhao has 2 biggest advantages. One is not short of money, the other is good at borrowing momentum. In the past, Jiang Zhao played the fox and tiger, but this time he was able to bring benefits to everyone. After arriving at the office building of Guanyi Group's headquarters, Kaimuching's personal bodyguard Xiao Wen was already waiting for him in the lobby. This time Jiang Zhao was going to bring Kaimuching into the game with him. "Hello, Sister Wen." Jiang Zhao gave a greeting. Xiao Wen nodded and said, "Mr. Jiang, MS. Kai is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me. Riding the exclusive elevator, Zhang Xiao arrived at Kai Muqing's office. Kai Muqing's office was large, and after entering the front door was a reception room of over 200 square meters with 2 secretaries on duty. Only after pushing open the door of the reception room was Kai Muqing's office area. This office was much more grand than Zhang Zhao's office in Torch Building. The whole office is full of luxury. Beside one wall is an antique shelf, on which are all kinds of antiques, and a lot of furniture in the office seems to be made of good wood. The office was very luxurious, but it didn't match Kai Muqing's icy temperament. Behind the desk, Kai Muqing was reading a document. Although Zhang Xiao had seen many beautiful women, the Kai Muqing in front of him was undoubtedly the most unique temperament among many beautiful women. Seeing Zhang Xiao come in, Kai Muqing's cold as ice face showed a rare smile. "You're here. Have a seat." Zhang Xiao sat opposite Kai Muqing. Xiaowen poured a cup of fresh tea for Zhang Xiao and exited the office. Pushing the documents aside, Kai Muqing asked, "Did you encounter any trouble? If so, please speak." Kai Muqing was indebted to Zhang Xiao for a big favor, and Kai Muqing basically wouldn't refuse any request made by Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao shook his head and said, "There's no trouble. I took the 10th and 18th land in Linchang. Is Kai always interested?" "What?" Kai Muqing, who had always been unperturbed, was also a bit shocked. She also had the idea of these 2 pieces of land in Linchang, but after calculating, Kai Muqing felt that the cost of taking these 2 pieces of land was too great, so she didn't make a move. When Zhang Xiao said a little about what happened, Kai Muqing pondered a little. "Well, this matter you and the Ding family have a grudge. I've been in contact with Ding Su of the Ding family, a very difficult person." Zhang Xiao laughed and said, "Mr. Kai, People Photosynthesis already intends to cross the river with a fierce dragon." "Oh." Kai Muqing smiled when Zhang Xiao spoke about Kirin Food Group. What had to be recognized was that Ding Su's hand was very clever. Although the businessmen of Handong hugged the group, they really couldn't get their hands on these state-owned enterprises. The Zhang Xiao in front of him came to himself. Kai Muqing knew that he must have an idea. "What do you have in mind?" Kai Muqing asked. Zhang Xiao said cheerfully, "Handong, Jiang Province, the 2 provinces are neighboring, but Jiang Province is not xenophobic. The economy is higher than Handong, and people over there recognize money. Photosynthesis Group is not a monopoly after all." After saying that, Zhang Xiao handed over a document, which was an abbreviated plan. "You sit down first. I'll take a look." After thinking about it, Kai Muqing shouted through the pager again for Xiaowen to bring an ashtray. Xiaowen was surprised when he came in, knowing that Kai Muqing's office doesn't allow anyone to smoke. Zhang Xiao lit a cigarette to himself. Opposite Kai Muqing, the more he looked at Zhang Xiao's plan, the more he felt in front of this young man's thinking is really heavenly. Turning a commercial complex into a Netflix center? This Netflix center really has that much potential? Kai Muqing looked at it quickly, and after pondering for a while she asked this question. It wasn't for nothing that Zhang Xiao was eyeing those 2 plots of land. Lot 10 was a commercial complex in later times, and was also the biggest and hottest Netflix hitting spot in Linchang. That street was later called Netflix Street because of this, while Lot 18 is a supporting residential area. The price of this land in later times can be said to be the ceiling of Linchang. In the era of universal Netflix a few years later, Linchang would have been a Netflix city, and Zhang Xiao was merely bringing this concept up in advance. Looking at Kai Muqing's incomprehension, Zhang Xiao asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "Mr. Kai, how much time would you spend on your cell phone every day 10 years ago, and how much time would you spend on your cell phone now?" Kai Muqing didn't understand what Zhang Xiao meant. After a slight thought, she figured out some key points. 10 years ago, the cell phone was just a tool for her to receive calls. And now that? Kai Muqing would use her cell phone to read emails, give some orders, and even pass time on her cell phone sometimes. Although she figured out a little bit, Kai Muqing still felt cloudy. Zhang Xiao didn't sell the idea and said directly, "In the past, the network was the network and the reality was the reality. But with the popularity of cell phone functions, the network and reality will be fused together. Mr. Kai, you have physical resources, and I am about to master network resources. This union is definitely a 1+1 effect." In a flash, Kai Muqing understood what Zhang Xiao meant. Simply put, Zhang Xiao was opening a new track for the traditional industry. If the previous Zhang Xiao was just a young man with money and ideas in Kai Muqing's eyes, now Kai Muqing's evaluation of Zhang Xiao could go up a notch. Although he still didn't know how big the potential of Zhang Xiao's new idea was, Kai Muqing still had to say a word of ghost talent. "You've, sort of, taught me a lesson. But are your network resources really that great?" Kai Muqing wasn't specialized in staring at the dead industry. She had a deep understanding of the internet. As far as she knew, the most powerful internet companies at the moment should be the 3 BTA giants. Is Zhang Zhao's little internet business that powerful? Chapter 99: The Power of Precise Pushing. Kai Muqing was not a brainless vase. It wasn't true that Jiang Xiao was kind to her, but that didn't mean she would blindly believe in Jiang Zhao's big cakes. It's true that Jiang Zhao's idea is very heavenly, also very creative, seems to be very high feasibility. But there is a premise here that Jiang Xiao really has the internet resources to match the whole plan. Kai Muqing is clear that the future is the era of the internet, and this trend has already begun to raise its head. Take the wealth list of the last few years. A few years ago there were internet company owners sat in the position of the richest, and in recent years, several internet factories are developing rapidly, with the intention of becoming the new nobility of the business world. Although not engaged in the internet industry, but Kai Muqing is clear. When an industry has a giant emerged after the rise of a new force is difficult. For example, in Handong, her Guangyi Group is one of the top 2 real estate companies. Then Handong is very difficult to have a second similar business from scratch, unless the Guangyi Group or Guangyi Group of the same magnitude of the enterprise fell. In Kai Muqing's opinion, the internet industry is naturally the same. Jiang Xiao naturally read Kai Muqing's meaning. In principle, Kai Muqing's idea was not wrong, but the internet industry was a place where miracles could be created. In Jiang Zhao's previous life, everyone thought that Penguin Factory was the giant in the social field, and everyone thought that no one could shake Penguin Factory's position in the flow end. And as a result, a byte system came out to grab the flow entrance of the new era, and a Miha who came out to grab a big piece of cake in the game industry. The same everyone thought the Beaver's Peach Treasure is the giant of online shopping. The results out of a spelling CCCC and a anchor with goods. The same mess of the Beaver burnt out. As far as the internet industry is concerned, it is impossible to say when a giant will pop up, and one of Jiang Zhao's advantages is the profit. He has the money and technology. Who will do it if he doesn't do the giant? Looking at Kai Muqing, who didn't seem to believe in himself, Jiang Xiao decided to show his strength. Mr. Kai, your Emerald Lakeside in Guangming district has already opened, right? Jiang Xiao spoke out and asked. Emerald Lakeside was a newly developed high-rise district by Guangyi Group, with an average price of 12,001 square meters, a price point that was considered high in the current Beijing state. Hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Kai Muqing nodded. I heard that the sales didn't meet expectations. Kai Muqing smiled helplessly. The Emerald Lakeside property on the quality, design, publicity are not to speak of. The problem is that at the same period of time in that piece of land there are 3 properties opened. 3 real estate developers are almost rolled crazy. Came to the time Jiang Xiao has done his homework. Looking at Kai Muqing, Jiang Xiao said, at present, the daily turnover of Emerald Lakeside is 20 sets. This data should be very stable. Mr. Kai, I want to do a magic trick for you. Kai Muqing became interested and asked, what magic trick? Starting tomorrow, I'll be able to tell the number of people who go to Emerald Lakeside to look at properties to at least triple. Jiang Xiao didn't dare to say to make the turnover triple. After all, he wasn't a god. But to make the number of people looking at properties more than triple, Jiang Xiao still had a way. Listening to Jiang Zhao's words, Kai Muqing's bright eyes lit up slightly. What is the most important thing in property sales? Propaganda. Only by attracting customers to the house will it have a certain chance of being sold. In fact, Emerald Lakeside has a lot of customers who are looking at houses. Every day there are 300 to 400 people. But most of these people are just looking at it because they want to compare 3 houses. If the base could be enlarged, then the turnover would naturally go up. Really? Listening to Jiang Zhao's words, Kai Muqing asked tentatively. Emerald Lakeside was a large neighborhood, divided into 3 phases in total, and the first phase of the project that was currently completed had more than 3,000 residential units. According to the current sales speed, the sales prospect is very unpromising. Looking at the confident Jiang Xiao, Kai Muqing really wanted to see what he was capable of. Jiang Xiao smiled, didn't say anything and then made a phone call. Do your work, get me a precise push of the Emerald Lakeside property. Yes, full range of users, 3 products at the same time. Jiang Xiao made a phone call, and the programmers on Node Jump's side got busy. Kai Muqing looked at the clouds and didn't know what Jiang Xiao meant. Jiang Xiao looked at the time. It was already late. Mr. Kai, then tomorrow afternoon we'll go to the Emerald Lakeside together? Good. See you tomorrow then. Inside a rental house in Beijing State, Su Ming dragged his tired body back home. As soon as he entered the house he could smell the aroma of a meal. In the kitchen, Su Ming's girlfriend Wang Hui came out with a smile and said, "You're back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Looking at his virtuous girlfriend, Su Ming smiled happily. Su Ming is a social animal, although the salary is not low, but very tired. Overtime and so on is common. His girlfriend, Wang Hui, was a teacher at an elementary school, and the two were both 27 years old this year and had been in love for almost 10 years. At present, the two are studying the matter of marriage. And the most important thing to get married is to buy a house. Su Ming has saved some money over the years. Wang Hui also saved a little. plus Su Ming's family support to pay the down payment is enough. And now Su Ming is entangled in the location of the new house. After Su Ming washed his hands, Wang Hui has put the meal on the table. The two sat at the table to eat. Wang Hui also said that tomorrow is ready to go out with Su Ming to look at the room. It just so happens that both of them have a vacation tomorrow. Su Ming also nodded in agreement. After eating, Wang Hui went to the kitchen to brush the dishes, while Su Ming was lying on the sofa brushing the hot headlines. This cell phone app was installed by Su Ming only recently, and it was very smooth to use. And Su Ming felt that this software was very sweet. For example, if Su Ming liked Gundam models, Hotspot headlines would push various handmade models to him. Recently, Su Ming read a few pieces of news about real estate on it, and hot headlines started to push some local real estate news to him. Some of these messages were more detailed, while others were just a news item. There were times when Su Ming felt that this cell phone app was like a roundworm in his stomach. It knew everything he wanted. Just as Su Ming was about to open the Hot Headlines Brother app funny segment to take it easy, a push message drew his attention. Grand opening of Gwangi Real Estate's newest project, Emerald Lakeside. New house opening. 9% discount. The opportunity is gone before it's too late. Free bus to see the properties. Free exquisite refreshments. Free lunch. The entire push is the Emerald Lakeside news. Various discounts. Various types of households. This push to the Emerald Lakeside information is very detailed. Su Ming was mesmerized by what he was reading. And at this time Wang Hui walked over and asked, "What are you looking at? Wife, look at how this house is." Su Ming handed his cell phone to Wang Hui. After looking at it for a while, Wang Hui said with a little bit of excitement, "It's very good. It's very close to my school and your company. There is also a middle school nearby, and I heard that there will be appreciation in the future. We too now saved about 300,000. Let my parents and your parents and then support some. If we make up enough money to pay the down payment, we will be able to pay a lot less in monthly payments." Chapter 100. Too much action. The Coal Boss's Wives group is here. Su Ming is a graduate of a prestigious school. Once graduated into a large enterprise, the salary is not low. Plus, Su Ming has no bad habits. Working for several years, most of the salary has been saved. Wang Hui is also a woman who will be a family man when she went to college, began to do tutoring to save money, which is more than a few years without Wang Hui's own 4 or 5 million deposits or have. Su Ming's savings plus Wang Hui's savings, counting on the support of both parents. Wang Hui felt that while the Emerald Lakeside now have discounts into the hand is a good time. The young couple discussed the matter settled. That evening Su Ming to the property sales department called the appointment. About the next day where to wait for the bus after the two people to the bank card are ready. If tomorrow feel good they intend to book a room on the spot. In recent times the couple-to-be had looked at a number of houses, but none of them were ideal. The two of them are a little anxious about looking at houses. If the push of the headline hotspot wasn't fake news, then the two people were really planning to buy a house in Emerald Lakeside. The next morning, Su Ming and Wang Hui came to the Jade Lakeside sales office. As soon as the first sales office of the Emerald Lakeside, Su Ming and Wang Hui felt the fire here. Only at 9 o'clock, the first sales office has already gathered more than 200 people. The hall temperature is a few degrees higher. Without taking 2 steps, Su Ming heard a man in a suit shouting at the top of his lungs, "Refreshments, meals, send them to me quickly. Send as many as you can. 10 times as many. 10 times, there are too many people today. Too many." After seeing Su Ming and Wang Hui come in, a salesgirl greeted them with a smile. After listening to the introduction and looking at the house type, Su Ming and Wang Hui paid a deposit on the spot and ordered a house of 88 square meters. Su Ming and Wang Hui is just a scene of the sales office. At this moment the entire Emerald Lake 3 sales offices have begun the full mode. Previously, a sales office received more than 100 customers a day. Some customers still look at it and go, but today only opened the door half an hour. The 3 sales offices received more than 600 customers. Alone paid a deposit of 30 or 40 customers. These sales are almost crazy busy. Good thing Gwangi Group other properties rushed over to support. Otherwise these sales will be exhausted. Although the appointment with Jiang Xiao was to meet in the afternoon, Kai Muching came to the sales office of Emerald Lakeside at 10 o'clock in the morning. Seeing the scene in front of her, Kai Muching was confused. What is the situation? The entire sales office are all people. Many sales voices dumb. Bring out to see the house. Come back to pay the deposit. People are waves after waves. Followed by Kai Muching came to the project manager is also silly. The past few days of Jade Lakeside sales said not cold but also absolutely not lively. Today this is what happened. Could it be that there is some kind of move on the group's side? Just when the project manager wanted to say something, she suddenly realized that Kai Muching smiled. This 10,000-year-old iceberg beauty actually smiled. Interesting, really underestimated him. Kai Muching didn't realize the change in herself, but internally she raised her evaluation of Jiang Xiao by a notch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Shao arrived at Emerald Lakeside on time, driving the car to the sales office. Jiang Shao also saw the fire of the sales office. Jiang Shao was also a bit surprised at the scene in front of him. He had thought that precision pushing would be effective, but he really didn't expect it to be so effective. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao was not surprised. Precision push itself was an online shopping tool, and buying a house was a necessity, showing what a person needs most to this person. It's hard to keep people unmoved. Traditional real estate promotion is nothing but street billboards, TV ads and ground push. Jiang Shao uses the internet to make precise push completely belongs to the downward strike. Of course, this is also related to the rapid development of hot headlines. In less than 20 days online, the download volume of hot headline had already exceeded 40 million. The quality of the product was one aspect. The other was that Jiang Shao was willing to spend money, and the number of users of hotspot headline climbed up under the crazy money attack. Jiang Shao was brought to the second floor of the sales office by Kai Muqing's personal bodyguard Shao Wen. At a railing on the second floor, Kai Muqing was looking at the hot scene downstairs. After seeing Jiang Shao come, Kai Muqing said, "This magic trick of yours is wonderful." Jiang Shao laughed and said, "Just a small trick." Kai Muqing looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Now I believe in the feasibility of your plan. Do you know how many houses I sold today with your little magic trick?" Without waiting for Jiang Shao to speak, Kai Muqing continued, "So far there are 172 customers who have paid deposits, and 30 people have completed the purchase procedures. The current number is still rising. Jiang Shao, you have done me a great favor." After saying this, Kai Muqing also had a strange feeling in her heart. Ever since Kai Muqing started her career, it was always her Kai Muqing who helped people to solve their troubles. It was always others who owed her favors. But after meeting Jiang Shao, everything was reversed. Sometimes Kai Muqing would compare her own deceased husband with Jiang Shao. Compared to her husband's conservatism, Kai Muqing felt that Jiang Shao seemed to be more pioneering and aggressive. If her husband had Jiang Zhao's character, then Guanyi Group would definitely not be limited to just one place in Hanong. Taking the current situation as an example, Jiang Shao dared to plan a photosynthesis group with the same volume as Guanyi Group. This kind of thing is unimaginable when it comes to Kai Muqing's husband. Kai Muqing's husband Chen Guang has a very intuitive evaluation, more aggressive than conservative. Not enough. Maybe it is also related to Chen Guang is inheriting the family business. Listening to Kai Muqing's words, Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Mr. Kai helped me a lot in the past. This matter is nothing." After thinking for a long time, Kai Muqing said, "Don't call me Mr. Kai in the future. Bunny Bao and you are kindred spirits. Call me Sister Ching in the future." Xiaowen, who stood behind Kai Muqing, was shocked. This sentence of Sister Ching is not polite. Whoever has the qualification to call Kai Muqing a Sister Ching can save his life at the critical moment. Everyone has seen Kai Muqing in the business world. Only small text clear. Business is only Kai Muqing's interest only. Only interest. Kai Muqing's background can be through the sky. Jiang Shao naturally will not be ungrateful. Happily responded to the later. He suddenly heard a cry of surprise from downstairs. Looking around, 4 or 5 bejeweled women with 7 or 8 bodyguards entered the hall. These women are in their 40s and 50s. The appearance cannot be said to be more beautiful, but the body is full of rich gas. Coming to the sales center hall, one of the women wearing a pearl necklace pointed to the sand table of the property and said, "This building, I want it," said 2 bodyguards behind him carrying a sack came over. The sack opened around the people are short of breath. It is all red cash. The second floor of the Jiang Shao all look happy. This is the coal boss's wives to attract over.